Introduction. The unborn shall come into existence. Watch as the moon and the sun of gold navigate the shattered war. Restore peace to a chaotic world. Establish a dynasty. Live off others. And marry a wooden figure. Volume 1. Moonlight. Chapter 1. The Unborn. Lufa opened his eyes, blinking in the darkness surrounding him. If his memory served him correctly, this was not the rented room he had inhabited for several years. But what was this situation? As a true orphan with over a decade of experience, he found it hard to believe that a prank show had managed to track him down. Fortunately, his limbs were not restrained. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether the host of this show was a puppet named Billy. Yet no matter how loudly he called out in this boundless darkness, he received no response. Lufa forced himself to calm down and reflect on his current predicament. He remembered that he had been sitting by his computer, eagerly awaiting the first major DLC for Elden Ring. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? As a young man of the 21st century, this thought, once dismissed, naturally crossed his mind. But the problem was that those who traversed generally found themselves in the midst of grand beginnings or directly in a royal city. What was his situation? Lufa stood up and began to explore his surroundings. He cautiously took a step forward, hoping to find a clue or an exit. His careful steps gradually quickened into a run. Yet no matter how much he struggled, the infinite darkness continued to envelop him. Time seemed to freeze, and Lufa lost track of how long had passed. Perhaps a few hours? Or maybe even days. Everything physiological seemed to be disconnected from him until a certain moment. The boundless darkness and silence were shattered by a sound, akin to a cry, heralding the start of everything. Gradually, numerous points of light emerged from the darkness, some close, while others appeared distant. Lufa attempted to grasp them, but these lights, like phantoms, passed through his palms. Don't tell me this is the light gathered by children? His sarcastic thoughts were silenced by the sight of a radiant moon. What a moon it was! Cold and magnificent, illuminating the surrounding endless darkness with a ghastly white light. Lufa gazed at the full moon, a sense of inexplicable reverence swelling within him. He found himself drawn towards the moonlight, as if pulled by an invisible force. As Lufa approached, the moon began to transform. New moon, crescent, half moon, until the grand full moon stood before him. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, Lufa drew ever closer to the full moon, instinctively raising his hands, gently touching the seemingly cold orb, and in that instant, moonlight surged forth. Endless white light threatened to illuminate the heavens and the earth, consuming Lufa's diminutive figure entirely. Crack! A fissure that should not have appeared manifested upon the land of the boundary, resembling a cry, or perhaps a proclamation. Radagon Royal City. Lord Jiva, the losses of the Beastman Legion at the northern gate of the Royal City are catastrophic. The trebuchets and a soldier from Nimguf rushed into Jiva's tent, panic etched across his face. Inside the tent, Jiva's grotesquely large body, a result of his grafted limbs, appeared particularly ominous under the flickering torchlight, with dozens of arms flailing irregularly. He seized the Nimguf soldier. What are you panicking for? Jiva bellowed. Send reinforcements to the Beastman Legion, and inform Lacquered and that wench Marlenia. If they do not contribute, let them await the reckoning of that ominous sign. The soldier hurried away, and Jiva's expression darkened ominously. As the grandson of the initial king, the Golden family should have passed the throne to him after his father's demise during the Night of the Black Blade. Yet that bastard, the Dual Finger, chose a child of ill omen. From every perspective, this was an act of betrayal against the Golden dynasty. He was the rightful heir. The more Jiva thought, the more his visage twisted into a snarl. And then there was Lacquered and Marlenia. Though the three had formed an alliance, neither the volcano nor the sacred tree had committed their due forces from the very beginning. Marlenia, that harlot, had chosen to keep the noble knights stationed at their headquarters, sending only a few worthless troops to fill the ranks. The crucial factor was that his fief, unlike the sacred tree siblings and the judge Lacquered, was situated at a distance from the royal city and occupied a strategic position, while Nimguf, as a plain, had no defenses and was directly vulnerable to the mad tree guardians, who could reach them in less than a day. With these thoughts, Jiva smashed the exquisite furniture before him with his grafted limbs. If only he were stronger, if only he had more limbs. He recalled his son, known in the royal city for being foolish and wealthy, who, despite being a direct descendant of the Golden family, lacked innate strength and was unwilling to make any effort. Very well, he bore the infamy of his grafted limbs to ensure that his descendants would not fall to such depths. The next moment, the once fierce sounds of battle and anguish groans outside the tent abruptly ceased, bringing Jiva, still seething with rage, to an instant calm as he rushed out of the tent. The vast battlefield lay in eerie silence. The soldiers who had been engaged in fierce combat had ceased their actions, gazing upwards at a scene they would never forget. The ancient golden tree, which radiated brilliance even at night, was dimming at a visible rate, and simultaneously, a cold full moon rose from the horizon opposite the golden tree, its pale light enveloping the entire boundary for the first time. Unlike the moon known to the people, this moon appeared as a shadow of the golden tree, dull and incomplete. It seemed to have absorbed all the light from the world, rendering the landscape a chilling yet liberating white. Meanwhile, in various directions of the boundary, figures of varying heights looked up simultaneously, sensing an unfamiliar aura. They gasped, howled, laughed, or pondered under the moonlight. That Unborn? Lacquered, who had previously watched Jiva's soldiers accuse them with indifference, now turned towards the Radagon Academy, losing composure. This is impossible. Mother, a girl in the Kalia's citadel, could not conceal her astonishment. This aura belonged to that amber. There was no mistaking it. The spell she had left upon it had lost control in an instant. Blazer. No, I must go personally. The Moon Princess Rani regained her composure, pushing open the long-closed tower of mages. Gazing at the full moon on the horizon, she sensed that the boundary was about to undergo unprecedented changes. On the Gale Plain, a majestic figure gazed at the full moon. Jillian, if I do not return, proceed with the original plan to attack the royal city. Lacquered will buy us enough time. Jillian pursed his lips. General, is it truly necessary to go? At such a sensitive time, venturing to the Radagon Academy could jeopardize the entire plan. That is my mother. I have visited there while studying gravity magic, and besides, Ronnie will also be going, so do not worry. A purple aura began to emanate from his enormous form, and the air was filled with floating debris, as if encircling a king. Moreover, no one in this boundary can hinder my path. The Starbreaker, General Raton declared, and in an instant, the purple aura intensified, 9 gravity meteors swirling around him with terrifying pressure. The space warped momentarily, resembling a shooting star as it sped toward the Radagon Academy. Chapter 2. The full moon and Golda's Lufa regained his vision. He found himself in a grand library brimming with books, unmistakably the vast repository of the Moonlight Queen, Rennala, a sight that any player who had achieved a complete set of accomplishments in their 6th playthrough could identify at a glance. However, Lufa's attention was drawn to the striking ice blue robe that had inexplicably replaced his sleepwear, perfectly tailored to his form in both length and size. After surveying his attire, he raised his gaze, only to be captivated by the imposing figure of a tall woman before him. The woman, gazing at him with a dazed expression, wore a crescent-shaped hat that exuded an air of untouchability. Her statuesque presence, clad in a trailing robe adorned with golden trim and a flowing red sash, projected an image that was both austere and dignified, yet imbued with a sense of gentleness. Particularly striking were her delicate feet, with toes as rounded and lustrous as pearls, their subtle curvature revealing an innate elegance. The skin beneath was soft and smooth, seemingly capable of refracting light, while the soles bore a faint blush reminiscent of tender petals. Rennala, the Moonlight Queen, a woman whose beauty and prowess were nothing short of perfection. Lufa couldn't help but click his tongue. The good news was that he had indeed traversed into another realm, but the bad news was that he had landed in this bizarre world. At that moment, Rennala gazed at the 1.8-meter-tall figure before her with incredulity in her deep azure eyes, her mouth agape, as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Beside her, Lufa, after initially marveling at Reyna, was left with a growing sense of unease. After all, she was a being of demigod caliber, the founder of the Carian Royal Family and the mother of the 3 siblings of the Radagon clan. In the game, one might evade her wrath, but facing a towering demigod standing before him, all he could do was hope for her goodwill. After a moment of shared gazes, Reyna seemed to snap back to reality, her trembling hand reaching toward Lufa as if to touch a fragile illusion. Yet the warmth and softness of his form overwhelmed her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string. The depths of longing and affection in her eyes sent shivers down Lufa's spine. Suddenly, she pulled Lufa into her embrace, feeling the warmth of her son, and her tears flowed even more freely. Closing her eyes, she allowed the tears to fall, savoring this long-awaited reunion. In that instant, all the pain and yearning transformed into tears. Since Rada's abrupt departure years ago, her 3 children had been forced to follow him to the royal city, and she, pregnant at the time, could only watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded. Her once proud moonlit magic could vanquish thousands, yet no individual strength could withstand the shattering of 2 factions. In the wake of the Academy's relentless purge of the Carian Royal Family and the brutal slaughter of Carian mages by the Cuckoo Knights, she, already in a state of confusion, was ultimately imprisoned within this vast library. Time passed, and she lost track of how long the war between Carian and the Academy had raged until she awakened due to the improbable birth of her youngest son. At this thought, Reyna tightened her embrace, nearly choking Lufa in the process. He could only pat her back repeatedly, signaling his struggle for breath. The tears in Reyna's eyes intensified. Her child was so understanding, aware of her struggles over the years, and here he was, comforting her not to cry. Thus, she stifled her tears but held him even tighter. Just as this tender moment between mother and son unfolded, the long-sealed doors of the library groaned ominously, pushed by an astounding force. With a deep creak, the doors slowly opened, dust swirling the air as if awakened spirits danced in the moonlight streaming through, imparting a sense of mystery and antiquity. Mugram, bearing the shield of the Carian Knights, moved cautiously, striving to muffle the sounds of clanking armor, fearing he might disturb this slumbering treasure trove of knowledge. His gaze explored the darkness, gradually acclimating to the dimness. Ancient tomes stood silently on the shelves, exuding a faint scent of ink. A serene atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time had come to a standstill. The library's floor was covered with a thick carpet, making each step feel like treading upon the scrolls of history. For a fleeting moment, Mugram was lost in nostalgia, recalling when he, as the youngest Carian Knight, had visited this sacred library to meet the esteemed Moonlight Queen. At that time, the Carian Royal Family was at its zenith, having just celebrated a grand wedding with the Golden Dynasty. The royal household boasted the magical heritage of Rhea Lucaria, political stature from the Golden Dynasty, and a formidable strength of the demigod queen, making the Carian Royal Family a force racing toward supremacy. Until, that man, Mugram suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been the last bastion defending Queen Reyna within the enemy-infested academy for over a decade. The mere thought of that moon brought a surge of excitement. Such mastery of lunar magic could only signify that the queen had finally awakened from her past. As Mugram advanced deeper, he finally beheld Rennala, half kneeling in the center of the library. The queen had descended. This was the first time since Rada had taken her 3 siblings and the academy rebelled against the throne. Mugram could barely find his voice. Kneeling beside her and rasping, Mugram, chief of the Carian Knights, pledges absolute loyalty to the Moonlight Queen. May the moonlight illuminate our souls. Lufa, enveloped by the softness of Reyna's embrace, did not hear Mugram's vow. However, as he struggled to see the figure clad in Carian Knight attire, he nearly choked in disbelief. How could this be? From wolves to tigers, who would have thought that the one who had carved a path from the southern gate to the Isle of Punglai would appear at this moment? Moreover, this figure was adorned in Carian Knight's garb. What was the purpose? Seeking thrills? At that moment, Reyna finally regained her composure and turned to look at the kneeling Carian Knight before her. Mugram? Her ethereal voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness, while the knight, akin to a fish returning to water, was overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. What age is it now? The Queen of Carian turned to face Mugram, yet her nurturing gaze remained on Lufa, allowing the latter to exhale with relief upon realizing this figure was not a threat. Your Majesty, it is the 8th year of the Broken Era, and the 6th year since Rhea Lucaria Academy initiated the rebellion. Mugram recounted the fractured history, suppressing his own excitement. As Reyna listened to Mugram's account, memories of her abandonment by Rada, the betrayal of the Academy, and the anguish of losing her children flooded back, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. Has it truly been so long? Reyna murmured, her arms falling weakly to her sides, her previously constricting embrace around Lufa loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Lufa exerted all his strength to break free from the Moonlight Queen's grasp, escaping her embrace. Gazing up at the figure standing before him, nearly identical in height to his esteemed queen, he thought in disbelief, "Is this a child? Your Majesty, I saw nothing." Mugram instantly lowered his head, unable to bear the sight of the mother and son before him. This could very well be the gravest scandal in the history of the Carian Royal Family, once it spread. A chill ran down his spine. This is my child. The man of the past said that if he were born, he would be named Lazaviel. Reyna gently gazed upon the boy, a mirror image of herself, tenderly pulling the stunned Roofer into her embrace. Roofer? No. It should be Lazaviel. At that moment felt as if the sky itself had fallen. No way. My buddies have gone through 6 cycles. Yet I had no idea that Reyna and Radagon had another child apart from the 3 siblings. Lazaviel's face was one of disbelief. Yet, there was indeed something to be said about the unfulfilled child cradled in Reyna's arms. So, was he merely an amber egg that could never hatch? Lazaviel felt a pang in his heart, but upon further reflection, he shrugged it off. After all, this egg was a significant entity in the entire borderland. The full moon queen, Reyna, was my mother, and the golden law Radagon. Well, let's not count that deadbeat. The mightiest demigod, the Starbreaker General, is my brother, and my wife, Lonnie, is... Wait, how did my wife become my sister? Lazaviel gritted his teeth. Throughout 6 cycles, 4 of them ended in the Starfall conclusion. There would be no way to wield the wheelchair, sore now. Nevertheless, he chose to savor the moment. After years of being an orphan, Lazaviel finally experienced such warmth in an embrace, as if he could lay down all defenses. In his mother's arms, he found an unparalleled peace. Meanwhile, Mugram finally grasped the situation. The person before him was the long-cherished, unfulfilled child, and he exhaled in relief. The borderland operated on such principles. The Golden Law only needed to falter, while the Full Moon Queen scandal involved much deeper considerations. Your Highness the Fourth, Mugram formally bowed to the now beaming Lazaviel. Lazaviel waved his hand, intending to dismiss this heroic figure's formality, when suddenly, a 2-meter-long red-haired dog burst into the Grand Library, clutching a sword made of red lightning in its mouth. The sight of the Full Moon Queen's dog resembled that of a master who had long been absent, now suddenly appearing at home. Its nearly 1-meter-long tail wagged furiously, and the 3 present understood that this seemingly foolish dog was fiercely loyal to the Full Moon Queen, hence refrained from attacking this unexpected intruder. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed the red wolf bore fresh wounds. Mugram and Lazaviel exchanged a grave look. They knew well that beneath the dog's exterior lay formidable combat prowess, and even Mugram would require considerable effort to defeat it. The crisp buzzing of the luminous magic resonated from behind the red wolf, heralding the approach of the Academy's mages who were sweeping towards the Grand Library. Mugram turned, brandishing his sword and shield. Alone, he stood like an iron wall before the library's entrance. This was the heroic might of Mugram, the captain of the Kalia Knights, once praised by Radagon himself. Yet, a tide of thousands of Academy mages surged into the library, each silently wielding their luminous staves. A dazzling array of magic illuminated the previously dark library in shades of azure. Lazaviel squinted. The comet and whirling stones from the Calero's classroom, the meteor shower from the Olivini's classroom, the hammer of Hamo from the Hamo classroom, the crystal scatter from the Twin Sages classroom. Save for the Rasley classroom loyal to Reyna, the 5 major classes of Rylocalia had emptied out. What were they up to? One could easily surmise. The academic faction, seizing the opportunity of Reyna's madness to suppress the Carian Royal Family, aimed to reclaim control over the Magic Academy and had even committed the treasonous act of imprisoning Reyna within the Grand Library. Moreover, in recent years, they had continuously dispatched the Cuckoo Knights to harass the outskirts of Kalia Citadel. In his previous life, Lazaviel had perished more than once at the Cuckoo Knight encampment outside Kalia Citadel, suffering losses exceeding 20,000 runes. Mugram remained unshaken by the thousands of mages before him, lifting his weathered shield. Am I to understand that this is the Academy's second betrayal of the Full Moon Queen? He stated with solemnity. Even the Full Moon Queen cannot remain unscathed under the concentrated fire of thousands. If we do not eliminate them today, the Academy will ultimately face retribution. A luminous mage roared. The magic of the moon is ultimately forbidden. Only the luminous is supreme. Another mage intoned softly. A fervent uproar surged through the previously quiet crowd. Lazaviel coldly regarded these mages, twisted by their desires. Those who once benefited from the Full Moon Queen now turned against her. What a sacrilege! Having lived as an orphan for over a decade, enduring the harsh realities of life in the city, he had finally begun to experience the warmth of home and the embrace of a mother. The resonance of blood coursing through his veins incessantly reminded him. How could he allow these traitors to exist in this world? As if sensing his fury, The full moon suspended over the borderland radiated a blinding white light, illuminating the entire area in a pristine glow before vanishing from sight. The now vanished full moon gradually diminished and reappeared behind Lazaviel. Guided by blood, or perhaps the pull of his soul, Lazaviel instinctively reached into the moon, slowly drawing forth a scythe. Measuring 2 meters in length, with a blade of 1.4 meters, the scythe's slender handle made of unknown wood gleamed with a sacred golden hue, adorned with exquisite engravings. Grasping it instilled a sense of steadiness. The blade shimmered with a cold light, akin to a new crescent moon, as if it could effortlessly sever anything. It was the weapon of death, yet also the epitome of artistry, causing Reyna, who had been calm beside him, to brighten. No weapon had ever combined ferocity and elegance so flawlessly, not even the sword of night and fire in Kalia Citadel. Indeed, this was her son. A hint of pride appeared on the serene and beautiful face of the full moon queen. Not good. Stop him. The leading academic mage's eyes widened in terror, but it was too late. At that moment, Lazaviel raised the scythe high, noticing the golden and silver insignia upon the handle. Moonscar. Moonscar? Quite a fitting name. Lazaviel murmured to himself. The massive scythe sliced through everything before him with terrifying speed, all dissolving into the pale moonlight, vanishing without a sound. The very fabric of space was torn asunder, creating a profound chasm within the Rylakelier Academy, akin to a scar upon the earth. Wherever the strike passed, everything was ruthlessly obliterated, be it hardened rock or dense forest, all reduced to dust beneath this single blow. Smoke billowed, debris soared, resembling an apocalyptic cataclysm. From the Grand Library's entrance to the gates of the Magic Academy, a rift spanning several kilometers emerged, with lakes on either side surging towards the chasm, desperately attempting to mend this unwarranted scar. Yet, after delivering this strike, Lazaviel felt as if his body were ensnared by an invisible hand, every cell crying out in fatigue. His limbs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy to the point of near immobility. At last, the world before him began to blur. He had never yearned for unconsciousness so fervently. However, the anticipated intimate encounter with the floor did not materialize. Instead, he collapsed into a warm embrace. How wonderful it is to have a mother. This was the final thought that flickered through Lazaviel's mind, before his other senses gradually dulled. Amidst the chaos, he heard his mother's exalted chant. It was the soul torrent, and he inexplicably comprehended the intricate incantations before succumbing entirely to oblivion. Chapter 3. The startling encounter of Lonnie and Laton. Lonnie lamented her lack of knowledge in long-distance teleportation magic, which would have allowed her to directly transport from the Citadel to the Academy's domain. However, the newly risen full moon in the sky inexplicably enhanced the efficacy of lunar magic by nearly 20%. This transformation enabled the originally short-range spell, Moonshadow, to be used incessantly, and it was surprisingly swifter than she had anticipated. Yet, just as she finally set foot on the grounds of the Magic Academy, that luminous full moon vanished in an instant, rendering the once fluid lunar magic rigid and clumsy. Something was amiss. Lonnie knew without a doubt that the disappearance of the full moon was either instigated by her mother or her yet unseen fourth brother. In this moment of lunar absence, the best scenario would be that they had voluntarily retracted this level of lunar magic, while the worst scenario was too grim for her to contemplate. She merely quickened her pace, and moments later found herself at the grand entrance of the Lilacaria Magic Academy, gazing at the seemingly impenetrable door. Lonnie had entertained thoughts of breaching the luminous barrier, yet the millennia of magical accumulation that fortified Lilacaria's defenses made it implausible for her to dismantle it within mere minutes. Thus, she resorted to urging those capable of physically opening the academy. While she pressed on, she did not remain idle. She employed lunar magic to disguise her doll-like form into that of her former demigod body. The vibrant red hair and the 2 remaining hands brought her a wave of discomfort. The Starbreaker General seemingly never disappointed. Just as Lonnie conjured dazzling arrays with her remaining hands, a meteor streaked across the distant sky. This was certainly no authentic meteor. It had been forever sealed away by her brother Laton over a decade ago. Though her own fate had been sealed alongside it, Lonnie understood that, in matters concerning their mother's affection, the 3 siblings stood united. The meteor, hurtling with terrifying speed, bore down upon the Magic Academy, and Lonnie could almost hear the anguished cries of the burdened space. Her pale blue eyes widened in alarm, and the array in her hands was disrupted and hastily redrawn. Within seconds, the meteor collided with the grand door of Lilacaria, producing a thunderous roar akin to the collapse of the heavens. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and clouds of dust surged forth. The door, which had stood resolute for thousands of years, was reduced to mere remnants of ash. Standing amidst the hastily constructed array, Lonnie felt a surge of frustration. If not for her high level of magical proficiency, her doll-like body would surely have succumbed to such devastation. However, others remained unaware that she had relinquished her demigod form through the night of the Black Blade. Thus, Laton's actions were somewhat justifiable. As the smoke dissipated, the imposing figure of General Latine emerged, with the shattered star greatsword levitating gracefully on either side of him. Akin to two loyal sentinels guarding this most formidable demigod who scarcely required protection. The two siblings exchanged a glance, each reflecting a mix of urgency, confusion, and excitement in their eyes. The disappearance of the full moon objectively mirrored the unrest within the ancient academy, which was far from the tranquility they had perceived. Most critically, the academy's entrance lay in ruin, yet the mages who had resided there for a lifetime seemed to have vanished without a trace, failing to make their presence known. These mages, so elusive, were likely engaged in endeavors of far greater significance than merely defending the academy. Grasping the floating shattered star greatsword, a violet radiance flickered anew. The only entity worthy of such gravity must surely be their mother. Lonnie's voice was laced with both anxiety and joy. Indeed, the revival of the Moonlit Queen could hardly fail to provoke such a disarray among the Academy's mages, should their mother regain her dominion over Rennala. The relentless oppression from the royal family of the Golden Dynasty against these distant relatives would inevitably draw to a close. In that eventuality, the triad of forces, Galad, the volcano, and Rennala, would unite, rendering even the resurrection of Radagon incapable of resisting this formidable coalition. Yet, at this moment, the protection of their mother must take precedence. As the two prepared to storm the academy through the main entrance, a terrifying beam of moonlight surged forth from the grand library towards them, silently annihilating all in its path, and the sheer silence of this dread instilled a chill in Latine. Since learning gravity magic from the White King, Latine had been confident that no one in this borderland could genuinely threaten him. Neither the invincible Valkyrie of the Sacred Tree nor the now-renowned Blessing King Morgoth were more than mere kittens in his eyes. However, today a strike was profoundly unsettling. Just as Latine was taken aback by the overwhelming power, Lonnie was already deftly weaving a series of spell formations with her hands. If one wished to avoid an inexplicable demise, it would be prudent to summon their full strength. Lonnie chided her elder brother with a playful reprimand. Latine laughed heartily. Positioning 9 gravity meteors behind him like towering walls against the encroaching moonlight, then cautiously pulled Lonnie behind him for protection. Why had his younger sister grown so light? Latine pondered, but as a demigod, they possessed myriad ways to alter their own attributes, so he dismissed the thought, focusing instead on safeguarding this rare sight of his younger sister. The moonlight advanced silently. The first 8 gravity meteors shattered almost instantaneously. Latine's gaze sharpened as the violet glow of the 9th gravity meteor erupted, barely managing to block the moonlight before him. Yet, to Latine's astonishment, golden flashes of the law began to materialize within the once pale moonlight. In the next moment, the 9th gravity meteor was crushed into powder by a golden flash. Although Lonnie's various magical formations barely delayed the golden brilliance for a moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and layers upon layers of formations crumbled before Lonnie's incredulous gaze. The moonlight struck directly at Latine. A disconcerting screech of friction resounded before Latine, as 2 shattered star swords blocked the onslaught of moonlight. However, Latine was not unscathed. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Finally, the deathly moonlight gradually receded, and night fell once more. Ha! Latine wiped the blood from his lips and laughed heartily. He was now certain that this strike was undoubtedly not released by his mother, but rather by that unknown 4th brother, who could never possibly exist in this world. This realization reignited his desire to battle with formidable opponents. Lonnie supported Latine, knowing that although this elder brother had sealed the stars and obstructed her fate, they were still blood relatives. And how could they truly allow each other to come to harm? It matters not. I find myself increasingly eager to see what monumental changes this brother will bring to the entire borderlands, Latine remarked, before lifting Lonnie and soaring toward the grand library along the vast chasm in the ground. At this moment, the siblings no longer worried about their mother's safety. After all, such a powerful strike was beyond even Latine's endurance, let alone that of the fragile, paper-like academicians. As they approached the entrance of the grand library, still in midair, They witnessed a torrent of magical energy sweeping through the already gaping wound of the Grand Library, as if reaping wheat. Well, it seems that Rennala will undertake the largest reconstruction since its founding thousands of years ago, Lonnie lamented, pressing her temples in distress. She had hoped to leverage the strength of the Academy's mages to advance her plans, but now it seemed that merely preventing the loss of personnel would be an accomplishment. Latine chuckled dryly a couple of times, then dispelled his floating state, preparing to meet his mother, the now-awakened great demigod, the moonlit queen, Rennala. Chapter 4. Elder Sister Lazaville seemed to have dreamt a peculiar dream, one where he traversed into the world of Elden Ring and became the son of the moonlit queen. Rennala. He reveled in his identity, feasting off the benefits within the borderlands, marrying Melina, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Melina, my little wooden doll. Lazaville mumbled in his sleep, tossing and turning in bed, causing Mugram beside him to blush with embarrassment. Could it be that this fourth prince, barely born, already had someone he fancied? Yet this was not unusual. In the borderlands, anything could happen, and the birth of an unlikely progeny was, in itself, the greatest miracle. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lonnie entered softly, observing Lazaville's blissful expression with a hand to her forehead. Is he still not awake? She mused, her voice like a clear spring, crisp yet tinged with tenderness. Who could have imagined that she would transform from the youngest sister into an elder sister? In earlier years, sheltered by her mother and father, and later cherished by her two elder brothers, Lonnie developed a desire to extend that same care to others. The sight of her newly born fourth brother, who stood at the same height as her doll-like form, ignited a surge of protectiveness within her. The full moon queen remarked that His Highness the Fourth Prince had exhausted his magical energy and merely needed a moment's rest. Mugram promptly bowed, for he stood before a veritable demigod. Princess Lonnie, recognized as the spitting image of the full moon queen, had virtually remained at the fourth prince's side these past few days, frequently checking in on him. It could be said that the queen's four offspring share an extraordinary bond. There is no need for excessive formalities, Captain. My fourth brother has certainly stirred the winds of change in the borderlands since his birth, Lonnie remarked with a faint smile. It was said that the peculiarities he had caused at the front lines had led to an immediate ceasefire, prompting all factions to dispatch intelligence agents to the Academy in a quest to uncover what transpired within its walls. Indeed, that is precisely why Her Majesty resolved to evacuate the Kalia stronghold, relocating all military forces to the Academy. Mugram spoke with a hint of admiration. Not everyone possesses the audacity to relinquish their foundational stronghold and endeavor to revive an almost defunct Rialu Kalia Academy. In recent days, Rialu Kalia Academy had transformed dramatically, resembling a place where demigods roamed freely and heroes were as numerous as common folk. Setting aside the full moon queen and the fourth prince, named Moonshadow, the presence of General Shattered Star and Princess Lonnie alone was sufficient to instill fear in the restless cuckoo knights. As for that band of cuckoos, a sardonic smile graced Mugram's lips. Their best outcome would be to meet their end beneath General Shattered Star's twin blades. As for the worst, well, the Carian Royal Family possesses a comprehensive method for crafting puppet soldiers. And what of my elder brother? Is he still assisting our mother with the Academy? Lonnie's tone shifted to one of peculiar curiosity. The illustrious General Shattered Star, upon encountering their mother, found himself chastised like a wayward child, having his ear pinched as she scolded him. Subsequently, she forcibly enlisted him under the pretext of assessing gravitational magic to repair the Academy. Mugram, standing beside her, bore a look of bewilderment, his voice slightly distorted beneath his mask. At that moment, Rasvale, who had previously been murmuring about Melina, abruptly shifted his focus. Lonnie exchanged a glance with Mugram, both astonished by the revelation. How could he possibly know about me? Lonnie pondered, reflecting on the myriad enigmatic qualities surrounding her fourth brother. Mugram, equally speechless, recalled witnessing Rasvale fall into a stupor less than an hour after his birth. And he was certain no one had disclosed the name of Princess Lonnie during that time. Could it be the inexplicable power of bloodline? Lonnie, my dear, Rasvale exclaimed unexpectedly, causing Mugram to kneel once more. This fourth prince, with merely a whispered word, could incite a tempest of commotion. Mugram felt as though, since the arrival of this child, he could scarcely endure the weight of the Carian Royal Family's words. Meanwhile, Lonnie's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. A flicker of embarrassment flashed in her eyes as her hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, yearning to articulate her thoughts but uncertain of how to begin. Her heart raced. The rhythmic thumping resonating in her chest was almost audible, and this mortifying predicament left her feeling exceedingly awkward. She endeavored to maintain her composure and, With a casual gesture, conjured a spell of clarity, directing it towards Laysville on the bed. As if jolted by an electric shock, Laysville sprang from the bed, panting as he focused on the two individuals before him, one being the familiar Mugram. He covertly glanced at Mugram, seeking a hint of guidance. Yet this steadfast knight of the Kalia order remained as silent as a stone, with his head bowed in contemplation. Laysville was left to muster what he believed to be his most affable smile, turning his attention to the red-haired maiden. "Hello, I am Laysville, currently the fourth son of Queen Rennala. May I inquire your name?" He adjusted his ice-blue robe with a sense of confidence, believing that he might not exude charm, but could certainly be deemed distinguished. However, the red-haired girl remained unimpressed, scrutinizing him as if he were an oddity, her gaze sweeping over him in a manner that made Laysville feel somewhat self-conscious. "I just heard you mention two names, Melina and Lonnie. Could you elaborate on who they are?" With her divine semblance restored, Lonnie felt a surge of confusion. If he truly recognized her, he would know her name, rather than inquiring like a stranger. Could it be that he only knew her name? Indeed, names can persist through ancient bloodlines, and perhaps both were connected to the moon in some way. But what was this absurdity of referring to her as a wife? Clenching her fists at this thought, Lonnie resolved that if Laysville failed to provide a satisfactory explanation today, she would have to demonstrate the care her elder sister had for his mental well-being. Laysville chuckled. You see, Melina is the destined one I beheld during the full moon. Her fate intertwines with mine through the lunar phases. And that Lonnie, she is extraordinary. A true pioneer on the path of lunar exploration. Her name has been etched in my mind since the moment I became conscious. To speak of his past life, Laysville had gained the invaluable skill of conversing with both humans and spirits alike. He was no fool, setting aside the resonance stemming from deep within his bloodline. It was evident that this girl's ability to enter Mugram's protected chamber indicated that she was someone he held in high regard. Moreover, her fiery red hair seemed to present the answer on a silver platter. Who could forget that all three of old LA's children were red-haired? Realizing this, he involuntarily cast a glance at his own hair, his formerly graceful demeanor suddenly stiffening. "Wait, what is happening?" Laysville inhaled sharply. "It seems I have truly inherited my mother's traits. Who would have thought that a being born of destiny was a product of maternal genes running rampant? No wonder Rennala wished to envelop me within her being. If I were to have a little version of myself, I would certainly cherish that." No longer overthinking, he tossed his long black hair back and glanced at his sister, Lonnie, who wore a face of skepticism. Lonnie felt that her newly born brother appeared rather too mature for his age. While it was true that every demigod was born with the ability to articulate language, some even inheriting corresponding skills and abilities, she had never encountered a demigod as socially adept as her brother. Nevertheless, both she and their mother had confirmed through magic, multiple times, that this brother bore no traces of outer gods. Instead, he exhibited a palpable and visible connection to the moon. Remarkably, he even emitted a soft glow at night, reminiscent of the moon itself. As practitioners of lunar magic, both mother and daughter welcomed this profound connection, which proved beneficial not only for him, but for them as well. "Bring forth your moon," Lonnie urged, her impatience evident. Whether as an elder sister or an explorer of lunar magic, she yearned for the unique moon of Laysville. After all, the paths of lunar magic, including their mother's, were limited to the full moon and the dark moon, which paled in comparison to the flourishing diversity of gem magic. Yet, just 2 days prior, her brother had finally pioneered a third path of the moon. Laysville was taken aback by his sister's eagerness, and he, in turn, was oblivious to the awe that the sight of a full moon capable of dimming the golden tree and an annihilating strike could evoke in an outsider. "My moon is somewhat peculiar. It seems to lack a stable form." Laysville conjured the ever-changing moon he had glimpsed from the abyss of darkness. Indeed, although the phenomenon that had triggered the spatial anomaly was a full moon, Laysville actually possessed mastery over all lunar phases, including the full and dark moons. However, he chose to exercise restraint, for his abilities were exceedingly extraordinary, nearly the culmination of lunar magic. If one were to view this through the lens of physics from his past life, he had essentially formulated a unified theory while his mother and sister were still grappling with the gravity of Lord Bull, setting aside the return of the Fade Returner, and his sister Lonnie dispatching individuals to partake in the ceremonial battle against the General of Shattered Stars. Despite the General having lost his sanity and existence being a torment, such cunning should be approached with caution. Chapter 5. Lonnie the Guide's Advanced. Lonnie, resembling a famished prisoner finally presented with a feast, eagerly engaged her newly born fourth brother in discussions about lunar magic. Laysville, too, was delighted to explore lunar magic with his sister. Although it felt innate, as if it were rooted in his mind without formal learning. Understanding and application were distinctly different matters, and the latter evidently required a deeper understanding of ancestral experiences. Consequently, the theories Lazaviel provided left Lonnie's eyes shimmering with admiration, while the practical applications she shared elicited exclamations of surprise from him. The two of them, undeterred by anything else, settled onto the large bed and delved into their discussions. Beside them, Mugram observed the gradually exhilarated siblings with a bemused shake of his head. Oh, how reminiscent it was of the days when the Academy was alive with similar fervor. During the Festival of Faith, the esteemed mage Kalia and the Academy's sorcerers would sit upon the ground, engaging in profound discussions, each learning from the other. However, with Her Majesty the Queen now awakened and the birth of the fourth prince, these two figures possessed the power to clear the entire Lilacaria Academy and collaborate with General Shattered Star and Lord Justice to encircle the royal city. Such a force could even challenge the pinnacle of the Golden Dynasty, let alone the current regime, which was fraught with betrayal and was contemplating a son of ill omen as its ruler. Mugram felt a surge of optimism for the future. Soon, the full moon would shine alongside gold, heralding the revival of the Carian royal lineage. At that moment, the three within the room felt the ground tremble beneath them, a seismic disturbance caused by the fusion of stone and steel. Despite the various artifacts within the room swaying precariously for a hero and two demigods, such minor quakes were hardly of concern. What is that? Raisvale slowly rose, his hand poised to summon Moonshadow. He had assumed that those infernal Academy mages, akin to resilient cockroaches, dared to assault the very sanctuary they inhabited. Oh, it's nothing. It's just my elder brother, being dragged by mother to repair the Academy. Lonnie chuckled. Judging by the results, it seemed gravity magic was more suited for construction than combat. Thanks to Latina's efforts, the Academy's restoration had accelerated by at least 60%. What of those wretched mages? Raisvale gradually lowered his hand, realizing it was merely a false alarm. Yet, to think that even General Shattered Star had arrived. The siblings of the old law family truly exemplified fraternal loyalty and maternal devotion. Upon sensing their mother might be in peril, they rushed here without hesitation. Most of those mages were slain by your hand, while a small number of survivors were disarmed by Queen Full Moon and imprisoned in various classrooms, Mugram interjected. For these night-class mages, the absence of their wands rendered their formidable magical prowess nearly impotent. This exemplifies the distinction between night class and hero class, even without weapons. A hero can wield the majority of their magic, albeit with diminished potency compared to when they possess a casting medium. The disparity may seem slight, yet in life and death confrontations, Mugram was confident he could single-handedly penetrate a battalion of 50 mages, sustaining at most minor injuries. Moreover, one must not overlook the terrifying might of those above the hero class, including quasi-kings and demigods. When he had just ascended to the rank of Kalia Knight, he once witnessed the dragon spear of Vic, a quasi-king, whose dragon thunder remains a source of dread to this day. The crimson lightning resembled an ocean, devouring all that dared to enter its depths. Is it true that aside from gravity magic, my elder brother specializes in architectural magic as well? Is a dual degree in such arcane arts a necessity? Raisvale remarked, a pained expression on his face. Nonetheless, it was time to behold the fully restored Lilacaria Academy, a glimpse of which he had not truly appreciated, neither in his previous life as a player nor in his current existence within the realm of Elden Ring. In the previous life, the Lilacaria Academy was on the brink of paralysis due to its escalating conflict with the Carian Royal Family. The grounds were strewn with ruins, and the guards were a complex mix of individuals. One could even witness the Iron Maiden of the volcano within the Magic Academy. This vividly illustrates how the Academy's power had waned over years of warfare. Shall I not escort you through this magnificent Magic Academy, dear sister? Losvale whispered fervently in Ronnie's ear, drawing closer. If we jest like this today, we may not escape this room. Never underestimate the insatiable thirst for knowledge possessed by an academic overachiever. Ronnie was startled by her younger brother's enthusiasm, her cheeks blooming with a shy crimson. As enchanting as the evening glow, a flicker of panic danced in her eyes, and the warm breath against her ear intensified her bashfulness, causing her gaze to lower slightly. Her blush deepening. What are you doing? I will show you. Ronnie turned her head away, striving to appear composed. Clearing her throat, which was said to instill a sense of authority, she urged, follow me, but act normally. Do not engage in any peculiar antics. Without looking back, Ronnie rose and made her way toward the door. Sister, you are brilliant, Losvale replied, beaming with pride, before following Ronnie out of the elegantly adorned chamber. Indeed, The room was quite splendid, Losvale mused internally. That was an understatement. It should rightly be termed a palace. The interior was predominantly adorned in shades of blue and black, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the entire Rhea Lucaria Academy. The ceiling featured a magical array that reflected the changes of the waning moon in real time. Most remarkably, it boasted a grand bed nearly 7 meters in length. Losvale realized that simply rolling from one end of the bed to the other would take him a good 10 seconds. It was truly the room of his dreams. Once he married Melina, he envisioned requesting this room from his mother, leading a perfect life of warmth and family bliss. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. After enduring years of hardship, he was finally poised to enjoy a life of comfort. However, it was evident that Ronnie, the tour guide in the front, remained oblivious to her younger brother's daydreaming. She did not inform him that they were currently at the pinnacle of Rhea Lucaria, within the boudoir of the Moon Queen, renowned as the Palace of the Moon. We now stand at the apex of the entire Rhea Lucaria. Just below lies the grand library that you have so significantly damaged, Ronnie, the diligent guide. Narrated as Losvale listened intently from behind. It became clear that the game had yet to reveal numerous areas ripe for exploration. Losvale was awestruck by the architectural style within the academy. The real world held far more than the game had depicted. This venerable magic academy was far more resplendent and grand than its portrayal in the game. The intact magic academy encompassed an area exceeding twice that of the in-game representation. Beginning at the Grand Library, Ronnie led Losvale through the academy as if on a sightseeing tour, narrating the history and academic pursuits associated with each location they visited. They even ventured into 2 classrooms, only to find that the imprisoned mages within regarded them as if they were living embodiments of death itself, bowing their heads in reverence. This reaction rendered the initially eager duo quite disenchanted. Compared to the current docility of the mages, they found themselves more enamored with their former rebellious demeanor. Lonnie, seemingly perceiving Rhysvale as an innocent novice, took it upon herself to elaborate on the various prominent classrooms and the subjects of study within the academy. The Kael'ros classroom, the oldest and most traditional of them all, focused on the study of the luminous magic released by comets. It was said that the esteemed Master Yazur was the founder of this classroom. As Lonnie spoke, Rhysvale raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Master Yazur, along with Master Lizard, was not deceased but rather confined by the academy through means of sealing magic. The two engaged in this exchange while strolling through the now refurbished interior of the academy. Rhysvale paused on the grand terrace, gazing at the long bridge that had been unsealed and restored, connecting Rhea Lucaria with the town in front of the academy. He couldn't help but reflect on how this bridge, once inaccessible in the game, now represented a strategic stronghold, a place that the extraordinary mages of the academy had allowed to fall into disrepair. His elder brother had just completed renovations, and he imagined he was currently assisting their mother in fixing the spiral staircase in the central plaza. Lonnie observed Rhysvale's profile as he stood there, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The golden light of the tree illuminated his side, accentuating the sharpness of his nose and the resoluteness of his jawline. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, as if it were whispering the thoughts within his mind. There was an inherent tranquility and depth in the expression of this fourth brother, as if he were contemplating a distant goal. The subtle curve of his lips hinting at an anticipation for the future. The serene essence of their mother and the steadfastness of their father harmoniously blended within him, momentarily captivating Lonnie. "Sister, shall we proceed?" Rhysvale turned to Lonnie, breaking her reverie. "Oh yes," she replied, hastily turning around, puzzled by her recent infatuation with this new family member. This feeling was oddly reminiscent of her first encounter with Michaela, a compelling urge to draw closer to him. Chapter 6. I shall strike in the form of a divine oracle. Their pace was leisurely. Yet the Magic Academy was far from the grandeur characteristic of the royal city of Radagon. This ancient Gothic-style academy was renowned for its exquisite and compact design. To illustrate, the royal city of Radagon could be likened to the central machinery of the entire borderlands, magnificent and imposing. In contrast, Rhea Lucaria resembled an exclusive high-end club, epitomizing the refined aesthetics of the mages. Upon reaching the central plaza, the sinister suspended bridge, initially constructed for the purpose of releasing iron spheres, had now been entirely restored. In the desolate square, apart from Lonnie and himself, there were only 2 individuals present. Their distinguishing features were so pronounced that even Haida could readily identify them. A graceful woman nearly 3 meters tall and a towering red-haired giant exceeding 5 meters. From the outset, Mugram, who had been forgotten by the duo yet remained steadfastly loyal, felt a jolt of surprise. It was astonishing to discover 4 demigod-level beings within this modest central square. With these 4 at hand, any faction from Real Icaria to the Yatan Plateau would undoubtedly greet them with smiles and invite them to partake in their revelries. Having met his mother and elder brother, Raisvale respectfully bowed to the 2 figures. Whether in the realm of the game or in reality, General Shattered Star was an object of his admiration, while Rennala was none other than his own mother, deserving of all due respect. Raton scrutinized his younger brother, finding it difficult to associate that diminutive figure, nay, one could even call him a little ant, with the cataclysmic strike he had witnessed. However, this was likely due to his younger brother's recent emergence. Raton recollected how he too had grown little by little during his childhood. "Child, are you feeling better?" Rennala inquired, bending down to tenderly stroke Raisvale's long black hair. "Much improved, mother," Raisvale responded with a smile. "What are you and elder brother deliberating? You seem to be facing a difficult decision." "We are discussing how to deal with that wretched group of academy mages. Mother believes that even if we were to empty Calaria Fortress, we would still struggle to truly utilize and develop Real Icaria, thus necessitating the retention of some academy mages. However, my suggestion is to eliminate them all," Raton interjected, his voice resonating like thunder, causing Raisvale's ears to tingle. "Raton, if we were indeed to follow your proposed plan, then I must take measures to restrain Lakad," Rennala remarked, furrowing her brow as she regarded her eldest son. "If we are to impose such constraints, then these academy mages would serve as the perfect cannon fodder." "Plan? What plan?" Raisvale strained to recall the narrative of his previous Life-S game, only to be astonished by the absence of any memories pertaining to this matter. Raton spoke in a low tone. "Currently, the front line is ensnared in an eerie silence due to you. All eyes are now fixed upon Real Icaria, not the ominous presence in Rottle City. Therefore, Lakad has decided to withdraw his troops, dismantling the Demigod Alliance to lure the enemy deeper and entice the Rottle forces to advance westward. By then, he will buy us time to entrap their army at the Volcano Mansion. Meanwhile, I shall breach the royal city in the shortest time possible, ultimately sandwiching the Rottle army between our forces." Raton's pace was unhurried, yet each utterance sent a thrill through Raisvale. Was this not the siege of the Volcano Mansion and the second defense of Rottle? It appeared that the old Law family had been scheming since such an early stage. Raisvale furrowed his brow, recalling that the disintegration of the Demigod Alliance was not due to a surprise attack by Mong, who had abducted the divine being Mycela as his wife. Had the situation now shifted due to his actions, transforming passivity into initiative? The Full Moon Queen, standing nearby, interrupted Laysville's contemplation. "Consequently, I felt compelled to lead our troops in a strategic diversion, for the volcanic stronghold of Lakad might not withstand the onslaught of the Rottle army." Rennala's decision stemmed not from a maternal instinct to protect her offspring, but rather from the perspective of one who had endured the might of the demigods from the Golden Dynasty. She was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the Royal City's forces in her past. She had commanded over 20 heroes and barely managed to achieve a stalemate against the Golden Dynasty. I concurred with my mother's assessment. Should Lakad falter against Rottle's forces, the most favorable outcome would merely be our conquest of the Royal City, which would then be met with the enmity of a vengeful royal army and the ambiguous stance of the Sacred Tree. Moreover, Gafaya, who governed Nimguf, might also regard us as traitors. At this juncture, the previously silent Lonnie voiced her opinion. Whether Real Icaria, Gelid, and the volcanic stronghold could withstand Nimguf, the Sacred Tree, and the Royal City remained uncertain. The practitioners from the snow-capped mountains evidently pledged their allegiance to the Royal City, should they side with the royal forces. The situation would turn grim. Abruptly, Laysville interjected, interrupting the trio's debate. "I possess a method to enlist the Sacred Tree in our cause, to resist the Royal City together." This statement immediately captured the attention of the other 3. Latine gazed at his newly born fourth brother, feeling a surge of absurdity. Setting aside the wealth of experience that both his mother and he possessed from leading numerous campaigns, even Lonnie, residing in the Kalia stronghold, had repeatedly commanded the Kalia forces to cleanse the vicinity of the city from the intruding rhododendrons. And this fourth brother? While his personal prowess was indeed formidable, in a war involving hundreds of thousands, it was the clash of troops and generals that constituted the true resolution. Latine found it hard to believe that anyone could be endowed with both exceptional individual strength and military strategy. In truth, Laysville was not such a deity. However, he possessed knowledge of the narrative. Just moments ago, he had compared the differences between the First Rottle Defense War in the game and reality. In the game, the fragmentation of the King's coalition during the First Rottle Defense War was not, as Latine suggested, due to Lakad's voluntary retreat. Rather, It was the blood-masked minions of the Blood Dynasty, spreading cursed blood, that escalated the casualty rates among their demigods. It was Lakad, upon turning back, who found his territory of Sunshadao City overrun by Marlenia's corrupt knights. What was happening? Thus, various suspicions severely undermined the trust within the king's coalition, and the theft of Michaela became the final straw, igniting a full-blown crisis of confidence among the allies. Consequently, Marlenia hastily led her forces homeward, leaving Lakad, battered and bewildered, along with the nearly exhausted Gafaya, to passively endure the onslaught. Laysville was powerless to mend the fragile trust among the king's coalition. Yet he was certain of one thing: as long as Michaela remained safe from theft, Marlenia would not behave like a rabid dog, traversing the entire border to confront the bewildered General Suashing in a one-on-one duel, ultimately allowing the distant Mont in the royal city and the subterranean Mont in Jelly to achieve a decisive victory. From the transformations of the moon, I glimpsed the future of the allied forces. The twin guardians of the sacred tree are compelled to part ways, and the ignorant flower of corruption shall ultimately bloom in Galed, where gold and blood will triumph in the end. Raysvale once again donned the mantle of a prophet, for the denizens of the borderlands are indeed prone to such beliefs. Do you not see that even the most absurd notions, such as the twin fingers, have a multitude of believers? What does this signify? It indicates that if even the twin fingers can deceive so effectively, the union into 5 fingers would be even more formidable. It is evident that these 3 individuals are quite susceptible to such ruses, particularly since no one has mentioned the sacred tree's twins to this newly born entity, nor the crimson corruption of Malnia. However, upon hearing that the flower of crimson corruption would blossom in Galed, Laton was momentarily engulfed in a surge of purple light. Raysvale found this reaction quite normal. If he were to learn that his cherished homeland had been annihilated, he too would have lost his composure. One can refer to the dismay of Minecraft players when their homes were obliterated by creepers in a previous life for further insight. Thus, I propose to proceed to the sacred tree to protect one of the twins, while you carry out the original plan. Mother can establish a teleportation array between the volcano and the Magic Academy, facilitating the swift transfer of resources and personnel. Raysvale ultimately laid bare his plan. However, as you have stated, the sacred tree will also be exceedingly perilous. Lynara gazed at Raysvale with concern. As a mother, she was reluctant to expose her newborn son to such risks. Yet, with Lacard at the front lines, bearing the burden of stalling Roddle's forces, Latin's undertaking of a surprise attack on the royal city clearly left him unable to assist. Putting aside the fact that after so many years of descent, her magical prowess might be diminished, if she were to venture forth, what if Ningjef turned his weapons against her and seized the unguarded realms of Realicalia? That would spell utter disaster for her. As for Lonnie, as the full moon queen, how could Lynara be deceived by the lunar magic Lonnie employed for disguise? It was merely a matter of seeing through the veil without exposing it. Nonetheless, this third daughter bears a striking resemblance to myself in character. Years ago, when I established lunar magic, was it not viewed by others as a blasphemous act that could shake the heavens and weep for the souls? Rest assured, Mother, even if I cannot protect her, she possesses the ability to safeguard herself, Raysvale declared with confidence. Laton and Lonnie nodded in agreement. If Raysvale's strength were to falter, it would signify that no one would suffice. Very well, if you insist on going, do exercise caution, Lynara sighed in resignation. I shall, Mother. Raysvale responded with a slight bow before turning to depart. Watching Raysvale's retreating figure, Lonnie was overcome with a complex array of emotions. I hope he remains safe, Lonnie murmured softly. Chapter 7. The ancient golden tree still stands behind the royal city, watching over you daily. Raysvale did not set off directly from Realicalia. Instead, he turned and made his way to the classroom where the mages of the prison academy were confined. It is imperative for him to address the treacherous individuals surrounding Reyna, for if they cannot be truly integrated into his ranks, they will merely serve as ticking time bombs on the battlefield. History has not been devoid of instances where prisoner armies have betrayed their captors, and the potential defection of the hundreds of academy mages present could yield consequences far graver than those recorded in the annals of the past. Laysville instructed his ever-loyal Mugram to gather the academy mages in the discussion room, while he himself leisurely admired the paintings adorning the school walls. Only when he deemed the moment ripe did he saunter toward the increasingly crowded discussion room. Since the inception of the Realicaria Academy, it had likely never crossed their minds that such a multitude would one day convene here. After all, previous regulations permitted only professors and above to enter the discussion room. The sound of light footsteps echoed within the chamber, and despite the presence of hundreds of academy mages, an eerie silence reigned supreme. No one dared to wager whether the fourth son of the full moon queen had come to cleanse them, nor did anyone dare to flee. For the consequences of such an act were unknown, while Mugram was more than willing to let them experience the exquisite torment of being finally minced by the illustrious Kalia. Observing the silent mages around him, Laysville understood that the martial aspect had been thoroughly accounted for. What remained was the intellectual. There are 10 professors in total, and I had no choice but to eliminate 8 of them. Among the 20 associate professors, I was compelled to extinguish 16. Laysville spoke with a placid demeanor. This figure had been relayed to him by Mugram, indicating that his decisive strike had nearly obliterated the Academy's entire elite combat force. Look at these 24 individuals. Which of them does not bear the weight of age? Which is not a pillar of the magical realm? Which is not a confidant of their mother? This assertion holds merit, as each professor possesses profound knowledge of magic, with some having developed spells that surpass the experiences of even the most seasoned mages. Their downfall would undoubtedly shatter their mother's heart. The predecessors entrusted the Academy to her, only for it to devolve into such chaos. She must be utterly disheartened. Wishing fervently to abdicate her position, Laysville gazed around at the silent mages, his expression laden with anguish. And you, though you stand in this discussion room, are you truly so loyal? I am aware that some among you are even more rebellious than these 24. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously silent room began to murmur with hushed exchanges. Several elderly mages nearly faltered, and were it not for the support of those beside them, they might have collapsed to the ground. When their mother first ascended to the throne, she believed the greatest adversary of the Academy lay with the Origin mages. After their expulsion, she thought the Golden Dynasty posed the greatest threat. Following a matrimonial alliance with the Golden Dynasty, Radagon emerged as a significant concern. I am now increasingly convinced that the true peril within Relicaria resides not outside, but within this very Academy, within our midst. Laysville's eyes widened in fury as he surveyed the assembly. The more we falter, the more the Academy shall crumble. If you all succumb to despair, the Academy will rise in revolt. He lamented passionately. Consider this, it has only been a few years since Radagon's withdrawal. Have you forgotten? The ancient golden tree still stands behind the royal city, watching over you daily. Laysville's voice, though not loud, resonated profoundly. Now, as the Academy faces its direst hour, each of you is a pillar of strength. How can you dare to languish in despondency? Laysville spoke with fervor. He paused momentarily before continuing. I am aware that some among you harbor discontent towards the moon. You are mages who worship the stars. Yet, I assure you in the name of the moon's legacy, that in the days to come, the moon and stars shall shine together. I shall restore Relicaria to its former glory. At that moment, a young female mage stood up, proclaiming, I wish to follow His Highness the Prince. This young mage from the Chamber of Dual Wisdom became the center of attention. Excellent. Pray, tell me your name, mage. Laysville said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded her. Leah, Lord of the Moon's legacy, I am called Leah. The young mage trembled slightly. Whether from excitement or fear, she could not tell. You shall study the magic of the moon under my guidance, if that pleases you. Laysville gestured for her to relax, encouraging her to ease her tension. At this, the discussion room erupted with excitement. After all, the opportunity to learn magic from a demigod, even if it involved something as trivial as a sheep transformation, was a rare treasure. Soon, the desired effect of herd mentality emerged, with more and more individuals expressing their willingness to follow the current Relicaria and wholeheartedly embrace the moon. Very well, since you are ready to accept the present Relicaria, do not resist. Willingly accept my lunar baptism. Laysville revealed his final intentions. What he termed the lunar baptism could also be viewed as an imprint of thought, subtly guiding them to accept the moon from the depths of their hearts. Of course, this was not coercive. If they remained steadfastly loyal to the stars, no imprinting would suffice. Ultimately, Leah, as the first to undergo the lunar baptism, inspired the Academy's mages, effectively dismantling a metaphorical ticking time bomb. Moreover, these individuals would serve as the foundational support for his future endeavors. With them, Laysville could confidently declare that the sacrilegious acts he would commit in the future would not merely be backed by his mother, but by the entirety of Relicaria. Leah, come with me. The rest of you may return to your classrooms and attend to your duties, Laysville instructed as he turned to leave, with Leah hastening to match his pace amid the envious glances of her peers. Along the way, Leah discreetly observed Laysville, the demigod who had dealt a grievous blow to Relicaria. Strangely, she felt no animosity towards him. Rather, an earnest desire to draw closer to him blossomed within her. Would you care to accompany me outside the Academy for a stroll? Lazaville inquired as they walked. It would be my honor to follow in your footsteps. I shall return to pack my belongings immediately, Leah replied, despite her voice betraying her excitement and eagerness, even though she bore the emblem of the Chamber of Dual Wisdom. Please, do hurry, for our journey ahead is quite extensive. Lazaville watched as Leah bounded away like a young fawn, an inexplicable sensation washing over him, as if she were the one newly brought into existence. Nevertheless, with the internal turmoil of the academy now resolved, it was time to turn attention to the sacred tree. Yet, the circumstances surrounding Michaela's abduction by the director felt unsettling to Lazaville, as if everything unfolded with uncanny precision. Not a single corner of the game hinted at why Marlenia had descended into madness, relentlessly assaulting Galad. The version Lazaville was aware of was merely a relatively credible account provided by the myriad scholars of his previous life, setting aside the impeccably timed theft of Michaela, which conveniently dismantled the demigod coalition's siege on the royal city. One must also consider Marlenia herself. Did this formidable demigod not possess the capacity for inquiry? Would she not consult with Radagon? Moreover, from Marlenia's perspective, Radagon lacked the opportunity to commit such an act, even with his mastery of gravity magic. The journey from Galad to the sacred tree and back could not have been accomplished in such a brief span. Thus, regardless of the angle from which one scrutinizes the situation, Marlenia's frenzied quest for the shattered stars and her subsequent deployment of a nuclear strike on Galad lacked any semblance of rationale. Lazaville furrowed his brow. The outcome suggested that the Valkyrie's true intent was never to locate Michaela, but rather to eliminate Radagon. He was taken aback by his own deductions. For within the Shattered Star War, it was customary for demigods to engage in fierce combat over the Great Rune. Yet, even though Grek had been forced to submit to the Valkyrie's whims, he had not been slain, nor had she seized the central Great Rune, indicating that her motive for extinguishing the Shattered Stars was unrelated to the rune itself. What could possibly drive such a pursuit? Lazaville felt as though he was delving into the darkness unmentioned within the game's narrative. Chapter 8. The Maiden Who Followed the Firefly Butterfly. At this moment, Lazaville and Luya traversed the path leading to the sacred tree. As for why they were walking, Lazaville found himself wishing to voice his grievances. This vast realm of real Acalia lacked even a single horse. Furthermore, the magical advancements in the Borderlands could only be described as severely lopsided. Just look at Harry Potter, where a simple disapparition sufficed. From everyday enchantments to combat spells, the wizarding world boasted a plethora of capabilities, including terrifying manipulations of space and time. And what of the Borderlands? Magic here served solely as a means of offense, with only a scant few spells possessing any utility for daily life. To put it bluntly, the magic of the Borderlands resembled a colossal cannon. As for its material composition, one could only judge by the caster's own depth of bloodline. Individuals like his mother, Reyna, and older sister, Lainey, were evidently akin to glass cannons, high output, yet devastatingly vulnerable in close quarters. Reflecting upon my two esteemed companions, one is a formidable blood bowl at the Borderlands, having withstood nuclear blasts without a scratch, while the other is even more illustrious. After merging with the Great Serpent, only Otto, wielding the Serpent Spear, could vanquish him. None other could prevail against such a demigod. However, considering this, I, Lazaville, cannot help but lament that compared to the fragmented narrative of the past life crafted by the notorious Miyazaki, only through actual traversal can one truly appreciate the character arcs within the storyline. A prime example is my elder brother, Lakad. Although in the narrative he is assimilated by the Great Serpent and transformed into an ambiguous entity, from my perspective as a traveler, he emerges as a cunning and valiant hero. Setting aside other accomplishments, he spearheaded the formation of the demigod coalition and, amid my disruptions to the plot, he boldly resisted the forces of Rotor. Moreover, as Lonnie informed me during my period of unconsciousness, the absence of spies from rival factions probing into real Icaria was due to Lakad's grim knight, who relentlessly eliminated foes along the way, granting my mother and the Magic Academy a moment's respite. Otherwise, the burden of subduing the Cuckoo Knights, guarding against other factions, while simultaneously reorganizing and restoring the Academy, would have surely overwhelmed Reyna. Regrettably, this heroic figure ultimately succumbed to the pressures from the Royal City's military, choosing to merge with the Great Serpent. Though he achieved victory in the volcanic mansion's siege at a grievous cost, the carnage wrought by the Serpent left few survivors within the mansion. It appears there remains much for me to amend, and I cannot help but smirk. Having finally gained siblings, how could I bear to witness them descend into despair? Furthermore, that little wooden figure, once fixated on first-class affairs, I have no desire to revisit. Thus, we journeyed onward, neither hastily nor slowly, yet each day was richly fulfilling. Laysvale, was not anxious. In the early stages of the demigod coalition's siege on the royal city, Munger lacked the audacity to ambush the sacred tree. Only upon confirming that Malnia was no longer merely a bystander, but actively engaged in battle, would he dare to abduct the young boy. After all, I was uncertain whether this was a rare opportunity or merely a scheme of the sacred tree siblings. Throughout our travels, Lua resembled a carefree fawn, exuberantly exploring the wonders beyond the academy, marveling at the breathtaking scenery. Once she grew weary of play, we began to engage in discussions regarding our understanding and development of lunar magic. Do not underestimate Lua. Each student of the dual virtue classroom is a prodigy. While an ordinary individual may excel in the spells of a single classroom, those of the dual virtue classroom must master all spells from both the Kaloros and Oliviani's classrooms. Truly a dual-degree academic champion. Our destination, though a mere 5-minute ride in the game, required 2 to 3 days of travel to the Platinum Village in reality. There lies a segment of the sacred tree's secret sigil, and to reach the sacred tree, one must acquire the complete sigil and ascend via the Lord's grand elevator to the snowfields, subsequently entering the sacred tree through the portal in the ritual town. Raysville was beset by a throbbing headache. This journey within the game would take several hours, and truly entering the world of Elden Ring would likely require over a month. Furthermore, even after exerting tremendous effort to gather the entire sacred tree sigil, he would still have to stealthily infiltrate the capital. For it was hardly plausible to rely on mere words to persuade the guards of Mungert to open the city gates for him. At last, Raysville lifted his gaze to behold the Platinum Village established by the Children of Platinum. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. He resolved to pave the railway across the entire borderland. The journey could not be described merely as a matter of enduring the elements. It was more akin to traversing beneath a canopy of stars. He was no longer a youth like Luya, considering his age and past life. He was nearing 70 and could hardly withstand such tribulations. Upon entering Platinum Village, Luya stowed away the foolish spore soul and transformed back into the taciturn academic prodigy. A change that momentarily unsettled Raysville. Yet, the Children of Platinum in the village were remarkably amiable. These artificial beings exhibited no wariness. Upon learning that the youngest son of Queen Rena was present, their initially comical expressions transformed into genuine smiles, their eyes sparkling with fervent welcome. Some of the younger children even extended their hands to shake his, conveying warmth and friendliness. Raysville was not taken aback. His mother had forged alliances with most forces in the region of Lyania to suppress the Academy, including the Golden Dynasty and the Children of Platinum, to placate the demi-humans. Rena had even crafted a unique wand for the demi-human queen, an act that the academicians had scorned as a jest. As the gathering Children of Platinum gradually fell silent, they instinctively parted to make way for a stooped figure emerging from the crowd. It was an elderly child of Platinum, so advanced in age that he seemed beyond the limits of time. Noticing the reverence the other children held for this elder, Raysville surmised that he must be the village chief. I apologize for not being able to greet you in advance, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. But it is evident that your presence here must surely pertain to this. He slowly retrieved half of the sacred tree sigil from his pocket. Thank you for your trouble, Raysville said, accepting the sigil with utmost respect, devoid of any trace of noble arrogance. Instead, he held these valiant Children of Platinum in high regard. Had they not fought valiantly against the encirclement of the Cuckoo Knights at the Kalia Citadel, and subsequently surrounded Rhea Lucaria, Kalia's fate would have been uncertain. This very tactical maneuver allowed the Carian Royal Family and Rhea Lucaria to maintain a fragile balance. It was no exaggeration to say that my elder brother's strategies were 10 versions ahead of the world. Every tactical innovator is not merely talk. May your highness lead us once more toward glory, the elder concluded with a profound bow. Raysville did not feign support or restraint. It was clear that the elder sought both assurance for himself and a future for the Children of Platinum and Kalia. Since that was his desire, Raysville would not hesitate. I swear by the name of the moonlit scar, beneath this sky, the moon shall coexist with all. The voice of Lazaville resonated through the tranquil village of Platinum, imbued solely with determination. A smile graced the elder's face, as the years of toil by the sons of Platinum finally bore fruit. Having secured passage aboard the grand vessel, Kalia, the previously scorned members of his unblessed kin would no longer face the relentless ire of others. As they prepared to depart, the sons of Platinum astutely provided the two with a massive wolf. The son of Platinum, leading the colossal creature, winked at Lazaville, saying, "This is the last giant wolf in the village, your highness, please bear with it." This left Lazaville at a loss for words. eliciting only a wry smile and a murmured thanks as he turned away under the encouraging gazes of the Sons of Platinum. Meanwhile, Leah stood by, her attention fixed on the stones beneath her feet, seemingly studying their intricate patterns. Indeed, the Sons of Platinum had trained the wolf remarkably well, as it obediently followed Lazaviel like a large dog. Of course, it could also be attributed to the unique aura of demigod authority that Lazaviel exuded, which subdued the creature. Observing Leah, who appeared lost in thought, yet was subtly betrayed by her trembling hands, Lazaviel ceased any further chatter. He scooped her up and tossed her onto the wolf's back. "Hold on tight. We are about to set forth," he instructed. At the sound of his voice, Leah reacted as if jolted by electricity, quickly grasping Lazaviel's garments, fearing she might tumble off. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and a wolf, silently advanced towards the city of Sol beneath the setting sun, the origin of which in the borderland remained a mystery. Gradually, the initially silent Leah seemed to arrive at a decision, transforming back into the familiar, foolish fawn she often was. This relieved Lazaviel, who had been contemplating whether to offer her some psychological guidance. The thought of traveling in silence with a withdrawn disciple was daunting. In the following days, the giant wolf showcased the essence of the borderland-esque ghostly flames, matching the speed and endurance of the motorcycles from Lazaviel's previous life. The primary concern shifted to the wolf's hunger, as it was the 2 riders who began to feel the effects of fatigue first. During the day, they traveled while feeding the wolf, and at night, they gathered around the fire for lessons. Lazaviel had thoroughly integrated into this borderland. However, despite their time together, Leah insisted on dining alone outside, returning only after her meal, concealing her visage from Lazaviel beneath the stone statue. Given her prowess, Lazaviel felt assured. While she might be foolish, her combat capabilities were commendable, nearing 1/10 of Mugrim's strength. It may seem modest, yet in reality, as long as she avoided perilous regions, she would navigate the world with relative ease. On one such day, as per routine, Leah ventured out to eat, while Lazaviel lounged on the ground, basking in the moonlight after his dinner. Though the moon hung in a tattered state, the gentle illumination it cast was quite pleasant. Suddenly, the crisp sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the night, drawing nearer, as if approaching him. Lazaviel rose slowly, a colossal scythe materializing in his hand with a single motion. In an instant, the previously dim moonlight surged forth, bathing the surroundings in a silvery glow. As if fixated upon a target, the sound of hooves initially quickened, only to gradually decelerate and ultimately fade into silence. Lazaviel, indifferent to the significance of this occurrence, resolved that should it be an enemy, he would cleave them in twain, and if a friend, he would sit down to savor the moonlit vista. Remaining as steadfast as a mountain was his finest retort. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the silver-white expanse, fiery sparks suddenly flickered into view. Yet, as Lazaviel scrutinized them closely, he discerned they were not embers, but rather butterflies with wings of crimson. Firestar butterflies? If memory serves, they were known to appear near flames in the game. Extending his hand, one of the fiery butterflies slowly approached, alighting upon his fingertip. "Do you fancy me?" He chuckled, his smile radiant. A gentle rustling sound ensued, the whisper of fabric against foliage, heralding the emergence of a petite figure draped in a black cloak, her visage shrouded beneath a hood. Lazaviel had never envisaged their encounter would unfold in this manner. He had fantasized about meeting her at the threshold of a level, in Galad, amidst volcanoes, or even within the royal city. Yet, gazing upon the delicate figure who half-kneeled before him, he recognized that the most fortuitous meeting was indeed this moment. The lunar mark he clutched transformed into motes of light, dissipating into the ether. As the black hood was removed, chestnut curls cascaded forth, framing a nearly flawless countenance. As if chiseled by divine hands, every detail impeccably rendered. Her skin was as pristine as fresh snow, silken in texture, utterly unblemished, her brows arched like willow leaves, hinting at an inherent gentleness and vivacity. One eye remained closed, adorned with a 3-clawed mark that accentuated her enigmatic allure, while the other, a deep golden hue, radiated purity and brilliance. "Greetings, child of the demigods born of circumstance. I am Melina." Her gentle voice echoed throughout the silver realm, reminiscent of a mother-esque lullaby before slumber. Melina's tone was eternally soft, its slight rasp revealing a profound inner tranquility. Before Lazaviel, the world began to blur. Were those tears? He could not ascertain. Yet, he was acutely aware that the flame-haired maiden, who had captured his heart and championed her fate, stood before him. In his previous life, he had exhausted every means to rescue this girl, bound by her mission, but to no avail. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Once, He had yearned to seek Melina, but in the vast expanse of the borderland, should she, as a spirit, choose not to meet him? Even centuries of searching would yield no result. Yet here she was, merely an embrace away. Suddenly, Laysville erupted into laughter, startling Melina, whose words were abruptly cut short. She had anticipated that the lunar mark would smile briefly, yet the intensity of his mirth only grew, exuding a sense of relief and reclamation. Melina found herself perplexed. Why was this lunar mark so unrestrained upon seeing her? She had traversed the entirety of the borderland with Toret's assistance, solely to meet the destined one favored by Toret. Was this individual truly a madman? Laysville chuckled until his gaze fell upon Melina, her expression reminiscent of an elderly individual engrossed in a mobile device on the subway. In an instant, he froze in place. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he gradually retracted his overt mirth. To regain his composure, Laysville explained, I understand. Your name is Melina, and you wish to engage in a transaction with me. Seeking a ride to the royal city, correct? Although he was perplexed by the early appearance of the wooden figure at the borderlands, he firmly believed that Melina's mission remained unchanged, to incinerate the golden tree. Melina was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this seemingly deranged being, born of chance, could accurately discern her intentions. Naturally, Laysville, to prevent her from overthinking, resorted to his skillful persuasion, mumbling about having glimpsed their fates entwined in the moonlight. Initially, Melina was skeptical, but as Laysville's revelations grew increasingly precise, culminating in details about her imprisonment within the confines of the Forbidden Realm, she began to believe that this man was indeed intertwined with her destiny. After all, how else could he possess such intimate knowledge? Chapter 9. The Demigod and the Wooden Maiden. Faced with this self-proclaimed demigod, Laysville, who claimed a connection to her fate, Melina found herself at a loss. Deep down, she understood that the nature of this transaction was inherently unequal. Originally, Laysville lacked a steed, and Melina had intended to lend him Toret, hoping to exchange it for a ticket to the royal city. However, she soon discovered that he had already acquired a ghostly flame of the borderlands. With a sigh, Melina resolved to seek alternative items for trade. Weapons. Laysville had the backing of the affluent Radagon, so what could she possibly offer that he had not seen before? Intelligence? While she might possess valuable information, Radagon's own network would likely overshadow hers in accuracy. Beauty? In such desolate wilderness, where could one find a fair maiden? After much contemplation, it appeared that only another sacred tree emblem from Soul City held sufficient value for negotiation. Thus, our little wooden figure, relying on her tireless ethereal form and the formidable prowess of her steed, Toret, traversed the entire borderland in under 10 days before infiltrating Soul City. As her ethereal form could not interact with lifeless matter, she had to allow Toret to carry the sacred tree emblem, forging their way back to Linnea. Unbeknownst to her, Toret likely rolled its eyes countless times along the journey, to which Melina could only respond with a somewhat apologetic smile and a handful of roya fruits to appease it. Eventually, the duo apprehended the demigod at the confluence of Linnea and the Altan Highlands. However, upon hearing that he had obtained another sacred tree emblem, his excitement seemed to wane. For Laysville, this was indeed good news, as it saved him time from his previous expedition across the snowy plains. Yet, it was clear that half a sacred tree emblem could not rival the thrill of receiving such news from the wooden figure herself. Nevertheless, saving some time was still a boon, and Laysville readily acquiesced to Melina's request, knowing full well that he would have agreed regardless of her offerings. If a girl were to entrust everything to you at the very first glance, placing her unconditional faith in you, I could only vow to protect her with my very life. In a past life-s game, he failed to achieve this, but this time, he shall rectify everything. Why? When witnessing him being hunted by the ruined bear, tormented by Gregor, ambushed by gargoyles, gnawed by rats, and battered by iron balls, could one not envision him shattering the entire boundary realm? Why not envision him adorning the ring upon his fingertip? As the moonlight gradually dimmed, hues began to emerge within the silver world. Laysville and Melina sat upon the ground, deliberating on how to enter the royal city. Their intentions differed. One sought to burn trees, while the other aimed to serve as a bodyguard. Yet, Laysville understood that without his presence, Melina would never become the silver-handed Johnny, even if she managed to enter the royal city. Thus, he was unperturbed by the little wooden figure's antics. However, Laysville was taken aback to discover that although the little wooden figure seldom appeared in the game, it had entered the Fated One's body in a spiritual form, unwilling to emerge while riding the coattails of the Fated One. In contrast, Melina in reality possessed the ability for autonomous action, so why not simply venture to the snow-capped mountains to ignite the cauldron? Laysville had forgotten. Melina was still in a state of amnesia, her mind occupied solely with the singular thought of reaching the royal city. Yet, even this singular obsession was rather peculiar. Wooden figure, since you, as a spirit, could return from Soul City, you must have traversed the royal city's elevator, correct? Raisvale inquired, to which Melina nodded in affirmation. Then why not fulfill your purpose at that moment instead of following me? Raisvale felt a sense of absurdity. Indeed, having arrived at Soul City necessitated the use of the grand elevator of Lord, implying that Melina had already entered the royal city. Why then must she exit the royal city only to accompany him back in? Was she emulating Zhao Zilong's 7 forays? Logically, this made no sense whatsoever. For Toret had claimed that even if I were to venture alone to the royal city, it would serve no purpose. For there lay a lock that only my king could unlock. I went to see it, and indeed, it was so. Melina accepted the title of wooden figure with calmness, then spoke in a matter-of-fact tone that left Raisvale astounded. Wait a moment, he pondered. Upon reflection, it does seem to hold true. The reason the Fated Ones and Melina sought to burn the golden tree in the game was to shatter that lock, liberating the death rune and transforming the boundary realm into a world where death reigns equally. The act of burning the tree essentially nullifies the key of the eternal Queen Marika. If this conjecture holds, and should Melina survive after the burning of the tree, it is likely that she and I would ascend to become the new king and deity, akin to Runni in the ending of the stars. However, this would unequivocally elevate Melina to the status of a divine being. What is your relationship with Marika? Raisvale inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. Upon uttering these words, Melina began to harbor regrets, realizing that the demigod before her seemed rather too astute, deducing the crux of the matter from but a single statement. Queen Marika is my mother. Raisvale comprehended everything. Why does the wood remain hosted within the Tarnished? Firstly, the Tarnished possesses nothing and must convert runes into power by their own means. Secondly, the Tarnished is destined to become the Elden Lord. Thus they will inevitably shatter that lock, requiring only to follow the Tarnished. Lastly, and most crucially, one can witness the Tarnished's character throughout this journey. Should he be unworthy of becoming the Elden Lord, then one's act of burning the tree to unlock the door would merely open the home to marauders for their revelry. Due to one's intervention, the narrative has accelerated by decades. One is primarily a formidable demigod, capable of escorting Melina to the Golden Tree. Furthermore, the other demigods embroiled in the Shard War, however rebellious, merely vie for the Great Rune and the throne. None dare to engage Melina on such a grand scale, and as the Tarnished have yet to return, Melina has no alternative but to rely on oneself. Finally, Raisvale glanced at Torrent, the steed that should indeed be the reason for Melina's resolve to collaborate with him. It is perplexing. Torrent, who initially chose the Tarnished, has now opted for oneself. Is this the so-called guidance of fate? At this moment, Melina remains unaware of the grand scheme Raisvale has devised. Compared to his sacrilege, burning the golden tree is but an appetizer, nonetheless. It is prudent to navigate the first move into the royal city. Yet, regardless of their deliberations, the royal capital of Leyndell appears as an impregnable fortress, with guards stationed every 5 paces atop the towering walls. The demise of even a single guard would trigger an alert spell, sealing all exits with a barrier of magical force. Moreover, Melina has just returned with news that under Morgott's command, all torches in the royal capital have been replaced with sentinel torches, rendering the stealthy approach Raisvale had planned utterly futile. Their dialogue gradually descended into a prolonged silence. Indeed, the demigod coalition on the front has besieged Leyndell for nearly 3 years, yet they have not breached even the outer city. A testament not only to Leyndell's comprehensive defense system, but also a declaration of Morgott's monstrous military prowess. Should one venture once more to Farum Azula to summon the old Dragon King? After all, it was the ancient dragons from Farum Azula who historically breached the gates of the royal capital. Or perhaps traverse once more to summon Rena. After an indeterminate period, the silence was once again shattered, this time by the foolish song of a fawn. The melody was soft yet resoundingly clear amidst the stillness. There is a king named Morgott, blessed by grace, the populace rejoices. There is a man named Gryck, whose golden blood stirs merriment. The two, silent by the campfire, exchanged glances. Melina struggled to suppress the twitching of her lips, while Raisvale instinctively covered his eyes. Apprentice, do sing something more refined. Why resort to such a commoner's jest at Gryck? Gryck. Laysville's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the rightful heir of the Golden Flag had yet to emerge from the royal city. As soon as Lackard withdrew his troops, the infamous fool within the city would inevitably flee Roddle, and at that moment, All he would need to do was open the city gates. For Laysville, it would be akin to a delightful revelation. Observing the foolish deer sauntering towards him, Laysville delivered a swift strike, while Luya, accompanied by the statue, remained unbothered. Yet Laysville, cradling his reddened fingers, was on the verge of tears. He now understood why Tom had cried out so pitifully. The pain was comparable to stubbing a little toe against a table edge. "Teacher, what has happened to you? And who is this sister?" Under Laysville's persistent urging, the foolish deer had finally learned to address him appropriately. Otherwise, the esteemed Laysville could have easily made him feel utterly embarrassed. "Let me introduce you to my teacher's wife. Her name is Melina. However, we have had a bit of a disagreement, so please refrain from mentioning our relationship in her presence. And remember to remind me next time we return to Real Icaria to have all the statues in the academy replaced with silicone ones." Laysville whispered to Luya. Luya gasped in astonishment, thinking to herself, by the Queen of Marika, this individual, barely a few days old, is already in a relationship. While I have been alone for over a decade, she silently lamented the unfairness of the borderlands, compared to the monumental news of Moonshadow's romantic endeavors. Replacing all the Academy's statues with silicone seemed trivial. Luya recalled the various rumors circulating within the Academy, how Moonshadow had made Lonnie blush and tremble, how he had enchanted his mother with whispers of the wind. Initially, she had dismissed such tales as fanciful nonsense, but now, she found herself reconsidering. Laysville, guiding the dazed Luya, introduced her. "This is my apprentice, Luya. Do not be deceived by her seemingly silly demeanor. She is remarkably resourceful in critical moments. It was she who inspired my recent plan to enter the royal city." Melina smiled gently at Luya, expressing her pleasure in meeting her. "I am also delighted to meet you, Sister Melina," the foolish deer replied, revealing a genuine smile beneath her obscured face. Laysville couldn't help but roll his eyes. If not for their ability to discern her distinct voice, her smile would have remained unnoticed. Laysville lightly patted Luya's shoulder before addressing Melina. "We can seize the opportunity presented by Grek to escape the royal city and blend into its midst. We can strategize further once inside." Melina grasped his intent, but confusion clouded her features. "But how can you be certain that Grek will indeed flee?" she inquired. "Surely, you and Grek are not fated to be intertwined. Able to foresee his future?" This statement nearly caused Laysville to choke on his own saliva. The reason Grek still resided in the royal city was that the semi-divine coalition had yet to disband. Even if Monk wished to eliminate him, Grek, as the legitimate heir of the golden lineage, would cause the morale of the Radagon army to plummet if he were slain. The traditionalists would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and mishandling the situation could very well lead to a coup. Once the demigod coalition crumbles, Grek will undoubtedly flee without any hindrance from Montget. "And that shall be our opportunity," Melina interjected, casting an appreciative glance at Rasevil, surprised by his reliability. The campfire blazed as usual, yet the figures by the fire transformed from 2 into 3. The wind of Linnea seemed to be the finest lullaby in existence. Luya, listening to the conversation between Rasevil and Melina, slowly closed her eyes, wishing time could freeze at that moment, surrounded by her master, her mistress, and an array of delightful delicacies. While Melina discussed plans, she caught a glimpse of the slumbering Luya and couldn't help but chuckle softly, draping her black cloak over Luya, who nestled into Melina's embrace as if she had found her sanctuary. Just as Rasevil intended to lift her, Melina stopped him. "Luya has fallen into such a deep slumber. You, as her master, have indeed been diligent these past few days," Melina teased gently. Rasevil scratched his head, acknowledging that he had been preoccupied with their journey, feeling a flush of embarrassment at the thought of waking her early. "Let's rest. I have set up a protective array nearby, so we shall be safe." Rasevil endeavored to reassure them. Melina observed the young girl sleeping on her lap and the awkward young man before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, seemed to emanate from the depths of her being, bringing forth an indescribable sense of ease and joy, illuminating the world around them. "Good night, Mr. Demigod. Good night, Miss Wood." Chapter 10. Moonlight since the arrival of Wood. Luya had astutely chosen to ride Torret, while Rasevil and Melina shared the ride on the giant wolf. This foolish yet supportive gesture left Melina stifling her laughter, while Rasevil could only close his eyes in resignation. Each time they resumed their journey, Luya secretly encouraged her inexperienced teacher, urging him to comfort his mistress sooner rather than later. That evening, the naive Luya cunningly insisted on remaining in Melina's arms, all the while complaining that riding Torret left her legs sore, sweetly pleading with her master for a massage, thus attempting to bridge the gap between Rasevil and Melina. Faced with this childlike kindness, Rasevil and Melina felt both amused and exasperated. Their journey had transformed from a master-student quest for enlightenment into a familial comedy featuring a demigod couple and a naive young girl. Nevertheless, everyone they encountered along the way, be it wandering merchant caravans or other military factions, treated the trio with utmost respect. Despite Lakad's attempts to suppress information, the canyon before the gates of Rennala was visible to all with clear sight, leading to the gradual dissemination of the name Moonshadow across the borders. Eventually, through the whispers of the populace, it began to take on an increasingly peculiar connotation. What kind of Moonshadow is born with a physique akin to that of a colossal fire giant, requiring at least 10 individuals for each meal? What kind of Moonshadow is so debauched that he has taken both the Full Moon Queen and the Dark Moon Princess into his harem? Ultimately, a cataclysmic battle ensued between Moonshadow and Rattan, where Rattan, unable to withstand Moonshadow's might, was left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures, trading his body for survival. Each time such rumors reached Las Veil's ears, he clenched his teeth in resentment, while behind him, Melina and Leah erupted in laughter, their mirth ringing melodiously. Striving to maintain his facade of anger, Las Veil forced his lips to remain downturned as he trudged along. Meanwhile, on another front, the temporary truce between the Demigod Coalition and the Royal City forces, which had been disrupted by Lasveil's actions, erupted into warfare once more, the intensity of which escalated significantly. The reason was simple. The previously lethargic Rackard and Melnia finally sprang into action, one after the other. Especially Melnia, whose erratic behavior seemed to stem from a misfiring of her faculties, drastically altered the strategic deployment of the Holy Tree's forces, personally leading an elite knight regiment into a charge against the royal city. This unexpected aggression left Rodel in a state of panic, as the blessed king, Monk, frequently appeared atop the city walls, organizing the defense. Melnia's unprecedented offensive caught everyone off guard, as the very notion of the Holy Tree dispatching troops was perplexing. Unlike the Volcano and Nimgoth, which were embroiled in conflicts stemming from familial disputes and succession crises, the Holy Tree stood to gain nothing from this war, even if victorious. For both twins of the Holy Tree were divine beings lacking the right to claim the throne. However, this development aligned perfectly with Rackard's plans. Only by exerting substantial pressure on Rodel could the Demigod Coalition provoke a pursuit during their withdrawal, creating an opportunity for Rattan. Monk was no fool. Should the Demigod Coalition crumble without exerting any pressure on him, he would suspect a cunning feint aimed at luring the Royal City forces out of their stronghold. Nevertheless, the Holy Tree's sudden shift must have stemmed from the guidance of a formidable intellect, a notion Rackard firmly believed, for Melnia lacked such foresight. The entire Holy Tree either relied on that ancient wretch or received direct orders from Mycela, who must have anticipated the intent behind the sudden escalation of their offensive, thereby inadvertently fueling the flames further. Yet, did Mycela not fear that the Holy Tree would become ensnared in this war? From a military standpoint, this was nearly their entire reserve. Not to mention the potential losses on the battlefield. What if someone were to launch a surprise attack on their rear? Rackard then realized that the fourth brother, whom he had yet to meet, seemed to have foreseen the potential predicament of the Holy Tree, even going so far as to secretly protect that direction, ensuring that the Demigod Coalition at the front could disperse at their discretion, thus maintaining control of the situation. Lakad sat within the tent, drawing a sharp breath. His fourth brother was indeed terrifying. Not only did his martial prowess rival that of their elder brother, Rattarn, but his sensitivity to the dynamics of warfare surpassed even his own. He could predict the situation a month in advance. This formidable strategic acumen evoked in Lakad an unparalleled blend of admiration and caution towards Radagon. He resolved that it was imperative not to become adversaries with this fourth brother. Should they indeed find themselves in opposition, it was essential to eliminate him entirely, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Lakad silently vowed to himself. At that moment, a knight of Grimmill strode into the tent with urgency. "My lord, the situation at the front is dire. Valkyrie Marlenia and her esteemed knights are advancing with such speed that we have lost contact with the forces of Gafuya." Upon hearing this news, Lakad's initial reaction was disbelief. A solitary advance was an error that anyone with military experience would avoid. How could it manifest in Marlenia? It was akin to a graduate student being stumped by a first-grade math problem, absurd and laughable. Yet, upon reaching the high ground and witnessing the relentless charge of a crimson wave amid the Golden Army, he nearly succumbed to rage. It was indeed a solitary advance, led by Marlenia herself, forming a standard, arrowhead-shaped death squad. What on earth was that madwoman doing? Gafuya, once again, smashed a table into splinters. The silent knight beside him remained mute. This marked the third table since their arrival in the royal city. It seemed that their lord had a penchant for breaking things every few days, were it not for the abundance of craftsmen in the army. He might have resorted to using others' furniture. The sorcerers and archers provided long-range fire support. How many Iron Maidens do we have left in stock? Over 100. The Volcano Manor and Relicaria are expediting production, with deliveries expected in a few days. Deploy them all to the battlefield. I do not care about casualty numbers. I only desire that madwoman, Marlenia. Lakad managed to regain a semblance of calm, wearily gesturing for his subordinates to disperse and relay orders. This venture might cost both himself and Gafuya dearly. However, in comparison to the losses of the esteemed knights, Lakad merely grimaced. There was no choice. As the supreme commander of the Triumvirate's demigod alliance, Marlenia could not die. Not now, at least. Otherwise, his and Ratarn's plans would collapse in an instant. After all, a voluntary retreat differed fundamentally from a forced one following the death of the commander. He dared not contemplate the chaos that would ensue if Marlenia were to perish here. The Holy Tree army would undoubtedly descend into turmoil, and the forces originally borne by the Holy Tree would swiftly shift to himself and Gafuya. The scene would be catastrophic, especially considering the crimson corruption sealed within that madwoman. Should she fall, the royal city of Radagon would likely be transformed into the city of decay. Thus, regardless of how much blood and heartache it cost him and Gafuya, they had to rescue Marlenia. Yet, Monk was no fool. He might even welcome such a turn of events, as it would better deplete the forces of the three factions. The thunderous roar of crossbows and the crisp sound of magic reverberated through the air. The noble knights traversed through the haze of battle, their visages obscured by dust and blood, while their eyes revealed a blend of exhaustion and resolve. Each bolt from the massive crossbows stirred the earth, sending plumes of dust and smoke into the air as the ground was torn asunder, exposing deep craters. Finlay mechanically withdrew his lance, parrying the strike of a Radagon soldier with the sword in his right hand, thrusting forth, then drawing once more. This mechanical repetition had become so ingrained that he had lost count of how many times he had performed it. His body had transitioned from aching to numbness. Without the towering figure ahead, he might have succumbed to the chaos of the battlefield long ago. Marlenia, the spiritual pillar of the entire order of the noble knights, seemed perpetually tireless. With a one-handed sword, devoid of a hilt, she executed a flowing style of swordsmanship. Yet, despite the valiant efforts of the noble knights, the Radagon forces continued to surge forth relentlessly. They understood that there were only two possible outcomes now: to advance deeper or to perish. While some contemplated breaking through the encirclement, the Valkyries' command was clear: advance. Thus, they had but one choice: to meet the tide and conquer it. No one knew how long this charge would last. The noble knights only perceived that the sky was gradually darkening, and the blinding light of the golden tree seemed to be dimming as well. At some point, a full moon ascended into the sky, reminiscent of one they had witnessed before. The moonlight cascaded over the battlefield, illuminating every warrior's silhouette, blurring the lines between friend and foe in a silvery hue. A select few remained distinct: the red-haired Valkyrie adorned with a golden helm, the robed king of blessings, the judge from the highlands, and the general of the arm from Nimgaf. It appeared that only demigods could withstand the impartial moonlight. Gradually, a semblance of sound emerged from the moonlight, akin to the calm and profound waters of a lake at night. The melody floated lightly, as if guiding the soldiers on the battlefield into the night sky, into that silvery moonlight. The Moonlight Sonata, first movement, enveloped everyone, drawing them into the world crafted by Lazaviel. Unanimously, all halted their weapons, gazing at the full moon, not for its beauty, but because someone descended upon the moonlight. He approached slowly, step by step, quietly surveying the battlefield from above. Could that be a deity? A soldier from Grake raised his hands high, murmuring to himself. Under the moon's glow, Lazaviel resembled the most exquisite masterpiece, invoking a sense of reverence akin to divinity. In the silence of the battlefield, only the pulsating notes of the Moonlight Sonata, first movement, remained, each note shimmering like moonlight upon the water's surface, gentle and serene, awakening many warriors who had lost their sanity to slaughter. Marlenia had not witnessed such pure silvery brilliance in ages. In the next moment, as the moonlight flowed endlessly, she could distinctly feel her own crimson decay being subdued, even showing signs of retreat. Does flowing water not rot? A knowing smile graced Marlenia's lips. Who would have thought that the moonlight, like water, was not merely a metaphor but a reality? Chapter 11. The moon in Song Lakad stood upon the heights, gazing at his fourth brother, who resembled a deity. A bittersweet smile crept across his face as he pondered how one might topple such a formidable being. Setting aside the fearsome tactical prowess, one could only imagine the morale of the opposing forces crumbling like a house of cards upon witnessing such a spectacle on the battlefield. Yet, fortuitously, Lakad's grimace gradually transformed into a genuine smile. This was his fourth brother, a kinship bound by blood. At that moment, the previously tranquil first movement of the moonlight sonata began to stir, akin to ripples forming in a deep pool under the moonlight. The notes ascended, quickening the breaths of all those present on the battlefield. Raisvale delicately touched the moonlight, summoning forth the moon's car. Its emergence caused the already resplendent moonlight to flourish. Though the battlefield remained eerily silent, save for the echoing melody, the music resonated like a mother's call, disarming all defenses and drawing one into an abyss of eternal tranquility. Saloya, a guardian of the royal city, immersed in the frenzy of slaughter, had lost track of when the full moon had risen. All he discerned was a gradually clarifying sound, coalescing into a melody. Suddenly, amidst the silvery world, chairs and tables appeared, adorned with simple decorations and familiar arrangements, instantly transporting him to his home. In this war that stretched across years, even with the sanctuary of home at his back, he could not return to visit. Countless nights had been spent awakening from dreams, endlessly yearning for home, and now, at last, he was returning. "Father!" His daughter's joyous exclamation banished the last remnants of doubt from his mind. When he had departed, she could only crawl upon the ground. Yet now his little angel was advancing towards him with each determined step. Saloya on the battlefield slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks as he opened his arms, seemingly ready to embrace an elusive phantom. Rest now, rest under the moonlight. Sebastian could scarcely recall how many years he had stood sentinel over the royal city. The time was too protracted. So much so that even memories prior to becoming a guardian had faded into oblivion. However, he would never forget the moment Queen Marika bestowed upon him the golden blessing. The silvery moonlight gradually blurred, transforming into a golden realm. Ah, what an imposing royal city of Radagon! What a solemn ceremony of guardianship! This was the zenith of the Golden Dynasty, the moment Sebastian deemed the true beginning of his life. Hundreds of the bravest warriors from diverse regions gathered at the foot of the golden tree, kneeling on one knee. They could not discern the queen's visage, yet the radiance emanating from her obscured their vision. This was the eternal queen, the one they were destined to protect for all eternity. Clad in heavy armor, the tree guardians allowed their colossal spears to fall, facing the boundless moonlight, as the most loyal of sentinels dismounted and knelt in reverence. Recall, beneath the moonlight. Let us reminisce. In the silvery glow, Raisvale raised his scythe, his eyes reflecting a semblance of compassion, as if his words had found an echo. Behind each entranced soldier of the royal city, an enormous scythe of moonlight materialized. Lakade observed this eerie yet sacred scene, a chill creeping across his scalp. He had witnessed grand spectacles before, partaken in the royal celebrations, the rites of the Red Lions, and even hosted the Feast of Sinners at his volcanic estate. Yet, he had never encountered such a singular atmosphere. There was no fervor, no revelry, no solemnity, no turbulence. Indeed, Raisvale was transforming a massacre unseen for millennia into a form of ritual. This terror beneath the calm sent shivers down the spines of every awakened demigod. Gafia felt that had he not been aligned with the Moonshadow, he too might have been irresistibly drawn into this eternal dreamscape. Gazing at the royal city soldiers, who had long succumbed to their stupor, Marlenia vowed that if she could return to the sacred tree, she would inform her brother that the Starbreaker, Ratine, was no longer the most suitable candidate for the King of Promises. This force, if it could not be harnessed for their own ends, must be extinguished in union with all possible allies. It had only just been born, yet wielded such terrifying power. Enough. A golden radiance erupted from Mongit, rivaling the moonlight. He could not passively witness the Moonshadow employing such horrifying means to slay countless soldiers. The battlefield had no stipulation that it must be one-on-one, soldier against soldier. For millennia had not seen a force like Moonshadow's terrifying capacity for mass destruction. Even the Starbreaker general could only decimate 2 legions at most, claiming the lives of 1,000 at best. Mongit fixed his gaze on the silhouette beneath the moonlight. If he did not act soon, the royal city's guard might be decimated. Thus, the heavens and earth were cleaved in 2 colors of gold and silver. As Raisvale's demeanor remained as tranquil as still waters, he gently swung his scythe, each arc sending a crescent-shaped beam of light towards Mongit. The clash of the light blade against Mongit's cursed sword resonated with a crisp sound. Amidst the sparks flying, the two figures danced, neither yielding. The aftermath of their battle swept across the surroundings, winds howling, dust swirling. Yet, in this chaotic tableau, Raisvale's movements were as graceful as poetry, each step seeming to tread upon moonlight, dreamlike and ethereal. However, Mongit's prowess was formidable. As he wielded his cursed sword, a formidable aura emanated, akin to a war god descending. The light blades and cursed sword intertwined, producing a resonant clangor. The very space surrounding them appeared to warp and contort, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. Suddenly, Raisvale lunged forward, his form flickering like a specter, appearing behind Mongit. He raised his scythe, delivering a fierce downward strike toward Mongit's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Mongit swiftly turned to parry with his sword. However, the might of Rassaville was beyond imagination, as a tremendous impact forcefully hurled Mongit against the walls of the royal city, raising a cloud of dust and scattering debris. As the dust settled, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Mongit's mouth. Consumed by the flames of ambition, the turbulent minister slowly rose, the once blinding golden radiance dimming, replaced by hues of crimson and dark gold. I have come solely for Marlenia. Release her, or we shall perish together. Rassaville, positioning the moonshadow behind him, made a deliberate concession. Mongit's gaze sharpened. Both warriors, aware of each other's condition from their previous encounters, recognized that despite Moonshadow's seemingly unscathed demeanor, they were both at the end of their strength. Continuing the battle might not yield any advantage for either. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall release her." With a sweeping gesture, the golden ocean, just awakened from a dream, parted, revealing Marlenia and her order of corrupted knights. Clad in armor primarily of gold but now stained crimson, the knights appeared as if they had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Marlenia regarded Rassaville with a complex expression. As a demigod herself, she sensed the sacrifices he had made to save her, leading her knights outward. She paused as she passed Rassaville. "Thank you," she murmured softly. Rassaville inclined his head slightly, remaining silent. He watched Marlenia depart, a sense of relief washing over him. With her exit, the atmosphere on the battlefield began to ease. Both the royal city and the coalition of demigods opted to withdraw and recuperate. As the encompassing gold and silver hues faded, the familiar darkness re-emerged, and Rassaville, expending his final reserves of strength, soared back towards Lakad's encampment. Lakad, prepared to welcome his fourth brother, who had brought him such immense surprise, was taken aback to see Rassaville's form plummeting uncontrollably. Rassaville felt himself descending, as if being consumed by an unfathomable abyss. The sound of the wind beside him grew distant, and a sense of helplessness engulfed his consciousness. His body tumbled through the air, ultimately descending like a withered leaf, silently and slowly towards the ground. Just as Lakad rose to catch Rassaville, a maiden riding a spirit steed dashed past him. The steed gracefully leapt into the air, and Melina reached out, cradling Rassaville in her arms. She held him tenderly and landed smoothly on the ground. Melina gently caressed his pale cheek, her gaze filled with concern and compassion. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly. Rassaville struggled to open his eyes, looking at Melina with a faint smile. "I am fine," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Melina exhaled in relief, supporting Rassaville as he leaned against her shoulder. "Thank you, Melina," Rassaville expressed gratefully. Melina shook her head. "No need for thanks. It is what I ought to do." Uncertain of the reason, a profound ache gripped my heart upon witnessing Raisvale's fall. Chapter 12. A first-class affair beneath a foreign ceiling. Raisvale slowly opened his eyes, attempting to move his heavy limbs, yet his efforts bore little fruit, revealing a grimace upon his face. Just days into existence, he found himself confined to a sickbed not once, but twice. However, as he closed his eyes and attuned himself to his current state, he discovered that the long-dormant rune of the unborn within him had developed numerous cracks. The innate magical network, composed of star-like magical nodes, was on the verge of disintegration, with certain branches even severed due to excessive activation. Raisvale could not help but lament his misfortune. The trio of the moon, the wood, and the foolish antler had just arrived at the stronghold of the Demigod Alliance, yet before he could even meet his second brother, news of Marlenia's solitary advance and her entrapment in dire straits reached him. Unfortunately, reinforcements from other demigods were not forthcoming, and none could emulate Marlenia's audacious foray into enemy lines for a rescue. In such a colossal military engagement, without demigod-level strength at the forefront to bear the greatest burden, even the most valiant squad would likely falter within an hour, let alone succeed in rescuing Marlenia. However, The significance of Marlenia to the demigod alliance was well understood by all. Thus, without hesitation, Raisvale resolved to exhaust himself in a display of the praise of the moon. Ever since he encountered that transformative moon in that wondrous realm, he seemed to have mastered all ancient and contemporary magics pertaining to the moon. Even during his time in Real Icaria, he was unable to wield such power. The cataclysmic strike he performed was merely a manifestation of the magical accumulation from his birth's anomaly. Yet, through discussions with Lonnie in the academy and exchanges with the foolish Antler and Melina along their journey, Raisvale transitioned from mere knowledge to practical application. This expansive spell became his most formidable weapon, and indeed, under its terrifying might, Monk could no longer withstand. Despite the severe aftereffects he now faced, Raisvale harbored no regrets about this endeavor, for his actions struck 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, the demigod alliance would not disband prematurely due to Marlenia, thus preserving subsequent plans. Secondly, he and Marlenia had escalated the intensity of war. The Radagon army was backed by a supply line, while the demigod alliance's supplies had to traverse the borderlands, sending a misleading signal to Monk and laying the groundwork for a subsequent withdrawal. Thirdly, he sought to win Marlenia's favor, for this Valkyrie was no mere peripheral figure in his grand strategy. As Raisvale quietly orchestrated his plans, a translucent figure gradually materialized. Melina passed through the tent and approached Raisvale's side. "Are you feeling better?" she gently inquired, brushing her fingers against his forehead. "Much improved, thank you, Wood." Raisvale managed to force a smile. "Why would you go to such lengths?" Melina's eyes brimmed with concern. Raisvale gently grasped Melina's hand, reassuring her, "Do not fret. I assure you, I am quite well. Given the current intensity of the war, I shall compel Lacquer to withdraw his troops within a fortnight. At that moment, Grek will inevitably escape the city, and our opportunity will arise." Melina's delicate face flushed with warmth as she felt the strength radiating from their joined hands. The two gazed into each other's eyes, as if time itself had momentarily paused. Despite the pallor of Raisvale's countenance, the steadfastness and tenderness in his eyes stirred an inexplicable urge for Melina to weep. She bit her lip, contemplating how this seemingly thoughtless young man, despite his grave injuries, still prioritized her well-being. This transcended mere promise. It was a profound commitment to his own desires as a responsibility. How many years had she existed in the borderlands? Surely over a century. Yet, after a lifetime of wandering and drifting, she had been met with disdain for her appearance, fear due to her prowess, and aversion because of the 3 claws upon her brow. Yet, never had anyone accorded her such significance. Her ability to perceive the illusory flames led her father, fiercely loyal to the golden tree, to confine her within a secluded chamber, shunning the light of day. Her brother, wishing to demonstrate their sibling loyalty, had willingly accepted the perilous task of clearing out the corner dwellers, only to vanish without a trace. Her mother had treated her with kindness, yet that kindness bore the semblance of using a capable tool. Only Raisvale, the dark-haired youth before her, lying painfully in bed yet striving to smile, had accepted her in equitable terms. Only he had wholeheartedly devoted himself to aiding her in fulfilling her destiny, referring to her as Wood rather than the Flame Girl. Their silent exchange conveyed sentiments long understood throughout their brief journey, shared by every campfire and during every march. Melina gently leaned down, closing her eyes. If it were you, she thought. Their lips met, and in that instant, time seemed to stretch into eternity. Raisvale had heard tales of the sweetness and softness of a girl's lips. Though he had never kissed, he had scoffed at such notions. Yet today, he discovered the profound error in his previous dismissals. "Fourth brother, what has happened to you?" Lacquer briskly entered the tent, then exited just as swiftly, shaking his head and bouncing on his legs. The youth of today is so reckless, even in such a state. They indulge in such tender displays. Upon hearing his voice, Raisvale and Melina quickly parted. Melina lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed with an adorable hue that rendered her even more enchanting, transforming into a sprinkle of golden light before vanishing at the bedside. "Brother, what brings you here?" Raisvale offered an awkward smile, gesturing for the tent's curtain to part, inviting Lacquer to enter. "I came to check on my dear fourth brother's recovery." To my surprise, the youngest brother has found his destined one first. Lacquer settled at the bedside, his face radiating the unique satisfaction and approval of an elder. Raisvale felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated Melina's affectionate kiss. In the game, he would have traversed the borderlands merely for the sake of eliciting a smile from Wood. Yet now, the one who had never seen the sun was captivated merely by the light of the moon. However, in the game, the cold, unyielding Wood symbolizes a fear of the fading one's emulating Vic, ultimately driven mad by the frenzied flame. And now, What does this signify? Am I to be completely reassured? Do they believe that I, a demigod, could never be swayed by the frenzied flame? Perhaps there is truth in this. Should it be the likes of my elder or second brother, demigods devoid of destiny's ties, they might indeed fall prey to the flame's influence. Yet, for beings like myself, Lonnie, Munger, and Malenia, whose fates are intricately woven with that of a great entity, to harbor the frenzied flame would merely culminate in an explosion akin to that of a watermelon. This may elucidate why the wood dares to bare its heart, revealing its fervent side to me. As Razavel felt the lingering warmth upon his lips, he resolved that if the world, in the name of duty, demanded the demise of that girl, then from henceforth, the world would be his adversary. Hey, Lakad waved a hand before Razavel's unfocused gaze, stifling his exasperation. This fellow, he thought, can drift off even while conversing with the second brother. Surely, he is still preoccupied with that girl from earlier. Nevertheless, Lakad raised an eyebrow, noting that he had not witnessed the girl's departure outside. Yet upon entering, she had vanished. Merely this ability to elude capture was enough to catch Lakad's attention. However, after years of presiding over the judgment of the boundary, he had never encountered a faction's maiden skilled in the art of teleportation. Yet, the secrets surrounding his fourth brother were myriad, and perhaps they included this enigmatic girl. Chapter 13. Post-war affection. Lakad, are you being polite? With such an injury, it will take at least 10 days to heal. Lakad closed his eyes, sensing Razavel's body, which resembled a mere ruin, and shook his head in sorrow. It's all right, second brother. I just need some moonlight to feel better. Razavel struggled to sit up, intending to rise from the soft, warm bed, but was gently pressed back down by Lakad. For the next few days, you shall remain here in the tent. If your injury does not mend properly, my plans with Latarn will be rendered worthless. Do you understand? Lakad spoke sternly, vowing to keep others at bay during this time, insisting that Razavel's little girlfriend should prepare nourishing remedies for him. Razavel's expression was one of resignation. This second brother, who once appeared as an arrogant schemer in the game, revealed a tender side before the merging with the Great Serpent. Yet, this concern from family stirred a mix of helplessness and gratitude within Razavel. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, prompting both brothers to turn simultaneously. A knight of Grimil hastily entered the tent. My lord, the Valkyrie has arrived with the esteemed knights, wishing to personally express her gratitude to His Highness, Moonshadow. Malenia? What on earth does this madwoman intend? Lakad suppressed his simmering rage. Although Malenia's previous actions had indeed escalated the intensity of the war beyond his expectations, it was she who had placed his fourth brother in such a precarious position to save her. Moreover, who expresses gratitude while accompanied by knights. Should he, when next visiting Mycela, also bring along dozens of Grimil knights? Upon contemplating this, Lakad rose from his bedside, saying, Fourth brother, please wait a moment while I inform Marlenia how this etiquette should be expressed. Second brother, it's all right, let her come in, responded Razivel, sitting up with remarkable swiftness compared to before. Lakad gazed at his visibly pained younger brother, sighed deeply, and proceeded to exit. Marlenia, follow me. Others, either silence yourselves, or I shall assist you in finding your silence. Lakad spared no mercy in his words, casting a cold glance at the tall, red-haired beauty among the ranks. Silence. Fenray remains. The rest may return to the camp. Contrary to Lakad's demands, Marlenia did not exhibit anger. Instead, this formidable Valkyrie displayed commendable cooperation. Your Highness, it is only you and Chief Fenray, she remarked, surveying the surroundings. Aside from the knights from the volcanic estate of Grimil and Lakad himself, there was also a demigod-level warrior within the tent, comparable to her own prowess. If a conflict were to arise, Lady Marlenia might find herself overwhelmed. Do I need to repeat myself? She said calmly. My subordinates take their leave. The knights turned and made their way back to the sacred trees encampment. The disciplined formation and pristine armor made Lakad squint. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to associate them with the wretched beings that had emerged from the depths of hell just yesterday. Though Marlenia might seem eccentric, her formidable command over her troops rendered the sacred tree a force to be reckoned with. Lakad silently elevated the threat level posed by the sacred tree twins in his mind. After all, while Marlenia might lack cunning, Mycela possessed it in abundance. The equation of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 was a lesson well understood by the siblings. As Marlenia entered the tent and beheld Razavil's injured state, a flicker of concern and inner turmoil crossed her features. Are you all right? She gently inquired, slowly settling beside him. Razivel offered a faint smile, assuring her, it's nothing serious. merely a consequence of overexerting my magical energy. A little rest will suffice. Marlenia's hand, which had been resting at her side, instinctively clenched before gradually relaxing. Brother has prepared many healing potions for me, many of which are unique to the sacred tree. I brought some for you, she said, producing several glimmering vials from her battle robes. These are concocted from my brother's pure golden essence. Their effects are remarkable. Would you care to try? Lakad could scarcely fathom that the seemingly mad Marlenia could exhibit such tenderness, almost to the point of fragility. Would you care to try? Did this truly come from her? Was she not under the thrall of the crimson decay? Rasevil found it hard to conceive that such a small glass vial contained an essence so pure and potent, resembling the absurdity of attempting to fit an ocean into a mere cup. Yet, the reality stood before him. Curiously, he accepted the vial, which appeared to be an ordinary glass container, akin to those used by the mages of Radagon, albeit with a somewhat peculiar scent, floral with a hint of iron. He couldn't help but glance up at Marlenia. What flower did Michaela use for this? The purity of the golden power is so profound, yet the fragrance is remarkably rich. Truly a specialty of the sacred tree, Rasvale remarked in awe. Little did he know, Marlenia could hardly contain herself and coughed lightly. Well, you can give it a try. The effects are quite remarkable. Just as Rasvale was about to decline, he felt the cracked great rune of unfathomable birth tremble slightly. Sensing something unusual within himself, Rasvale stifled his refusal. He gestured for Marlenia to wait a moment, closing his eyes to concentrate on discerning the intentions of the great rune. Since emerging from that egg, he had inherited this great rune and had prepared to relinquish its power entirely to focus on developing lunar magic. However, both in the game and after his transmigration, he had been told by his mother and the wooden figure that the power of the great rune required activation through a divine tower. Therefore, players in his previous life had to visit the corresponding divine tower to harness the power of the great rune, and all other great rune bearers, without exception, possessed a divine tower, thus mastering their great rune from birth. Yet, who could have anticipated that his great rune, which seemed destined never to be activated, would first be pried open by lunar magic and now yearn for that pure golden power? Rasvale opened his eyes, gazing at the small vial of spices before him, a chill creeping down his spine as if confronting an exceedingly perilous object. If he was not mistaken, the activation method for his great rune did not require a divine tower, but rather demanded an immersion in a vast amount of pure energy. The magical energy released from his previous excessive use of lunar magic had likely been absorbed by the great rune, thereby unlocking the door from 0 to 1. Now, this small vial containing the golden power could potentially serve as the ladder from 1 to 2. However, just as the wooden figure had trusted him, Rasval's fate was irrevocably entwined with the moon. If he were to accept the golden power now, the outcome could either be a magnificent transformation or a catastrophic explosion. It was far too early to make a decision. He would first consult his mother, sister, and the wooden figure, and only after seeking their counsel would he decide. Rasvale tucked the vial away and smiled at Marlenia. Thank you. I shall keep this precious gift as a symbol of our friendship. You are always welcome to visit me. We can share insights and grow together. Seeing him willing to accept her offering, Marlenia exhaled in relief, a graceful smile blooming on her face. Very well. Once you are fully recovered, I shall ensure Lord Moonshadow witnesses the true essence of Michaela's edge. I look forward to it, Rasvale replied with a grin. Marlenia waved and turned to leave, while Lackard contemplated her retreating figure. Rasvale endeavored to channel his magical energy, but found himself unable to establish a magical circuit. With a look of helplessness, he turned to Lackard standing nearby. Brother, please help me contact Mother and Sister 3. I have something important to discuss with you. Lackad's expression shifted, for although he had only just met his fourth brother, he understood the nature of Rasvale all too well. Such a man would remain silent unless faced with a problem he could not resolve alone, one that might also impact others. With a casual gesture, Lackad conjured 2 communication arrays into the air, employing not his renowned Gremmel incantations, but the standard Raylacalia magic. For the demigods of the old Law family, learning and wielding magic was as effortless as eating or drinking. Meanwhile, Rasvale was not idle. He softly called out Melina's name, soon feeling his hand grasped by a delicate pair of hands. Noticing the slenderness and softness of those small hands, he smiled gently. The girl, seeing Lackad nearby, was too timid to revert to her corporeal form. However, the next moment, his light laughter was replaced by a sharp intake of breath. As he felt a part of himself twist, at least 360 degrees, he could only strive to appear composed while muttering apologies under his breath. Moments later, The Moon Queen Reyna and the Dark Moon Princess Lonnie materialized within the communication array, their forms entirely composed of magical energy, glowing blue. Upon seeing Razeviel on the bed, Reyna paused momentarily, her phoenix-like eyes widening in shock. "Lakat, how dare you look at your brother like that? Have you no sense of responsibility as an elder?" She roared at her visibly distressed second son, resembling an enraged lioness. Though Lonnie remained silent, her icy gaze bore down on Lakat like the comet Yasler, unyielding and fierce. Lakat felt a sense of helplessness. Although his fourth brother's injury was not his fault, he had indeed failed in his duties as an elder. He could only nod repeatedly in apology. Fortunately, Razeviel managed to struggle up from the bed, clarifying the situation and defending Lakat for quite some time, eventually extinguishing the ire of Reyna and Lonnie. Goodness, he thought, he had yet to address the pressing matter at hand, and after defending his second brother for so long, he felt utterly exhausted. A smile crept onto Razeviel's face as he reflected on their mother, ever fierce, and his sister, a devoted supporter of her brothers. This was what family truly meant. Chapter 14. The Third Path to Ascendancy. So? You mean to say that the Great Rune underwent mutation solely through the baptism of immense energy, without the activation of the God-given tower? Lonnie's face expressed disbelief. As one born with access to the God-given tower, she knew that merely ascending to its pinnacle would allow her to harness that power. Razeviel's situation was akin to others who opened a vault with a key, while he merely wielded a nuclear reactor, causing the vault to open of its own accord. Except for Razeviel, everyone present furrowed their brows, attempting to interpret this seemingly bizarre occurrence through their own knowledge and experiences. Yet, even the well-versed Reyna, the exceptionally gifted Lakat, and the astutely intelligent Lonnie found themselves at a loss. After all, to put it mildly, Razeviel was perpetually carrying a bomb that could threaten his life. On a grander scale, it could serve as evidence of the collapse of the Golden Law and the fundamental rules of the Borderlands. Razeviel gazed at the anxious faces of his family members before letting out a resigned sigh. "There is no need for such worry," he began. "I shall merely be more meticulous from now on and pay closer attention to energy dissipation." No sooner had he uttered these words than a sharp pain pierced his palm, a clear sign of discontent from the wooden entity. Nevertheless, there was no better course of action at present. It would be unwise to unearth Razeviel's great rune given the urgency of their situation. Yet, Rennala seemed to recall something. "My child, I do not wish to deceive you. Over the years, I have inadvertently stimulated the great rune of the unborn within you, resulting in many flawed offspring, thus granting me some insight into it. Unlike other great runes, this one does not maintain a steadfast connection to the Golden Law, and it is not immutable. It evolves in accordance with the state of its possessor." As she spoke, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Her words struck like a thunderbolt, awakening Razeviel from his reverie as he recalled the great runes of those demigods he had vanquished in his past life. Logically, as fragments of the Elden Ring, great runes should eternally embody golden power. However, whether it was Melania, corrupted by scarlet decay, or Rykard, tainted by the great serpent, or even Rattan, who had burned divine energy to purify the scarlet corruption, their great runes had undergone significant transformations. He exhaled deeply. If his hypothesis held true, all he needed to ascertain was whether Melania's great rune had changed, which would determine if the great rune of the unborn could indeed become his source of strength. He shared his conjecture with the others, albeit omitting the part concerning the future transformations of the great runes, merely presenting it as a simple supposition. After a discussion, the consensus emerged that, given their lack of alternatives, it would be worthwhile to attempt it. Thus, Razeviel penned a brief letter to Melania, entrusting it to Knight Grimmel for delivery to the Holy Tree's army. In truth, none present, aside from Razeviel, believed that a demigod could influence a great rune, as it was after all a fragment of the Elden Ring, the supreme symbol of the lands between. Even if Melania's great rune had indeed altered, what reason would she have to confide in Razeviel? Yet, within 10 minutes, Knight Grimmel returned at breakneck speed, bearing a short reply from Melania, consisting of but 2 words, "It will." The elegant script was unmistakably the work of a master, yet none but Razeviel appreciated the beauty of the writing. The others felt a chill creeping over them. What did this imply? It indicated that the Golden Law, and indeed the Elden Ring itself, could be altered. This transformation was not akin to the direct changes of law seen in a game, but rather an infusion of new rules into the Golden Law. If, one day, a demigod could reclaim the entirety of the Elden Ring, these corrupted fragments would become the most significant agents of change within the lands between. The Shattered War has evolved beyond the pursuit of the Great Rune. It now hinges upon the distribution of power among the demigods within the Golden Dynasty. One need only observe how the advent of the blessing King Monk has sent the assembled multitude into disarray. Yet, with the secrets of the Great Rune fully unveiled by Reisveal, it becomes evident that whoever gathers the Great Rune can, to a certain extent, alter the golden laws to reflect their own desires. In times past, the divine beings were chosen by the dual fingers and indoctrinated with the notion that only they possessed the power to fundamentally change the laws and ascend as deities of the borderlands. However, a second path has now emerged, revealing that even those who are not divine, those who do not aspire to become deities of the borderlands, can indeed modify the law, crafting what appears to be a Wuling Hongguang but, in essence, embodies the golden laws of the sun god Apollo. The room fell into a profound silence, as Lakad clenched his jaw, struggling to contain the tremors of excitement coursing through him. Lonnie longed to return to the night of the Black Blade, her expression vacuous, while Rena's breath quickened, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Evenwood gripped Reisveal's hand tightly, imparting a measure of Tom Cat's agony upon him. Yet only Melina comprehended that what they had just unearthed was, in fact, a third path to divinity. While the first path had become a tale from ages long past, Reisveal himself felt a chill at the implications of his discovery. Having traversed this realm to spare wood from sacrifice, he had prepared for a plan that required merely a few golden needles from Michaela to fulfill his mission. Who could have anticipated that the very essence of the unborn within him could reveal an alternative route to divinity? Thus, would his only task henceforth be to continuously gather the Great Rune, akin to the Fated Ones, to ascend as a god? Reisveal could not help but feel a sense of absurdity wash over him. It seemed he needn't set the trees ablaze, or even meet Marika. For when the Elden Ring bore his mark from top to bottom, how could one still proclaim it as the golden law? Reisveal felt a clarity of thought begin to dawn, only to be met with another dilemma. The great runes within the demigods could not be utilized by others unless they met their demise. Setting aside Melania and Mont, Lakad and Radagon were indeed his true brothers. It was unthinkable for him to act against them. Reisveal believed that Lakad, with his keen intellect, must have also considered this path to godhood, yet in the eyes of that valiant leader, he discerned no trace of greed or fervor, only the same concern for him as ever. The two brothers exchanged glances, sharing a hearty laugh at one another. Perhaps it was due to the absence of paternal love during their upbringing that the members of the old law family placed such immense value on their siblings. Even when Radagon sealed the stars, Lonnie said nothing, until Radagon succumbed to the crimson corruption of Melania, losing his sanity and dignity. At which point Lonnie dispatched Blaze to fight and honor him by ending his suffering, perhaps merely to preserve what little dignity he had left. Returning to the present circumstances, Reisveal solemnly addressed the few individuals most significant to him in this world. I have decided to give it a try. At present, the magical energy within me is precisely adequate. Even if it were to clash with the golden power of the Grand Rune, it would not result in a direct confrontation akin to two opposing seas. Thus, this moment is indeed my optimal opportunity. Lakad expressed his concern, questioning whether such a swift decision was not too impulsive. What if the information provided by Marlenia is erroneous? Reisveal chuckled, reassuring, no worries, I have faith in her. And besides, isn't my second brother here? Should the magical energy and the golden power truly run amok within me, it would be your duty, dear brother, to channel all that energy out of my body. As for the golden power, he turned to the wooden figure beside him. Are you not planning to greet everyone? Gently. Reisveal caressed Melina's delicate fingers. In a cascade of golden light, Melina materialized before them. Even Reisveal was momentarily taken aback. Melina had donned a pristine white dress, its hem swaying gently with the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming white lotus, pure and elegant. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Reisveal couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the same wooden figure who had not changed attire for over 700 hours? Her chestnut curls framed her face, enhancing her natural beauty, while the blush upon her cheeks imbued Melina with an unexpected adorableness. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Full Moon Queen. Greetings, Prince Lakad and Princess Rennala. I am Melina, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Melina found it peculiar that, despite being only a few years younger than Rennala, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, as though she were addressing elders. Rennala's smile was nearly uncontrollable, had it not been for the immovable communication array. One might have thought she would dash forward to embrace the wooden figure, eager to behold this future daughter-in-law. Rennala's barrage of casual inquiries left the already bashful Melina feeling dizzy. Where are you from? What do your parents do? How many members are in your household? Melina mentally rolled her eyes at the questions. Surely, she could not disclose that she was a golden being from Radagon? Nor could she admit that her parents were one and the same? And certainly, she could not reveal the uncertainty surrounding her brother's fate or the temporary absence of her parents. Beside her, Lazaviel's eye twitched in exasperation at his mother's line of questioning, which was undeniably thorough. All right, let's pause and focus on the matter at hand, shall we? I fear that if we linger any longer, night will fall, and my injuries may heal prematurely. Lazaviel finally interrupted Renaia's relentless interrogation, much to the dissatisfaction of Lakad and Rennala, who had prepared their hero's feast only to have their enjoyment interrupted by this fourth brother. Chapter 15. The Moon, the Tree, and the Unfated Birth. With this statement, the previously joyous atmosphere within the tent fell into silence once more. Lakad sighed, setting down the hero's feast in his hands as he made his way outside. Wait for me a moment. I shall retrieve some high-quality luminous stones. Reyna and Lonnie were not idle. After exchanging a slightly apologetic smile with Melina, they huddled together to deliberate on the intricate construction of the magic array. Lazaviel merely eavesdropped, feeling as though ants were crawling all over him as he heard terms like magical network interference, redundant magical circuits, and the mass ratio between the power of gold and magic. The world of scholars was indeed terrifying. Lazaviel sighed in relief, thankful for his innate ability. Otherwise, he would surely go mad trying to learn this. Melina, observing Lazaviel's mixture of fear and relief, couldn't help but smile gently. However, a thought seemed to cross her mind. Why was Marlenia so concerned about him? Given the character of the sacred tree twins, after delivering the perfume vial, Lazaviel should have had no further ties with Marlenia. Yet now, she had even sent him such crucial information. Was this a significant effort to secure an ally? Lazaviel pondered this question as well. If one were to interpret Marlenia's seemingly irrational behavior as an attempt to gain allies, it could be a plausible explanation. Nevertheless, Lazaviel sensed that Marlenia's anomaly was more complex than that. What if his performance of the moon's high song in the royal city had altered history? If Marlenia were to perish there, then what fate awaited Galad in the future? Wait, Marlenia would only be completely overtaken by the corrupted goddess after blooming 3 times. Yet throughout the entirety of the game, only Galad had witnessed her bloom twice in the face of Atropos. Thus, was this madwoman's original plan to orchestrate a minor nuclear explosion with the corrupted knights in the royal city? Lazaviel found himself amused by his own thoughts, and he couldn't help but laugh at Marlenia, the foolish woman. Truly, she was Michaela's sharp blade, utterly devoid of her own thoughts. Despite her evident disdain for the scarlet corruption and her radiant humanity, it seemed she had heedlessly bloomed simply because Michaela had urged her to intensify the war's fervor. Were you not Lu Mingfei, the boundary traveler? Lazaviel felt an urge to slap this Valkyrie. Even Lu Mingfei knew better than to casually expend a quarter of his life. And here she was, carelessly discarding a third like it was trash. Moments later, Lakad returned to the tent, carrying a crystal of luminous or the size of a head. Reyna scrutinized the crystal, which matched the purity of her wand, and regarded Lakad with a discerning eye. If I'm not mistaken, such purity in a crystal is quite rare, she remarked, though her tone was tinged with sarcasm, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Lakad, visibly awkward, explained that he intended to present it to her after the task was complete, only to be intercepted by his fourth brother. Meanwhile, Lonnie, coveting the luminous crystal, vehemently reproached Lakad for favoring his fourth brother while neglecting his third sister, which prompted Lakad to recall the terrifying memories of raising children. However, despite the commotion, he accomplished much. Under the supervision of his mother and third sister, Lakad laid out the most earnest magic array of his life. Each magical circuit was meticulously clear, and even each magical node bore special annotations. In comparison to the previous magical array, this resembles a convoluted mass of code transformed into a flawless version, where every statement is meticulously annotated. With over an hour remaining until the waning moon rises, time is of the essence. Lonnie gazes at her family's youngest brother, who is but a mere child, and finds herself needing to lift her gaze slightly, even though she has already assumed her original form before Lazaviel. Lazaviel steadies himself against the edge of the bed, gradually rising to step into the half-blue, half-golden magical array. The entire array comprises 114 magic circuits and 514 magic nodes, utilizing highly concentrated luminous crystal as its source of energy, while the golden power Lazaviel seeks to absorb is provided by a vial from Michaela. He casts a final glance at Lakad and Melina, who stand to his left and right, and offers a reassuring smile to the small wooden figure, which clutches its skirt tightly, before settling onto the ground, closing his eyes to absorb the golden energy. as Raisvale begins to draw in the golden power. The entire array starts to radiate with an increasing brilliance, ultimately enveloping him entirely in a colossal cocoon of light. Within the cocoon, Raisvale experiences profound torment, feeling as if his very soul is being torn asunder, unleashing primal howls of anguish. The three outside hear his agonizing cries, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Melina, in particular, clenches her fists, her eyes filled with worry. She repeatedly longs to touch the cocoon, yet her reason prevails, restraining her. Gradually, Raisvale loses awareness of his surroundings. His once acute focus, sharpened by pain, slowly relaxes until he succumbs to unconsciousness. More terrifying than his cries is the ensuing silence. The once anguished sounds fade into stillness, sending tremors through everyone present. Reyna struggles to hold back her tears, silently praying to the moon for her child's safety. In this moment, Melina finds a sense of calm and steps into the array with her ethereal form. Raisvale, I know you can hear me. I warn you, do not abandon me again. Father cast me aside long ago. Mother, rather than loving me, sharpens her knives. Brother has left, and in this vast borderland, you are all that I have. In truth, you are far from perfect. You allow the slightest rumors to gnaw at your heart for an entire day. You bully Luya, causing the young girl great distress. And you often behave mischievously. Leaning against the warm cocoon of light, Melina seems to voice all her grievances and exhaustion from the journey. Do you hear me, Raisvale? If you do not rise soon, I shall depart. Tears blur her vision, and her quivering voice pierces through the cocoon like a blade. Wood? Is the wood weeping? No. Raisvale's serene visage suddenly contorts in anguish. Boom, boom, boom. From within the silent cocoon, resounding roars erupt, brief yet imbued with boundless power, reverberating like thunder in the ears of every demigod present. Though no words are spoken, all comprehend. It is the heartbeat of a magnificent being. Raisvale, relying solely on his remaining consciousness, broke his ring and little fingers. The excruciating pain coursed through him, finally awakening him to the familiar space around him, where darkness enveloped him and a grand moon loomed before his eyes, reminding him that he had returned to the beginning. However, the golden radiance behind him compelled Raisvale to turn abruptly. It was a golden tree, unmistakably so, albeit smaller and dimmer, yet identical to the golden tree he knew. Enduring the pain in his hands, Raisvale hastened towards this golden tree. In stark contrast to the changing moon, this golden tree seemed untouched by time, its essence eternal. The themes of eternity, central to the golden tree and the golden law, became strikingly apparent in that moment. Raisvale glanced around. On one side lay the mutable moon. On the other, the immutable golden tree. He dared not contemplate the implications of this stark dichotomy within the space. Nevertheless, he resolved to venture forth, steeling himself to gently touch the golden branches. Unlike the seemingly cold white light of the moon, the golden tree radiated a warm golden glow, yet chillingly. This golden light was merely warm. That seemingly constant brilliance advanced towards Raisvale with an oppressive slowness, ultimately engulfing him in a sea of golden light. In the next moment, Raisvale's consciousness returned to his body encased within the golden cocoon. This time, he could distinctly perceive that the already fractured progenitor, the great rune of inevitability, had split entirely in two. One half was a chilling, pallid white, while the other emanated a warm gold. They coexisted in a harmonious, yet incompatible manner within Raisvale, reminiscent of the moon and tree in that mysterious space. A shiver ran down Raisvale's spine. After all this time, that enigmatic space was the interior of the great rune of inevitability. Chapter 16. Setting sail. Some matters seem inscribed within the very essence of mortals or deities, allowing one to intuitively sense what is to come upon sighting them, such as the 8-foot lady and the fly swatter, the second-floor balcony and Virgil, the convertible and joyous laughter, or a spherical object that begins to flicker increasingly rapidly, accompanied by sound. The several deities, initially filled with mirth beside the light cocoon, observed in unison as the cocoon began to flicker rhythmically and at an accelerating pace, prompting them to take their own measures. Rania and Reyna watched silently. As the communication array posed no threat to them, Lacquard instinctively invoked the Gimel spell, crimson runes meticulously drawn and combined to form an arcane and ancient array. Melina, too, remained still, leaning against the light cocoon as if she were leaning against Raisvale himself. Yet her elegant form seemed to blur, akin to a resolution reduced from 1080p to 360p, slightly flickering. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the golden light of the cocoon gradually dimmed. and the once resilient shell became increasingly rigid. Melina's form sharpened into clarity once more, yet this time, she appeared somewhat alarmed. She realized that she had genuinely established a connection with Rasvale within the light cocoon. From a perspective invisible to others, a cascade of golden light enveloped Melina, a manifestation of the energy of the golden power. Yet, the eternal essence unique to this power seemed conspicuously absent from these shimmering motes. Instead, the essence of the moon interwove with the golden power, akin to ice cubes melting in hot water, ultimately flowing into her ethereal form. Maintaining this extraordinary state was not devoid of energy. Rather, it was Melina's continuous absorption of the golden power emanating from the golden tree that allowed her to achieve a semblance of perpetuity. In other words, to preserve the shape of her ethereal body in the face of this unique golden power, Melina had no choice but to permit its entrance into her being. As her connection deepened, she could even sense the location and some vague physical condition of Rasvale. It was as though she had become an anchor at the threshold, persistently drawing Rasvale's gradually clarifying consciousness back into his body. If Marika were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. For Rasvale had unconsciously replicated the essential conditions for ascension to divinity, specifically through the guidance of a king, leading the divine through the gate of divinity back to the threshold. Melina felt the approaching presence of Rasvale, and although she was unaware of the striking resemblance her actions bore to her mother's ascension ritual, she recognized that it was no mere coincidence. The fusion of moonlight and gold was certainly not accidental. Without the great rune of the Unborn, one could not even approach this combination without risking an explosion. The great rune of the Unborn symbolized the magic of the moon and the law of gold, as if an invisible hand had meticulously orchestrated Rasvale's destiny from the moment of his birth. But who could guide a demigod in such a manner? A demigod devoid of flaws in intellect and combat prowess? Melina dared not delve deeper into these thoughts. Her mother had once remarked that certain ancient entities were best approached with caution, for those beings, in their utterances, were invariably knowledgeable, in their thoughts, invariably clear. To ponder further might result in an unsettling proliferation of eyes. As the light cocoon reached a certain hardness, it gradually transformed into a shell-like structure, adorned with countless intertwining magical runes, each seemingly narrating the fundamental laws of the threshold. Lania assured that any single rune from this shell, if brought to the outside world, would incite a tempest of bloodshed. For the luminary mages, the allure of such an object reached a level of profound urgency, akin to the pursuit of enlightenment at the cost of one's life. Yet, in the next moment, this level of treasure was pierced from within by a hand as pure as jade. It triggered a chain reaction, and the light cocoon, nay, it should be called an egg, was instantly riddled with cracks. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, the light cocoon was utterly destroyed, and Rasvale emerged from within. His appearance remained largely unchanged, with black hair cascading down to his waist, but his once dark eyes were now encircled by a radiant gold. This mere alteration in his gaze imbued Rasvale with an entirely different aura. Behind him, a resplendent full moon hung high, casting a cool luminescence, while a magnificent golden tree stood tall, radiating boundless brilliance. Reyna looked at Rasvale with a complex expression, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. From the moment Rasvale was born, she had an inkling that such a day would come. Reflecting on it, she realized her own naivety. After all, this child was the offspring of that man, who had, at the zenith of the Golden Dynasty, extracted a significant great rune from the Elden Ring. How could it merely possess the power of the moon? The other demigods exchanged glances, observing the complex expression on the face of their fourth brother. They preferred to avoid discussing Radagon, harboring no affection for him, a man who had abandoned his wife. What could one say about such a man? After the War of the Moon Trees, Radagon had decisively forsaken Rennala to become the Elden Lord. Yet, whether due to political motives, requiring several princes and princesses from the Carian Royal Family as hostages, or because of his feelings for his children and Rennala, the three siblings of the old Royal family were ultimately invited into the royal city, receiving the finest education the Golden Dynasty could offer. Upon graduation, they each attained high positions. Rattan, a formidable general at the frontier, Rakad, the highest judicial officer of the Golden Dynasty, and Lani, who returned to Curia to reclaim power. It could be said that had Radagon not truly abandoned his wife, these measures would not have incited such resentment from the demigods of the old Royal family. Individuals like Rattan and Rakad, who harbored aspirations, might have even expressed gratitude towards him. Now, the youngest and most beloved of them all, a brother who bore the most resemblance to their mother, suddenly transformed, exuding a terrifying golden power as if Radagon himself had returned. How could this not evoke conflicting emotions? If she felt this way, how much more so their mother? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Rennala smiled, a radiant smile reminiscent of days gone by, as she beckoned Laysville, who approached her like a contrite child. "Mother," he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Rennala gently patted his back, welcoming him home. "Dear child." Witnessing this scene, the internal conflicts of the other demigods began to dissipate. They stepped forward, encircling Laysville. "Welcome home, fourth brother," Lonnie said with a smile. "Remember to return my crystal tear." Rakad, hands on his hips, playfully tapped his head with one hand. Suddenly, Laysville felt a wave of emotion. This was home. At that moment, a soul from another realm wholly cast aside its past, embracing this borderland and the individuals present as both its origin and its destined path forward. Yet only he understood that, at the instant when everyone hesitated, an invisible yet soft and boneless hand reached out to him, as if proclaiming to the world and all those in the borderland his choice. In that moment, Laysville officially embarked on his destined journey, facing countless challenges and trials. Yet he remained undaunted. Chapter 17. The true king, though Rakad was reluctant to acknowledge it. Whether due to the antics of that madwoman Melnia and her brigade of divine wind kamikaze, or the unpredictable influence of his fourth brother, the intensity of the war escalated to an unforeseen degree. In the volcanic camp, each day witnesses the consumption of thousands of Asian soldiers, hundreds of spellcasters, and at least 20 Iron Maidens, not to mention the peculiar units of the Holy Tree and the varied quality of soldiers from Nimjafu. It is fortunate that the volcanic residence has implemented a system where every citizen is a soldier, enabling a remarkable synergy between soldiers, spellcasters, and magical apparatuses. While other factions deploy elite battalions to address crises, Lakad even finds the time to relay commands to dozens of Grimmel divisions. Charlie, take note of the following strategic adjustments. Reinforce the Northern Avenue offensive with the 4th and 11th Divisions, along with 2 Grimmel Knights. The 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 5th Divisions, along with 20 Iron Maidens, are to engage the Great Tree's defenders, ensuring they are pinned down in the center of the battlefield. The 10th Division, supported by 3 Grimmel Knights, will assist the Holy Tree in repelling the Golden Guard's counterattack. This nearly constitutes all the military might Lakad has brought from the volcano. Everyone understands that once such a legion enters the fray, the outcomes awaiting them are either the conquest of cities or logistical collapse. What does Lakad intend to achieve? The dragon-armored Great Tree Guardian, Samalo, surveyed the battlefield from atop the city walls, as soldiers cloaked in dark crimson emerged from the stalemate in the central front, resembling a long serpent devouring Radagon's soldiers. Just as he was about to direct the Great Tree Guardians to breach the enemy lines as per usual, he realized that they were firmly restrained and unable to move. The volcanic residence's actions defied convention. This maneuver seemed to indicate a desperate gamble. "Your Majesty, the blessed king," Samalo exclaimed, startled, as he half knelt before the imposing figure shrouded in armor behind him. No one knew the true identity of this blessed king, save for the demigods. Yet for reasons unknown, they treated this last king with disdain. To this dragon-armored guardian, it appeared as a blatant act of treachery against the Golden Dynasty. The inner golden power emanating from the blessed king surged like an ocean, even overshadowing the recently renowned General Moonshadow, who merely managed to hold his ground against this noble. If such a powerful and loyal monarch cannot be regarded as the heir of the Golden Dynasty, then what of you, Gafuya? Are you merely a puppet of the Grand Prince Gedwin? There's no need for such formalities on the battlefield, Montget rasped. It seemed that the volcanic residence's supply lines had finally encountered issues. Since he intends to fight, we shall oblige. Montget gestured towards the Grimmel Legion below. First, we shall block their advance, shifting the combat dynamics to a stalemate, which we are more adept at, and then encircle and annihilate them. Thus, 2 rare military prodigies in the borderlands exhibited their terrifying warfare capabilities. In a world characterized by vast disparities in individual prowess, no one had envisioned the combat model of legion warfare. The so-called legions were primarily employed to suppress rebellions or as powerful retainers within their territories, failing to embody the true essence of warfare. However, Lakad and Montget have made all in the borderlands recognize the meaning of group warfare and the vastness of war akin to an ocean. You shatter stars, and Melnia is formidable. However, if I could exchange 2 legions for the demise of a demigod, none could refuse such a bargain. Montgert has ascended the battlements each day, eagerly anticipating the brilliant tactics that Lakad might employ. The other 2 members of the half-god coalition are, to put it plainly, merely brutish wielders of power. lacking any true strategic acumen beyond mere troop command. Melnia, at least, shows a willingness to synergize with Lakad's various strategies, while Gafia elicits a cold laugh from Montgert, who is fortunate that the Abyssal Legion boasts both formidable combat prowess and astonishing numbers. Yet today, the Grimmel faction has unexpectedly reversed its formation, positioning its elite knights and Iron Maidens at the forefront. To Montgert's astonishment, they have begun a slow retreat. Not only Montgert, but Melnia and Gafia are also rendered nearly speechless. It is said that Gafia's table was reduced to dust only after propelling 5 ordinary soldiers aside. And as Melnia perceived the calamity unfolding, she unleashed her corrupted tyrant hounds and corrupted ravens into the fray to shield the retreat of the Sacred Tree army. Meanwhile, Gafia finds himself helplessly slumped on the ground, devoid of his usual cruelty and rage, resembling a middle-aged man who has exerted all his strength only to face failure. He longs to withdraw, but to where? The volcano presents a formidable natural barrier, easy to defend but difficult to assault, while the sacred tree stands isolated in the snowfield, free from concerns. The only expanse offering the best charge distance for the tree guardians is the vast plain of Nimguf, and even if he were to flee, could he ensure the defense of Eastonvale? Even if he could, would that ominous omen not encircle him instead? Moreover, his inept son remains in Radagon. If he abandons the battlefield, what will become of Gurek? Gafia sometimes ponders why, despite his own brutality, they remain fiercely loyal. Why do the hybrids obey his commands, even when he sends them to their demise? Thus, he cannot retreat, before his incompetent son is allowed to exit the city by that ominous portent. And before he relinquishes a few brainless fools, he must not withdraw. Only then might that ominous sign spare his son due to the conservative faction within the royal city and the golden bloodline coursing through Gurek. At most, they would imprison him in Eastonvale, and only Nimguf could accommodate such fools from the borderlands. With this thought, Gafia slowly rises. Even as a demigod, he feels an overwhelming fatigue in this war, not of the body, but of the spirit. Lakad and Montgert have transformed warfare into a visage he has never witnessed. The once infallible ordinary soldiers charging forth, and the precise demolition tactics of the Lost Homeland Knights are rendered futile in this conflict. The elite knights find themselves restrained by formations of common soldiers. He took a banknote and simply pinned a letter to Gurek, binding it to the leg of a storm eagle and sending his most loyal friend to deliver it to Gurek in the royal city. Subsequently, he exited the tent, which had been breached by the table, and made his way to the assembly square where the entire army had gathered. Soldiers. His voice had never been so hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been damaged by a sharp blade. Yet he did not falter. I shall not compel you. I proclaim to all who remain here today, you shall perish. His voice reverberated across the silent square, as if the very heavens responded only with the whispering wind. Those who wish to return to their homeland may gather their belongings and depart. Those who wish to stand with me in defense of the Golden Family, stay and join me in vanquishing the dogs of those who would usurp the throne. Long live the Emperor. This was the rallying cry of hundreds of displaced knights, born from their oaths sworn to His Highness Godwin. Long live the Emperor. This was the roar of the Nimgriff soldiers, stemming from the belief that every limb severed from this demigod bore the weight of the guilty. Roar. This was the bellow of the hybrids, who found sanctuary only in Nimgriv amidst the vast borderlands, where they were allowed to survive within the confines of the Hade fortress. Let that traitorous minister behold what it truly means to be a king. Chapter 18. Opportunity and the final charge. Lacevale and Melina walked quietly upon the battlefield of Ur, where the land had been ravaged by war, now scattered with deep craters left by artillery and the countless corpses of fallen soldiers. The battlefield, once alive with the sounds of combat, had transformed into an eerie silence, occasionally broken by the cawing of crows, which lent a touch of horror to the desolation. Melina sighed softly, remarking, "This war has wrought too much suffering." Lacevale remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a town near Radagon. As one of the towns surrounding the royal city of Radagon, it had once bustled with merchants, warriors, and sorcerers from all corners of the borderlands, thriving in prosperity, but now lay in ruins. War is an inevitable trend of the borderlands, yet the reasons for fighting and the sacrifices it entails deserve our deeper contemplation, Lacevale said. Even as a demigod standing at the pinnacle of power in the borderlands, he could not escape the tide of history. He could choose not to fight. But what would he wield to confront the returning legion of the Fated Ones when they came back to the borderlands? Merely an isolated reliquaria? One must understand that the Fated Ones in the narrative are not mere servants to the player's jingling bells. They are ruthless beings capable of dispatching all demigods. A force that has slaughtered its way from the Weeping Peninsula to Famiazra, and there are legions of such individuals. Even if he could contend with the fated ones, could he truly address the devastating foreign enemies wreaking havoc beyond the borderlands? Thus, he resolved to leverage the ongoing war to rapidly elevate his own strength and influence. For only then might he truly bring an end to the conflict, rather than becoming a pitiful figure swept away by the tides of time. Melina looked at him with a gentle smile, tightening her grip on Laceveil's hand. I believe you can bring this to an end. Laceveil pulled Melina closer, his lips brushing against her already flushed little ear. I shall eradicate the afflictions of this land, and I shall also conclude the destinies of us all. Ah! Melina let out a soft scream, her flushed cheeks resembling a ripe peach, and in an instant, she transformed into countless shimmering points of light, vanishing from sight. How amusing it was that this foolish girl remained so shy after all these days. Lasseville gazed at the scattered lights and chuckled helplessly. Beneath his smile, however, lay a sense of relief. Perhaps this was the true essence of Melina, a young girl who, despite her perpetual shyness, harbored a genuine affection for all living things. Since the withdrawal of Lacard and Marlenia, the battlefield had been left with only Gafaya barely holding on, resembling a firefighter leading the dispossessed knights to extinguish the flames of chaos. Yet, what fascinated Lasseville was that despite the inevitable defeat looming over Gafaya, the morale of the Nimshfu Legion continued to soar. The Beastmen Legion and the ordinary soldiers of Nimshfu fought with a ferocity akin to that of enraged beasts, biting with their teeth and headbutting, all to claim a few more Rodel soldiers. This terrifying fighting spirit allowed Gafaya to withstand Rodel's onslaught for 2 days alone. But war is merciless. Regardless of how fiercely Gafaya resisted, Rodel's soldiers advanced like an unrelenting tide, inch by inch, with slow yet resolute steps pushing the front lines forward. Observing this scene, Lasseville understood that Monk had no intention of sparing Gafaya. On the battlefield, the true fear does not stem from an array of peculiar troop types or from elite warriors of unmatched prowess. These can be countered by an adversary employing similar tactics. The most terrifying aspect is when one faction begins to hone the fundamentals of warfare against you, employing sheer numbers, the quality of each soldier, and logistical support to overwhelm you. Evidently, in terms of these fundamental conditions of warfare, no one could rival Rodel, or rather, Rodel under the leadership of Mont. To say nothing of the support from their homeland, their supply lines were naturally superior and swifter compared to Nimshfu, and their manpower was far greater. Thus, for days, Lasseville and Melina had been biding their time, awaiting the moment when the Nimshfu Legion would crumble, an instant that would mark their entrance into the royal city. As he gazed at the distant flickers of light from the Nimshfu encampment, Lasseville shrugged. It seemed their good friend Gafaya had endured yet another day. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated, emanating from the royal city. The gates, long besieged by the demigod coalition yet never breached, swung open before the astonished eyes of both the Rodel and Nimshfu camps. A convoy surged forth from beyond the city walls. It was the carriage of the Golden Family. Those in the Rodel camp who were discerning gasped in astonishment. Lasseville squinted, watching the convoy rush out from beneath the very noses of both factions, his heart racing. Little Gafaya, you truly are impressive. How did you escape while your father has yet to be defeated? As he calculated the speed of the convoy, Lasseville employed his modified version of the Moonshadow Blink, drawing closer to the city gates. This enhanced version, although demanding more in terms of magical capacity and circuits, significantly increased the distance of instantaneous movement, a modification Lasseville had crafted for long-distance travel. Setting aside the frenzied advance of Raisvale, let us focus on the two formidable factions at hand. As soon as there was a stir at the gates of the royal city, the soldiers of Gavaya sounded the horn signaling an enemy assault. The Rodel army left the usually composed Samelo utterly dumbfounded. There had been no prior warning, no indications, no preparations. Suddenly, the gates of his homeland swung open from within. He shuddered at the horrifying thought of Nimjafu's assassins or traitors infiltrating the city, opening the gates to coordinate a two-pronged attack with the external forces. The most dreadful implication was that if it were indeed assassins who had opened the gates, it would mean one chilling possibility. His own rear had completely succumbed. If that were the case, Samelo tightened his grip on the polearm in his hand, resigned to the notion that he could only fight to the bitter end to prove his loyalty. However, when he caught sight of the carriage, he was taken aback. Soldiers of his rank might recognize it as belonging to the Golden Family, but he knew full well that it was the infamous vehicle of the foolish young Master Grek. Watching Grek flee through the open gates, alongside the distant and nearly depleted Nimjafu Legion, a wave of relaxation washed over him, followed by a hearty laugh. Gavaya, is this truly your son? Ha ha. For someone of his new faction, this was the most compelling evidence of the decline of Gedwin's faction. Relay my orders. Grek, as a member of the Golden Royal Family, has committed treason by abandoning Radagon in battle, a capital offense. Use the crossbow artillery too. His triumphant declaration was abruptly silenced when he felt a vice-like grip around his throat. Glancing up, he saw the blessed Prince Monget, who had stealthily approached from behind, choking him. Considering your years of guarding the Golden Tree and the Royal City, I shall spare your life. But heed my words, matters of the Golden lineage are beyond your purview. No matter how inept Grek may be, his fate is not for you to decide. Monget hurled Samelo aside, thankful for his timely arrival. Otherwise, it seemed there were numerous eyes watching Grek. Before his brother returned, even if he had to confine Grek, he could not allow him to meet his demise. Monget sighed inwardly. Beneath Grek's frail exterior lay a great rune, an object of envy for many. Unbeknownst to him, Grek had managed to open the gates and escape from the inner city to the outer city with an unsettling calmness. This was evidently the result of the machinations of the golden nobles within the royal city, and shockingly, the fool had truly placed his trust in those nobles. Venturing out at such a precarious moment, had Monget not intervened, those golden nobles might have already used Samelo to eliminate Grek. Reflecting on this, Monget felt compelled to assume a grandfatherly role to enlighten his brother's offspring. His own brother had been a paragon of excellence in his prime, while Grek now appeared utterly inept, having inherited none of the golden prowess, yet indulging in a life of pleasure without guidance. Previously, he had relied on Gavia's support from outside, but now, faced with a grim situation, he seemed devoid of any intellect. As Mont's frustration grew, he ultimately had to relent, for he had pledged to his elder brother to ensure the safety of his descendants. Words spoken must be followed through by actions. Yet, rather than focusing on his own plight, Mont squinted, fearing that Gufuya might truly be in peril. When Gufuya beheld the carriage hurtling out of the royal city, he felt as though his very spine had been severed, collapsing onto the ground. The bond of blood cannot be mistaken, it must be Grek. Although he had never anticipated that Grek would remain in the royal city, embodying the fearless spirit of a true golden royal, undaunted even in the face of death. However, his letter had clearly stated that Mont would spare him after the war, yet Grek foolishly emerged at such a critical juncture. There was no word to describe the sorrowful predicament. Gufuya could surmise with certainty that someone within the royal city sought to exploit this moment to utterly eliminate Grek and seize the great rune within him. Yet Grek, lacking discernment, not only failed to comprehend the danger, but also lost the last vestige of dignity. Even when confronting the Radagon army alone, Gufuya had stood tall. But at this moment he felt like a feeble old man, sorrowfully watching the last semblance of the Golden Royal Family being cast to the ground, shattered into pieces. What would his grandfather and father say upon witnessing this scene? Tears streaming down his face, Gufuya lamented in a hoarse voice, weeping profusely. All present in the square could sense that their once mighty lord now resembled an elderly man stripped of everything, powerless and hopeless. The carriage and its retinue sped away, leaving behind the bewildered ninjafu soldiers and their king. After an indeterminate time, Gufuya reined in his emotions and issued a final command to those assembled: pursue that carriage. Protect it as you would protect me. This is my final decree. Yet his soldiers remained still, as if deaf to the command. I command you to guard that carriage. Did you not hear me? Gufuya roared, a divine pressure descending upon the soldiers like a tempest. Thud. The soldiers needed only to take a step back to escape this overwhelming force, yet they chose to kneel on one knee rather than abandon their place. Not a single cry escaping their lips, only heavy breaths remained. In their silence, they pledged their final loyalty to Gufuya. Gradually, he withdrew his divine pressure, turned, and grasped the fearsome golden war hammer, raising it above his head, as if he were a victorious general emerging from the battlefield. My most loyal soldiers, he shouted as he charged toward the resplendent royal city. With a roar, the soldiers followed their king into the fray. Chapter 19. Into the city it proved that some matters are immutable, even though Gufuya embodied the essence of a true hero this time. And even as his soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, they were ultimately encircled by the Radagon Legion. The Nimjafu soldiers and the Aryan forces were annihilated, and Gufuya himself was trapped within a makeshift prison in the wilderness, with only a handful of exiled knights managing to break through under Mont's direction, returning to Stonewall City. However, in stark contrast, the once impeccable Rotor King City has become home to a dangerous element, or rather, one and a half. Of course, Laysville clearly belongs to that half. He harbors no malice towards the royal city. Had it not been for Melina, he would possess no ill intentions towards the Golden Tree either. even with the knowledge of the third path to divinity, and the various methods by which one could achieve godhood, it currently serves no purpose in undermining the rule of the royal city. The only way for Laysville to traverse that path is through the elimination of others, a condition that renders it practically unattainable for him. Thus, his immediate objective remains to seek out Miquella to completely draw the Holy Tree faction to his side, and to assemble a formidable army capable of penetrating the royal city from the front. While he could certainly emulate the Knight of the Black Blade and engage in assassination, one must consider the feasibility of such an endeavor in a city teeming with heroes. Even if he were to successfully carry out an assassination against the demigod Montget, what then? Would the nobles of Roder truly submit to him? Or would the abysmal Golden Law change for the better following such an act? The Golden Law has rendered the productivity of the borderlands woefully inadequate and drastically reduced the population. How then can he prepare for the inevitable war that lies beyond the borders? Hence, he must indeed alter the law, and thus far, the only viable approach remains to first overturn and then pin down. The enigmatic being of unworthiness within him is too mysterious, and he himself cannot discern how to utilize it, thus it lies beyond his current considerations. As Laysville pondered these thoughts, Melina gracefully emerged. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly declared, "My king, Torred insists that you must see that lock." Observing the familiar yet youthful aspect of the little wooden figure, Laysville felt a rush of warmth, his gaze intense enough to seem as if it could melt Melina. Sensing his unabashed scrutiny, Melina's face reddened further. She abruptly turned away, striving to inhale the refreshing night air of the royal city to calm her heated cheeks. "My king, please follow me," she implored, though she dared not glance back. She extended her slightly trembling hand to grasp Laysville's. Both possessed the ability to conceal themselves, the wooden figure embodying a spirit, while Laysville transformed into an utterly ordinary moonbeam, blending seamlessly into the nocturnal hues of the royal city. As Laysville gazed upon the familiar yet foreign royal city, he could not help but marvel. Constrained by the limitations of game mechanics, what had once been an expansive metropolis in his past life now felt akin to a modern city. The sprawling edifices, resplendent hues, and broad streets epitomized regal grandeur. Compared to Lyakali, it may lack a degree of refinement, yet it exudes a greater sense of majesty. The golden rooftops and classical architectural features collectively epitomized opulence, while the distant colossal dragon carcass of Gurren Sanctus and the seemingly eternally thunder-lashed lightning of Gurren Sanctus imparted a sense of sanctity that has withstood cataclysmic trials. The Golden Dynasty possesses the means to remove this dragon carcass, yet its preservation until now likely serves as a subtle warning to other factions. Centuries ago, the War of the Dragon Trees irrevocably altered the dominion of the borderlands. It began with the ancient dragon high priest, Gulen Sonks, launching a surprise attack on the royal city, culminating in the remarkable alliance between Golden Gedevin and Fulsanks, who transformed foes into friends. This pivotal moment heralded the downfall of the dragon lineage, which had ruled the borderlands for millennia, defeated by the Golden Dynasty and reduced to vassalage. The imposition of a curfew in the royal city has resulted in what was once a broad thoroughfare now being patrolled by only a sparse few groups. Each group is meticulously composed, featuring 2 Roddle soldiers and a Roddle heavy archer, accompanied by a knight bearing a sentinel's torch. Such a deployment serves as a rudimentary warning system against heroic-level adversaries, and is capable of engaging or even dispatching foes of lesser caliber. Furthermore, Mont has astutely learned from past experiences, distributing sentinel torches liberally among each squad, a testament to the royal city's opulence. However, this level of defense proves woefully inadequate against a demigod and a bug. Raysvale and Melina, cloaked in invisibility, traversed the city with an air of nonchalance. Despite Melina's prior visits and Raysvale's extensive explorations within the game, they strolled through the royal city as if they were first-time tourists, marveling at their surroundings. Previously, during their travels, Raysvale had to restrain himself from becoming overly familiar with the naive Leah, who was still a child. Now, with Leah taken by Lakad as a vital communicator for Raysvale, it was left to them to explore the royal streets. Melina seemed to have forgotten her mission, leisurely holding Raysvale's hand as they wandered through the grand citadel. "What a pity it is night, otherwise you would witness the throngs of humanity," she sighed, addressing Raysvale. Raysvale chuckled softly. Indeed, the royal city could be considered the most populous in the borderlands. Yet his past experiences wandering through bustling metropolises like Beijing and Shanghai had acquainted him with the true meaning of a sea of humanity. The population of the borderlands paled in comparison. The duo ambled leisurely to the side of Gulen Sonk's dragon carcass, where Melina affectionately touched her forehead. Each visit to the city center required ascending this ancient and colossal dragon, and without riding toward it, Melina found herself dwarfed by even the first layer of Gulen Sonk's skeletal remains. Observing Melina as she propped herself against the dragon's wing structure, Raisvale could not help but chuckle as she playfully mounted it. Upon hearing his laughter, Melina reacted like a startled kitten, playfully striking him in the chest with her diminutive fists. Raisvale, matching her playful energy, used her momentum to pull her into his embrace, lightly lifting her as if they were a shooting star soaring through the night sky. As Melina gazed at the young man's charming visage, illuminated by the moonlight and reminiscent of the brightest star, her dark hair danced in the breeze. A sweet smile graced her lips as she nestled against Raisvale's chest. Chapter 20. WOC Moon Scar. Under the moonlight, embracing the sister to slay. It is said that those who have employed this technique ultimately meet with a gratifying conclusion. Save for the exception of Minato Namikaze, Raisvale casually selected a terrace and descended slowly. If the previous location was merely the outskirts of the royal city, he was now firmly within the heart of the kingdom. In stark contrast to the tranquility outside, the interior of the palace was bustling with activity. Servants and attendants were hurrying about, preparing an abundance of delicacies for the enjoyment of the golden aristocrats. Some rare varieties even elicited exclamations of wonder from Raisvale, the Prince of Lilacaria, yet these exquisite items would typically only be consumed by the golden nobility at a mere 3 to 4%, with the remainder, originally intended for the servants and knights, being funneled into the sewers of the royal city after Montgot ascended to the throne. This decree had, of course, incited considerable discontent among the lower ranks and knights, but once Montgot personally dispatched a warning, no one dared to voice any objections. Ironically, the very creatures that had long plagued the knights and soldiers in the royal sewers began to diminish, while the time required for cleaning the sewers also shortened significantly. Perhaps it was through these gradual changes that Montgot garnered the acknowledgement and support of the majority of the nobility within the royal city, ultimately swaying their allegiance. People began to realize that a progressive monarch, one who could genuinely bring them benefits, possessed far greater charisma than a mere puppet. Raisvale sighed. The density of the crowd was not something he could resolve with a mere moonlight illusion. Although he was visually invisible, his physical form remained tangible. For a demigod such as himself, silently eliminating those before him was far simpler than stealthily infiltrating the space. Nonetheless, solutions were always at hand, albeit somewhat more cumbersome than before. His limbs lightly touched the walls, as if he were defying gravity, scaling upwards. Should another traveler witness his peculiar ascent, they would likely conjure images of either Spider-Man or James Bond. The most notable feature of the Baroque-style palace was its remarkable height above the ground. Raisvale's form was already concealed, and combined with the ancient habit of not looking up, no one would suspect that a figure resembling a large spider was traversing the palace ceiling. In stark contrast to Raisvale's predicament, Melina appeared particularly graceful. As her ethereal form manifested, she transformed into an invisible, untouchable essence. Amidst the bustling crowd, Melina glided like a young girl enjoying an afternoon stroll. Occasionally, she would glance up at Raisvale on the ceiling, stifling her laughter at the sight. Raisvale, feeling the pressure of Melina's gaze, which was tinged with amusement, could not help but scoff inwardly, recalling her earlier clumsiness while perusing the ancient Quran sacks. Fortunately for Raisvale, this journey, which could easily be deemed a dark chapter in history, did not endure for long, as the magnificent Golden Tree Cathedral gradually came into view. The church, approached through its grand entrance, is a truly awe-inspiring sight. Racival floated down from the ceiling, standing shoulder to shoulder with Melina, gazing at the church of the first Elden, which is 3 times the size of the Cuckoo Church. When he first arrived here in the game, he had little time to appreciate its beauty, as he was swiftly felled by Old G's phantom, and thereafter became engrossed in battle, leaving no moment to admire such a magnificent view. Now, however, he finally had the opportunity to make amends. Unlike the dilapidated royal city depicted in the game, the current royal city was still in a phase of flourishing growth. Since Morgoth ascended to power, the Golden Faith had been firmly established, preventing its collapse due to the shattering of the Elden Ring. Thus, even in the depths of night, the church was attended by a cadre of clergy engaged in prayers for the Golden Faith. Beneath the glow of 300 eternal golden candles stood 130 ordinary clerics and 13 grand priests of the Golden Tree, who continuously recited the first tenet of the Golden Tree law as decreed by Radagon, to eliminate pests, disperse embers, banish omens, and eradicate the 4 fading segments. As Racival listened, his heart grew increasingly uneasy. With the priest's prayers, he felt the golden half of the great rune of the Unborn stirring within him, pulsating in rhythm with the invocations, erupting in waves of golden power. In an instant, Rasival comprehended why the armies of the Golden Dynasty were invincible. This divine prayer functioned as a colossal signal transmitter, dramatically increasing the density of golden power in the air. If likened to Lendl, it could be understood as a vast magical realm composed of a collective, where one not only experienced accelerated recovery, but also received comprehensive enhancements to golden prayers. Rasival struggled to suppress the burgeoning golden power within him. Since the fracture of the great rune of the Unborn, he had been at a loss regarding how to wield this golden force. He had assumed that the golden aspect would provide him with all the prayers and knowledge in a flood akin to the lunar aspect. Yet he had waited in vain for any such action. Now, in what could possibly be the most potent reservoir of golden power in the entire lands between, that great rune finally revealed a glimpse of its submerged potential. To avoid exposing themselves, Rasival pulled Melina a few steps away from the Grand Cathedral, traversing the Queen's quarters to their ultimate destination, the Elden Throne. With the lunar aspect finally managing to restrain the golden power, Rasival exhaled in relief. As he beheld the familiar seats he could recite by heart, a smile spread across his face. The Golden Twins, blessed by divine grace, Michaela and Malnia, General Radagon, Judge Rykard, and the Moon Princess Runni, particularly drew his attention to the child-sized seat of his sister, which was noticeably smaller than those of the other demigods, prompting Rasival to stifle a laugh. Surveying the array of demigod seats, Razivil's gaze inevitably fell upon the central throne, a symbol of the Elden King. The throne was not crafted from gold or other precious materials, but rather fashioned from wood. However, this wood was not the flimsy variety that shatters with the slightest touch. Beneath its dull grain, a faint glimmer of golden light flowed, as if it were hewn from the sacred golden tree. Behind the throne lay the passage leading into the depths of the golden tree. Yet Lazaviel was aware that this passage had been sealed by Radagon with thorns that rejected all. This misconception led the earnest Monkert to believe that he was unworthy, causing the golden tree to spurn him, unaware that the rejection extended to all. This tale imparts the wisdom that before seeking one's own faults, one might consider the shortcomings of others. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed from the passage behind the throne. The proximity rendered Lazaviel and Melina defenseless, and they merely looked up to see Monkert, the Blessing King, equally bewildered. Old Mont emerged, arranged the chair, and upon lifting his gaze, exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 21. The remnants of days gone by the three of them, with 5 eyes, conveyed nothing but surprise, shock, and absurdity. Monkert felt the world had finally revealed its inconsistencies due to the shattering of the Elden Ring. How could he possibly encounter such a significant figure? One who had long since withdrawn from the demigod coalition, in the very heart of the royal city? Melina, on the other hand, felt a sense of vulnerability akin to a scholar caught off guard, eager to manifest her ethereal form, but realizing it would be futile, akin to self-deception. The thought of fleeing crossed her mind, but she recalled they were in the royal city, within enemy territory, and where could they possibly escape? In a flurry of uncertainty, she drew her mission dagger, adopting a standard combat stance, her small face taut with determination. As for Lazaviel, he transformed into a flustered scholar, feigning shyness and awkwardly attempting a delicate series of moves that only served to rouse Monkert from his stupor. However, contrary to their expectations, Monkert did not immediately draw his cursed sword or summon the golden knights of the city to encircle them, which caused Melina to exhale in relief. While Lazaviel possessed the terrifying strength to penetrate the royal city, he would inevitably be worn down by the relentless tide of foes, not to mention Monkert's watchful presence. Monkert appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing to carry the freshly crafted chair and placing it beside Ronnie. As it touched the ground, a flash of golden light emanated, as if it had forged a connection with the golden tree, rendering the unassuming chair seemingly indestructible. After positioning the chair for moonlight, he gestured for the two to sit before turning and slowly settling on the ground beside the Elden Throne, akin to a loyal sentinel guarding the revered seat. Lazaviel shrugged, taking his place on the wooden seat, which was perfectly sized for him alone. The wood had intended to stand at his side, but upon being tugged, it blushed and settled on Lazaviel's lap. Monkert furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his thoughts, seemingly accustomed to the disrespectful demeanor of these demigods. Nevertheless, he mused that compared to the likes of Marlenia, who would eagerly rend Latine to shreds in the absence of Michaela's restraint, and Grake, who posed with an air of arrogance, mocking all present, this moon-marked figure could indeed be considered a rather courteous demigod. You have never witnessed this place when it is filled to capacity, have you? Monkert suddenly remarked, lifting his gaze to the vast golden tree that shaded the sky, addressing it as one would an old friend. It must have been no small feat to gather these individuals here. Lazyville glanced around, reflecting on the history of the borderlands. It seemed that only during the reign of King Radagon leading up to the Night of the Black Blade had the Golden Dynasty possessed the capability and strength to convene such pinnacle entities of the borderlands, although they had not yet attained their current stature at that time. Following the wars of the Dragon Tree and Moon Tree, 3 members of the Carian Royal Family came to Radagon for study, giving rise to the twin progeny of the Holy Tree. The Golden Gedwin garnered the support of both the old and new factions within the Golden Clan, standing just a step away from godhood. Monkert fell into reverie, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of Lazyville launching a surprise attack during his moment of reflection. The Borderlands had once thrived, with the Golden Dynasty advancing like a swiftly galloping chariot, everything appearing so idyllic. Monkert spoke as if to both Lazyville and himself. Lazyville gazed upon this ominous figure, who had endured the tribulations brought by the Golden Dynasty, who, in his youth, had barely managed to survive in the sewers, yet remained unwaveringly loyal to the Golden cause as a king. A sense of respect welled within him, those once hailed as prodigies by the Golden Dynasty. The aristocrats enjoying the luxuries of life ultimately found themselves in need of salvation from a king they held in disdain. Even as an adversary, Lazyville felt a measure of admiration for the man before him. After a prolonged silence, Monkert continued, Moonmark, what is your perspective on this vast expanse of the Borderlands? Lazyville had not anticipated such a question at this moment, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, regardless of how the Borderlands may be ravaged, it should adhere to its own principles. The essence of these principles lies in the inherent adaptability of internal matters. The Golden Law is not inherently flawed. However, if the law has encountered issues, then we must address those problems. Should a law be truly necessary, I would not wholly dismiss the Golden Law. Its ancient formulation was evidently superior to the present. A law that even enemies can embrace is bound to evolve with the passage of time, rather than serve as a constraint of the age. As the King of Radagon, you are undoubtedly aware of the realities of common life under the Golden Law. I once glimpsed a world beyond the Borderlands through my connection with the moon. It is a realm riddled with warfare, home to a dilapidated yet resilient empire. They possess a sacred text that has endured for thousands of years, but when its compiler awoke to find his descendants still reciting the text verbatim, devoid of any evolution, he was nearly incensed back into slumber. Lazyville evidently referred to the old 13th, Robert Killiman, who could have anticipated that beneath the surface warfare of the lands between, akin to the tumult of a battlefield, there lies an abyss of tranquility. Were it not for the return of the fated, the chaos of the lands between would likely persist indefinitely. Ratton slaughters all participants at the Festival of Combat. Lakad nestles in a volcano, asleep. Runni, the embodiment of fate's stars, remains imprisoned. Melnia awaits her brother eternally beneath the sacred tree. Monk lusts after a hand in the Blood Dynasty, and Montet steadfastly defends the royal city. This unchanging cycle would continue. Whether it was due to the shock of Lazyville's depiction of the world or Montet's awareness of the current deadlock faced by the lands between, the man seated beside the throne rose, calmly gazing at the demigod before him. What shall you bring to the lands between? Rebirth. What is your purpose here? To meet my inept father and my yet-to-be-seen stepmother. Montet laughed, his raucous mirth echoing through the vast expanse, mocking Lazyville's audacity while simultaneously appreciating his aspirations. As the laughter gradually subsided, Montet slowly drew forth his cursed sword from the air, its violet-black blade emanating a golden afterglow, imbuing the seemingly sinister weapon with an air of sanctity. Lazyville patted his wooden hand, and amidst Melina's encouraging chants, he grasped the scythe that had instilled dread in countless hearts. Under the moonlight, the two erstwhile conversationalists swiftly unsheathed their weapons, not for the pursuit of gain, but as a clash of old ideals against new, a final trial of Lazyville against the primal golden tenets of Radagon. Very well. The demigod who brings rebirth to the lands between, I, the last King Montet, shall bestow upon you the remnants of your. Chapter 22. Mismore. The sharp breaths and the crisp echoes of clashing weapons became the dominant melody of the expansive square. Beneath the moonlight, the duo, one clad in gold, the other in white, articulated their resolve through their arms. Beyond the cursed sword, Montet continually manifested various weapons using the power of golden light. In addition to the daggers for ranged assault and the heavy hammer for close combat, he conjured a serpent spear and a long lance crafted from gold. Unlike the dagger and hammer techniques he had derived from endless slaughter, These new weapons bore his distinctive flair. When the entirely golden serpent spear appeared in Mengtet's grasp, he seemed to transform. What were once the most straightforward killing techniques, distilled from countless battles, morphed into a style that was agile and almost eerie. Though Mengtet's execution of these peculiar maneuvers appeared somewhat comical, their complexity and difficulty surged. This caused Melina to cover her gaping mouth in shock. She was all too familiar with this style of combat. The agile dodges and the spear, appearing as if it could materialize anywhere like a serpentine specter, gradually encroached upon the opponent's space for survival. Each assault was a blend of 7 parts feigned and 3 parts genuine, a harmonious interplay of speed and slowness, reality and illusion. This was unmistakably the technique of her brother, Mizmor. The long spear was even more terrifying, seldom employed. But each instance of its use was fraught with extreme peril. It seemed that if it were not wielded, it would be taken away by Laysville with a mere sweep of his scythe. The spear appeared with uncanny precision, as if it had anticipated Laysville's offensive intentions and the weaknesses in his techniques, effortlessly dismantling Laysville's assault with minimal force and initiating a counterattack. One could assert that had it not been for that miraculous spear technique, Monk might have succumbed between the 200th and 300th strike. However, what puzzled Laysville and the onlooker was that Mont, possessing such a formidable technique, refrained from utilizing it frequently, as if he had not fully grasped its essence. Laysville swiftly turned to parry Mont's horizontal strike with his cursed sword, leveraging the momentum to thrust his scythe upward. In a sudden motion, he disarmed Mont, sending the cursed sword tumbling to the ground like a great silver serpent. He then stepped forward and delivered an upward slash, culminating this lengthy, thrilling, yet perilously intense duel. The blade of the scythe rested gently against Mont's jaw, with a mere exertion of force. Laysville could have easily ended the life of the Blessing King and seized control of the royal city. Yet, the scythe remained steadfast, unwavering as a rock. Was it ultimately a matter of strength? Mont murmured. Laysville withdrew the scythe, twirling it in a flourish before merging the fearsome weapon back into the moonlight. There was no mockery, no arrogance. Laysville simply extended his hand towards Mont, reminiscent of the support the new era offered to the old. Or perhaps the legacy of the old being passed down by the new. Mont, with a slight grin, grasped Laysville's outstretched hand. In the moonlight, the towering figure of the monster was lifted by the youth. Once steady, Mont offered no further words. Their duel had been a product of mutual restraint. Had either party acted with even a hint of treachery, their clash would have turned the royal city into a hell on earth. He merely retrieved the cursed sword and began walking towards the Golden Tree Cathedral. Although his back was turned to the two, his words clearly drifted into Laysville and Melina's ears. You have but 1 hour. After that, I shall plunge the royal city into a state of war and have the knights search for the demigod, Moonshadow, who has infiltrated the city. Moreover, Monk glanced back at Laysville, reminding him of his words. Moonshadow, the boundary must change. Please wait. Melina involuntarily called out, gazing at Monk's retreating figure. Monk furrowed his brow, looking at the woman who had previously sat closely on Moonshadow's lap, appearing quite intimate with him. Initially, he had assumed she was merely a mistress or involved in some dubious relationship, but as he scrutinized her further, noticing the dark 3-clawed bird totem at the corner of Melina's eye, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Your Excellency, the Blessing King, Melina said, steadying her racing heart. If I may be so bold, could you enlighten me on the origins of your spear technique? Mongath's stride towards the great cathedral of the Golden Tree came to a complete halt. He turned to gaze intently at the unknown woman before him, scrutinizing Melina. This penetrating gaze irritated Laysville, who could not suppress a cough. It seemed Montgath suddenly recalled something. The formidable figure, which remained unshaken even in the face of legions, began to tremble slightly, as if witnessing a miracle or a horror. Who is Missemo to you? Montgath's voice was hoarse and tinged with a hint of panic. A reaction that left Laysville incredulous. How could this Blessing King, who stood resolute against the onslaught of demigods, be so unsettled by Melina? Surely, even if the wooden figure were divine, it would not provoke such fear in Montgath. Could it be that the wooden figure and Marika shared some hidden secret? And who, pray tell, is Missemo? My name is Melina, and I am the sister of Missemo, the wooden figure finally replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this revelation, it was not just Montgath who trembled. Laysville wore an expression of disbelief, staring at the diminutive wooden figure. No, Laysville silently screamed. How could I possibly know that the wooden figure has a brother? Is this some kind of DLC? It must be. The shock of this news was akin to discovering the third path to godhood. Naturally, the wooden figure's brother was also a demigod, potentially born of Marika and Radagon's union. We lived in the sewers beneath the royal city. Due to the rejection from the Golden Faith, most of the children of ill omen were abandoned there at birth. And as the king of ill omens, I had an obligation to protect my siblings. Montgath began to recount a previously unknown history. Our territorial instincts were strong, and we instinctively organized to clear the sewers of creatures to procure food and other necessities. Originally, as the sole scavengers of the sewers, we had access to ample sustenance. However, as food within our domain dwindled, we discovered that another equally powerful demigod had also entered the sewers. Massimo and I became acquainted through circumstance at that time. He shared my loyalty to the Golden Tree, and we naturally forged a strong friendship. He once confided in me that he had a sister, but due to certain circumstances, she was confined within the confines of Radagon. Thus, we lived as friends for decades until that fateful day arrived. Montgath's words were steeped in sorrow. He came to me, declaring that it would be our final meeting. His mother had bestowed upon him a significant task that required his lifelong dedication, and he entrusted this to me, imploring me to care for his sister. Montgath produced an irregular black-red crystal from beneath his armor, its surface reminiscent of a flickering black flame. Since ascending to kingship, Montgath had tirelessly searched within the royal city for Massimo's sister, but his efforts were thwarted by the relentless advance of the demigod coalition, forcing him to temporarily abandon his quest. However, he never anticipated that the person he had sought for decades would emerge on their own today. How could Monk not be overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing his long-lost sister? He slowly approached, gently placing the crystal into Melina's small hand. It seemed he wished to caress her hair, yet his outstretched hand froze mid-air, for the piercing gaze from the moon scar was firmly fixed upon him, as if any further movement would provoke a deadly response. Could you elaborate? Razavel inquired, donning a polite yet graceful smile as he lightly pinched Melina's small hand. I thought I would never have any further connection with my brother, Melina sighed, as if lamenting the capriciousness of fate, or perhaps reflecting on an ancient era, a long-buried tale that was about to resurface. That was a time long ago, so distant that the War King had yet to engage the giants. So distant that her father had not yet commenced his campaigns in Lyracalia. Her parents had united to bring forth both her and her brother. Yet it seemed they were cursed by the defeated outer gods of the Golden Tree, rendering them flawed beings parasitized by these entities. Under the weight of societal pressure, their mother had concealed all news regarding them, but soon thereafter, a war began, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. Melina reminisced. Chapter 23. Witness. O divine beings, that war appeared to be hidden within the annals of history. We know not who fought, where the battles took place, or what the outcomes were. The only certainty I possess is that my brother has become irrevocably ensnared in that conflict, and to this day, there has been no word of him, Melina expressed. Razavel closed his eyes, striving to absorb the weighty revelation. So, you imply that Queen Marika and Radagon bore not merely 2 children, Mycela and Melnia, but 4? And that Massimo, and you are also offspring of these 2? Monkt was equally astounded by this extraordinary revelation, but more so troubled by the unsettling knowledge that only he and Melina comprehended, the terrifying half-god who led the army, now mysteriously unaccounted for. This seemingly vast borderland does not appear to possess the capacity to harbor such a formidable force. Razavel pondered. The region of Lyenia, as the stronghold of Lyracalia, had not revealed any traces of this army for decades, if not centuries. He had traversed the entirety of the borderland in the game, exploring every possible locale, from Famiazel to the Eternal City, yet had never encountered any sign of this army. Had Melina not brought this matter to light, Razavel might have never fathomed that she had a brother leading an army engaged in battles for centuries, unbeknownst to him. In conclusion, I have fulfilled the wishes of my friend, and now I entrust you with her care, Moon Scar. Monk ceased his thoughts, for his current duties and identity firmly bound him to Radagon. No matter how much he contemplated, he could only remain within the confines of Radagon. Melina merely responded with a sound, yet her gaze remained fixated upon the crystal, where, from an angle imperceptible to all, her eyes reflected disbelief and confusion. Astonishingly, she sensed the essence of the flame of Massimo within this crystal. Both siblings were born with the innate spark of fire, possessing an unparalleled destructive power over the Golden Tree, though it was limited to their own capacity as kindling. Yet this crystal seemed akin to another Massimo, entirely capable of serving as a catalyst to ignite everything in existence. Given her brother's unwavering loyalty to the Golden Tree and their mother, Marika, how could such an object exist? To rephrase, it was as if a general, steadfastly devoted to his nation, had left behind a nuclear button, albeit one that only Melina could press, yet it would still unleash a catastrophic explosion. Furthermore, the ramifications of incinerating the golden tree would far surpass those of a mere nuclear detonation. Raisvale gently shook the stunned Melina. "Little Wood, our time is limited. Let us first attend to the matter at hand, and afterward, I shall accompany you to find your brother, shall we?" Melina blinked her large eyes, obediently nodding before transforming into a flurry of golden light that melded into Raisvale's form. He stepped cautiously into the familiar corridor, where at its end stood the golden gate sealed by the roots of the golden tree, resolutely denying entry to all. Raisvale shrugged. Truth be told, he was uncertain of the purpose of his visit. Initially, he had intended to proceed directly to the Flame of Madness and ascend the snowy mountain to burn the tree. However, upon meeting Littlewood, he had been informed that the lock could only be opened by Melina's king himself, with the steed likely to be that of Queen Marika. Raisvale was more than willing to believe this. Nevertheless, whether viewed from afar or up close, whether struck with a fist or severed with a scythe, the barrier of rejection appeared to be the most formidable object in existence. Even though Raisvale could not exert his full strength within the royal city, his raw physical power, devoid of magical enhancement, remained formidable. Suddenly, Raisvale noticed that the golden tree pattern on the sealed door bore a striking resemblance to that found within the realm of the unfated, both in size and detail. The proximity even caused the pattern to glow slightly brighter. With an expression akin to seeing a ghost, Raisvale directed the golden power from the unfated towards the door. The ancient key finally unlocked the aged gate, unleashing a blinding burst of golden light within the corridor, causing Raisvale to instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, this golden radiance lacked the usual terrifying, eternal essence of golden power. Instead, it felt as comforting and reliable as a father finally reunited with his child. Upon reopening his eyes, Raisvale discovered that he was no longer in the previously narrow and dark corridor, but rather within the interior of the golden tree, a place he had visited 6 times before, the familiar terminus of all his journeys. At this moment, Raisvale involuntarily raised his gaze, beholding Marika, who had just been pierced and suspended beneath the golden order. Although the golden ring bore slight cracks, it was not as dilapidated as it would appear in later ages. What was truly terrifying was that, despite having been suspended for nearly a decade, her golden hair still shimmered with a warm and radiant glow. Clad in a long black gown, she exuded an air of nobility while remaining approachable. Her fair and delicate skin resembled winter snowflakes, pure and flawless. If this were the living embodiment of the eternal Queen Marika, Raisvale would merely marvel at her perfect visage. Yet, before him was a corpse that had hung for nearly 10 years. Even more horrifying was that, if he was not mistaken, the queen who should have perished was slowly raising her head, gazing at him gently with her golden eyes. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. In a flash, Raisvale drew Moonshadow, for in such an eerie circumstance, only the cold moonlight could offer him a semblance of safety. "My child, you have arrived." Her voice was akin to the softest cradle in the world, imbued with boundless affection and concern. Yet, rather than providing Raisvale with any assurance, it heightened his vigilance. "Strange, exceedingly strange. Queen Marika?" Raisvale inquired, his voice trembling involuntarily. A perfectly measured smile graced Marika's lips as she nodded, her eyes radiating kindness. "Do not be afraid, my child." Raisvale took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Are you not already dead?" Marika gently replied, "Death is not an end. I have been awaiting your arrival." Raisvale furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. "Awaiting me? There are only 2 ways to enter here. One is through my plan to incinerate the golden tree, but if that were the case, you would not behold a complete version of me. The other is your father's plan. In his conscious final moments, he negotiated with me to extract a fragment of the ring in advance, that fragment being you." Marika's words stirred a tempest within Raisvale's heart. Should that fragment succeed, it would become the most significant variable in the lands between for millennia. "The moment I laid eyes upon you, I realized your father had succeeded. He had won his gamble." Chapter 24. The Ring of Ruin becomes a warhammer. I ascend as Emperor Radagon. Raisvale furrowed his brow. For whether in the game or upon his arrival, Radagon had always been perceived as a loyal hound of the golden law, embodying it in essence. Yet, upon further reflection, if Radagon truly was as he envisioned, why would he choose to dismantle a piece of the ring at such a flourishing moment in the lands between? It is essential to recognize that the cost and significance of destroying the Elden Ring is no less than igniting the golden tree. "Your Majesty, what exactly have you 2 wagered upon me?" Raisvale found himself utterly perplexed. He never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant being, the unfathomable Great Rune, would harbor such terrifying secrets following his arrival in this world? To put it succinctly, it pertained to the future of the lands between. Surely you are familiar with the divine hierarchy of the lands between, my child? Marika inquired, a light laugh escaping her lips, her youthful visage adorned with an indescribable ease. As if she had accomplished an arduous task, Rasvale nodded, recalling the historical accounts he had studied. Since the emergence of the primordial life furnace, a governance structure comprising one deity and one sovereign had taken shape, a system that traces its origins back to the ancient era when the Dragonkin ruled the lands between. In this paradigm, the deity held significantly greater importance than the sovereign. One need only observe the millennia-long co-regency of the Dragon King and Dragon God, which faltered due to the latter's mysterious disappearance, leading to the waning of the Dragonkin. Marika ascended to divinity, yet could effortlessly replace her sovereign, her own status remaining unshaken. In every ending of the game, save for the frenzied conclusion, Marika remains the deity while the Tarnished ascend as sovereigns. This serves to substantiate that notion. The sole exception lies within the constellation ending, wherein Runni elevates Queen Marika's head as a catalyst for her own divinity. One might liken Marika, who had perished nearly a decade ago, to a battered remote control, with successors merely inserting different batteries, each battery symbolizing distinct laws. What if I were to assert that during the reign of the Dragonkin, there existed no laws? Marika's gentle voice inadvertently bore a hint of coldness and sorrow. Rasvale, already shaken, began to feel a numbness akin to what Mug Ram had experienced in his presence. So, are you suggesting that the so-called laws were indeed a product of the era following the Dragonkin's reign? He ventured, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible strangeness. Listen closely to what I am about to reveal. You must not disclose this to anyone, at any time, or in any place. It is for your ears alone. Marika intoned, her exquisite form, long affixed to the ring of law, began to stir. With a resounding crack, countless fissures suddenly appeared upon the ring, gradually expanding. Rasvale stood transfixed, watching his deceased stepmother shatter what was perhaps a fabricated ring of punishment, presumably designed by the supreme will. After all, the truth lay in the hands of every demigod. The crisp sound of breaking reverberated through the silent space as Marika, the long-deceased deity, gracefully descended before Rasvale, her gaze affectionate upon the now-numbed youth. After a moment of silence, Rasvale transformed the moon's scar into moonlight, stowing it away. What a jest! Given that display moments prior, he would believe Marika could halt his strike with but a finger. This was a false ring of the supreme will, undoubtedly forged with exceptional durability. Yet, here was his stepmother, merely moving slightly, and effortlessly rendering it to shards. Just as Marika was about to speak, she noticed Rasvale, with a bemused expression, tucking away his scythe, which elicited a silent chuckle from her. However, she soon adopted a serious demeanor and proceeded to unveil the harrowing truths of the lands between. The boundless land, as its name suggests, is the threshold of the universe, the very heart of existence. Throughout history, countless formidable outer gods have sought to claim this central domain as their own. Fortunately, a misty sea envelopes the periphery of the boundless land, inexplicably hindering these powerful and terrifying deities from descending into chaotic conflict. Among the outer gods, there exists one most potent entity, whose name eludes our understanding. Yet through our fingertips, we can discern his title, Supreme Will. In what seems to be a response to Marika's call, the once tranquil atmosphere within the golden tree abruptly swells into a tempest of golden power, enveloping the two figures like a raging storm. Yet, with a mere gentle caress, Marika quelled this terrifying turmoil, a sight that made Laysvale swallow hard in awe. This formidable being dispatched two emissaries, one, the Finger, and the other, the Elden Beast. You may be familiar with the Finger. Your third sister possesses one, serving as the arbiter to assess her worthiness for divinity. As for the other emissary, I can introduce you to him now. Marika clenched her right fist and lightly struck the ground. Under Laysvale's bewildered gaze, the ultimate foe, the Elden Egg, materialized before him. Yet, the egg now resembled a docile puppy, obediently lying behind Marika, too timid to move. Do not be deceived by its current demeanor. It is the very entity that transformed the primordial life forge into the golden tree, converting Radagon into a loyal hound, devoted solely to the laws of gold. Marika turned and delivered a colossal blow, toppling the Elden Beast, which dwarfed her in size by hundreds of times. Laysvale's eyes twitched. What had become of Radagon? He could not help but inquire. Patience, let me finish, Marika responded, gently ruffling Laysvale's hair. Returning to the tale. Consider this. How would you feel if the territory you desired bore the unmistakable insignia of another powerful figure, especially one renowned for their combat prowess? Laysvale felt a twinge of embarrassment. Would you resort to stealth? If only it were that simple, Marika sighed. The reality was that upon discovering their claim to the boundless land had been usurped, the other outer gods erupted in fury. Even if you are the mightiest, do you truly believe we cannot unite against you? Ultimately, the outcome of their conflict remains unknown, yet it seems they were unable to prevail. Upon hearing this, Laysvale struggled to maintain his composure. This narrative evokes the sensation of the 6 great sects confronting Zhang San Feng, proclaiming the impossibility of vanquishing all adversaries. However, the other outer gods possess an advantage over the supreme will. Each holds dominion over their respective territories within this universe, just as you occupy Lienia and Latarn claims Galat. With Malnia and Mycela presiding over the sacred tree, these outer gods, bolstered by countless followers and servants of their civilizations, launched an assault on the boundless land. Thus, the Fated Ones, led by the War King, engage in battle against these formidable entities. Raysvale managed a bitter smile. How did this Elden Ring transform into a warhammer? Yet, some perplexing questions that had long troubled him finally found resolution. Why was it that the formidable army of Tarnished led by Godfrey struggled so mightily to resist? Why, until the burning of the golden tree, did Godfrey hastily return to the lands between? Upon reflection, it seemed obvious. If one were to engage in battle only to discover their home had been plundered, who would not hasten back? Moreover, the greater will, in its quest to better govern or surveil the lands between, had insidiously encroached upon my male counterpart, Radagon, without my notice. I could not fathom the reasoning behind such actions. Surely, it could issue commands with but a finger. Why resort to this? Marika gritted her teeth, resentment surfacing amidst boundless tenderness. This meant that the Greater will simultaneously summoned legions of warriors to protect the lands between while corrupting my father, transforming him into its mouthpiece. Or was he merely an extension of an already existing conduit? Raysvale furrowed his brow. Indeed, the transformation of this man was too profound for belief. He could not accept that Radagon, who once cherished our mother, would abandon her and his 3 children to become a mere puppet as the Elden Lord. His unwavering moonlight greatsword and the loyal Red Wolf, along with the concept of the unborn Great Rune, all indicated that he could not be so heartless. Neither Radagon nor I wished for the lands between to remain in an unchanging state. Such a realm would not be known as the world of men, but rather as hell. Thus, in the final moments, my father consulted with me about the unborn Great Rune. Unlike other Great Runes, the unborn Great Rune embodies the essence of the primordial ring, representing the last remnant untouched by the golden tree. With a subtle gesture, Marika summoned the Great Rune that contained 2 entirely distinct powers before them. It possessed the most crucial ability of the primordial ring, inclusivity. It could encompass all conflicting forces, much like how you have reconciled the moon and the gold. Marika gazed at the Great Rune with wonder. So, are you both prepared? Raysvale felt an inkling that, with his emergence, the lands between would surge toward an unforeseen direction. I have experimented with the Knight of the Black Blade. The death of destiny can separate body and soul. I also believe you are aware that there exist multiple paths to divinity. Hence we wish for you to unify the God King, employing your unborn ability to encompass all and forge a new law, truly achieving the synthesis of the strengths of many rather than rigidly adhering to a singular belief. Marika spoke serenely. Then, may I surmise that the frontline Tarnished forces are nearing their breaking point? Raysvale closed his eyes, already anticipating the imminent events. In no more than 20 years, they shall face utter annihilation. Marika lowered her head solemnly. Therefore, let me clarify. Within this century, I intend to utilize the death of destiny to eliminate all demigods. A brief interruption. Simply slaying their corporeal forms to extract the great runes will suffice. Their souls may remain intact. In the span of a century, I aspire to gather all the great runes and imbue them with the encompassing power of the unfated beings, thereby leading the lands between to confront the invasion of countless foes from beyond its borders. Perhaps, by that time, you will lead the warriors of the lands between in a grand expedition? Marika chuckled mischievously. In simpler terms, it is akin to feasting upon the supremacy of will before shattering its vessels, is it not? Raysvale sighed deeply. Had he never been born, according to the original narrative, as long as it was not the Golden Law, it would mean that the supremacy of will had gone mad at point A, only to find that point B had faltered, resulting in his golden tree being set ablaze by the Fated Ones. Ultimately, the Elden Lord would ascend, and decades later, with millions of outer god devotees arriving, the lands between would face utter annihilation. Chapter 25. This is what Mother tasked me with. Despite understanding the weight of the burden upon him, Raisvale displayed neither panic nor overwhelming pressure. With a stepmother like his, he mused, it would be rather simple to secure a predetermined death, would it not? Was it not merely a matter of conveying a message to the Black Sword? He could then present a simplified account of the situation to the demigods in his family. With the successful precedent set by Rennala and Marika's personal commission, he believed they would choose to support him. After all, this was not a struggle for power, but rather a question of the land's between's very existence, preventing it from devolving into a cesspool of corruption or chaos. Thus, while the demigods currently slaughtered one another for dominion, it was merely because those at the pinnacle of power had nothing else to occupy their time. Yet, when faced with the imminent peril threatening the entirety of the lands between, Raisvale would wager every coin he possessed that all would rise to the occasion. Though Melania may seem foolish, absent Michaela's command, she would likely endure a lifetime of scarlet corruption. Mont, disregarding political motives, diligently guarded against the madness. His elder brother sealed the stars to protect Gelid from meteoric harm. Of course, there were also those like the executor, who willingly embraced the Mother of Truth. However, after departing from the royal capital and making his way to the Holy Tree, Raisvale contemplated seizing the opportunity to apprehend both the feminine boy and the executor in one fell swoop. He reflected that Melania and her companions had just departed, while he would soon enter the city, and given that they traveled by water, their pace was inherently slower than his ascent via the grand elevator. By the time he concluded his business at the Holy Tree, Melania and her cohort would likely still be adrift for over half a month. Yet, as though divining his thoughts, Marika doused him with cold water. Do not seek shortcuts. It is only in these years within the Golden Tree that I can act so freely. Do not forget that I am imprisoned here and cannot leave. Raisvale's expression darkened once more. Was it not so? He had originally believed Marika would simply instruct the Black Sword to deliver the predetermined death, allowing her to manifest and compel Mont to willingly surrender the Great Rune. He would then proceed to the Holy Tree to seize the Great Rune from the scheming executor. Threatening Melania with the defenseless boy, surely you wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother, would you? Surrender the Great Rune. Turning back, I swiftly acquired my two companions and young Gu, directly navigating through the boundaries to become a radiant beacon of white light. Upon reflection, it appears that to procure the fated death, I must venture into the beast temple of Caelid to retrieve the dark sword, as Marika indicated. I cannot converse with the dark sword directly, and must resort to violence to either subdue or eliminate it to possibly obtain the fated death. Thus, it seems my sole purpose in visiting the sacred tree is to prevent the young boy from being stolen, which would incite Melania to unleash devastation upon Caelid, while striving to maintain the alliance among Lendil, the volcano, Caelid, and the sacred tree. Alas, Morgott occupies the royal city, capable of overwhelming any three foes, and now has returned Gu to Nimgulf. Who knows if he is the overlord of the boundaries, using G's name to rally the lost knights against Lendil or Caelid. Although Morgott himself supports a certain degree of alteration to the Golden Law, he would never relinquish the throne of Elden Lord without a struggle. Furthermore, whether they be outer gods or the countless enemies beyond the boundaries, aside from my immediate companions, I suspect few would place their faith in him. Thus, regardless of how our relationships with Morgott and Melania may evolve, conflict is inevitable, as history dictates that victors and vanquished are determined through strife. Moreover, I harbor suspicions that Morgott seeks to feign vulnerability, believing he could hinder my entry, ultimately leading to a futile endeavor. However, this pretense unexpectedly propelled me forward. Raisvale gathered his scattered thoughts, succinctly outlining his forthcoming actions. First, he would proceed to the sacred tree, not merely to capture the leader, but at the very least to ensure the safety of Miquella. Subsequently, he would spend several months in pursuit of the dark sword in Caelid to secure the fated death. His mother and her allies should be engaging Morgott's forces in a standoff, while he and his elder brother would infiltrate the royal city, jointly claiming Morgott's Great Rune before turning back to acquire Ratton's Great Rune. Following this, he would head to the volcano, dismantling its defenses and simultaneously claiming his second brother's Great Rune. In this manner, Lendil, Caelid, the volcano, and the royal city would all become part of his strength. As for the remaining Nimgulf with young Gu, the sacred tree siblings, and the bloodline of the leader, Raisvale could only surmise that fortunes could be reversed at a moment's notice. Observing her nominal child lost in contemplation, Marika refrained from interrupting, instead finding admiration for Raisvale, her and Radagon's greatest creation. Speaking of Radagon, Marika could not help but reflect on their relationship, rather than being a singular entity of dual souls. They were akin to close friends, each with their own lives and families. Had it not been for the Supreme Will's coercion that forced Radagon into a compulsory merge, they might have long since separated into two distinct beings. Even during the fervent expansion of the Golden Order, the possibility of their separation existed, as she and Godfrey ventured to the snowy mountains while Radagon proceeded to Liurnia. In regard to the love between him and Reyna, it is evident that Marika wholeheartedly blesses their union. Otherwise, she would not have consented to his retention of the great sword bestowed upon him by the Full Moon Queen. Nor would she have allowed him to choose among the offspring of the Full Moon Queen to select one who would not be born. Moments later, having meticulously devised a strategy, Raisvale turned to Marika, saying, "I have a plan. Thank you, Your Majesty." Marika's once bright eyes dimmed momentarily. Indeed, it was still the Queen, wasn't it? Raisvale, of course, was not lacking in emotional intelligence, yet his heart was small, containing only a mother, 2 brothers, and a sister. Naturally, Marika bore no resentment towards him. Whether he acknowledged it or not, Raisvale was her proudest creation in this lifetime. Just as Marika was about to utter something, she paused, letting out a soft sigh. "Time is running short. Another individual is eager to speak with you," she remarked, casting a complex glance at her gradually reddening golden hair. The girl gradually transformed into a hero, her red hair dancing wildly in the wind, as Elden King Radagon appeared before Raisvale. Silence ensued. There was no expected, exhilarating reunion, nor the anticipated hatred, only silence prevailed. After an indeterminate span, Radagon opened his mouth, as if summoning all his strength. "Is she well after all these years? She has endured much. I owe her an apology." Raisvale did not respond. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and delivered a powerful punch to the face of this man, who was perhaps the strongest in the land between. Radagon did not evade nor retaliate. He silently absorbed the blow and was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the inner wall of the golden tree, raising a cloud of dust. "This punch is from your elder brother, who asked me to strike you on his behalf," Raisvale declared, firmly planting his feet and following up with 2 more punches to the man's face. Radagon's once immaculate, statue-like visage, reminiscent of ancient Greece, was now marred with blood. "These 2 punches are on behalf of your second brother and third sister." Radagon still refrained from striking back. In truth, he was grappling with the conditioned reflexes born from years of conflict, fearful of inadvertently harming Raisvale. It was no jest. During the War of the Moon Trees, Radagon was already a formidable demigod capable of contesting with the Full Moon Queen. After many years of merging within the Golden Tree alongside Marika, it could be said that unless he intentionally weakened his physical prowess, Raisvale's punches would scarcely breach his defenses. As white flames ignited upon Raisvale's fists, the energy distortion was a result of his internal lunar magic being concentrated to a significant degree. For any other demigod, even Ratton would likely suffer grievously from such a blow. He coldly regarded Radagon, ensconced within the golden tree, and swung his fist down. Radagon closed his eyes. If this could allow that child to alleviate even a fraction of the resentment within, if the corporeal pain could indeed compensate for the absence of love he had deprived his children of during his absence, then Radagon would willingly endure it. The anticipated pain did not descend upon him, and Radagon struggled to open his already bruised eyes. Lathsevel's previously clenched fist halted a mere finger's breadth from him, transforming into a gentle poke. "This is what my mother asked me to do on her behalf." Chapter 26. I wish to walk with you in Melina's eyes. Lathsevel merely stood before the door, adorned with thorns, allowing it to emit a dazzling golden light that gradually faded, as though he had lost his spirit. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Melina felt neither anxious nor worried. Ever since Lathsevel absorbed Mykila's golden power to unlock the second part of the great rune of the Unborn, she had forged an intimate yet invisible bond with him, akin to an anchor that perpetually located Lathsevel. Observing Lathsevel, who appeared as lifeless as a puppet, Melina felt a playful impulse arise within her. The once mightiest demigod at the boundary now stood defenseless before her, prompting a mischievous smile to spread across her face, revealing 2 adorable canine teeth. She tiptoed, cautiously and gently poking Lathsevel's face. Soft and bouncy. Where is it soft? Ah. Melina suddenly jumped back from Lathsevel as if startled, one hand clutching the golden tree, the other pressed against her heaving chest, clearly taken aback. Lathsevel simply smiled at her, watching as her ears turned nearly crimson. Now, on the other side of the passage, she resembled a pouting little wife, gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes as if on the verge of tears. If this were a game, well, Lathsevel lightly patted the golden tree. "You might end up getting burned by the madness every time." "My lord, when did you come out?" Melina inquired, her voice trembling. "Well, According to the time in the boundary, I never left, Lathsevel replied with a peculiar expression. It was only because Radagon had informed him that the time flow within the golden tree was irregular, and during his time inside, the combined efforts of Marika and Radagon had paused it. Essentially, it meant that Lathsevel completed both the entrance and exit from the golden tree in the span of a second. As for the doll-like appearance she observed, it was merely Lathsevel's idle whim to tease Melina. With a smile, Lathsevel embraced Melina, whose cheeks puffed out in indignation. All right, we must be on our way. My lord, did you truly enter? Melina sighed, resigned to having such a whimsically cruel lord, though she found joy in it. She felt the rhythm of her heart, partly from fright, partly from shyness. Of course, inside, Queen Marika and Father Radagon praised me, claiming I was a once-in-a-millennium genius destined to change the boundary and marry a girl who could see the flame's phantoms. Boom. The impact of that statement was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in Melina's heart, leaving her in a daze. If previously Raysville had doubted the connection between herself and her destiny due to the moon's influence, she now found herself undeniably linked to the young man before her. A bond sanctioned by both her mother and father. Ah, the excitement. Melina's little eyes sparkled like whirlpools, swirling with fervor. Raysville gazed at the wooden figure, rendered nearly speechless by her words, and could not suppress her triumphant laughter. Cradling the wooden figure against her chest, she leaped skyward. After her endeavors in the golden tree, she had just begun to master the art of walking on air in her ordinary state. The feats she had displayed on the battlefield, gliding upon moonlight, were mere illusions, a borrowing from the moon's serenade. Ultimately, her semi-divine essence remained insufficient. Inside the church, Montget seemed to sense a shift, a smile creeping upon his lips. Could it be that in less than 10 minutes, Yuehen had departed? Indeed, those thorns seemed intent on rejecting all. Reflecting on Yuehen's expression, a mix of disappointment and anger, Montget felt a sense of delight wash over him. Of course, given Montget's prowess, he could only perceive that Yuehen was moving away from the royal city. The direction remained beyond his knowledge. Little did he imagine that Raysville's destination was the grand lift to the snow plains. As Raysville journeyed, she marveled at her father's impressive capabilities, truly a worthy representative of the Golden Law. By channeling her energy from a single core of moonlight to a dual core of moonlight and gold, she had achieved the ability to walk on air in her ordinary state. Radagon had bestowed upon her far more than this. Yet this immediate benefit was merely the tip of the iceberg. The rest would require her gradual assimilation. With her newfound ability, Raysville soared at a speed rivaling that of Tourette, though Tourette's endurance far surpassed her own. For long-distance travel, horseback remained the preferable option. The moonlight gradually yielded to the brilliance of the golden tree, and Rodel, the region closest to it, was poised to welcome the earliest dawn. Gazing at the towering golden tree that eclipsed the sun, Raysville pondered aloud. If there is a moon in the borderlands, why is there no sun? By sun, she did not refer to the source of light and warmth known from her past life. As the golden tree possessed similar qualities, she meant the celestial body itself. It was curious how the game frequently mentioned the moon, yet never the sun, the moon's counterpart. Raysville recalled that only the Deathbearer seemed to drop a shield associated with the sun throughout the entirety of the game. Who could fathom why the Deathbearer would yield such a thing? Could it be that the Deathbearer's leader, Gedwin, had some connection to the sun? Upon hearing that name in her previous life, Raysville had thought, what a surprise. Even King Gwendolyn has come to the borderlands? Lost in thought, Raysville was jolted back to reality by the cool touch of the wooden figure, realizing with embarrassment that she had flown past her destination. With a hint of playful mockery in the wooden figure's gaze, she turned back toward the outskirts of the royal city and descended gently. As dawn approached, the golden tree resembled a controllable, large LED light gradually illuminating the surroundings. A contingent of Rodel soldiers began patrolling the outskirts of the royal city. Though the level of vigilance was significantly heightened compared to the curfew, for Laysville, it was not entirely without merit, merely a slight improvement. He gently set Melina down from his arms, preparing to employ his usual tactic of having her traverse in her ethereal form while he, akin to his predecessor Peter Parker, crawled along the underside of the bridge. However, to his surprise, Melina declined his suggestion. "My king, may I accompany you?" she said, biting her lip. Laysville was taken aback. It was the first time he had received such a request. "Then please, my lady, mount," he replied with a smile, half squatting to allow Melina to rest upon his back. As he inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair and felt the softness of her form, Laysville swallowed hard. He recited the Calm Heart incantation twice, only to find it ineffective. Regardless, he proceeded to carry Melina, inching his way beneath the bridge. "My king, I wish to take you to a certain place. Melina whispered near his ear, her breath fragrant. Yet, Laysville was not swayed by desire. He sensed her petite frame trembling slightly, perhaps finding a semblance of safety only in his presence. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. The Angel Under the Sun. The elevator leading to the Forbidden Realm was cloaked in dust, clearly unused for an extended period. Since the onset of the Shattered War, contact between the snowfield and Radagon had been severed. The Holy Tree feared Radagon might advance through the snowfield, while Radagon feared the Holy Tree would establish a second battlefield there, diverting their forces. Consequently, not only were there squads of Radagon soldiers stationed outside the elevator, but even a contingent of colossal tree guardians, unseen in the game, had taken position nearby. However, without the strength of a quasi-king, one could not perceive the current moonlit shadows. Even those with quasi-king strength, unless adept at sensing, like the combat-oriented Vic or Benar, would only feel a vague disquietude in the surroundings. The two aboard the elevator exchanged no words, even as they entered the desolate confines of the lift. Laysville activated the mechanism and approached the edge, awaiting the memory of that small chamber. Reality was far from the game's swift traversal. Although the royal city was perched upon the Yatan Plateau, the elevation of the snow-capped mountains necessitated a transfer to reach their destination. Moreover, how fast could the elevator possibly be? Though this elevator was among the most fantastical in the magical realm, functioning without external force, enduring for centuries without failure, and capable of vertical ascents of thousands of meters, far surpassing even space elevators. The elevator showed no sign of deceleration, yet from Laysville's perspective, an opening gradually emerged before him at an astonishingly slow pace. The elevator's magical array formed and dissipated in an instant, and the fleeting shadow of the moon transported the two individuals into the cave's entrance. To the common eye, this cavern would only manifest for less than a second during the elevator's operation, and coupled with the profound darkness within, it had remained undiscovered for centuries. Laysville, carrying Melina, gently lifted her up with his hand, proceeding forward while cradling her thigh. Interestingly, Melina did not react adversely to Laysville's somewhat mischievous behavior. Rather, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in the presence of the king, as if resting against this man's back allowed her to relinquish her worries and embrace the innocence of a girl who need never fret about the world. With every step Laysville took within the cave, a luminous array emerged beneath his feet, radiating a warm glow, constructed of white and gold. These opposing hues ultimately coalesced into the emblem of the golden tree beneath the moonlight. The once impenetrable darkness of the cave began to brighten with each step, as if long-buried emotions were gradually being unveiled, and years of fear were being dispersed like mist. At the end of the cave stood an unremarkable wooden door, accompanied by the lifeless body of a Rodel guard. From a certain perspective, the simultaneous presence of these two elements seemed profoundly contradictory. If a prisoner required the watch of a Rodel guard, it would signify the terror of her power. Yet, if her strength was indeed formidable, why was she confined behind a mere wooden door, rather than one of iron or magical seals? Laysville understood that this imprisoned individual had never contemplated fleeing. She was merely a wretched soul who could receive visits from her brother while enduring solitude in this damp dungeon, losing track of time. She was simply a pawn in someone else's grand design, crushed under the weight of historical forces. Perhaps she could have roamed freely within the Rodel Palace, crafted a life of her own on the borderlands, and loved someone dearly. Yet, she remained shackled by an imposed destiny, with no one ever asking if she consented, nor inquiring whether she was weary or suffering after centuries of such existence. As the door swung open, a radiant light enveloped them. Laysville stood in that brilliance, momentarily stunned. It was unimaginable that directly opposite the door lay an enormous floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a colossal golden tree akin to the rising sun. The light it emitted cast shadows of the window's panes upon the floor, resembling a cage, while the metal frame was severely corroded, lending the black edges a hint of dark red rust. It was difficult to fathom that such a room could possess a window of such grand proportions. The space was stark and empty, save for a table placed in the center and several bookshelves. There was even a lack of a restroom. It seemed that the room's occupant possessed nothing but this window. He stepped into the chamber, where disheveled books littered the floor, each as thick as a brick, and the table was left with only a few dampened sheets of paper. The curtains were exquisite, a blend of white gauze and golden fabric, suggesting that the person confined here held a particular fondness for them. Indeed, one would imagine that a resident of such a room would be mindful of such details. Laysville seemed to envision her seated day after day in the chair, gazing at the golden tree as it shimmered and dimmed, likely pulling the curtains tightly at nightfall. Would she not feel a sense of fear in the absence of the golden tree? Melina gently freed herself from Laysville's grasp, skillfully maneuvering around the table to occupy the dusty chair, just as she had for centuries, facing the resplendent golden tree. Her elongated shadow stretched across the room, resembling a solitary tree or a desolate grave. Had she truly lived this way for years, without parents, teachers, or companions, devoid of anyone to converse with or to enlighten her about the world beyond? In the stillness of the deep night, sitting here, once the solitary golden tree was obscured, she would draw the curtains, reminiscing about the mission bestowed upon her by her mother and learning how to embody the essence of a flame maiden. The shy Melina, who was much like any ordinary girl with a fondness for small creatures, crafted a life named the Flame Maiden amidst hundreds of flickers of light and shadow. She embraced a destiny meant to be consumed by fire. Laysville, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility enveloping them, quietly shifted a chair to sit beside Melina. As he gazed at the golden tree, a sense of weariness washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. He took hold of Melina's delicate hand and leaned back in the chair. There was still ample time. He pondered the changes he wished to enact, now with a few more additions to the list. Gradually, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the luminous embrace of the golden tree. He drifted into a deep slumber, fully aware that upon awakening, he would behold an angel bathed in sunlight, leaning down as if to kiss his lips. Chapter 28. The Opening, My King? Are you listening? Melina puffed her cheeks, hands on her hips, gazing at her rather dull demigod. She had never encountered such a tedious half-god, and even among humans, encounters were rare. Her king, in pursuit of understanding the workings of the grand elevator, meticulously traced the patterns on its surface as it ascended. Despite having reiterated thrice that these patterns were neither magical circuits nor of any religious significance, merely contributing artistic effect and aesthetic appeal, Laysville remained irresistibly curious. In truth, Laysville felt somewhat disgruntled, for the speed of this grand elevator paled in comparison to the green trains of his hometown. At this rate, it seemed he might spend an entire day aboard. He had attempted to rest on Melina's lap, and although her strong and graceful thighs were inviting, after 5 or 6 hours, regardless of Melina's endurance, he grew weary of lying there. Pray tell, my king, do you truly intend to continue tracing indefinitely? Melina inquired, her expression laden with skepticism. Why not? Laysville blinked. I have become so bored that I might as well count your hair. Moreover, after sitting for so long, one ought to comprehend its operational principles, for it may prove useful in the future. Melina rolled her eyes. My king, are you not afraid that the great entity responsible for creating the colossal elevator will discover us tinkering with this contraption? Why should I be concerned? La Saville replied nonchalantly. If they inquire, we shall simply assert that we are studying the artistry of this device. Furthermore, this mechanism has existed for many years. It is unlikely that they would concern themselves with our activities here. Yet, deep down, La Saville mused, the great entity that constructed this grand elevator is currently obstructing the waters of other outer gods, is it not? Truly, atop the pinnacle of divinity, I reign supreme. As time elapsed, at long last, after a prolonged wait, the elevator reached its apex. A chilling mist from the snow-capped mountains enveloped the two newly arrived individuals, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Lassaville's grand endeavor had just concluded. He stretched languidly, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from a millennium-long slumber, his joints cracking in a cacophony, as if to release all the weariness and oppression held within his body. With each stretch, his muscles gradually relaxed, transforming from taut lines into soft, resilient forms. A satisfied smile graced his face, seemingly erasing any memory of his earlier fatigue. Goodness, even a sleeper can be quite exhausting, he thought. Were it not for the presence of Melina, an exquisite beauty to amuse and tease, I might have suffocated from boredom. Yet, as he pondered this, La Saville found himself missing the foolish little dear, Leah. True, she was a bit simple-minded, but her natural naivety was the most entertaining. In truth, he could easily reach out. If La Saville were to unleash his full potential, he could create an enormous composite communication array capable of broadcasting throughout the entire boundary. However, similar to how a higher power requires more energy for broadcasting, he feared that his array would likely drain him dry within an hour. Unlike most players from his previous life, who would hastily descend the colossal elevator, La Saville instead turned around to savor the breathtaking desolation behind him. Without the clouds obscuring the view, standing upon the snow-covered mountain, he felt as if the sky was infinitely clear, vast, and open. The once unattainable canopy of the golden tree now appeared tantalizingly close. expanding his heart and spirit. Amidst the majestic mountains, blanketed in thick layers of snow and ice, the glaciers meandered gracefully, resembling silver ribbons unfurling through the terrain, igniting endless daydreams. These glaciers cascaded from the mountain tops, flowing downwards to form spectacular ice rivers and waterfalls, as if nature had woven a stunning tapestry from ice and snow. Their unique allure captivated onlookers, evoking awe at the wonders and grandeur of nature. Yet, even more magnificent was the border wall constructed atop the expansive glaciers. This great wall, akin to a serpentine dragon, lay sprawled amidst the frozen expanse, a testament to the wisdom and bravery of the people of the Golden Dynasty. The architectural style of this great wall is distinctive, with each stone resembling the size of a small building, meticulously cut in a vertical manner. Raysville could barely discern the worn inscriptions on the stones, chronicling the conflict between the Golden Dynasty and the Flame Giants. From the War King Geoffrey to the Eternal Queen Marika, and the names of every soldier who fought for the Golden Dynasty, one can feel the passage of time and transformation, as well as the brutal and sanguinary nature of that war. The woodlands, so enchanting at this borderland, are it any wonder that they tempt countless demons and spirits? My king, is safeguarding this borderland your aspiration? It seems we share the same dream. Raysville waved his hand, sounding a spirit whistle to summon Torret, first lifting Melina onto the horse's back before mounting himself, gently urging Torret to gallop towards the direction of the town of ceremonies. I have no dreams. However, I can protect the dreams of others. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Radagon, Monk raised his cursed sword as the oceanic golden power surged forth, ultimately forming a towering golden tree, standing amidst tens of thousands of Radagon soldiers. The accompanying 130 clergy members simultaneously extolled the first tenet of golden law, as a visible wave of golden light radiated from that small golden tree, enveloping the army in mere moments. As if responding to a summons, concentric waves erupted from each Radagon soldier, gradually synchronizing with the pulsations of the golden tree. Soldiers, it is time for the disobedient traitors to pay the price. Let our names be inscribed upon the tombstones of those marauders consumed by the flames of ambition. Roar. Though Monk spoke with fervor, his expression remained impassive beneath his armor. He understood that this vengeful war would be far bloodier than the defense of the royal city. Yet, even as he became the king of Radagon, he could not act entirely at his whim, for the times whispered like a demon in everyone's ear. War, slaughter, plunder. He gazed up at the unchanging golden tree, Moon's car. You had best not disappoint me. My lord, Monk has mobilized. Sir Grimmel, clutching a confidential letter, hurried into the volcano residence. However, his lord seemed unfazed, merely glancing at the letter before tossing it aside, despite Radagon deploying nearly double the forces of the volcano residence. The front line charged forth, the main gates swung wide. Lacquer delicately advanced 4 white pieces, instantly altering the previously balanced contest on the chessboard, as the white pieces surged forth with overwhelming momentum against the black pieces, pressing them into a corner on the front lines. Lacquer did not relent. Rather, as if premeditated, he advanced a black bishop into the midst of the 4 white pieces. Fourth brother, the time has come to see your prowess. Chapter 29. The ceremonial town, my king, despite my arduous infiltration, and Torret's relentless efforts to retrieve a piece of the sacred tree's sigil, you and little Luya spent weeks traversing to acquire another fragment. Ultimately, we opted for a more conventional approach to reach the summit of the giant mountain, only to soar directly from the skies thereafter. Melina's petite visage was etched with despair. Raysville chuckled awkwardly, hastening their flight as if he were a high-ranking eunuch facing the emperor's reproach. He was oblivious to the fact that the Lord's grand elevator would transport him to the pinnacle of the giant mountain. The moment he and Melina stepped onto the Lord's grand elevator, it initiated its ascent autonomously. Raysville naively believed that real-world elevators surpassed their game counterparts in intelligence, sensing that they possessed 2 fragments of the sacred tree's sigil, subsequently whisking them away to the holy snowfield. Yet, lofty aspirations are often shattered by the starkness of reality. Upon arriving at the summit and beholding the surrounding vista, an unsettling feeling washed over him. His subconscious hinted that something was amiss. As Raysville stood there, admiring the breathtaking scenery while contemplating, memories of the Lord's grand elevator's journey to the holy snowfield began to resurface. The realization struck him like a cold sweat. It seemed he had taken a wrong turn. At that very moment, a pair of icy, delicate hands encircled his neck. My king, this appears to be the summit of the giant mountain, doesn't it? We seem rather close to the volcanic cauldron. It seems you truly wish for me to fulfill my mission. Raysville was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed with fear, his gaze fixed on the magnificent view ahead. His hands slowly raised in a gesture of surrender. Little wooden one, allow me to explain. Please do not be alarmed. Though Melina had entwined her small hands around Raysville's neck, she exerted no real pressure. For she understood that her king would never truly regard her as a mere spark of flame. Over the course of the past few months, they had come to view one another as inseparable entities. Moreover, she was aware that if the day ever came when the golden tree needed to be burned, she still had her brother's crystal, though it was a bequeathment from him, who would willingly embrace death. She had yet to witness the revival of the borderlands, yet to traverse the world with her king, and most importantly, she had not yet lived enough. I can explain. This is all a misunderstanding, Raysville lamented, his face drawn in distress. Melina's little hands showed no signs of loosening their grip. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Who knew that the elevator would deliver us here? Raysville continued to plead. All right, I believe you, Melina teased, releasing her hold. Raysville let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. It's all thanks to my wife. What did you say? Melina's brows furrowed slightly as she stamped her foot, hands on her hips, her face displaying a fierce expression. Yet, due to the flush of her youthful cheeks, she appeared less angry and more endearingly petulant. Raysville chuckled softly, enveloping Melina in his arms, disregarding her futile attempts to strike him with her petite fists. With a few strides, he took off towards the town of Edienne. All right, enough of this mischief. You'll bruise my chest if you keep it up, he teased. Melina's cheeks flushed deeper, and she ceased her playful assault, burying her face in Raysville's embrace. Before long, they soared over the skies of Edienne town. Upon catching sight of it, Raysville couldn't help but question the authenticity of the map in his hands. Is this really Edienne town? He remarked, astonished. In his recollection, Edienne town was a desolate ruin, a conundrum to unravel, and logically, it should not appear so deserted. Yet, what lay beneath him was a formidable army, numbering in the tens of thousands. Raysville couldn't suppress his sarcasm. If the army of Eastonvale wielded long spears and Radal's forces were emblematic of steadfast shields, then this current army resembled a Swiss army knife, versatile and functional. Upon closer inspection, Raysville noted that although the Holy Tree soldiers constituted merely 1/5 of the force, their diversity was commendable, featuring pikemen, shield-bearers, and even a contingent of mages hailing from Celia town. The remainder were Melania's animal companions, including ants the size of cattle, hybrids with wings, and corrupted minions. What, he wondered, was that shimmering with a pale blue light over there? To Raysville's horror, hundreds of crystalline beings, aglow with a soft azure luminescence, swirled and leapt into his line of sight. What exactly had Melania brought to Radal? Were they the vanguard? Raysville chuckled incredulously, having assumed that Melania's entourage comprised the Holy Tree's entire arsenal. Now, he realized just how terrifying the Holy Tree's might could be. However, upon reflection, what was the Holy Tree? Under Michaela's doctrine, anyone who wished to come would find their place there. Raysville had every reason to believe that 80% of the beings in the entire border region would converge upon the Holy Tree. He was even more convinced that had it not been for the Platinum children gambling so heavily in Lyenia, nearly entwined with the royal family of Kalia, they would undoubtedly have ventured into the snowfields, regardless of the cost. Michaela's policies held an almost lethal allure across this land. A glance back at the Golden Dynasty's castaways revealed that nearly all had flocked to the Holy Tree. Nevertheless, Raysville furrowed his brow at the sight of such a formidable force standing silently in Edienne town, like loyal soldiers awaiting inspection. This was no benign arrival. My lord, you are the true newcomer, he mused. Indeed, Raysville contemplated that if he had encountered this situation before entering the Golden Tree, his limit would have been to confront them despite his injuries. Yet now, he would not merely be unscathed. He was certain that he would not face the same disastrous fate of fainting after unleashing his powers as he had before. With his right arm embracing Melina, and his left hand casually grasping the ethereal moonlight, the moment the scythe materialized, Lazaville's aura could no longer be concealed, revealing itself as a demigod's presence. The once silent warriors sensed the terrifying energy looming above them, initially causing a stir, but soon demonstrating Marlenia's formidable command over her troops. The once restless battalions fell into silence in an instant. It is crucial to note that for those below the hero level, the mere pressure of a demigod could be fatal. Yet, in the absence of their commander, these warriors of the sacred tree managed to withstand it through sheer willpower. At this moment, Lazaville finally grasped the feeling that once enveloped Gafaya. Although their strength was feeble, akin to ants easily crushed, each bore the gaze of a lion. Out of respect, Lazyville gradually descended, meeting the formidable army before him with a level gaze. Do you seek my presence for a matter? Chapter 30. Redemption in the Town of Ceremony. Only the biting wind from the snow-capped mountains could be heard. Faced with the tangible mental pressure exerted by Lazyville, it was commendable that the Sacred Tree Army could maintain their composure, and naturally, no one dared to speak in response. Lord Moonlight, there is no need for concern. We are here on the orders of Lord Mykeela to welcome you. The army slowly parted, and an old general, holding a military flag, approached from a distance. His hair had turned gray, yet the silver strands shimmered under the golden light of the tree, as if they were medals bestowed upon him by the passage of time. Though his physique was no longer as robust as in his youth, he still donned heavy armor, the scars upon it narrating tales of his battles and glories. A testament to his resolve and indomitable spirit. Brother? Lazyville raised an eyebrow, having heard of this venerable general who had made a name for himself in the borderlands. Unlike his younger brother, Lakad, who had risen to fame early, this general first led troops into battle only at the age of 60, an age that in any world had long surpassed the prime for warfare. However, this single campaign introduced the aging general to the vast borderlands. During the Snow Saint battle, the elderly general commanded 400 mixed blood soldiers and, under the cover of night, decisively defeated the newly arrived Sacred Tree siblings, who had just departed Radagon to establish their domain and were utterly unprepared for disaster on the snowy plains. Under the general's leadership, these 300 mixed bloods resiliently resisted for an entire month, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain and seamless cooperation. Ultimately, it was Mykeela who personally intervened, persuading the aging lion with a vision and demonstrating his nascent, yet promising laws before the entire snowy expanse, thus bringing him under his command. Subsequently, various classic battles of the few overcoming the many unfolded, such as the Sacred Tree Defense and the Battle of Ceremony Town, events that could be meticulously studied in military textbooks. During his time in Lilacaria, Lazyville had engaged in numerous discussions with Ratarn and Lakad regarding this venerable general's strategies, which left even the three extraordinarily intelligent demigods, masters of military tactics, utterly astonished. It turns out to be the illustrious General O'Neill. My apologies. Yuehen performed a standard gesture of respect towards the old general. A twitch at the corner of the general's eye revealed his irritation at being called O'Neill by so many. However, out of respect for Mykeela's directive to graciously receive guests, he bore it with patience. Your Excellency Yuehen, you are too kind. In comparison to your remarkable feat of single-handedly breaking through 10,000 troops in Rodel, I am but an inconspicuous soldier, he humbly replied. Haha, indeed, heroes are often young. Let us cease the pleasantries here. Your Excellency Yuehen, Lord Mykeela has expressed that your arduous journey to the snowfields deserves our utmost hospitality. We shall provide you with the highest regard. O'Neill turned aside, guiding Radagon into the ceremonial town. Mykeela is aware of my arrival. Although Radagon maintained a benign smile while following the front-running O'Neill, he was engulfed by tumultuous thoughts. Upon mentioning his lord, O'Neill smiled with a mix of admiration and respect. Since learning of your valiant rescue of Lady Marlenia in the royal city, Lord Mykeela has arranged for us to await your arrival here. Thus, it was evident that Mykeela anticipated Lazyville's visit. Whether to uphold diplomatic ties or to hinder the Chancellor's ambitions, he would arrive at the Holy Tree. Lazyville's gaze sharpened. Mykeela was even more formidable than he had surmised. This was not mere conjecture, but genuine foresight, unlike his own superficial understanding of the narrative. Yet, the same question loomed. If Mykeela was indeed so astute, could he not discern the current vulnerability of the Holy Tree? Aware that Marlenia had taken nearly all the elite forces of the Holy Tree and the esteemed Knights of Corruption into battle, Radagon pondered why he remained so conspicuously present at the Holy Tree. In fact, Mykeela even dispatched the last of the hero-class generals, O'Neill, to await him for over 10 days in this ceremonial town. It was well known that the name of the Blood King was recognized far and wide, since Rodel's monopoly over perfumers had placed many battlefield medics in the hands of the devout followers of the Blood King. The White Masks. Although no one yet knew that the Blood King was Monkert's brother, Mong, how could one as astute as Mykeela fail to prepare for such an eventuality? Radagon narrowed his eyes. It was almost as if he were revealing to Mong that the Holy Tree now lacked even the most rudimentary defenses. Coupled with Marlenia's sudden escalation of hostilities on the battlefield, which had drawn the already beleaguered Holy Tree faction deeper into the Rodel conflict, Radagon believed that, had it not been for Lakard's strategic withdrawal, Marlenia would certainly have confronted them fiercely at the city gates. Such unease reached its zenith as he followed General O'Neill to the heart of the ceremonial town. for he realized that their destination was not the teleportation array leading to the holy tree, but rather the opulently adorned castle within the ceremonial town. The castle is resplendently adorned with the unique offerings of the sacred tree. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by the softness of the carpet, each step imbued with a sense of opulence. A colossal hearth graces one end of the grand hall, its flames dancing within, casting warmth and illumination throughout the space, dispelling the chill of the snow-capped mountains. Further inside lies an elongated table draped in pristine linen, where countless silver utensils and crystal goblets reflect the flickering light, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars. The vaulted ceiling is embellished with exquisite murals, each depicting a golden-haired youth who appears to be no more than 10 years old. From the planting of the sacred tree to the establishment of power and its subsequent flourishing, nearly every mural extols the greatness of the boy depicted therein. What is Michaela truly scheming? La Seville finds himself utterly perplexed. Has he come all the way from the sacred tree to meet me with such grandeur? Lord Michaela is acutely aware of the fatigue that Lord Moonshadow must feel from his long journey to the snowy expanse. Hence he has graciously arranged for Lord Moonshadow to rest here for a day. O'Neill, representing the sacred tree, does not occupy the head of the table, but rather sits in a secondary position, gesturing for La Seville to take a seat opposite him. Is this a banquet of treachery? The prospects seem grim, yet it is not as if I am engaging in any nefarious deeds. What is Michaela truly up to? However, with my own strength, I am not daunted by Michaela's intentions. If worse comes to worst, I shall simply fight my way out. Yet, the ambiguity of Michaela's motives leaves La Seville feeling unsettled, akin to the uncertainty that the Trisolarians experience with Luoji. With a grin, La Seville takes a seat across from O'Neill, while Melina occupies a lower position. Setting aside other matters, the cuisine of the sacred tree is undeniably exquisite, an array of rare fruits piled high upon the table, as if they were free. La Seville engages in discussions of military strategy and battlefield dynamics with O'Neill, a masterful strategist indeed, a rare find. Although my elder and second brothers are also geniuses in military tactics, each strategist possesses unique traits. My elder brother excels in ambush tactics, while my second brother is adept at frontal assaults and defensive counterattacks. The individual before me, however, is a master of guerrilla warfare, executing it with unparalleled finesse. As their conversation deepens, La Seville becomes increasingly astounded. This seasoned general's understanding of guerrilla warfare has reached an astonishing level. He even suspects that, given equal strength and forces in open combat, his elder and second brothers might be gradually worn down. Thus, he gradually sets aside his leg of lamb, transitioning from eating while conversing to a purely verbal exchange focused on development. Consequently, their lunch extends into the ascent of the full moon, adorned with twinkling stars. After O'Neill, for what feels like the umpteenth time, concludes the luncheon on the grounds of the late hour and his own fatigue, La Seville and Melina, under O'Neill's arrangement, return to their quarters to rest. Lying on the comfortable large bed alongside the blushing Melina, La Seville finds himself tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. What intentions lie behind Michaela's enigmatic facade? La Seville ponders deeply, yet remains at a loss for answers. He did not perceive any issues with staying here for a day. It was quite simple. At this moment, Marlenia had just departed from Radagon less than a week ago. While the Sacred Tree Expeditionary Force traveling by water required at least over a month for their journey. To accommodate the large troop, Marlenia would inevitably slow her pace, making it impossible for her to return to the Sacred Tree quickly. Thus, given Mong's temperament, he would certainly refrain from taking action at this juncture, only appearing once it was thoroughly confirmed that Marlenia could not provide support during her travels. As Raisvale pondered these thoughts, he suddenly became aware of a wave of drowsiness. For some inexplicable reason, he had been feeling unusually fatigued lately. Was it due to pregnancy? Struggling against the urge to sleep, he noticed that Melina beside him had seemingly succumbed to slumber, which put his mind at ease. With Melina's ethereal form, there was little in this boundary realm that could befall her. Perhaps the two of them provided each other with a rare sense of security amidst their shared vulnerability. Raisvale first cast a dozen spells, and then invoked numerous golden prayers, confirming that all was well before finally surrendering to his weariness and embracing sleep alongside Melina. Standing outside the Real Acalia Academy, Raisvale found himself lost in reminiscence. Had it not been ages since he and Melina ventured to the snowfield? If memory served, it was during that time, in an effort to unite the Sacred Tree faction, that he had personally traveled to the snowfield to meet Michaela for the first time. He had not anticipated their conversation would flourish so amicably. In matters of magic, prayer, military strategy, and perspectives on various subjects. Their views were almost entirely aligned, resulting in a bond that, despite its late inception, rivaled that of his own siblings. After embarking on the third path to divinity, Mycela had unconditionally placed her trust in him, urging her sister Marlenia to offer her Grand Rune. With Mycela's assistance and support, Raisveil's pace in acquiring the Grand Runes doubled, allowing him to effortlessly gather all the Grand Runes, unifying with the God King, and securing more time for rest and recuperation to confront the endless legions of the Outer Gods. Until the outbreak of the Outer God War, when he led the elite forces of the Boundary Realm to strike decisively at the heart of the Outer Gods' home worlds. While Mycela remained the last bastion of defense, tasked with holding back the onslaught of the Outer God armies. It could be said that today's victory was not solely his, but also a testament to Mycela's invaluable support. Under their governance, the Boundary Realm flourished with unprecedented vitality. The ceaseless warfare was brought to a halt. The burdensome existence was alleviated, and the discriminated populace was treated with equality, heralding the dawn of a true golden age. Yet, all the beauty was shattered by betrayal. A somber expression gradually overtook Raisveil's face as he realized that he had ultimately underestimated the avarice of his brothers and sisters, who had aligned themselves with the Outer Gods for greater gain, instigating a rebellion against him. Centuries of war against the Outer Gods had imparted upon Raisveil a profound truth. There is no sacrifice too great to bear, nor betrayal too trivial to forgive. Thus, he initially dispatched Malenia to assault the Volcano Manor, and within a mere few months, she had vanquished the traitorous Rykard, who had pledged allegiance to the Blood God, beneath her single-handed blade. Following this, under the fervent insistence of Mycela, he entrusted the majority of the expeditionary forces to him, only for Mycela to be slain by the goddess of corruption, Rattan, in just over a month. To thwart the spread of corruption, the entirety of Caelid succumbed to flames. Meanwhile, he led a select elite force effortlessly into Leyndell, for this truly felt like returning home. Now, he was poised to put an end to this shameless betrayal. To slay Runni, who was under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, beneath the moon's shadow. The knights who had seized Leyndell stood along the path, heads held high, exposing their necks as a symbol of unwavering loyalty to Rasavel. He strode forward, step by step, until he stood over the kneeling sorceress. Without uttering a word, Rasavel simply raised his moonlight great sword, and in that instant, a cacophony of voices surged within his mind. Kill her, slay her, and no one shall threaten your reign. She is a disciple of the Outer Gods, a blasphemous traitor. Only Mycela is worthy of trust. All others shall betray you as they did. The great scythe cleaved through the air, aimed at the sorceress's neck, and the voices in his mind grew increasingly frantic and tumultuous. Vivid crimson blood trickled from her neck. With just a slight motion forward, he could easily sever the head of the traitor. Yet, Rasavel hesitated. A single tear, unbeknownst to him, slipped from the corner of his eye. What was this? He had not felt such a sensation in ages. Act now. She is a traitor. Will you shield a disciple of the Outer Gods? The voices within surged like a tsunami, shattering the remnants of Rasavel's already fragile reason. Yet the scythe remained steadfastly poised at Runni's neck, merely leaving a mark of blood. You are not me. Get out of my mind. With all his might, Rasavel summoned the power of the Unborn, a culmination of centuries erupting in an instant, cleaving the entirety of the borderlands in twain. One half basked in the resplendent moonlight, while the other glimmered with golden brilliance. Through the Unborn, Rasavel beheld familiar faces from the past, a robust figure wielding twin great swords, laughter like thunder resonating in his ears. A scholar, jesting about a crystal shard still owed, a diminutive silhouette meticulously inspecting a magical circle, and a gentle woman, who regarded him as her everything. Memories flooded back from the depths of his soul, each moment surging like a tide. He remembered everything, every single detail. Thus, he resolved to perform one final act while he still knew who he was. The scythe lifted once more, and this time there was no hesitation. Blood sprayed forth as the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Chapter 31. The Soul of the Moonbearer, the beauty of the clouded moon when Rasavel opened his eyes again. Melina, who had been cradled in his arms, had departed unbeknownst to him, now perched upon the windowsill, gazing at the golden tree in the night. Though the frozen snowfield lies farther from the golden tree, its elevation surpasses that of Radagon, thus rendering it objectively closer to the tree's crown. The vistas afforded here while gazing upon the golden tree are distinctly different from those in Radagon. Raisveil slowly sat up, yet his gaze remained steadfastly upon the maiden perched upon the railing. She was adorned in a black camisole dress, the purple hem resembling a lotus blooming in the night breeze. neither ostentatious nor reserved. It accentuated Melina's already fair complexion, rendering it even more radiant. The fitted straps of her dress perfectly showcased her graceful curves, while her chestnut bob hinted at delicacy and softness, swaying gently in the nocturnal zephyr. Although seated on the railing, her movements were poised and serene. Bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight and golden light, she appeared both enigmatic and regal, as though she had stepped out of a canvas. Raysville quietly descended from his bed and abruptly embraced Melina. "I had a rather unsettling dream," he whispered softly into her ear. Even now, recalling the figure he had embodied in that dream sent shivers down his spine. He felt as though he had been transformed into an emotionless automaton. Yet terrifyingly, this entity possessed an unwavering love for the borderlands, to the extent of being capable of mercilessly slaying its own kin. The maiden nestled in his arms seemed to sense the dread that the figure behind her was striving to suppress. She quickly turned around, for the person behind her held far greater significance than the golden tree itself. "My king, those were merely dreams, mere illusions. With me by your side, all shall be well." Melina cradled Raysville in her embrace, her gentle voice akin to a balm that could soothe all sorrows. "If one day I were to become a creature devoid of emotion, what would you do?" "My king, it is not the emotionless that are monsters, but the divine." Raysville, enveloped in Melina's embrace, momentarily paused before resuming his former self, as though the previous moment had been but a fleeting illusion. Indeed, that was the visage befitting a deity. He lifted his gaze to meet the maiden's, her golden eyes shimmering with the same sacred light as the golden tree behind her. "Regardless of what may come, I shall remain by your side," Melina gently asserted. Raysville smiled, an enigmatic glimmer evident within his expression. He tightened his hold on Melina, relishing the warmth she exuded. "Thank you, my dear. With you here, I am certain I can surmount any challenge." The two embraced quietly, relishing the tranquility of the moment, as moonlight cascaded upon them like a silken veil, beautiful and serene. "My king, what are your thoughts on Michaela?" she ventured. "I find today's arrangement somewhat unsettling." Though reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere between them, she too felt an unsettling sensation. His cunning is formidable, his intuition sharp, his military prowess rivals that of seasoned generals. Had he not been cursed from birth, it is likely that it would not be Montgert who seized the royal city after Gedwin's demise. Raysville instinctively described the figure of Michaela from his dream. Such a person, if possible, should be a friend rather than an enemy. As a friend, he is immensely reliable. Yet as an adversary, he is utterly terrifying. Rasvale continued to comment. "Fortunately, now and for the foreseeable future, both he and Michaela shall remain steadfast allies." The young girl nodded, recalling having heard Michaela's name in the royal city. His laws indeed possess an alluring gravitas in this borderland. A paradise-like realm, where all beings coexist freely, devoid of discrimination, division, or oppression, resembles a terrestrial heaven, Melina remarked. At this thought, Melina couldn't help but smile. Having heard that Michaela is quite the charming child. "My king, would you be willing to become his companion?" The mischievous grin and teasing tone of the girl elicited a smile from Rasvale, though he kept it concealed as he leaned against Melina. "As if I, Rasvale, would be afraid. Even a little girl could challenge me." "Of course," came a playful retort from Melina, who fixed her gaze upon him, her smile growing increasingly enigmatic. "That is certainly not my desire." Slowly, Rasvale rose from Melina's embrace, revealing the strange smile to her. Melina, as if abandoning pretense, gracefully leaped onto the railing of the window, akin to an acrobat, pacing along the beam while observing Rasvale. "When did you discover it?" The girl approached the end of the railing, rising on her toes and turning her body, as light as a feather. "Guess," Rasvale replied with a cheeky grin, lamenting the absence of acquaintances from his past life who would have fled at such a sight. This jovial demeanor was not the Rasvale they knew, and when it appeared, matters became serious. "Do not entertain thoughts of resistance, Lord Moonshadow. As you know, this is still a dream, yet instances of death within dreams have occurred in reality." Melina bent slightly, making a face at Rasvale. "Did you involve yourself in Gedwin's affairs?" Rasvale raised an eyebrow, finding a contradiction in the image he held of that individual if Blackblade Knight truly had any ties to him. "That's a different matter, Melina, no?" "It should be Tarina," smiled at Rasvale. "I do not understand why you appear so confident, but at present, I am not inclined to inquire further." Rasvale maintained his playful demeanor. "You do not believe that creating a dream devoid of all powers could ensnare me, do you?" In truth, the moment Melina uttered, "That is divine," Rasvale had already discerned that this was certainly not his little wooden figure. Whether in pursuit of the madness of fire or in his quest to alleviate the suffering of countless souls by incinerating the golden tree, Melina had exhibited a profound affection for the borderland. How could such a fervent admirer of the borderland utter such words? Thus, Rasvail discreetly summoned his magic, only to realize that this space seemed devoid of any magical essence. After numerous attempts, he found that both magical and golden powers existed as mere voids within this realm. Rasvail had prepared himself for the worst, ready to forcefully breach this realm with sheer physicality. However, it was only when he gazed into Melina's golden eyes that he finally felt a sense of relief. It was absurd. He could believe there were places in the boundary devoid of magic and the power of gold. But if one were to assert that Melina's other eye was not a twilight eye, that would undoubtedly be a matter of grave concern. The notion of a dream within a dream, so deceptively simple yet remarkably effective, nearly ensnared Rasvail. For even the first layer of dream was sufficient to ensnare all demigods. Yes, all of them, except Rasvail himself, subtly leading them to trust Mycela while casting doubt upon the three siblings of the Law family. Should he take the scythe of his dream and strike down, it would seem that he had already become a marionette, easily manipulated. More terrifying still was the Dreamweaver's deployment of a second layer of dreams, exploiting the frailty of human nature and Rasvail's emotions to orchestrate some hidden agenda, using Melina's hands to achieve certain ends. From the outcome, it was evident that the orchestrator had failed in their task. Yet Rasvail could not fathom what this schemer truly desired. Surely, it could not be merely to compel him to utter the words of his willingness to become Mycela's companion? Such a horrifying level of manipulation, combined with the ability to ensnare him into slumber, rendered the recognition of this scheme unmistakably unique, almost singular in the entire boundary. Mycela, truly deserving of the title of the one most akin to Marika, had even perfectly inherited Marika's dual soul. The female demigod Tarina governed slumber, while the male demigod Mycela presided over abundance. Nevertheless, Rasvail held little concern for Mycela's intentions. It was quite simple. An encounter where he could unleash a thrashing upon him would suffice to elicit a confession. You are fortunate to be the first to witness my full strength. With a mere flick of his wrist, Mycela's ghastly visage transformed into one of sheer terror. In Rasvail's hand appeared a formidable scythe, an instrument that ought not to exist in this realm, forever etched in the memories of countless souls. Emerging from the golden tree, Rasvail's second greatest boon, beyond flight, was something ordinarily imperceptible. To illustrate, the former Rasvail resembled a 4090 graphics card, yet lacked even basic air cooling. Now, he could harness the power of gold to stabilize every channel of innate magical energy within himself, even temporarily connecting new magical networks through this golden force. This exemplified the terrifying essence of the primordial magic ring, perfectly accommodating every form of power to ultimately nourish itself, with the equivalent of a water-cooled 4090. Even for a fleeting moment, he could unleash his full potential, and for Rasvail, that moment was sufficient to step into the realm beyond demigods. In the real world, gazing at Rasvail, who had been unresponsive and asleep for 3 days, Melina felt her eyes welling with tears of desperation. She had contemplated countless methods, employing every prayer she knew in an attempt to awaken this man, yet without exception, every prayer fell like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. After awakening in a state of sheer terror and exhausting every possible means of escape, Melina contemplated seeking O'Neill's assistance. However, in the span of a single night, the heavily fortified town of Ceremony had transformed into a ghostly desolation, and the teleportation array leading to the sacred tree had vanished without a trace. Even if she and Torrit rushed at full speed, it would take half a day to reach the grand elevator, not accounting for the slow operation of the lift. By the time she returned to the snowy expanse with reinforcements, the unconscious Rasvail could very well face an unforeseen calamity. Yet, the primary reason Melina remained here was that her connection with Rasvail had not been severed. In fact, it instilled within her an inexplicable sense of assurance that all would be well. Suddenly, Melina fixed her gaze intently upon Rasvail, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from his being, spreading across the entire borderland at an unfathomable pace. The Moonbearer, a harbinger of confusion and chaos. Yet, many deemed it a hopeless endeavor. The moon embodies the essence of the human soul, celebrated for its beauty. However, as time passes and circumstances shift, when one gazes upon it anew, what visage does it present? The heart's allegiance and the soul's refuge lay shattered and scattered. At the moment of the end, we all transform into the moon, thus rendering our mortal forms unbearable. Rasvail spoke in a peculiar tone. Nay, it was less a discourse than a fervent prayer directed toward a great entity. Unbeknownst to him, his voice pierced through the dreamscape, morphing into the cold winds of the snowy mountains, the molten lava of volcanoes, the flowing waters of lakes, and the fallen leaves of plateaus. With Raisvale's supplication, the entire borderland seemed to resonate with him. The chilling winds howled, volcanoes erupted, waters surged, and leaves danced in the air. Within the dream, Michaela's countenance darkened considerably. He was acutely aware that an indescribable presence had just cast its gaze upon the borderland. "You are out of your mind. Stop." Michaela's voice was rife with shock and fear. Yet, it was too late. The borderland fell into an eerie silence. Everything appeared to lose its original sound and color. A piano, shrouded in a veil of dust, materialized before all, appearing in the sitting room upon the city walls, beside the river, and beneath the trees, as if it were meant to be there, leaving the world reduced to that singular location. At that moment, Raisvale emerged like an elegant performer, silently taking his seat, his right hand poised high above, while his left gently caressed the keys. His sudden appearance briefly restored sanity to many, yet they soon succumbed once more, their eyes fixated solely on the grand performance about to unfold. As his elevated right hand descended, it marked the commencement of this magnificent spectacle. His fingers danced between black and white, and the familiar strains of the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata reverberated throughout the borderland. Unlike the earlier occasion before the royal castle, how could such a grand performance be limited to mere auditory experience? It was the fusion of sight and sound that constituted a true feast. From the moment the first key was struck, onlookers suddenly noticed a stunning woman clad in a black gauzy gown. Her beauty captivating, yet her face largely obscured by a veil, revealing only a faint, delicate smile. The piano's melody was both haunting and poignant, echoing throughout the entire borderland. Enveloped in the enchanting melodies, the audience was spellbound, lost in a reverie. Yet, Michaela's countenance grew increasingly pale, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene. As the music reached its crescendo, Laysville's performance became ever more impassioned, and the surroundings gradually faded into obscurity, leaving only Laysville, the piano, and the lady. The dreamscape conjured by Michaela had long since shattered, but in that moment, Laysville appeared to be entranced, as if his very essence melded with the piano. Becoming lost within the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata, the lady beside him, radiant with joy, glided closer to Laysville, step by step, in harmony with the music. Suddenly, her beaming smile transformed into a visage of terror, and she vanished without a trace. With her disappearance, Laysville ceased playing, his bewildered eyes opening to a chilling presence that hurled him backward, followed by two resounding slaps that jolted him awake. One last warning, never again. Leaves returned to their branches, lakes flowed back into rivers, magma reversed its course, and the cold wind retreated. Time itself became a mere plaything of a great force, witnessed solely by Laysville, whose face had swollen grotesquely. Chapter 32. The Blood King arrives at his loyal sacred tree. Michaela was momentarily disoriented, gazing at the familiar ceiling, questioning the bizarre circumstances. He stood up from his chair, pacing through the vast and opulent palace. His last memory lingered on Moontrace, discovering himself within a dream, abruptly cut off thereafter. Furrowing his brow, Michaela pondered how the meticulously crafted dream could collapse in an instant. More perplexing was the fact that the first layer of the dream had ensnared Moontrace for 3 days, while the more terrifying second layer had been discerned and shattered in mere moments, leaving Michaela disoriented and devoid of that memory. He fervently sought to recollect the stratagems within the second layer of the dream, fearing that from the very moment he masqueraded as Melina, Moontrace had seen through him, pretending for so long merely to extract confessions, ensnaring him in his own words. Curiously, his recollections ceased abruptly when the two were poised for confrontation, as though some dreadful force had shielded his memories. Michaela gently massaged his throbbing temples. Was it merely the act of recollection that induced such discomfort? He subsequently summoned the few remaining knights stationed at the sacred tree, inquiring about past events. To his astonishment, they appeared entirely unaware of their memory loss. Thus, only those of demigod strength possessed the capacity, or rather, the privilege, to detect something amiss. Michaela, agitated, tapped his delicate fingers against the armrest of his chair, reluctantly acknowledging that he had underestimated Moontrace. Initially, he had intended to leverage Melina's voice within the dream to secure Moontrace's agreement to his royal covenant, believing the first layer would diminish Moontrace's suspicions and deepen his subconscious trust. The second layer was meant to serve as a safeguard, leading Moontrace to perceive it as a jest from his beloved, prompting an immediate acquiescence. Even the formidable Latine of Ur could not withstand this series of machinations. In truth, it was during their initial acquaintance that Michaela, under the guise of jest, coaxed Latine into pledging himself as her sovereign of destiny, thereby forging an indelible bond. At that time, the naive Latine did not even compel Michaela to utilize the power of dreams. Yet, who could have anticipated that this moon trace would remain utterly elusive? No matter how meticulously prepared he simply refused to take the bait, akin to swallowing a sugar-coated pill only to hurl back the cannonball. He even managed to exploit her vulnerabilities. A charming blush graced Michaela's cheeks. Although she masqueraded as Melina within the realm of dreams, the sensations were undeniably authentic. The mere thought of Moon Trace's antics incited a simmering rage within her, and yet, on her exquisitely feminine visage, this expression would elicit from Lazyville, had he been present, a remark akin to, "Your fierce countenance resembles that of a petulant child." Michaela, biting her lip, revealed a glimmer of vexation in her eyes. Yet, in truth, she felt utterly powerless. Had anyone suggested that she would become sworn enemies with Moon Trace mere days prior, she would have scoffed incredulously. Me? At odds with Moon Trace? Surely not. Alas, it seemed she must commence her plans ahead of schedule. With resignation, she summoned a knight of the esteemed order and whispered her instructions. Watching as he departed, the knight exited the palace and, as was his custom, returned to his post to commence his vigil over the sacred tree. However, as he passed by a nondescript dwelling, he discreetly pricked his finger with a hidden needle, allowing several droplets of blood to fall, slowly saturating the earth before the door. Deep beneath the surface of Gilead, within an expanse of void, two isolated peaks stood in distant opposition. Rather than mountains, they resembled vast platforms. The platform on the left boasted grand edifices, connected by stone bridges that encircled a towering central spire. Conversely, the right platform was drenched in blood, with crimson hues dominating the scene. Chaotic stone spires jutted forth like arms reaching skyward, while the only two intact structures were a modest open-air temple and an ancient palace perched atop a high point. Once resplendent, the great hall lay in ruins, its shattered columns permeating the air with a heavy, mysterious atmosphere. In some corners untouched by bloodshed, remnants of intricate carvings and murals could still be discerned. Suddenly, the century-long silence of the palace was shattered by a raucous laughter, raspy as if scraped by a grinding wheel. It began as a quiet chuckle, escalating into a triumphant, exuberant roar. Ha ha! Michaela, Moon Trace, how utterly fascinating these two are. Munger had not felt such merriment in ages. Yet, he saw an opportunity to navigate these tumultuous waters to his advantage. A wicked grin adorned Munger's face. For he could dismantle the alliance between the sacred tree and the external factions, ensuring his brother's safety, while simultaneously usurping Michaela to crown himself the king of Elden. The resplendent and imposing figure gradually vanished into the blood, leaving no trace behind. This was the Blood King, Munger, an enigmatic entity chosen by the Mother God, capable of teleporting instantaneously to any location within the boundary through the blood of his followers. As chronicled in the annals known to Lazyville, the Blood King descended amidst the sacred tree. However, the recent events remained unknown to Lazyville, who was presently frantically comforting Melina, who clung to him with desperate fervor. The little wooden girl was on the verge of tears, her eyes swollen and red, as tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving streaks in their wake. She curled tightly in Lazyville's embrace, her hands gripping him as if fearing that releasing him would mean eternal separation. The desolate town of the ceremony echoed only with the sound of the wind and Melina's sorrowful weeping, each sob seemingly a lamentation of the helplessness and anguish she had endured over the past 3 days. While Lazyville consoled Melina, his heart ached for the girl before him. The one he cherished most was lost, and all the means he knew to aid her had proven futile. In this forsaken town, where neither heaven nor earth responded to his calls, he imagined he would have succumbed to despair if the roles were reversed. Gently patting Melina's back, he murmured words of comfort. "Silly girl, look, I'm back, aren't I? Do not weep, your king has returned. Shall I help you seek vengeance?" Gradually, Melina's trembling form calmed under his soothing words, yet she remained reluctant to let go. Lazyville, with no other recourse, hoisted Melina onto his back, allowing the foolish girl to ride upon him, and then surged forth towards the location of the teleportation array in the town, his aura ominous. He had initially come to ensure Michaela's safety, yet this troublesome individual had resorted to deception. Had he not unleashed his full power, he might have truly fallen into Michaela's trap. Moreover, his once flawless visage, even after being restored through the golden prayer, still throbbed with pain. Thanks to Michaela. How could he have been so thoroughly beaten by that individual? Yet, Lazyville retained his composure. Though he had nearly incapacitated Michaela, he must not kill him. Inflicting severe harm could be justified as self-defense, claiming Michaela had acted first, and even if the siblings of the sacred tree were displeased, they would have no grounds for complaint. However, the ramifications of slaying a demigod could utterly dismantle his plans and those of Marika. But upon witnessing the completely shattered teleportation array, a sardonic smile crept upon Laysville's face. Very well, Michaela, very well. Yet Laysville was no mere fated one from a game. For him, the absence of a teleportation array merely meant a longer journey. When he finally arrived at the sacred tree, he would unleash upon Michaela an experience of true malice. Meanwhile, Munger was already wreaking havoc at the sacred tree, as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Only a demigod could restrain another demigod. This had been the consensus in the boundary for millennia. And what constituted such a consensus? It was a price paid that was substantial enough for all within the boundary to acknowledge, thereby earning the title of consensus. Enormous black wings unfurled slowly behind Munger, resembling the sinister wings of a demon in the night, exuding a disquieting aura. Their presence rendered Munger's once cumbersome and colossal form surprisingly harmonious and natural. With each beat of his wings, a tumultuous tide of blood surged forth, creating a crimson vortex in the air, reminiscent of a demonic force emerging from the depths of hell. The metallic scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, evoking a suffocating sense of dread. As the wings continued to flap, the blood tide intensified, gradually coalescing into a formidable storm. This tempest was laced with countless sharp crimson shards, akin to a horde of famished fiends, lunging at everything in their vicinity. In this harrowing tableau, Munger appeared as a demonic deity risen from the abyss, descending upon the sacred tree with an inexhaustible aura of bloodshed and terror. Yet the sacred tree did not relinquish its resistance. The valiant knights of corruption, stationed in defense, initiated their assault, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward the godlike Munger. However, their bravery bore no fruit, for Munger merely wielded his trident, effortlessly sweeping the knights aside as though they were inconsequential insects. The knights tumbled through the air, ultimately colliding with the sacred tree, producing a dull thud. The sheer force of their impact inflicted damage upon the tree, causing countless fissures to spread across its trunk, while the fate of the knights remained uncertain. Following this were the hybrids, undeterred by death, who raised their weapons and roared as they lunged at Munger. Gazing down upon the throng of hybrids, Munger exhibited no expression, akin to a person who feels no elation at the prospect of exterminating a swarm of ants. He merely positioned his trident before him and lifted it skyward. Countless blood-red halos manifested like phantoms upon the hybrids charging at him. These rings, coalesced from blood, radiated an oppressive scent of carnage. They bore the weight of a cursed brand, indelibly marking each hybrid's body, binding them tightly. In an instant, the black tide vanished, replaced by a crimson sea. Regarding such detritus, Munger need not even activate the second and third layers of halos upon them. The conflict beyond the sacred tree did not disturb Michaela within the palace. He observed the unfolding events like a mere spectator. Seated upon his throne with a faint smile gracing his lips, softly humming an ancient melody, the song flowed melodiously, as if transcending time and space, imbuing the air with an endless tranquility and beauty. Michaela reveled in his own realm, savoring the serenity of the moment. Simultaneously, he purposefully employed his less frequently used hand to pen a letter, striving to make it appear hurried and disordered, as if it were hastily written in a moment of desperation. This letter is undoubtedly intended for Marlenia, its essence conveying an alliance with the royal city, a planned expedition to Galat. The Moonshadow has not become the king of promises, yet considering his terrifying prowess, it is wise to avoid provoking him, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. He is expected to be preoccupied by the battle at the volcanic mansion, thus not posing a hindrance to their endeavors. He gently dried the ink on the paper and handed it over to the familiar knight, Judah, reminding him to personally deliver it to my sister. Make sure to hand it to Lady Marlenia, Michaela chuckled. The knight named Judah appeared quite exhilarated, his voice slightly trembling. Lady Michaela, I shall personally deliver this letter to Lady Marlenia. Michaela, satisfied, patted his waist. He had intended to pat his head, but even seated on an elevated chair, he could only manage to reach Judah's waist and had to make do with that. Judah, in truth, was a spy dispatched by the Blood King, who, under a false identity, infiltrated the holy tree and gradually ascended to the core ranks, ultimately becoming a noble knight. However, Mong did not realize that his charm had inadvertently grown so powerful that even the meticulously cultivated infiltrators of the Blood Dynasty opted to defect. After becoming a noble knight and entering the inner circle, Judah, after just a few encounters, voluntarily revealed his identity and requested a swift resolution. Citing a profound dissonance between his original faith and his current love, a drastic shift that was driving him to madness. Yet, how could one let such a golden opportunity slip away? After several sessions of psychological guidance, he wholeheartedly chose to follow Mycela, becoming a seemingly embedded agent within the Holy Tree, yet in reality, a double agent within the Blood Dynasty. To ensure his loyalty, Mycela even enlisted Tarina to repeatedly indoctrinate Judah through dreams. Now, this loyal double agent had proven his worth, merely casting a bait that drew the Blood King out. Of course, Mycela would not allow him to become a disposable spy. Such a valuable tool is rare and precious. Therefore, when he is eventually drawn away, Judah will proactively request to remain at the Holy Tree under the guise of monitoring it, while truly acting as Mycela's messenger. Chapter 33. Mycela's battle against Mong High above. There existed neither the piercing gales of a snowy expanse nor the traces of life's activities. If predictions hold true, this place shall remain unchanged for millennia to come. Reflecting on the past, it was not always so tranquil. Once, meteors and shooting stars frequently graced this domain, each nearly the size of a village. Unlike the Earth of Razavir, these meteors from beyond the boundary do not disintegrate upon atmospheric entry. Rather, they can effortlessly traverse the boundary's atmosphere, striking the surface and inflicting catastrophic damage upon the local populace. However, what followed is well known. Latine, through sheer will, sealed the cosmos, and the renown of the Shattered Star General resounded throughout the boundary. It was indeed Latine's gravitational magic that rendered the high altitudes so serene for nearly a century. Today, the long-standing tranquility was finally shattered as a meteor streaked across the celestial canvas of the boundary. Unlike the usual meteors that radiate crimson flames, this particular one exhibited a distinct division between its outer and inner auras. The golden-yellow outer flame and the pale blue inner flame coalesced in a form that was incongruous, yet somehow harmoniously entwined. Was it a bird? A plane? No. It was Laysville. Laysville was hurtling towards the sacred tree at a terrifying speed. His energy depletion and the overheating of his magical circuits were of no concern to him at that moment. The sole reason for his alarming velocity, aside from his fury towards Mycela, was an inexplicable foreboding that had arisen within him. It was quite simple. Mycela had stationed a massive army here for several days. While there might have been subtle hints to Munger, it nonetheless demonstrated his regard for Laysville. Furthermore, he had laid down a seemingly insurmountable dual dreamscape. Had it not been for Laysville's invocation of the forbidden outer goddess prayer, he would have surely fallen into Mycela's trap by now. Lastly, the soul teleportation array leading to the sacred tree had been destroyed, signifying that the sacred tree had lost its capability to swiftly deploy reinforcements from its homeland in a short span of time, thus destabilizing its foundational strength. It could be said that Laysville and the sacred tree, nay, more precisely, he and Mycela, had become sworn adversaries. And now, in light of Mycela's awareness that he had surmounted all obstacles and was advancing towards the sacred tree's territory for reckoning, how could he exhibit no semblance of resistance? The sacred tree had merely severed the teleportation array. It was not dead. There was but one possibility. The sacred tree was now incapable of dispatching troops to impede Laysville. In contemplating how the sacred tree, which occupied a strategic advantage, could be so powerless, Laysville could only attribute it to one individual. Damn Munger, what madness has overtaken him? How could he have advanced so much ahead of schedule? This was not something he would typically do. As Laysville cursed inwardly, he quickened his pace. At this juncture, the sacred tree had gradually descended into a sea of blood, the once gentle radiance, the architecture that thrived in symbiosis with the tree. And the carefree inhabitants were now on the brink of extinction. O'Neill tirelessly endeavored to organize an offensive, yet no matter how vast his forces, for Munger, it was merely an opportunity to wield his trident a few more times, culminating in yet another blood feast. As the chosen of the formless mother, the more blood he spilled in this boundary, the greater his gains. Following the Roddle defense and the ongoing battle at the volcanic mansion, his power had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, it was not fear of Marlenia that kept him from abducting Mycela from the sacred tree. He was simply awaiting a signal, anticipating the cue from his loyal servant. In the game, Munger's urgency to reach the sacred tree stems largely from his brother, Mungert, who is on the brink of collapse. Unlike the current scenario, the demigod coalition in the game did not retreat outright. Instead, they employed a strategy akin to the siege of Jerusalem in the past, aiming to induce division within the royal city by severing its supplies. With the butterfly effect instigated by Lazavir, Munger is now able to bide his time for a more opportune moment, potentially achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. Yet, tragically, our leader remains unaware that his loyal servant, Judas, has assumed the form of Michaela. It is time to conclude this. The moon's scar approaches. A cold smile crept across Munger's face, appearing particularly sinister upon his horned visage. His enormous black wings sliced through the sky as he sped towards Michaela's palace. Along the way, Michaela's devotees displayed a formidable resistance. Munger mused that had it been Stonevale City, only the exiled knights would have exhibited such fervor. At last, the ancient stone path was stained with crimson, mingling with the dusky blood-red hue cast by the golden tree at dusk. In Michaela's eyes, the entire world was bathed in blood. Ah, esteemed guest from afar, how shall I honor you? With thick, rich blood, with eternal companionship, with unwavering loyalty? Michaela finally rose, his golden hair dancing in the wind like flames. His gaze sparkled with brilliant light, akin to two radiant stars, rendering it difficult to behold. Despite his seemingly diminutive stature, he emanated a pure and potent aura, as if he commanded the very essence of the world. As he stood, an invisible force radiated from him, surprisingly. It did not impose pressure upon Munger as other demigods might, but rather instilled a desire to draw near to this exquisitely beautiful boy before him. Michaela raised his hands, and gradually, layers of golden halos appeared in his grasp, each radiating dazzling brilliance, as though composed of countless golden elements. These halos revolved around him, creating a breathtakingly magnificent spectacle. Michaela was not only known by the revered title of the Holy Angel, but during his time studying in the royal city, he was also called the King of Prayers. In the next moment, the golden halos clashed violently with the blood-red trident, producing a thunderous roar. Munger was utterly unprepared for the astonishing power and sharpness embodied in this seemingly ordinary halo. Each impact against the trident induced immense pressure, as if it sought to sever the weapon from his grasp. Michaela was equally astonished. He had initially believed his halo of light could effortlessly cleave through blood. Yet it became evident that the strength of this Blood King far exceeded his expectations. Although Michaela's halo could diminish the potency of the blood, the sea of blood summoned by Munger appeared inexhaustible. No matter how diligently he fought, he could not genuinely reduce its magnitude. Each attack was devoured by the blood, ensnaring him in a dire predicament. Chapter 34. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of hearing. Michaela had no intention of engaging in a prolonged confrontation. Her invocation of prayer was merely a symbolic act of resistance. Firstly, she was no match for the current Munger. Secondly, she sought to avoid causing further destruction. Thirdly, she wanted to keep Munger from becoming suspicious. It was simple. If Michaela surrendered meekly upon encountering Munger, it would only lead him to suspect treachery, wasting time in doubt and conjecture. Let us not forget, the sacred tree was already graced by two demigods, and there was still a moon scar racing toward them. When that time came, the sacred tree would be confronted by a Munger emboldened by war, alongside the newly ascended Slay King Lazaviel, embroiled in chaotic battle. In such a high-stakes conflict, the advantage of home ground would be virtually non-existent. The burden would rest solely upon her sacred tree. Thus, Michaela quickly feigned exhaustion from her golden power, the once resplendent golden halo dimming gradually. Both in quantity and quality, it was evident that her offensive capabilities had significantly dwindled. My dear brother, is this where it ends? Munger taunted, effortlessly wielding his trident. Michaela gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her fair visage, her cherry lips releasing puffs of vapor. Clearly unable to endure much longer, Munger ceased his idle chatter, raising his trident solemnly, as the dark wings behind him began to morph into skeletal appendages. From my own blood I am born, and to blood I shall return. From my own blood I rise, and I shall nourish blood with your blood. I shall offer my blood dynasty. If Lazaviel were present, he would be astonished to recognize that the language Munger employed was the very one he had once used for prayer. This ancient and perilous prayer language was scarcely known in the borderlands, understood only by a select few powerful beings of heroic caliber, chosen by some outer god, and imprinted upon their souls. However, high risk often begets high reward. Should the supplicant withstand the gaze and blessing of such a formidable existence, they might gain strength exponentially greater than their own, potentially transcending the limitations of demigods to temporarily wield the power akin to that of true deities. Thus, Michaela once more felt the gaze of that ancient and terrifying entity. Merely the look contained an overwhelming force, awakening a portion of the sacred trees nearby, transforming them into an unknown yet dreadfully formidable variety. Cursing inwardly, Michaela strained to extract her golden power. forming a golden circle in a desperate bid to withstand the scrutiny of that presence. Yet, despite her efforts, Michaela could barely shield herself. The golden circle she painstakingly constructed could not encompass even the sacred trees beneath her feet. However, it was clear that Munger did not evoke the same terrifying phenomena as Lazaviel. This was influenced not only by the Chosen One's capacity to endure, but also by the closeness of the connection between the Chosen and the Outer God. Stepping back to survey history, one realizes that no chosen deity has ever wielded power quite like Lazaviel. Most Chosen Ones, in contrast, merely draw upon a minuscule fraction of the might of great entities, akin to Mong. Returning to Michaela, he is horrified to discover that gaze, akin to an ever-increasing invisible mountain, weighs heavily upon him. Each second stretches interminably, as if time itself has crystallized at this moment. His breath quickens and becomes labored, his chest heaving violently, as though it might burst at any moment. The terrifying pressure gradually gnaws at his body and soul, subjecting Michaela to unprecedented agony and torment. His skin tautens, muscles tremble, and bones creak ominously, as if on the verge of being shattered. He strives to unleash all his strength in a desperate bid for a moment's respite. Yet that pressure clings to him like a shadow, binding his limbs and rendering him immobile. He can only watch helplessly as his space for survival is incrementally constricted until it vanishes entirely. Yet Michaela remains convinced that the Blood King harbors no intention of harming him. The current overwhelming pressure is merely a tactic employed by Mong to hasten his demise. At that moment, however, the ever-mounting pressure abruptly dissipates, and Michaela gasps for breath like a fish that has just flopped ashore, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Despite his body reaching its limits, his mind races at breakneck speed. No, what is happening? Michaela fixates on the retreating figure of the Blood King, certain that he cannot be so easily dismissed. All of her prior actions would be rendered futile. What force has compelled him to feel such imminent danger? The sound of footsteps reverberates through the palace, now reduced to ruins. Yet both individuals present understand that no one would be foolish enough to voluntarily enter a demigod's battlefield. Unless a massive scythe, spinning with great velocity, cleaves through the dust of battle like a full moon, plunging directly into the sacred tree. Michaela collapses to the ground. Utterly spent, the stage is set. The uncrowned king of real Icaria, the butcher of Radagon, the moon's herald, Lazaviel, has arrived. The participants are gathered, one effeminate male and one homosexual. What kind of gathering is this? Lazaviel delivers a poorly timed jest, but in this tense atmosphere, no one is inclined to engage with him. Moon's mark? Mong seethes with a mix of astonishment and rage. Astonished by Lazaviel's rapid arrival and infuriated that this young man would brazenly proclaim himself as homosexual upon their first meeting. His original plan had been to subdue Michaela first, then dispatch numerous sorcerers to simulate the battle traces of the Moon's mark, framing them for the deeds of the Moon's mark. This would inevitably sow enmity between the already irate Moon's mark and the naive Marlenia, whose intellect is dwarfed by her endowments. However, who could have anticipated that he would arrive so swiftly? Moreover, Mong gazes at the youth before him, who withstands the scrutiny of a great entity with apparent ease, and cannot help but swallow hard. Moonshadow, let us maintain our distance. I am aware of the enmity you bear towards Michaela. If I were to permit you to deliver a thrashing to him before departing, would that be agreeable? Munger tightened his grip on the trident, making the most substantial concession he could muster. It was quite simple. In his view, Michaela and Moonshadow had not descended to the depths of mortal enemies. Thus, with a certain cost, it was feasible to sway him. Moreover, the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend requires no elaboration, and in the current circumstances, any astute observer would discern that should Lazaviel choose to intervene, it would effectively become a 2-on-1 confrontation. Michaela harbored uncertainty regarding whether Lazaviel might act impulsively and truly bring harm upon him. Furthermore, his subsequent plans necessitated Munger binding him, ensuring his assistance to Munger. Yet, Lazaviel merely chuckled, gesturing with a hand, causing the great scythe to soar into his grasp like a devoted hound seeking its master. I find no inclination to reason with you. You are unworthy of such discourse. Chapter 35. Trust begets trust. The once spacious and vacant palace now lay filled with dust and rubble, resembling a desolate ruin. The items within had long since shattered, rendering their former appearances unrecognizable. The violent tremors seemed poised to obliterate both the palace and the branches beneath it, all due to the reverberations of the fierce battle among the three demigods. Even after Michaela's utmost efforts to diminish its impact, he could not wholly eradicate its effects. The combatants were the King of Prayers, Michaela, the Blood King, Munger, and Moonshadow, Lazaviel. Such a magnificent assembly had not been witnessed in nearly a millennium, primarily due to the rarity of direct confrontations among demigods, as any occurrence often culminated in a fight to the death. Additionally, following the initial God Wars, with Marika's ascension and the unification of the Golden Clan over the borderlands, the Supreme will had effectively established dominion over the territory. No one dared to openly rally on this overlord's domain, especially while the very target of their rallying was being mercilessly vanquished. This would be akin to a powerless individual, devoid of any combat prowess, provocatively challenging a formidable behemoth. Thus, the open recitation of prayers by Laysville and Munger was tantamount to brazenly hurling insults at the Supreme Will. Supreme Will, you are but a farce. Surprisingly, the Supreme Will did not retaliate against them, for this entity dealt with external gods as one would with a mere child. Observing Laysville and Munger, merely two tiny ants in conflict. However, once Laysville and Munger truly engaged in battle, they would come to understand why the chosen wars had been so infrequent over the years. The power they wielded was nearly transcendent over all demigods, and even the residual force of their conflict was beyond Michaela's capacity to endure. The frost-white moonlight sliced through the boundless sea of blood as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Initially, Laysville's strategy mirrored that of Michaela's, for the vast sea of blood was merely an external manifestation of energy, be it the power of faith or divine endowment. Yet, as the slicing continued, Laysville began to sense an unsettling discrepancy. His moonlight, intrinsically a force of cutting and assimilation, remained utterly ineffective against the blood sea, which showed no signs of alteration despite his countless strikes. An outer god, Munger observed Laysville's astonished expression, his own face a canvas of confusion. Are you jesting with me? Moonskar? The celestial phenomena you instigated were witnessed by no less than 20,000 souls. Do you truly assert this is the power of an ordinary demigod? Munger looked at the increasingly fervent Moonskar, feeling an unexpressed frustration bubbling within him. Moonskar, you are even less significant than a stray dog passing by. Preposterous. At least I am not a devotee of the outer gods. You were once a follower of the outer gods, once a devotee, always a devotee. With that, Laysville did not hesitate to wield his massive scythe, unleashing a dazzling strike that cleaved through the void with the swiftness and sharpness of a new moon. In an instant, the new moon transformed into a full moon, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it bore the weight of countless ages. As the wheel of the moon emerged, the sacred tree beneath felt immense pressure, emitting distressing sounds. Its branches trembled slightly, and the trunk swayed, seemingly unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Having spent his childhood in the sewers of the royal city, Munger had never experienced a verbal altercation. What? Am I to practice spewing insults at a cursed frog? If that frog could speak, it would surely declare, the corpse is speaking. The world of the sewers had always been one of life and death, leaving no opportunity for idle banter. Upon reaching adulthood, endowed with the formidable strength of a demigod and the blessings of the Invisible Mother, he established what could be considered the largest intelligence network in the borderlands, the White Mask. It could be said that in his youth, Munger had no need for idle insults, and in his adulthood, no one dared to exchange barbs with him. Thus, when he encountered Laysville, a modern figure steeped in the internet's influence, he found himself unable to match in either combat or insult. Moonskar, I shall sever your filthy mouth, cleave it, and reduce it to fragments. To kill you 1,000 times would not suffice. It was evident that Munger was thoroughly enraged. He unfurled his massive bone wings, summoning a fierce wind that propelled him backward. Simultaneously, Munger swiftly raised his trident, and 3 blood-red halos surged forth at an unprecedented speed, locking onto Laysville. All of this transpired in an instant, as if time itself had been compressed. Laysville raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the Invisible Mother was not entirely stingy, for not only did she bestow upon him her watchful gaze, but also augmented Munger's casting speed and magical might. However, if one were to speak the truth, the Invisible Mother had not granted him as bountiful a blessing as the moon had conferred upon Laysville. He was aware that he had not only received divine power, but also centuries of systematically acquired lunar magic. Thus, Laysville remained unperturbed. For with over a millennium of accumulated lunar magic, he possessed at least 5 methods to either escape or withstand such a lock-on. In the city beneath the moonlight, Losvale extended a single hand towards the ground. A city bathed in moonlight emerged from the earth, rising before the dazed gazes of Mong and Michaela. The silver moonlight cascaded over the ancient city, scarred by the ravages of war. The walls bore the weathered marks of time and conflict, a testament to countless glories and tragedies. Under the moon's glow, the once splendid towers and battlements appeared particularly mournful, having witnessed the ebb and flow of history. The streets within the city no longer echoed with the vibrancy of the past, replaced instead by an eerie silence. Shattered windows and collapsed buildings cast elongated shadows beneath the moonlight, akin to the specters of war wandering through the night. Above this dilapidated yet resilient city hovered a triad of crimson halos, a formidable protective enchantment. The creator of this magic, a long-forgotten sorcerer, was surmised by Lasvale to be of the Nox Stella lineage, based on the arcane circuitry. As the name suggests, the city beneath the moonlight transforms itself into an ancient stronghold, enveloped in lunar radiance. As long as the moonlight persists, the city shall remain unbroken. However, this enchantment was not as nefarious as it seemed. The Nox Stella once wielded it as a weapon against the Supreme Will and the Golden Tree, but a dark pawn of the Supreme Will subdued them. Yet, if one could not contend with the Supreme Will, how could they hope to challenge you? Lasvale grinned. Today, Mong, despite his fatigue, could not pierce the veil of the intangible mother. Chapter 36. Michaela, between death and defilement, I choose the latter. Are you done? Don't let your companion run out of blood. Lasvale's voice, laced with mockery, echoed amidst the ruins, instantly raising Mong's blood pressure. Mong had never imagined a day would come when, with his cards laid bare, and even with the protection of that great being, he would find himself powerless against another. Strictly speaking, it was not mere impotence. The creature known as the Moonscar was toying with him. Mong was acutely aware of his current strength. His 3 crimson halos alone could spell doom for all demigods save for Moonscar and Marlenia. And indeed, it was as such. Lasvale was indulged by the moon as if it were a spoiled child, receiving whatever he desired, albeit with a hint of malice. As for Marlenia, it could be said that the goddess of decay had an affinity for this limited edition figurine. Thus, even if she were to perish, endure a strike from the colossal star of Ratine, or suffer all day under Lasvale's blade, her form would instantaneously restore to its current state. Finding himself unable to best the resolute Lasvale through combat or scorn, Mong realized he had but one choice left. Thus, while releasing the crimson halos to attempt to suppress Lasvale, he understood that his aura was not as fragile as it appeared. If he could not threaten the Moonscar, how could he dare to assume a defensive stance? Meanwhile, a skeletal wing unfurled behind him, casting a shadow over Michaela. Choose, death or come with me. Mong's voice, tinged with impatience, revealed his inner turmoil. Michaela, on the brink of collapse, appeared as if she had spotted a savior. Come on, let's hurry, I will follow you. Yet, in this moment of urgency, Mong found himself unconsciously admiring the perspiring Michaela. Her cheeks, flushed a soft pink from the heat, glistened with beads of sweat that cascaded down her forehead like exquisite pearls, trickling down her face and splashing onto her attire, leaving a delicate pattern of droplets. Her golden hair, drenched in sweat, clung to her forehead and neck, while her linen garments, thoroughly soaked, clung tightly to her slender form, accentuating her frailty. Though she gasped for breath, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of her lips, rather than a nauseating odor. Michaela exuded a captivating fragrance that compelled one to embrace this flawless maiden. However, at that moment, hundreds of moons, each differing in shape and hue, suddenly appeared, interrupting Meng's admiration like a flock of startled birds. These moons surged towards them with astonishing speed, as if drawn by an invisible force, gravitating towards Meng. Each moon radiated a unique luminescence, some bright and dazzling, others soft and warm, while a few shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Lasvale, clearly unwilling to allow Meng to take Michaela away, realized that doing so would render his efforts futile. Driven by determination, he pushed through his injuries to exit the city beneath the moonlight, unleashing thousands of strikes to prevent Michaela from being taken. Michaela, should I harbor ill intentions, I may not prevail against Meng, but you, I could vanquish 1,000 times over. As Lasvale charged towards them, he declared, what you did to me that night, I can overlook, for my purpose here is to forge an alliance. Together, we can conquer the royal city. Michaela acknowledged the truth in Lasvale's words. Indeed, the moon shadow had shown her mercy, for otherwise, she would not have survived to this moment. Nevertheless, regardless of the moon shadow's intentions, as long as he refused to acknowledge her as his promised queen, Michaela had but one choice left, to follow Meng and await the commencement of her plans. She placed her faith in Marlenia, recalling that Judah had long informed her that the blood dynasty was established in the Galad region. As the 4th prince of the Carian Royal Family, the moon shadow had witnessed her taken by the Blood King, further legitimizing Marlenia's potential intervention. She needed only to assert that through the unique bond between the twins, She sensed Michaela's presence in Galad, prompting the Holy Tree Army to mobilize. Given Ratine's character, Michaela was certain that once Marlenia entered Galad, Fractured Star and his Red Lion Legion would inevitably clash with the Holy Tree Army. In that confrontation, even if Marlenia unleashed the Crimson Decay, as long as Ratine was defeated, her plan would be set in motion. As for the seemingly formidable Mung, to be frank, Michaela hardly regarded him as a threat. Had he not displayed a vacant gaze after just a brief moment? Michaela paid no heed to the swiftly appearing Laysville. She merely stood obediently by Munger's side, resembling a quiet doll. As blood continued to surge forth, it gradually formed a veritable sea of crimson, submerging Michaela's petite figure within its depths. Yet, she exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips, as if she were savoring the unfolding spectacle. Laysville, having instantaneously materialized before the two, swung his scythe with a chilling luminescence reminiscent of a blood moon, instilling a sense of dread. This strike bore with it an infinite might, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. With a single arc, he cleaved through the boundless sea of blood, akin to the mythical Moses, showcasing unparalleled prowess. Munger, veins bulging upon his forehead, gripped his trident tightly, exerting every ounce of strength to consolidate the blood sea. However, Laysville's scythe danced through the air like a butterfly, agile and swift in its movements. Each swing was fluid and natural, imbued with an imposing energy. As he wielded the weapon, the scythe traced perfect arcs in the air, forming an impenetrable circle. This circle resembled an indomitable shield, impervious to the tumultuous waves of the surrounding blood sea. More astonishingly, the white circle surged towards Munger and Michaela at an astonishing velocity, seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space. With every meter it advanced, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Absent external intervention, Munger resembled a vampire transported by teleportation, while Laysville embodied the devastation of a sword demon unleashed. The only outcome for Munger appeared to be inevitable demise. Yet, external forces swiftly emerged, a golden halo, imbued with a sacred aura, pierced through the blood sea, manifesting before Laysville. This halo appeared in such an uncanny manner, as though it were never meant to exist within this sanguine expanse. Logically, such a force, in opposition to the blood sea, should have been gradually consumed, weakened, and ultimately vanished. However, the reality diverged from expectation. This halo not only resisted the blood sea's engulfing grasp, but grew ever more potent, radiating a brilliant light. The halo illuminated the surrounding sanguine waters, rendering them transparent, akin to a mirror reflecting heart-stopping visions. Under the halo's glow, the blood within the sea seemed to lose its original malevolence and terror, transforming into a state of calm and serenity. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial, concealing an ineffable dread lurking beneath. The power within the halo surged and ebbed, as if it possessed a life of its own, contracting and expanding in a rhythmic manner, akin to breathing. As time progressed, the strength of the halo intensified, even beginning to influence the surrounding space. A stifling atmosphere permeated the air, rendering breaths labored and difficult. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Mung actively parted the sea of blood, allowing the golden halo to soar forth. This can only indicate that Michaela and Mung have indeed joined forces. In that fleeting moment of shock that rendered Laysville motionless, the blood summoned by Mung ultimately engulfed the two. In an instant, the crimson radiance surged forth, akin to a blood-red sun, exuding a heart-stirring aura. However, this formidable power did not endure for long. Merely a moment later, it began to wane gradually. As time passed, the dazzling bloodlight diminished further, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Along with its disappearance were the towering figures of Mung and Michaela. Chapter 37. Would it not suffice to eliminate Radagon in advance? Very well. Laysville, with an expressionless countenance, dispersed the scythe and the myriad moons that hovered behind him. He felt no anger, only a sense of helpless fear. Several months had elapsed since his arrival in this world, and during this time, his perceptions underwent a gradual transformation. Had he been the individual who had just crossed over, he would undoubtedly have chosen a conservative approach, striving to save those he cherished, such as Mudo, Ronnie, his second brother, and his elder brother, all while avoiding any significant alterations to major events. Yet, the meteoric rise in his strength over these months instilled within him a deceptive illusion of boundless capability to alter everything. To be precise, it was not mere illusion. In terms of combat prowess, Laysville stood unrivaled in the Borderlands. In a one-on-one deathmatch, he possessed the confidence to single-handedly vanquish all demigods. However, even as the chosen of both the moon and the golden god, endowed with the profound legacy of the primordial law ring, the very essence of the original arcana, and as the custodian of the esteemed Relicaria Academy of Magic, inheriting all lunar magics from ages past to present, Lazyville ultimately found himself unable to effect genuine change in the unfolding of events. Fate. These two syllables struck Lazyville's heart like a heavy iron hammer, leaving an indelible mark etched deep within his consciousness. It was as though a mysterious and potent force perpetually corrected every endeavor he sought to alter. No matter how hard he strove or struggled, that unseen hand effortlessly rendered his efforts null and void. In retrospect, he had unified what was once a disjointed Relicaria. However, Rena needed support from the volcanic mansion. Thus, the strength of Relicaria could not be harnessed for his own purposes. He accelerated the progress of the Radagon defense war, causing the intensity of conflict to surge dramatically. Yet the outcomes proved less significant. Although the pressure facing Lakad now was considerably less than in the game, bolstered by his mother's support, the volcanic mansion would not falter under Radagon's onslaught, ultimately preventing the fusion of Lakad with the Great Serpent. If the previous choices could be considered as slight alterations to the original trajectory of fate, then the pivotal decision to ally with Michaela, a move potent enough to influence all future outcomes, has seen no change whatsoever. In fact, the situation has deteriorated further. The rationale behind intensifying the war was to seize time, to conclude the defense of Radagon before Munger could react, thereby preventing the complete collapse of the demigod coalition. Yet, time has not been gained. Astonishingly, Munger arrived even more swiftly than anticipated. Moreover, it is evident that in the final moments, Michaela was intent on siding with Munger, a fact that Rasvale comprehended all too well. He could not fathom that Michaela, being an astute individual, would fail to grasp the implications of his statements. He must have been aware, yet he still chose to be willingly taken by Munger. What does this signify? Could it be that Michaela harbors special feelings for Munger? Is it truly a case of one willing to strike and the other to endure? This only reinforces Rasvale's prior deductions. For some unique reason, Michaela has been awaiting Munger's arrival, perhaps even anticipating his own abduction by Munger. Furthermore, as previously speculated, Marlenia's quest to find the Shattered Star was indeed to eliminate him. From this perspective, Marlenia's incursion into Galad was not driven by the so-called resonance between twins, but rather by an imperative mission that necessitated her entry into Galad. For as soon as Marlenia, with her murderous intent, led the Holy Tree army into Galad, a fierce battle became inevitable, given the character of his elder brother. So, what exactly does Michaela seek? Is his voluntary capture merely a guise to shield Marlenia's mission to eliminate Latan? And what of Munger? Is his motive for abducting Michaela solely to dismantle the siege of the royal city? Yet, it appears that Munger's ambitions extend far beyond this. The siege no longer requires resolution, yet he has still chosen to come. Could it be that Munger aims to disrupt the relationship between the imperial family and the Holy Tree? That seems implausible, as countless personnel from the Holy Tree can clearly see that he is the one obstructing Munger, a force for good. The relationship between the Holy Tree and the imperial family will not deteriorate, it will only flourish. Might the Chancellor be contemplating a return to the old ways of a single king and a single deity? Rasvale pondered for a long while, and this seemingly impossible yet singular possibility surfaced. As a divine being, Michaela undoubtedly possesses the capacity to ascend to godhood and establish new laws. However, the question remains, do Munger's laws and Michaela's laws align? How is it that the Mother of the Invisible has become the great love immortal? The more Rasvale contemplated, the more plausible this scenario became, yet the more he considered its likelihood, the more it incited laughter. The Chancellor, indeed, is worthy of his title. Boldly seizing Michaela without even knowing who truly holds dominion in the realm of the boundary deity. Should Munger ultimately ascend as the Elden King, it would surely lead to a moment where Michaela awakens to find Munger already crowned. Upon glancing again, it would truly be a case of effortless victory amidst ease. Lazyville shook his head. Since the president's actions would not affect the alliance between the sacred tree and the external clans, his visit had not been in vain. The next step was to journey to Galad and seek the fateful death from the Black Sword. As for the president, who was also in the Galad region, Lazyville had no intention of confronting him. Simply put, if his deductions were correct, even if he charged into the Blood Dynasty, slashing through to rescue Michaela, Marlenia would still not cease her campaign against his elder brother. And since the target was his elder brother, it was quite straightforward. If both he and his brother could seize the royal city, utilizing its defensive systems. No matter how Marlenia stirred trouble, they would remain unscathed. He could even secure the loyalty of Laton after obtaining the fateful death, allowing Marlenia to witness a renowned masterpiece upon her arrival. Marlenia, Mong. I will not let this go. Where's my Laton? Still playing with that trident? I ask you, where is he? Mong. I'm not here. Marlenia, Yuan. I will not let this go. Just wait. The more Laysville pondered, the more convinced he became. Indeed, as long as he acted before Marlenia, killing Laton with the fateful death would suffice. The fateful death could annihilate both body and soul. He merely needed to eliminate his brother's body in advance. Thus far, the Borderlands had not employed direct attacks on souls, meaning that a slain Latin's essence could merely attach itself to a puppet. Regardless of how his physical form perished, be it through being torn apart or otherwise, nothing would ultimately happen, as it would simply result in a change of body. Chapter 38. This is my world, however. To simply walk away from this situation was not an option. Laysville gazed at the dire state of the sacred tree, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Previously, faced with such a vast and ceaseless sea of blood, the forces of the sacred tree appeared utterly powerless. They lacked high-level combat capabilities, rendering them ineffective against this endless tide. Reluctantly, they had to resort to a strategy of sheer numbers, continually deploying more soldiers to fill this bottomless battlefield. Each charge meant the loss of more lives, yet they had no alternative, for it was the only way to momentarily halt the spread of blood. Now, with Mong's departure, the boundless sea of blood had vanished, yet the terror and destruction he had wrought upon the sacred tree lingered. A quarter of the entire tree had been perverted by flames and blood, transforming the once holy and vibrant trunk into a twisted, grotesque form, as if corrupted by an otherworldly power. The branches were laden with various horrifying attachments, sending shivers down one's spine. These attachments appeared to be the remains of some malevolent creatures, exuding a nauseating stench. They were tightly entwined around the trunk, utterly transforming it into a tree of the damned. The atmosphere around the sacred tree was thick with the scent of blood and death. Countless corpses of the sacred tree's army lay scattered, some not yet fully assimilated by Mong's sea of blood, thus presenting a bizarre state of solid liquid amalgamation. A small hand tugged at Laysville's sleeve, and Melina appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. As Laysville gazed into Melina's eyes, he recognized the tumultuous emotions swirling within her mirrored his own. She clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly, her eyes shimmering with a complex brilliance. The very individuals who had once lured her and the king into a trap, placing them in dire straits, had now become victims of slaughter and invasion. This paradox filled her with confusion and anguish, leaving her at a loss as to how to confront those who had once persecuted them. Yet, a deep-seated emotion whispered to her that this was not a matter easily resolved by mere hatred or vengeance. That unsettling sensation pierced her heart like a profound ache. Was it sympathy for all they had endured? Melina fell into contemplation, striving to comprehend this conflicting sentiment. Laysville turned to gently embrace Melina, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "In the world I glimpsed through the moon, there exists a realm where a Superman reigns supreme over all. His powers are godlike, and it is said that he could effortlessly unify his world at will." Melina listened intently to Laysville's narrative, refraining from questioning why her king suddenly spoke of another world. However, the inhabitants of that world initially misunderstood him, perceiving him as a threat. Though he was now an all-powerful hero, having saved the world on multiple occasions, they believed he could just as easily bring about its destruction if he so desired. Yet, for this man, known as Clark Kent, he had always cherished that world, and he could not fathom why it rejected him so vehemently. As Melina absorbed this, ripples of understanding washed over her gaze. Indeed, was she not in a similar predicament? Possessing terrifying power and a profound love for the borderland, she had been deemed a threat from the moment of her birth due to the danger she posed to the Golden Tree. Fortunately, she had a wonderful mother who encouraged this Superman to become their hero, their monument, their angel, embodying everything they needed. Or perhaps to do nothing at all. She owed this world nothing, never had. Laysville chuckled softly. Melina lowered her head, silently pondering Laysville's words. He chose not to disturb her. He had long wished to express such sentiments to her. From the moment of her inception, every action she took had been a mission, 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 mission. Yet, throughout her life, she had never truly lived for herself. She adored the Martian butterfly, delighted in her own reflection, and found joy in the laughter of her home. Without a mission, "My king, you really do resemble a giant turtle with that enormous shield," she teased. "Heh, the lobster is absolutely delicious. My king, would you care for a bite?" My king, you've been shooting at that bird all afternoon. Can you really bear to torment it? Laceville's lips unconsciously curled upwards. This time, he intended for Melina to truly live for herself, with all choices resting upon her own shoulders. As for the mission that ensnared everyone, it would naturally be resolved by her. When Melina raised her head once more, her eyes seemed to lack something, yet at the same time, they appeared to possess something new. I want to save them. This is my inner choice, Melina declared resolutely, gazing steadfastly at Laceville. Then go forth, my dear. Laceville sensed that the girl before him had undergone a transformation of sorts. You shall become their angel, bestowing upon them the ideals for which they will strive. They will chase after you, and though they may falter and fall, they will stand beside you beneath the golden tree, aiding you in creating miracles. He gently patted her head and nudged her forward. Melina closed her eyes, raising her hands high, her fingers delicately curling as if embracing the sky. Gradually, she moved her hands above her head, bringing her fingers together until they touched. With this gesture, her body began to emanate a faint golden glow, akin to the soft light that breaks at dawn. Following this, she slowly lowered her hands to her chest, the golden radiance growing ever stronger, eventually coalescing into a brilliant sphere of light, shining with the brilliance of a miniature sun. This powerful surge of energy rendered the surrounding air fervent, as though one were enveloped within a vast furnace. Yet, unlike the searing heat of flames, this force brought no discomfort or pain. Instead, it enveloped one in an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. At that moment, Melina was entirely cloaked in golden power, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. She inhaled deeply, channeling all her strength into her palms. In that instant, she was no longer the lonely, helpless spark of a girl bound by her mission. She had transformed into a goddess of the mortal realm. This is my world, Melina whispered softly, and the next moment, a pair of golden eyes sparkled like the dawn's first light. The eerie twilight gaze was replaced by a golden gaze. This is my world, in Melina's clear voice. The mission that had shackled her for a century shattered into pieces. Chapter 39. The Defense of the Volcanic Mansion, my king. Do keep your hands to yourself while riding. Melina playfully scolded, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Her cheeks were puffed, akin to two adorable dumplings, making her appear particularly charming and delightful. Despite her current embarrassment, this expression of irritation resembled more of a playful pout, stirring a sense of affection in those who beheld her. How could her king be so unruly? Melina gently swatted away Laceville's mischievous paw. Even the steed beneath them, Tourette, seemed unable to tolerate it. With a sudden stomp, it leaped, giving Laceville, who held Melina, a taste of what it felt like to soar. Certainly, for someone of Raceville's demigod caliber, be it Melina's petite punches or now Tourette's sinister grasp, he is hardly affected by pain or fear. Yet, is not the enchantment of love found in the ability to shed all armor? Thus, when Melina strikes Raceville, he clutches his heart as if on the brink of death. After Tourette's double jump, he clings tightly to Melina, terrified of falling. Tourette, keep your focus. Raceville lightly swats him away, grateful for his wooden companion, chuckling that would remains his dearest. However, upon observing Melina's expression, he could not help but suspect that were Elden Ring a realm of anime. The dark lines atop Melina's head would fully obscure her face. Enough of the antics, time waits for no one. Let us press onward to Caelid. Raceville hastily shifts the topic, perhaps unaware of how awkward the transition was. Since a month prior, when Melina summoned a small golden tree, comparable to the golden tree's branches. Through her prayers on the snowy peaks, her renown has spread at an alarming pace, almost rivaling her past. It is inevitable. Witnessing the radiant girl descend like an angel from the heavens, enveloped in light, evokes an indescribable awe and reverence, especially when she demonstrated the power of the golden tree. Purging the dreadful impurities from the sacred tree, a profound sense of faith surged within. Faced with such miraculous scenes, it is difficult not to regard her as an embodiment of divinity, filled with admiration and veneration. It is as if she is a celestial messenger sent to save humanity, bringing hope and tranquility. Now, the once cherished firekeeper is gradually forgotten, and the true deity of mankind has arrived. Initially, upon hearing this title, Melina yearned to rush to the first church of Marika on the snowy mountains to atone to her mother. How could there be a god after the arrival of a true deity? Yet Raceville, once again donning the guise of a prophet, claimed that Marika anticipated such an occurrence when he entered the golden tree, thereby managing to assuage Melina's concerns. Despite their current weary journey, both in terms of power and background, they have become formidable entities. Raysvale needs no elaboration, since Melina unleashed the unexpectedly vast golden tree. It is as though a tightly locked gateway within her has been flung open, unleashing an endless flow of golden power. So abundant is this force that she must actively release some to avoid being overwhelmed by its sheer magnitude. Raysvale once contemplated discussing this issue with Marika within the golden tree. However, setting aside the current predicaments of Marika and Radagon, the now fully prepared royal capital would not permit him and Melina to enter as easily as before. Indeed, while the majority of Roderick's forces have been dispatched to the volcanic estate, the remaining forces are still quite formidable. After all, the Radagon army represents, to a certain extent, the might of the Golden Dynasty. Although the Golden Dynasty has been significantly impacted following the shattering of Marika, how could a millennium-old dynasty, unified across the borderlands, crumble in the blink of an eye? To put it metaphorically, the current state of Radagon resembles a dilapidated house. While it may appear on the verge of collapse at a mere kick, once that kick is delivered, the formidable men within will emerge, restoring dignity to the situation. As for Melina herself, she does not perceive any physical anomalies. Based on her descriptions, Laysville even suspects that she might have received some form of divine favor from a great entity. Nevertheless, since her body is intact, the journey must commence. Especially considering the current state of war, as her second brother, Lackard, is faring poorly. Laysville feels a sense of gratitude towards his mother. There was a time when they thought the Moon Queen was overly concerned, perhaps excessively so. However, when Laysville descended via the sacred tree's sigil and received a message from Luya, situated far away in the volcanic mansion, he was taken aback. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of his own actions? The current formation of the Radagon army is nothing short of extravagant, boasting 5 great tree guardians alone. Moreover, the prayers that can bestow enhancements upon Legion-level units are now widely employed on the battlefield. Reports indicate that with the support of such prayers, the Radagon army has exhibited terrifying combat prowess, barely holding back the onslaught from the Kalia faction, which possesses 2 demigods. If the defense of the royal city showcased the Radagon army's robust defensive capabilities, the ongoing conflict at the volcanic mansion has unequivocally demonstrated their lethality across the borderlands. Had Rennala not appeared with hundreds of mages from the Lael Kalia faction to restrain the Radagon army's flank, the volcanic mansion might not have withstood even the initial wave of assault. However, once Lackard learned the details of the events transpiring in the snowfields and realized that the sacred tree had become an ally, he finally felt reassured. Although his fourth brother failed to complete his mission, the ultimate outcome is favorable, which is what matters. Previously, there was a shortcut through the royal city, allowing swift passage from the royal city to Galad, but with the city now besieged, Laysville's flying speed over long distances cannot compare to that of Tarit. Thus, he is compelled to take a longer route to save some time. Brother, you must hold on, Laysville silently implores. The sound of hooves, accompanied by dust, rushes ahead, prompting those around to curiously lean in for a glimpse. Urgent report. Clear the way. A knight from Grimmel dismounted swiftly, dashing into the encampment without hesitation. The Samelo army has advanced 20 miles west and is nearing the Sinner-S bridge. Upon seeing the tall, slender figure, head bowed over the sand table within the camp, the Grimmel knight knelt and raised the latest frontline report above his head. Unexpectedly, the slender figure with red hair exhibited neither anger nor fear. His expression resembled that of a diligent worker, marked only by calmness, pure serenity. He slowly raised his head and smirked, seemingly dismissing my stern words. Was it my previous leniency that led to this, or had Samel entered a rebellious phase? With such an advantageous Radagon army, how could he charge recklessly over the Sinner's bridge and justify his earlier superiority? Their focus was too narrow. Their strategic thinking was prone to falling into traps. Lackad watched like a discontented teacher observing an unpromising student. The knight Grimmel, as unyielding as stone, had endured at least 4 or 5 such critiques over the past days. Yet, the reality remained that Samel, accompanied by Roddle's soldiers, was steadily encroaching upon the volcanic manor. Very well, inform Lord Mugram that we may proceed, Lackad said, gesturing lightly, his demeanor as casual as solving a trivial mathematical problem. He turned and made a move on the already chaotic chessboard, the Blessing King. Did he truly hold me in such contempt? He must be prepared for the ensuing pain. Chapter 40. The Defense of the Volcanic Manor 2d5, e4, c4, forming a triangular formation, a typical monoplot pawn structure. It appeared to be an all-out assault, yet the true objective lay in my rear flank. Lackad gently tapped the black king beside him. In this game, Samel played white first, while Lackad took the role of black. The board had already begun to witness exchanges and established basic pawn formations. Of course, if the opponent were merely Samuel, Lakad would not need to exert such effort. Lakad understood that behind the one playing white stood a blessing king, indicating that the battle on this chessboard mirrored the war at the volcanic manor, with both sides employing strategies from afar rather than engaging in the typical demigod melee. Forget about Mugram. I shall speak directly to him. Lakad waved his hand, signaling the half-kneeling knight Grimmel to withdraw. Standing behind him, Luya drew her wand, skillfully constructing a magical circuit for the communication array. It was evident that during these past few months, Luya had evolved from a violent prodigy into a reliable battlefield mage. Lord Mugram, can you hear me? Lakad calmly inquired into the dark communication array. In the next moment, specks of blue light pierced the darkness, yet the blue glow did not spread further, merely ensuring the most basic visibility for communication. I have seen the prince, Mugram nodded, as time for formalities was scarce on the battlefield. Samuel's objective was to engage in a prolonged tug-of-war after crossing the Sinner's Bridge, deploying a significant portion of his forces, while sending a small elite contingent to launch an attack on the rear flank along Grimmel's volcanic resting station. Lakad signaled Luya to expand their communication array, allowing Mugram to observe the current sand table. Are you suggesting that his goal is to confuse our troop deployment through a war of attrition, while he actually intends to mount a strong assault on the Sinner's path? As Mugram's pupils constricted, he recalled his prior studies of the Samuel. The general's warfare style had always emphasized steadiness and strategic caution. Such an audacious deployment of troops would never have crossed his mind had it not been for Lakad's suggestion. It was quite simple. The path of the condemned, serving as the route for transporting prisoners to the grand prison of the Volcano Mansion, was fortified with exceptionally comprehensive defenses and alert measures. It was precisely because no one had dared to tackle this formidable challenge that it had, paradoxically, become a vulnerable point in the Volcano Mansion's defenses. Indeed, we must initiate some countermeasures on the royal flank, Lakad began, only to be interrupted by Mugram. For instance, the old Yadin tunnels. Mugram gazed at the ancient tunnels adjacent to the bridge of the condemned, which, due to the terrain, could provide a commanding position. A smirk crept upon Lakad's lips. Conversing with an astute individual was always a delight. Often, he merely needed to articulate the main strategic intent, and the remaining details would be intuitively grasped. It was regrettable, however, that Lakad found himself lamenting the lack of such clever minds within the vast confines of the Volcano Mansion. Before Mugram and his mother could offer support, every strategic maneuver had to be painstakingly elucidated to yield any significant effect. If there were time for that, the Radagon army would have already overwhelmed them, breaching their defenses without hesitation. This also elucidated why the reinforcements from Rea Lucalia, though few in number, had swiftly managed to balance the previously lopsided battlefield. One need not say more. Those mages were truly astute. They understood at a mere mention, while his own Grimmer knights, though capable in combat, likely would not have fared any better at commanding the battlefield than Grake. After briefly outlining the offensive requirements, which, truth be told, were almost superfluous given that Mugram had likely fought more battles than his Grimmer knights had read about, Lakad instructed Luya to conclude the communication array. Move the rook to f7. He commanded. Luya's inquisitive little head leaned closer, her curiosity undeterred even by the stone enclosure. General, why place the piece here? The rook not only defends the second rank, but can also facilitate the bishop on f8, assisting my assault on the royal flank. Lakad meticulously articulated his strategic intent, referring to the rook as Uncle Mugram. Initially, Lakad had not regarded Luya as a significant player. She had merely accompanied him at his brother's behest. However, over the past few months, the young girl had diligently immersed herself in the study of strategic tactics, with her natural intelligence further sharpened by his guidance. Luya would undoubtedly excel at leading troops now, far surpassing the capabilities of his Grimmer knights. What news from my fourth brother? Lakad inquired, turning to survey the sand table and observing the chaotic distribution of forces. He is swiftly making his way to the Galad region, preparing to assist General Latarn in launching an assault on the royal city, Luya replied. It seems he has considerable faith in my abilities, believing I can endure, Lakad mused. Lakad chuckled softly, yet given the current circumstances, it was evident that they could endure. With the unwavering support from their mothers, both supplies and reinforcements flowed in ceaselessly. The only question now was how long it would take for his elder brother and fourth brother to seize the royal city. Luya, how long have you been with me? Lakad inquired further. I have been following the general for nearly half a year, I believe, Luya replied, slightly bewildered by Lakad's unusual demeanor today. Do you wish to command troops? This single question left Liu momentarily at a loss. Did she wish to? Absolutely. Ever since Liu arrived at the volcanic estate, her fervent studies were driven by a desire to one day lead troops into battle to uphold her mentor's honor. I am offering you a cavalry unit of 500 men. Do you dare to accept? Lakad, still facing away, spoke with an authority devoid of his usual warmth. Inquiring of his subordinate as the commander of the volcanic estate, Liu tightened her grip on her staff, acutely aware that if she did not seize this opportunity, she might forever remain uninvolved in future conflicts. Could she truly content herself with merely being a subordinate in this war? I accept the command. Liu's voice trembled with excitement and pride. That is the spirit, Lakad mused, reflecting on his fourth brother's resolute disposition. Rasvale had once remarked, let this young lady undergo trials. In such a battlefield, trials often equate to life and death. He had previously asked Rasvale what would happen if Liu were to perish, receiving only a calm 6-word response. What will be, will be. Exiting the main camp, Liu followed Sir Gremmel, who had come to escort her to her 500 cavalry. Chapter 41. The Defense of the Volcanic Estate. Part 3. As Liu trailed behind Sir Gremmel through the church district, he announced, Liu, your 500 cavalry await you just ahead. They have been expecting you for quite some time. After bowing respectfully, Sir Gremmel turned to depart, taking a deep breath to steady her excited nerves. Liu approached the cavalry formation, which, despite their lengthy wait, stood quiet and orderly. Having accompanied Lakad for several months, Liu had developed a profound understanding of military command. The caliber of troops assembled before her was, she surmised, unmatched in the entire borderland, perhaps rivaled only by the elite of various factions. Adorned in full magical rune-imbued heavy armor, wielding double-handed swords inscribed with Gremmel's arcane secrets, and brandishing cross-axes designed for breaching armor in close combat. Liu concluded that Lakad's decision to entrust her with this cavalry unit was indeed a remarkable gesture of faith. Not to mention, the heavy armor composed of 13 layers of magical runes was a luxury even in Realu Kalia, notoriously labor-intensive to produce. Upon catching sight of Liu, the 500 cavalrymen, clad in black iron heavy armor, their steeds burdened by the weight of their own gear, seemed to be infused with newfound vigor. The once quiet formation sprang to life. As they simultaneously drew their cross-axes with perfect synchronization, the sound of metal clashing resounding in the air as 500 blades glinted with a cold, lethal gleam. Their gazes were resolute and piercing, brimming with an ardent yearning for battle and unwavering determination. The First Legion of the Grimmel cavalry saluted their commander with a resounding chorus that echoed through the air. This legendary cavalry bore the honor and blood of the Grimmel volcano. Liu spoke little. In the military camp, words mattered not, but actions spoke volumes. She removed her stone helmet, allowing her long silver hair to cascade down, reflecting the pure light like moonbeams, imbuing her with an aura of sanctity. With a quick motion, she tied her hair into a high ponytail to prevent any hindrance to her vision in the impending battle. She leaped onto her steed, the white horse rearing up, accentuating her valiant stature. Liu raised her staff high. Today, I shall lead a surprise strike. Do you dare to achieve glory alongside me? The battle cry of the fierce and formidable troops resonated more powerfully than any pre-battle oath. There was no fear, no confusion, only the exhilaration of impending slaughter. For the First Legion of Grimmel would cleanse the battlefield of any foes in sight. A dark serpent of cavalry surged forth from the Grimmel volcano, their hooves striking the ground with a muted, powerful rhythm, yet producing no cacophony. They moved like a legion of silent phantoms, gliding through the night. The moonlight cast a cold sheen upon them, as Liu and her battalion silently advanced toward the battlefield. General Mugram, alerted by the scout signals, learned that the main force of Sameluo was crossing the Sinner's Bridge, heading toward the first resting station at the volcanic estate. Suddenly, whispers emerged from the dark, silent woods. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait. Mugram appeared like a wraith upon his black steed, silent and ghostly. He gazed down at the Sameluo forces, akin to a fiery dragon coiling beneath him. Should he deem them clever or foolish? He furrowed his brow. Such a method of crossing the bridge would surely allow Lakard, stationed at the highest point of the volcanic estate, to see the glaring crimson approaching in the night, blatantly announcing, I am crossing the bridge. Mugram pondered for a moment. The 1st and 2nd divisions remain on standby here. I sense something amiss with Sameluo this time. The rest should await my signal. First, incinerate their supplies and resources, and eliminate as many of those clergy as possible. Absolutely do not allow them to commence their prayers. The darkness-cloaked forest was pierced by countless azure stars. Under this mysterious and beautiful blue luminescence, a group of figures gradually materialized. They split into two segments, one comprised of mages clad in the robes of the real Icaria, and the other, fully armed Grimmil soldiers, donned in heavy plated armor, serving as the vanguard to carve out strategic space for the mages behind them. Mugram unsheathed his Kalia Knight's sword. Recalling the last time he fought such a battle was against Radagon, memories of the Moon Tree War flooded his mind. However, the Moon Tree War had ended in a tenuous stalemate. If it were to persist, the Kalia forces would undoubtedly falter. The second round commenced. Mugram cracked his whip and charged forward, followed closely by the Grimmil soldiers, marching as if in a rapid advance behind their commander. Sameluo raised his gaze to the moon above, pondering to himself, ever since the birth of the lunar scar, why does the moon seem to grow ever larger? Yet, his musings were abruptly shattered by the terrified cries and the resounding explosions from the soldiers behind him. An enemy attack. The fearful shout rippled through the air, spreading swiftly. However, before the soldier's cry could fade, it was mercilessly severed by a colossal magical sword, measuring several meters in length. This massive blade, akin to a towering mountain, with unmatched might, cleaved through the once orderly and majestic flame dragon, creating a fan-shaped void. Mugram charged forth like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, his terrifying speed shattering the defenses of the Radagon army. Heading straight for the heavily guarded central supply and the accompanying holy priests. With Mugram breaking through the Radagon army's defenses in the blink of an eye, the soldiers of Grimmil followed him in a triangular formation, penetrating the Radagon forces like a virulent contagion, continuously establishing unique Grimmil spell formations at the breaches, thus forming a new bidirectional defense line. Meanwhile, the mages at the rear entered the fray, swiftly sketching magical circuits in the already formed space, combining them into multiple sets of composite fire points, delivering devastating blows to the surrounding Radagon soldiers. Had Raisveal been present, he might have recalled the legendary blitzkrieg from the annals of future warfare history. In this area where aerial power was nearly non-existent, the mages' magical formations served the purpose akin to aircraft, alleviating pressure on the Grimmil soldiers on both sides, while Mugram's advance was more pronounced than any tank from previous eras. Yet, alas, the terrain of the ancient Yatan tunnels was too narrow to execute a pincer maneuver. Otherwise, should the battlefield become divided, the Radagon army would face nothing but slaughter. The seamless and ruthless advance matched perfectly with Mugram's predictions before his supreme hero-level prowess. No one could obstruct him for even a second, save for Sameluo himself, who, by his nature, would surely position himself at the forefront of the entire troop, anticipating the most likely assault, while neglecting the ambush that had awaited them for so long. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Mugram's war instincts sensed something amiss. Even as the soldiers let out terrified screams and the supply wagons carrying resources and priests drew near, as Mugram unleashed his final incantation, praise BTO the Great Kalia, he finally spotted the supply wagon situated in the core area. With a cursory glance to confirm its identity, Mugram snapped his fingers, summoning flickers of ethereal blue flames upon the wagon, which then erupted into a massive blue dragon, surging towards all the supply wagons behind. Indeed, Sameluo smirked, relinquishing his mount and leaping towards Mugram. The cunning strategy of the Lord of Blessings was truly formidable. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Everything unfolded precisely as Mon had anticipated. After exhausting his supplies, Mugram chose to press onward, intending to annihilate the accompanying clergy. Chapter 42. The defense of the volcanic mansion. In order to enhance his speed, Mugram even took up the Kalia Knight's shield, wielding a colossal sword in each hand. Those two azure-hued magical greatswords resembled radiant rivers of stars, cutting through the ranks of Radagon's soldiers with boundless might and power. They swept through the air with reckless abandon, each swing igniting a dazzling brilliance and fierce sword aura, mercilessly tearing apart the surrounding Radagon soldiers. Although these soldiers initially attempted to resist, their efforts appeared utterly trivial in the face of such formidable assaults. The sword aura surged forth like a tempest, rendering them incapable of evasion or defense. In an instant, blood splattered and screams echoed, saturating the battlefield with a pungent scent of carnage. The reason was simple. The closer Mugram drew to the vehicles housing the clergy, the more his instincts screamed in frantic warning. Despite adhering perfectly to the plan, an ominous sensation permeated the air. Yet, from the moment he entered the battlefield until now, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. In such a brief period, the clergy would scarcely have managed to utter a basic prayer. Nevertheless, To err on the side of caution, Mugram finally relinquished one of his magical greatswords, using one hand to inscribe intricate magical circuits in the air. His fingers danced like agile performers, sketching enigmatic runes and lines. Each stroke pulsed with power and magic, evoking awe in all who beheld it. With the final stroke completed, the entire magical circuit radiated a blinding light, akin to a brilliant star. Mugram inhaled deeply and then forcefully slammed the magical circuit against his remaining greatsword. Instantly, a profound resonance erupted between the two, unleashing a formidable wave of energy from the sword, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. This energy wave engulfed the surroundings, making the very air feel heavy, while the true terror lay in the colossal 30-meter-long azure greatsword. Since his instincts urged him to keep his distance from those vehicles, he resolved to maintain that distance and execute a remote detonation. In the next moment, Mugram exerted all his strength to hurl the magical greatsword. Strictly speaking, he flung it forth. Due to the sword's incredible speed, the Radagon soldiers could merely perceive a square of azure before losing consciousness. Thus, a void materialized on the chaotic battlefield, and even the heavily guarded sacred chariot was obliterated. However, Mugram felt no exhilaration, no excitement, nor a trace of joy. He was merely struck by the emptiness within the massive chariot. Well, it wasn't entirely devoid of content. A colossal formation, composed of countless layers of prayers that even Mugram could scarcely discern, flickered with ominous light. 1 second later, the prayer formation unleashed a terrifying golden wave, akin to a nuclear explosion, reducing the area that Mugram had already cleared to mere dust. The extreme light and heat astonished Samir, who had rushed to the scene. Those priests certainly knew how to stir up trouble, yet it was unfortunate that Mugram was not obliterated. However, this was merely one of the contingency plans. The true centerpiece was yet to make its entrance. Mugram gazed impassively at the golden tree soaring into the sky and the waves of prayer power surging towards him. Having engaged in numerous skirmishes with the enemy, he was acutely aware of the terror such forces could unleash. To put it succinctly, it meant ferocity against one's own and weakness against foes, especially when it came to the mages from Lialu Kalia. Under such a high concentration of prayer power, absorbing magic and establishing a circuit was nearly an impossible feat, save for the fourth prince. To the left of Samir, a small golden tree took shape. He calmly addressed it. Saturation strike. Coordinates. Within a 500-meter radius centered on me. He then crushed the small golden tree and leapt towards Mugram with haste. The sound of collision echoed, a clash between the knight's sword and the golden spear. It had been long since he had seen the golden spear. However, did Rodel truly deserve to wield this weapon bestowed by Queen Marika? It was Mugram who, with just that thought, nearly ignited a flame of rage within Samir, causing him to wield his war spear with even greater fervor. No one exhibited loyalty more fervently than the tree guardians. The madmen who had protected the golden tree for centuries. Questioning their loyalty was the most effective means to confront them. Of course, if the opposing side suddenly shouted something like Horus, one might reconsider such remarks. Recalling the secret that Raysville had shared with him, Mugram couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't fully grasp the latter part, the former was indeed quite useful. Samir snorted, declaring, "Then let your blood cleanse the dust from the gold." Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat amidst the chaos of war. Yet, whether from Rodel's side or the coalition, there was an unspoken agreement to maintain distance from their conflict, forming a peculiar circle with a radius of 30 meters, while battling outside its confines. They exchanged blows with ferocity. Samir wielded his heavy spear with astounding power and speed, creating a whirlwind of motion. Meanwhile, Mugram, armed with sword and shield, adeptly defended against Samir's onslaught, each counter with the shield precise enough to expose Samir's vulnerabilities, allowing him to thrust with the knight's sword. From the current battlefield dynamics, Mugram truly deserved the accolades even Radagon bestowed upon him. In a one-on-one duel, he could potentially subdue Samir in less than half an hour. Yet, regrettably, this was not a tournament, but a battlefield. Samir was acutely aware of his disparity with this legendary figure, yet the reality was that he merely needed to hold the line. A hero of such caliber could bask in the barrage of the clergy's firepower, but for the coalition soldiers and mages not named Mugram, the distant priests were akin to reapers of death. Countless golden meteors shot forth from the golden tree, descending upon the battlefield with terrifying pressure and explosive sounds. Yet at this moment, countless azure lights surged forth from the distant highlands, colliding with the golden meteors. These were the 1st and 2nd divisions stationed by Mugram, playing a crucial role akin to a lifeline. Nevertheless, a considerable number of meteors still streaked across the skies, plummeting into the allied forces. In an instant, numerous small golden trees erupted from the coalition, and although most were thwarted by the Gremmel's magical array and the Kalia formation, many Gremmel soldiers and Kalia mages still suffered injuries. However, this was merely the initial wave of assault. The subsequent second, third, and fourth waves intensified the strain on the coalition's defenses. The magical arrays and formations originally intended to support the soldiers were now repurposed to guard against threats from above, resulting in the ground troops finally experiencing casualties, while the rapid advance of the lightning offensive began to wane. Mugram understood that if his strategy were to be delayed and encircled, only slaughter awaited him. Thus he felt an urgent need to intensify his assault on Samira. In this situation, only those of heroic caliber could turn the tide. Yet, Samira seemed like an impervious turtle, enduring Mugram's relentless attacks, steadfastly resisting and dragging him down. A sense of dread settled within Mugram. He feared calamity was imminent. Chapter 43. The Defense of the Volcanic Residence 5. In the distance, golden meteors continuously traversed the heavens, while the priests appeared tireless, raining down upon the battlefield. In stark contrast, the once abundant blue lights were now dwindling. The mages from Real Acalia, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of golden energy, had largely succumbed to exhaustion from overexertion, some even losing consciousness. The more dire the situation became, the calmer Mugram grew. The surprise assault had only commenced half an hour prior, and even if Lakad anticipated trouble, the time it took for reinforcements to arrive could spell doom for their entire army. Thus, the only factor capable of breaking the deadlock was himself. Only by slaying Samira could he deliver a devastating blow to the morale and organizational capability of the Radagon forces, thereby leading his soldiers out of the encirclement that had formed. As Samira withstood Mugram's onslaught, he suddenly heard a cacophony akin to shattering glass emanating from the heroic figure opposite him. Samira's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, being of heroic strength himself. He understood all too well what that sound signified. Mugram was gradually fracturing the magical circuits within his own body. The fundamental difference between a hero and a demigod lies in the nature of their internal energy systems. Those below the demigod level possess energy systems established through acquired means, which, once formed, cannot be altered or repaired. Conversely, the demigods, who innately channel their might, have energy systems that extend like an extension of their very being. Even if damaged, they can be restored, albeit at an exorbitant cost of time and energy. Yet, Mugram was prepared to shatter his own magical circuits to achieve a momentous surge of power. It was as if a wealthy individual, who had painstakingly amassed their fortune, willingly wagered all their possessions at the gambling table, embracing a perilous strategy. Yet, at that moment, the surging aura of Mugram abruptly ceased, leaving Samay, who was already bewildered, even more confounded. Could it be that Mugram had succumbed to fear? That seemed implausible. A being capable of ascending to the level of a hero in mere mortal form would, at the very least, possess an iron will, resistant to wavering. However, the silvery glow behind him revealed the reason for Mugram's abandonment of such a reckless approach. Luoya raised her wand high. The silvery radiance emanating from it harmonized with the moonlight above, illuminating the entire battlefield. After hours of relentless marching, she and her First Legion cavalry had finally reached the zenith of this conflict, charging forth like a sharpened blade towards the priestly battalion before them. That silvery light remarkably withstood the pulsations of the golden power, even turning to suppress the enormous golden tree's prayers. The coalition's mages, who had been pushed to their limits, felt as if they had finally entered familiar waters, sensing the magic around them, and began to counterattack the surrounding soldiers. Luoya slowly bent down, her exquisite form melding seamlessly with the broad back of her steed. With her movement, her body appeared to become one with the horse, resonating with the powerful rhythm of its galloping. Behind her, the seasoned warriors of the First Legion were naturally well acquainted with the stance of a charge. They moved in perfect harmony, adjusting their pace to match Luoya's actions. Gradually, the sound of hooves began to resonate in unison, producing a rhythm as formidable as a war drum. Simultaneously, the soldiers' breaths synchronized, forming a unified tempo. In that moment, the 500-strong cavalry regiment transformed into a cohesive entity, a formidable force coursing through them. As the thunder of hooves grew louder, their momentum became increasingly overwhelming, akin to an unstoppable torrent surging towards the enemy. A curved silhouette of a crescent moon gradually took shape, and the cavalry's speed soared, exceeding their usual limits. Countless golden meteors descended from the heavens, seeking to impede the cavalry's advance, yet they were silently engulfed by that crescent silhouette, leaving not a single ripple in their wake. Advance, Fear not the brilliance of gold. Advance. Fear not the flames of destruction. Forward, toward annihilation. Toward the end of the world. Luo Ya's exalted voice echoed across the battlefield, and in the next moment, the cavalry plunged into the midst of the priest's guards. Countless battles of the medieval era have illustrated the spectacle of heavy cavalry charging into infantry. The heavy cavalry of the First Legion descended like a torrent of steel, obliterating the guards with primal force. The cross axes shattered shields with devastating ease. And in an instant, the shattered armor and flying flesh created utter chaos and terror. Yet the charge persists. The blood-stained crescent moon now radiates an eerie crimson light, urging the cavalry, who had initially slowed, to accelerate once more, even faster than before. The first 88 warriors of the First Legion roar in unison, as if heralding the arrival of demons, poised to commence an unending massacre. In a realm invisible to all, maniacal laughter reverberates throughout the expanse, while the sanguine glow envelopes the heavens and the earth. Before the multitude of tens of thousands, that blood moon cleaves through the golden tree with a decisive strike. Some soldiers, merely casting a glance at the crimson orb, are overwhelmed by its ferocity and bloodlust, their eyes turning a vivid red. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. A savage desire for bloodshed fills Luya's consciousness as she wields her magical hammer, intent on reducing everything before her to mere pulp. However, the crimson light seems to sense something. After several pulsations, it begins to dissipate, and the frenzied bloodlust on the battlefield starts to wane. No one regards this with seriousness. It is far too common on such a battlefield to succumb to a blood frenzy. Instances of individuals bolstered by rage to enhance their prowess are not unheard of. Thus the war continues unabated, albeit with a sense of urgency felt by the wounded Samelot. The tide of battle, which had been favoring them, turned once more with Luya's cavalry emergence. The recovering coalition soldiers and mages maintain a formidable pace, relentlessly slaughtering the soldiers of Radagon. What to do? Withdraw? Samelot clenches his teeth. This catastrophic defeat nearly obliterates Radagon's advantage in the volcanic campaign, were it not for the unbroken supply line behind him. Retreating would likely lead to dire shortages. Muglum remains silent. The positions of the two heroes have now reversed. Samelot has become the desperate one, eager to achieve some semblance of success, while Muglum merely needs to hold his ground. Yet he does not lose his composure over a single victory. His objective has always been to counterbalance the advantages Radagon has enjoyed, and now that goal has been reached, there is no need to err in pursuit of total annihilation of the enemy. Understanding the mission and executing it is the sole pathway to triumph in war. He must not act impulsively on matters outside the plan. Chapter 44. The defense of the volcanic manor concludes. Retreat. Samelot's bellow finally rouses the demoralized soldiers of Radagon. This does not imply that Radagon's ability to muster troops is lacking. Rather, Luya and the First Legion's timing and performance are simply too terrifying. Any soldier of the Radagon faction witnessing the Golden Tree, their emblem of invincibility, severed in half, would likely face a mental collapse. The earlier exuberance has now plummeted, and morale has naturally sunk like a mountain of despair. Yet, it is here that Muglum's experience shines through. Just moments ago, he led the coalition in an assault on the forefront of Radagon's forces. If one were to liken Radagon's expeditionary force to a long serpent, the coalition has effectively ensnared it at its critical juncture, immobilizing the entire army. If Muglum desires to hold firm, then aside from Samelot, all the soldiers of Radagon who have crossed the Bridge of Sinners shall perish within the ancient Adden tunnels. However, such an approach does not fulfill the mission of the Volcano Manor. The primary objective of the Volcano Manor in this intense struggle is to delay the advancing army. If they were to suffer a crushing defeat and retreat to the royal city, it would be a complete reversal of their purpose. Thus, at the onset of hostilities, some commanders proposed a defensive strategy of merely holding their ground without engaging in offensive maneuvers. Yet, how long can the Volcano Manor sustain such a defense? Certainly, for 10 days or half a month, they could rely on their stockpiled resources for sustenance. But what of the longer term? Merely depending on the newly established teleportation magic circle with the Rhea Lucaria Academy? While that mechanism can easily transport a couple of hundred individuals, the Volcano Manor itself houses nearly 10,000 souls, with daily consumption of supplies measured in hundreds of tons. Moreover, the reason why the teleportation circles have not proliferated throughout the borderlands is that constructing one requires several master-level mages nearly a month to intricately design the magical circuits, something that Lackard, Reyna, or Lonnie could accomplish with ease. Additionally, a high purity of luminous stone is required as a magical focal point. As for the rarity of such pure luminous stones, One need only consider the total number of teleportation circles in the borderlands to understand. Over the course of a millennium, there have only been 18 teleportation circles throughout the entire region, and all of them are one-way. The one established by Lacard and Reyna is the 19th. These cumulative factors elucidate why Reyna is so resolutely determined to assist the Volcano Manor, as the situation is exceedingly precarious. Should the offensive intensify and force Radagon back to his homeland, then Latine would surely lament the consequences. Conversely, if the offensive weakens, allowing Radagon to retaliate, the survival of the Volcano Manor would be in serious jeopardy. Thus, Mugram's singular objective is to stall Sam'l while enabling the coalition forces to expand their efforts, striving to establish a balanced situation. The battle in the old Yatin tunnels has not affected Lacard in the slightest. However, he now realizes that he seems to be afflicted by a condition akin to that of his fourth brother, which Laysvale humorously dubbed living corpse. Without the presence of the young girl, Luya, he finds himself quite bored. She may be silly, but she is undeniably entertaining. Lacard casually picks up a white piece and moves it to a7. Thus far, the game appears to favor white, with a vigorous offensive emerging from the queen side. Even though black has a rook positioned on f7 for defense and control, it seems difficult to withstand the onslaught. Yet, if one were to present this game to Lonnie, Michaela, or even O'Neill, they would only conclude that white's ferocity is merely superficial. However, if the game were to be shown to Radagon, Reyna, or Lacard, they would discern that white is overly concentrated on the queenside offense, neglecting the defense of the kingside. Should black now move a knight to h2, it could directly penetrate white's rear defenses. Master, urgent news from the front. A knight from Grimmill strides swiftly into the camp, kneeling before presenting the frontline report, his voice betraying an unmistakable joy. Let me guess, Mugram has won? If all goes as expected, the military supplies on Radagon's side must have been incinerated. What other good news remains? Lacard furrowed his brow in perplexity as he observed the knight Grimir, who knelt with a smile still gracing his face. Lieutenant Luya led the remnants of the former First Legion, annihilating the enemy priesthood. Oh, the priesthood? Wait, what? Lacard initially wore a facade of feigned knowledge, only to subsequently transform into a visage of shock akin to that of a bewildered cat. Are you referring to the priesthood capable of resonating with the power of gold through prayer? Lacard even descended from his command position to carefully examine the report that had been presented. To his astonishment, the details revealed a far more intricate narrative than he had anticipated. Although the overall outcome aligned with his expectations, the unfolding events were decidedly more complex. Lacard was particularly taken aback to learn that the priesthood had not traversed the bridge with the main force, but had instead acted independently, defying his predictions. It must be you, Mont. Lacard first praised his old adversary, but in the next breath, his tone shifted to regret. You may have bested me, but you cannot triumph over my nephew. Ha ha ha. Had it not been for Luya's divine intervention, the final outcome could have resulted in a catastrophic loss at the volcanic estate, allowing Radagon to penetrate the very heart of the volcano. Quick, summon her back. I wish to reward her handsomely. Lacard was genuinely elated, remembering that Luya had long coveted his Grimir sorcery. It seemed only fair to teach her a few spells given her remarkable achievement. Upon hearing this, the Grimir knight momentarily suppressed his smile, the joy in his voice fading. What? Do you have objections? Lacard regarded the kneeling knight with a bemused expression. I dare not. At that moment, the knight felt a wave of perspiration wash over him. Recalling how Lieutenant Luya had rallied the troops and subsequently charged forth with her 500 riders, Lacard queried, they fled? Where to? He remained unfazed, disregarding Luya's prowess. His 500 heavy cavalry were more than sufficient to sweep through the entire borderlands, provided they did not encounter the absolute might of the Golden Dynasty. Yet, the knight's next words nearly caused Lacard to choke on his frustration, obliterating his previous sense of ease. Lieutenant Luya has gone to the east of the Bridge of Sinners. No, do not speak so delicately. The east of the Bridge of Sinners, that is the royal city. What does Luya intend? To storm the royal city with 500 men, slay Mont, and then return? Lacard seethed through gritted teeth. Chapter 45. Malika's what on earth is this? Laysvale, driving the Tourette, embraced the slender waist of the wooden figure, relishing the soft sensation beneath his grasp while observing the full account of the defense of the volcanic estate transmitted by his second brother via the communication array in written form. Compared to his elder brother Ratarn and second brother Lacard, Laysvale was genuinely unversed in military affairs. Entrusting him with command would likely result in nothing more than a charge into battle. Upon witnessing Luya, a seemingly incongruous and foolish creature amidst the battlefield, transform into a formidable female general over the span of mere months. Raysville found his emotions to be a tapestry of complexity. Initially perplexed about what calamity had befallen the volcano mansion to evoke such astonishment from his king, he loosened his grip from the abdomen he had been probing for 3 days and examined the letter delivered by Lakad with meticulous attention. When Raysville presented this missive to Melina, the wooden figure's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she sought to etch the contents into her very mind. Her slightly parted lips seemed poised to utter words, yet the shock rendered her voiceless. Instinctively, her hands rose to gently cover her cheeks, sensing the warmth upon her skin. Melina became convinced this was no mere dream. However, to safeguard against the unexpected, she clasped Raysville's waist in a firm embrace, twisting him around 360 degrees. Listening to Raysville's lament, tinged with a hint of tears, Melina affirmed that, indeed, this was unequivocally reality. It was not unfounded for the two to be astounded. Imagine if your roommate, before summer break, donned the attire of the Electro Archon daily, with a phone wallpaper depicting a nimble woodland sprite, and burned the midnight oil until 4 a.m., fervently grinding to reach level 60, constantly proclaiming the initiation of the ultimate original. Upon returning from vacation, they had grown over 2 meters tall, with forearms thicker than your thighs, and 4 golden studs glinting in the sunlight, reflecting an unwavering loyalty. They prayed daily, even during meals, though their faith was not in the 3 major religions, but rather in an obscure deity. They began to cultivate a rapport with the school's gardener. And after prolonged observation, one would discover that they wielded a chainsaw with greater finesse than the seasoned gardener of 40 years. Thus, it was no surprise that these 2 individuals, who stood closest to Luya at the juncture, were utterly taken aback by such transformation. Yet, aside from Luya's metamorphosis, another matter piqued Raysville's curiosity: the appearance of a red moon. What simple charge could provoke such a bizarre phenomenon? Raysville mused. As the sole divine chosen of the moon, he was well versed in all lunar matters. The initial silver crescent was entirely ordinary, for as the leading general, Luya possessed the foundational knowledge of lunar magic he had imparted. Thus the charge naturally manifested as such, albeit only in silver. However, the red moon, Raysville's brow furrowed slightly, was an ill omen indeed. According to the knowledge passed down to him by the moon, throughout the vast epochs of the borderlands, the red moon had graced the skies only a handful of times, and each occurrence heralded relentless warfare and bloodshed. It could be said that every appearance of the red moon marked a dark age for the civilization of the borderlands. How could this foolish apprentice now be associated with the red moon? The last instance of its emergence dated back to the era of Wooden's brother. Raysville had not traversed this path without purpose, though his thoughts often wandered. Conversely, he pondered numerous matters along the way, including the integration of the history he was unaware of, specifically concerning Melina and her brother Mesimo, into the timeline, inspired by the words of Wood and Mont. Wait a moment. Could it be posited that Mesimo's era also witnessed a conflict that could be deemed a massacre? Of course, this remains merely a hypothesis, as no one knows Mesimo's intentions. He had not confided in anyone, not even his beloved sister or dearest brother. Perhaps one could inquire, but oddly enough, why did I not directly ask Marika at that time? She certainly knew what Mesimo was up to. Raziel found himself lost in thought. Logically, such a detail should not have escaped his memory. My king, is that not the beast temple you mentioned ahead? Are you listening? Melina's voice, as clear as a spring, interrupted Raziel's contemplation. He chuckled softly, realizing he had become so engrossed in thought that he nearly lost his way. If it were not for Wood, he might have strayed. Raziel shook his head, acknowledging that in his haste, he had resorted to any means necessary. Thankfully, Tourette, being a spirit horse, felt no fatigue. Otherwise, with both himself and Melina traveling tirelessly for 24 hours, a common steed would have perished long ago. Melina, too, held a profound curiosity regarding the beast temple, especially after hearing Raziel mention that the priest within was none other than the black sword Marilkas. At that moment, Melina thought she had misheard. That formidable black sword, often regarded as the mightiest force beneath the true god of the borderlands, had seemingly vanished without a trace since the night of the Black Blade incident. As if he had evaporated, Melina could comprehend the anguish of failing to fulfill one's mission and duty. Yet who could have anticipated that Marilka's would be concealed in Galat? As Raziel gazed upon the beast temple, which had been worn down by time, a sigh escaped him. If he was not mistaken, this temple had remained unvisited since King Radagon's reign, and the Golden Dynasty had shown no inclination to restore it. However, one might ponder, what relevance do the customs of a bygone era hold for my present? Your barbaric worship of beasts, believing them to possess wisdom, bears no relation to my golden dynasty. The still-sealed doors affirmed that D had yet to commence the hunt for the dead roots. Rasevil said nothing further. He simply pushed open the massive doors. Crafted from solid stone, the two panels, weighing 1,000 pounds, yielded to his strength. As the fresh air rushed in, the previously dark interior of the beast temple began to illuminate with 6 flickering candlelights. In an instant, the flames surged forth, igniting the entire space. While the exterior had succumbed to the ravages of time, the interior of the beast temple remained preserved, reminiscent of a millennium past. Adorned with countless bas-reliefs depicting beasts, each one vividly alive, whether in the act of tearing, resting, frolicking, or roaring. The beast priest lay prostrate atop the highest stone altar, resembling a colossal rock, utterly motionless. My king, could he truly be that one? Melina inquired, furrowing her brow as she leaned closer to Rasevil and whispered. Though separated by several meters, the aura of the colossal beast atop the stone platform wafted directly to the two individuals. That scent, one could say, lent some credence to Melina's suspicions. Lasavile also held his forehead, contemplating that Malika's had likely not bathed since the theft of the shards of his fated demise, which had ushered in the Night of the Black Blade. Chapter 46, Battle with Malika's. The junior Lasavile had encountered the esteemed Malika's before. Despite the overwhelming scent emanating from Malika's that was striking enough to cast doubt on his identity, Lasavile understood the importance of maintaining proper etiquette. After all, this figure was recognized by Marika as a beloved companion and brother-in-arms. The mere utterance of Malika's seemed to awaken an ancient statue, causing the hands of the beast priest upon the stone platform to tremble slightly before rising heavily, stirring up clouds of dust. Subsequently, a head shrouded in tattered cloth was lifted. Curiously, the fabric seemed to possess some enchantment that obscured the visage of this behemoth. Yet, even without a clear view, Lasavile and Melina could sense a terrifying murderous intent locking onto them. This aura of death was several times more intense than any Lasavile had previously encountered. Despite having witnessed numerous legends, including those infamous for their unparalleled slaughter, the presence before them seemed to have manifested a murderous essence capable of distorting reality, evolving into a certain domain of influence. This inevitably reminded Lasavile of the priests he had observed within the Cathedral of the Golden Tree. Their prayers had similarly produced such an effect, albeit amplified by their collective strength. Esteemed Malika's? Lasavile ventured, his brow furrowed in concern. With a thunderous roar, the immense form of Malika's vanished almost instantaneously, only to collide with and shatter countless decorative artifacts within the temple as he lunged toward Lasavile and Melina. It appeared that Malika's mourning disposition was rather foul. Lasavile, unwilling to underestimate the threat, summoned the moon's scar from the void, preparing to unleash his full power to confront this true harbinger of death. Since ancient times, players had engaged in endless debates regarding who ranked as the foremost warrior beneath the deities. The discussions within the player community, predominantly centered around the Red Lion and the Corrupted Knight, often pitted the invincible Starbreaker Radagon, who single-handedly sealed the cosmos, against the Valkyrie Marlenia, whose nuclear prowess was also deemed formidable. In Lasavile's estimation, such discussions were overly constrained, merely fixating on the recent few centuries. When considering the entirety of the Borderlands, it was clear that Malika stood as the unequivocal champion beneath the gods. This formidable individual's exploits included, but were not limited to, serving as the shadow beast of a deity, single-handedly infiltrating the lair of the Queen of the Nocturnal Gaze, who struck fear into the hearts of demigods in the ancient Borderlands. In the presence of numerous divine avatars, he first decapitated the queen and then seized the shards of her fated demise, rendering the avatars incapable of utilizing their fated deaths, forcing them to resort to black flames instead. Certainly, the truth may be even more sensational. In reality, Malika's did not merely slay the Queen of the Twilight Eyes, but rather extracted the very source of her divine powers, the Twilight Eye itself. Otherwise, it would not have bestowed upon the player a Twilight Eye upon their demise. Although it bears the name Beast's Eye, its true function manifests in moments of impending death, causing it to tremble involuntarily. As the Queen of Twilight Eyes wields the essence of death itself, Rasevil swung his scythe with fervor, yet his target was an empty void. This seemingly aimless action bore significance, for in the next heartbeat, a cacophony of clashing metal erupted, reverberating throughout the beast's sanctum. The swiftness of their encounter was akin to lightning, rendering Melina nearly unable to discern their forms. Only the sporadic bursts of sparks and the scattered debris served as testament to their fierce struggle. Something felt amiss. Raisveal gritted his teeth, bracing against Malika's claw strikes. Setting aside whether Malika's, a demigod, was in a foul mood, each of its attacks seemed intent on inflicting maximum harm. If not outright slaying him, an all-out effort that even involved trading wounds for damage. Due to the enigmatic tattered cloth obscuring his vision, Raisveal could not see Malika's eyes, which often convey much in battles of such magnitude. In his confrontations with Montur, he noted the resolute determination in Montur's gaze. With another adversary, he perceived panic and resentment. However, as Raisveal recalled the visions from Michaela's dreams upon the snowy mountains, the figures that allied with the outer gods exhibited a fighting style increasingly reminiscent of Malika's before him. They fought with reckless abandon, forsaking all tactics to engage in primal slaughter. Would release the little golden tree, Raisveal cried out, his radiance shifting from silvery to golden hues. Presently, Melina's golden power could be said to face no rival in the entire borderland save for Marika and Radagon, perhaps even surpassing Michaela's pure gold. Thus, the high difficulty prayer required for summoning the little golden tree materialized in mere moments. However, the little golden tree was likely only tangentially related to the prayer itself. Suddenly, a magnificent golden tree, towering and breaking through the temple's ceiling, emerged within the beast's sanctum, radiating a surging golden force that enveloped all in a warm glow. Upon the appearance of this little golden tree, the once terrifying assault of Malika's dissipated like winter snow meeting the summer sun. Its immense form gradually ceased its movements. Colossal hands cradling its head as if attempting to tear it apart, struggling incessantly. Perhaps overwhelmed by agony, Malika's relinquished its offensive, opting instead to strike its head against the hard ground. Each impact resonated with a muted thud, accompanied by intense tremors, causing the very earth to quiver beneath the strain. The once desolate beast god temple was once again shattered under this formidable force, its ancient walls crumbling into smaller fragments. Roar! The fated demise. You cannot control me. Waves of black flames blazed fiercely, instantly incinerating the tattered rags that clung to him, revealing the sleek black armor beneath. This armor appeared as pristine as if time had left no mark upon it. Each scale and clasp gleamed with a chilling sharpness, radiating a cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. His hair, a chaotic blend of black and white, danced in the wind, adding an air of mystery to Malika's, making him resemble a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. Most striking was the specially crafted mask adorning Malika's face. It resembled a pitch-black crown, concealing his features entirely except for his cold, piercing eyes. The mask's unique design evoked the terrifying visage of a hellish demon, as well as the commanding presence of a general on the battlefield. In Chapter 47, Blood Sacrifice to the Blood God, Malika seemed to have wandered into a long, forgotten dream, returning to an era of savagery where deities from disparate factions led demigods in a relentless slaughter at the borders. Endless carnage unfolded with every passing moment, and he became the embodiment of violence, with bloodshed accompanying him wherever he tread. Yet Malika's reveled in this chaos, for his killings were in the name of upholding rules, order, justice, and honor. Beneath the black and red flames of fated demise, only fairness was forged. Since time immemorial, prosperity and order have emerged from blood and fury, and the blood he shed would ultimately transform into a power that would aid Marika. However, as Malika's continued his relentless slaughter, a sun radiating an infinite golden power descended upon him, bringing with it a terrifying sense of oppression. This was followed by an agonizing pain that resonated from the depths of his soul, indescribable in words, unexpressible in writing, and unfathomable in action. After the suffering came a surge of rage. Malika's felt an overwhelming anger coursing through him, transcending the countless desires and distractions of the mortal realm. This powerful fury surged through the mists of the borderland, erupting in tumultuous waves in the highest heavens, reminiscent of the roars of the deities of vengeance and justice, the gods of blood and skulls, and the embodiments of fairness and righteousness, cleaving through the decaying golden tree and shattering the tainted borderlands. The sun, imbued with boundless golden power, gradually transformed into a human form. With golden hair braided and cascading down his back, his fair skin was accentuated by a flowing black gown, and his golden eyes regarded the fearsome Malika's with a complex gaze. Malakath dragged the once noble blade, now reduced to the grotesque form of the destiny of death. Enveloped in an endless tide of crimson blood, the sword's original structure had morphed into a terrifying giant axe, emanating an aura of insatiable malice. while Malakath himself was cloaked in vivid red runes, his eyes resembling molten lava from the depths of hell. With the destiny of death in hand, Malakath charged at Marika, invoking the blood sacrifice to the god of blood. Before he could utter a word, a resounding slap from Marika sent him reeling back, along with his imposing figure. With a subtle stomp, the previously flat earth yielded to the imprint of her foot, and in an instant, Marika appeared in the trajectory from which Malakath had been hurled. Her leg, imbued with the power of gold, struck like a bolt of lightning, landing a powerful blow upon the crimson beast. The sheer force propelled Malakath into the air, as if freed from the shackles of gravity. Immediately, a torrential downpour of golden-infused fists and feet descended upon him with relentless ferocity, each strike brimming with immeasurable might and energy. These assaults cascaded like a tempest, denying Malakath any respite or opportunity to evade. An unending surge of golden power flooded into Malakath's body, akin to an overwhelming torrent. This force was so formidable that his form struggled to endure it fully. As the golden energy coursed through him, a fierce battle erupted within Malakath. This conflict was not merely a clash between gold and crimson, but also a struggle between two disparate forces within his soul. His eyes flickered with violent, blood-red fury, then shone with noble golden brilliance, the two hues alternating in a contest for dominion over his being. Malakath felt as though his very essence was on the verge of being torn asunder, compelling him to relentlessly collide his head against everything within sight. Yet, the world around him transformed into two distinct realms, one a desolate expanse of bronze and skulls, drenched in blood, the other a familiar ruin, littered with shattered sculptures and paintings that had once resonated with memories. Malakath, do you not awaken? Marika's regal voice thundered within his mind. This sound transcended the bounds of time and space, imbued with longing and reproach, causing Malakath's very soul to tremble. Sister? Malakath gasped, as the overwhelming intent to kill and fury began to dissipate in the presence of her voice. His eyes widened in search of the source amid the desolate landscape. When he finally beheld Marika, confusion swiftly transformed into shock. Sister, what are you doing here? Malakath yearned to explain, yet found his words rendered feeble. Marika stood there quietly, her gaze filled with disappointment and sorrow. Look at what you have become, Malakath. He lowered his head, his heart heavy with guilt and remorse. It recalled the once fervent vows, yet now, it found itself ensnared in madness, nearly losing its very essence. Forgive me, sister, I am powerless, murmured Marika sighed gently, fully aware of the turmoil and anguish that plagued Malika's heart. The guardian of the fated death had met with a predestined demise, leading to the calamitous night of the Black Blade, which claimed the life of the formidable crown Prince Gedwin, revered throughout the Golden Dynasty, and now, yet again. It was a fated death, one that Malika's could not even trace back to when this horrific presence began to corrupt him. You must regain your clarity, Malika's. There are matters of greater significance at hand. Do not let anger blind your vision. Marika approached and tenderly cradled Malika's face. Her form gradually transformed into a myriad of luminescent specks, yet before her departure, she imparted, "The one outside is my progeny. You may place your trust in him. You have endured much over the years. Oh, and do not mention my visit to them." As the last glimmer of golden light vanished, Malika's found himself no longer on the endless bronze wasteland, but returned to his beast temple, which had nearly succumbed to ruin. Senior Malika's? Gazing at the young man before him, Malika's instinctively touched the multitude of scars adorning his body. Though diminutive in stature, his hands were notably dark. Indeed, the two bore a striking resemblance in temperament. Malika smirked, surmising that the Marika he had encountered in the illusion was likely summoned by the little girl's prayers to the small golden tree. More accurately, it was a summoning rather than a mere calling. Subsequently, both his sister and his nephew had delivered a dual strike to his psyche and physique across the realms of illusion and reality. Chapter 48. 8 vs 9. What is your name, young man? Malika's inquired, rubbing the deep, bone-exposing wound on his left arm. How many years had it been since he had endured such a grievous injury? Once, he had stormed into the lair of that creature cloaked in night, without sustaining such damage. It appeared that this borderland was not an unchanging void of silence after all. I am Lazavir, a demigod, Lazavir stammered, uncertain whether to refer to himself as Marika's child or Radagon's. He feared that if Malika's remained unaware that Marika was indeed Radagon, his words might incite the recently rationalized Great Hound once more. I have come for, Lazavir's sentence was interrupted by Malika's. The fated death, correct? Malika's addressed Lazavir. Indeed. While I cannot disclose the specifics of the task, you must trust that Queen Marika and I have devised a plan, Lazavir explained patiently. To be frank, requesting the fated death from Malika's at this juncture was somewhat irrational, not only due to Malika's oversight that resulted in the theft of the fated death, leading to the downfall of the Golden Dynasty, but also because Malika's erratic behavior was evidently a consequence of the fated death itself. Rasvale harbored doubts that this boundary may have transformed significantly, either due to certain factors or perhaps owing to his own influence. "I can present you with the death of destiny," he declared. The response from Malika's was unexpectedly swift, catching even Rasvale off guard. He had anticipated a prolonged discourse or even a struggle to secure the death of destiny. He had braced himself for the worst, prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation with Malika's. "However, you must engage with the death of destiny under my supervision. Do you understand? Should you exhibit even the slightest misstep, do not blame me for my ruthless actions," Malika's remarked coolly. No one comprehended the peril of this weapon. Tainted by the blood god, better than Malika's. It exerted a subtle yet profound influence, akin to the insidious grasp of a dark deity. Had it not been for Melina's summons of Marika through the small golden tree, striking at the soul level, and Rasval's confrontation with himself in reality, serving as a restraint, he might have succumbed to the allure of that outer god. Thus, with the forewarning from Marika, Malika's prepared dual contingencies, opting to have Melina invoke Marika once more. Albeit this time, the one restraining reality was Malika's himself instead of Rasvale. Rasvale understood Malika's intentions clearly. He too wished to remain unaffected by the peculiar transformations surrounding the death of destiny. Yet, as their forthcoming plans revolved around this weapon that governed death at the boundary, an additional layer of protection seemed prudent. Moreover, do not allow rage to cloud your judgment. What you perceive as justice may, at times, manifest as sheer brutality. Malika's imparted with a knowing tone. Under Rasval's persistent assurances and persuasion, Malika's gradually withdrew the embodiment of death, the death of destiny, from his grasp. As the blade emerged, a crimson-black flame began to unfurl along its length, reminiscent of burning blood, evoking an eerie and terrifying sensation. The death of destiny exuded a suffocating aura. Its mere presence posed a threat to life itself. The flickering crimson-black light seemed to harbor boundless dark power, instilling a palpable fear within. Each glimmer resembled the eyes of a demon, revealing a bloodthirsty savagery, as if yearning to devour all living beings. The mere appearance of this sword imbued the air with a heat and aridity, as though one had traversed from a lush jungle to a desolate expanse of swirling sands. Rasvale gently touched the colossal sword, now drastically transformed from its in-game depiction of the death of destiny. Its true name was, in fact, the Rune of Death. Unlike the previous fusion of power, merging with the Rune of Death did not necessitate Rasvale exhausting his internal strength, thereby minimizing the conflict between disparate forces. It was akin to taking a shortcut. The initial pain was always the sharpest, yet it eased considerably over time, becoming increasingly manageable as one progressed. Thus, Rasevil did not experience the same profound agony from the depths of his soul as before. This time, he was enveloped by a profound drowsiness, as if surrendering to slumber would allow him to awaken to a world more aligned with his desires. A familiar cocoon of light gradually formed, encasing Rasevil and severing his connection with Marika's and Melina. Upon witnessing the vanishing Rasevil, Marika's breath surged violently for a moment, but under Melina's calming explanation, he gradually restrained his exposed aura. In this familiar space, surrounded by darkness and facing the timeless, warm glowing golden tree, Rasevil realized he had returned to the inner sanctum of the unborn, great Lune. Turning around, he indeed saw the familiar, grand, and ever-changing moon. However, at that moment, an anomalous occurrence unfolded. A black-red flame, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment, suddenly flickered into existence in one corner of the space, forming a perfect triangle with the golden tree and the moon. This black-red flame did not behave like the golden tree and the moon, which remained static upon their emergence, awaiting Razevil's touch. Instead, it launched an immediate assault on the moon the instant it appeared. Rasevil seemed to hear the roars and howls emanating from the black-red flame, as if countless furious souls were engaged in a frenzied battle within. Their wrath scorched the world, reducing everything to ashes. The moon, in turn, revealed an aspect Rasevil had never witnessed before. Even in the presence of the golden tree, it had never changed so rapidly. The moon contorted at times like a delicate brow, and at others, it appeared as round and smooth as a jade plate, its transformations occurring with an astonishing speed that left one breathless. Each alteration was so swift that it dazzled the eye. Yet, What astonished Rasevil even more was the sense that this moon harbored boundless knowledge. Each of its transformations resembled a riddle, waiting for him to unravel. He gazed intently at the moon, striving to discern answers from its swift metamorphoses. 9 distinct moons coalesced into a dynamic lunar tableau, hurtling towards the black-red flame. Accompanied by faint, sharp laughter that oscillated between a low, hoarse timbre reminiscent of an elder, a pure, crystalline sound akin to a child's, a gentle, melodious tone of a maiden, and a grand, thunderous resonance of a robust man. The black-red flame, not to be outdone, unleashed 8 towering pillars of fire, which were better described as blood imbued with a terrifying heat. Chapter 49. Khorne and the golden giant Rasevil stood in awe as he beheld the war unfolding within the inner sanctum of the unborn, Great Lune. The disparity in merging powers this time was monumental, both physically and mentally, leaving Rasevil bewildered as to which reality was the norm. Yet, from the perspective of the source of power, it appeared peculiar. The moon's power seemed intrinsically bound to him, a force not of the borderlands, but from an outer god beyond their realm. Remarkably, it had not clashed with the indigenous golden tree residing within him. As the tale unfolds, Marika unveils the latent ability within the unfathomable birth to encompass other forces, a revelation acknowledged by Rasevil. However, upon encountering the fated demise tainted by the outer gods, the moon, though seemingly in a constant state of flux, finally embarks on a genuine transformation, transcending mere appearance to reach the essence of change. Remarkably, a fierce battle erupts within the unfathomable birth itself. Was it not promised that it could accommodate all? Witnessing the escalating conflict between the obsidian red flames and the ever-shifting moon, Rasevil endeavors to pacify these two formidable powers, fearing that such a relentless assault might shatter the very fabric of the unfathomable birth. The once opaque expanse is now irrevocably divided into 3 segments, with the ever-evolving moon dominating the largest portion. As the 9 phases of the moon clash, its silvery luminescence begins to assimilate the 8 pillars of fire. Meanwhile, what of our golden tree? It remains in a state of stupor. The golden tree continues to languish in inactivity. Oh, golden tree, where is your utility? Rasevil forcibly steadies himself. At this rate, within half an hour, the moon will completely engulf the obsidian red flames. Once this assimilation is completed, Marika and Radagon's millennia-long schemes, along with Rasevil's opportunity to alter everything upon his arrival, will dissolve like ephemeral bubbles into an abyss of nothingness. Suddenly, Rasevil recalls that every time he has interacted with newly integrated powers, he has maximized their potential, much like when he first touched the moon, causing its power to peak. The same holds true for the golden tree. At the moment of contact, its golden radiance even eclipsed that of the moon. So to touch it, Rasevil gazes at the nearby obsidian red flames, sensing their brutal nature. This plan appears to be the sole viable option, yet the inherent dangers are unparalleled. Firstly, no one knows whether the tainted fated demise, upon being touched, would directly corrupt him as it did with the former Malekith. Should he fall into corruption? Rasevil grimaces at the thought of losing his sanity. In a battle, both Malekith and Marika, along with Radagon, could easily subdue or even overpower him. However, should he retain his reason, yet undergo a transformation of values, altering his very thoughts, Rasevil has no desire to become a cackling madman. Alas, he is acutely aware of all the plot intricacies within his essence, and the myriad secrets and factions of the Borderlands maintain favorable relations with him. If he truly wished to obliterate the Borderlands, it would be an effortless task. Yet, as he gazes at the moonlight encroaching upon the core of the fated demise, Rasevil grits his teeth and takes a decisive step towards the obsidian red flames. The moonlight, sensing an impending connection, suddenly erupts in a cascade of silvery radiance, illuminating the entire unfathomable birth in a brilliant glow. Yet it is ultimately a moment too late for Rasevil. A fragment of memory surges into his mind. Though it is termed a memory, it is more accurately a piece of knowledge. It was an infinite brass fortress, an endless battlefield soaked in blood. The fortress was filled with an array of forges, prisons, and arenas, crowned by a colossal skull throne at its pinnacle. Countless souls of demons and mortals engaged in an unceasing struggle, seeking to please the supreme deity above. At that moment, the great deity rose from the brass throne. The bewilderment in the eyes of innumerable beings transformed into molten magma, while the sorrow in their breaths ignited into flames of vengeance. Rasevil beheld the voice and silhouette of that exalted existence in the heavens. He embodied the justice of retribution. He roared the truths of the mortal realm. A name, never before uttered, a name that signified glory and blood, was engraved in Lae'svale's mind, etched deep within his soul. Corn. This name parched Lae'svale's throat, as if an endless inferno scorched within his chest. That symbol was imprinted upon his hand, marking it with the seal of justice. Outside the cocoon of light, Malikas and Melina anxiously awaited Lae'svale's return, yet this time, what awaited was not the flicker of the cocoon, but a torrent of sanguine light. Without hesitation, Malikas seized a massive fragment of the temple, weighing dozens of tons, and hurled it toward Lae'svale's cocoon, but no matter how fiercely he struck, the cocoon showed not the slightest change. Meanwhile, Melina continuously summoned small golden trees, 1, 2, until they gradually transformed into a forest. At the heart of this golden grove, the essence of gold even liquefied, raining down in droplets upon the scene. Within the realm of the fated death, the space once cloaked in moonlight was now entirely engulfed in crimson. The scarlet radiance, born from destined demise, swiftly suppressed the moon's encroachment, saturating the entire space with a dense, sanguine aroma. At that moment, crimson seemed to be the sole hue of this world, as all else was shrouded in obscurity. Yet, amidst this ceaseless sanguine light, a streak of golden brilliance abruptly emerged. It pierced the darkened sky like the dawn's first light, bestowing a glimmer of hope and vitality upon the sea of blood. As the golden radiance expanded, a tall and majestic figure gradually materialized. It was a giant, resplendent in golden light, his form towering like a mountain, exuding an aura of awe. His gaze was resolute and sharp, as if capable of piercing through all existence. He stood silently amidst the boundless sea of blood, an immovable monument. Lae'svale widened his eyes, straining to discern the visage of the figure before him. Yet he could not succeed. It was a face indescribable, devoid of distinguishing features, as if all characteristics had been erased. More astonishingly, Lae'svale could discern countless familiar faces within that countenance. Subsequently, he drew forth a massive sword, ablaze with fire, whose size even surpassed that of Latin's twin swords of shattered stars. The flames upon the colossal sword blazed fiercely, yet curiously, there was no searing pain, only an everlasting warmth. Chapter 50, The Boundary and Terra. The golden giant delivered a mere horizontal strike. However, this seemingly unremarkable blow was imbued with boundless power. The golden flames surged like a torrential flood, cleaving through the endless sea of blood, rushing directly toward the brass fortress, its objective the towering throne that pierced the heavens. Return. The golden giant spoke with an extraordinary calmness, as if this were a matter of course, irrevocable, and inevitable. His voice exuded an undeniable authority and confidence that left listeners in awe. Each word fell upon the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, impossible to ignore. As this declaration resounded, the entire space appeared to be enveloped by an invisible force, and everyone felt the immense pressure emanating from the golden giant. His figure stood like an immovable mountain amidst this sanguine realm, radiating unparalleled majesty and dominance. Lae'svale gazed blankly at the man before him. This power was neither magical nor a mere manifestation of golden energy, but rather, it felt familiar and distinct from any energy of the boundary. Lae'svale witnessed the terrifying roar of the doomed fate, the extreme fury palpable even through the golden flames. Yet it was merely a sensation. The boundless sea of blood was gradually compressed and contained by the golden light, ultimately reduced to a third of its original size. The golden giant turned to gaze at the dazed Lae'svale. I have little time left. Do you have any questions? Speak quickly. Lae'svale cautiously approached. Are you the Supreme Will? He had never encountered such terrifying power. Even Marika did not possess this level of strength. It was evident that the entity corrupting the doomed fate was an outer god, perhaps even one directly inhabiting it. Previously, Malikas had merely sealed the doomed fate within himself, likely succumbing to a fraction of its power and descending into a bloodthirsty frenzy. In contrast, Lae'svale had fully integrated the doomed fate into his being, akin to the difference between a virus transmitted through the air and one injected directly into the body. The power was on entirely different levels. Yet, this terrifying force was effortlessly suppressed by the man before him. In the boundary, Lae'svale could conceive of no one else but the Supreme Will. You may call me that, or you may refer to me as the Emperor. The golden giant replied with a gentle nod. I recall mentioning this was the last time. Let it not be repeated, he inquired lightly, causing Lae'svale to break into a sweat at once, realizing this was the very being who had once frightened the moon goddess, casually manipulating time to extricate himself from troublesome situations. Ah, your majesty, I am compelled by circumstances. The doomed fate is. Lae'svale began. only to abruptly realize that his plan was to disrupt the very endeavors of this formidable figure before him. One cannot simply proclaim a desire to traverse a new path of divinity through a fated demise. Seeking to unite the gods of the borderlands and free oneself from your grasp, can one? Yet, the golden giant seemed to perceive Rasval's thoughts with a mere glance. I have no interest in your scheme with that village sorceress, and the borderlands are not solely governed by the golden law. My purpose in tidying up the aftermath is for a grander design. With just 2 sentences, the golden giant dismantled Rasval's defenses. It became clear that true powerhouses are seldom concerned with the machinations of others. However, the village girl? Rasval pondered, surprised to discover that Queen Marika once lived as a simple villager. Ah, a grander design. Do I need to know anything about it? Rasval inquired. He was well aware that some questions were best left unasked. Yet he reasoned that it was preferable to be aware of the plan rather than unwittingly serve as a pawn in another's game. The golden giant fell silent for a moment, then conceded, "Since you have come this far, it is time you learned certain truths. What Marika conveyed to you was neither entirely correct nor entirely false. The borderlands are indeed the center of the universe, yet the universe is not singular." The giant raised his hand, and 2 golden planes materialized within the realm of the unfated. He gestured to the upper plane, declaring, "This is the borderlands," while the lower plane represents another universe, where the center is known as Terra. I hail from Terra, but due to certain circumstances, fragments of my humanity traversed the original universe and arrived in this desolate world. As the Emperor spoke, he casually erased the lower plane, leaving only the upper one intact. At that time, the borderlands were in their primordial state, what you might refer to as the crucible of life. However, I was astonished to discover that all the inhabitants of this land were soulless beings. Soulless? Rasval furrowed his brow, questioning how the creatures of the borderlands could lack souls. Surely, the fated demise could extinguish a life's essence, could it not? And the golden tree's reclamation system was designed to guide the souls of the deceased to the tree for purification before their return to the world, was it not? Soulless does not imply the absence of a soul, but rather the inability to connect with the subspace. The Emperor waved his hand, conjuring a standard denizen of the borderlands within the upper plane. The subspace is a realm formed by disorganized energy and aimless consciousness. In Terra, it has devolved into a colossal dump, where 4 vile entities perpetually emit a foul stench. In the calm tone of the Emperor, Rasval sensed a flicker of anger, lust, gluttony, deceit, terror. The Emperor revealed their true names, and as he uttered the latter 2, the shifting moon and crimson flames seemed to resonate, unleashing terrifying power that was swiftly subdued by the Emperor. These 4 fiends infiltrate every corner of Terra, and they have followed me here, but they have miscalculated. The Emperor suddenly broke into laughter. The entire world of soulless beings has diminished their power to its utmost limit. Thus, they must accept the rules of this realm, infiltrating it by corrupting the original outer gods. Rasval suddenly comprehended the Emperor's laughter, for top-tier mages had entered a magic-restricted domain, while the Emperor, adept in both sorcery and martial prowess, remained unaffected. Surely, he had reveled in this for millennia. This meant that they could not corrupt the inhabitants of the borderlands directly, but could only do so by inducing them to willingly embrace their faith, Rasval murmured to himself. Indeed, that is why I sowed the golden tree, affording the potential for widespread devotion to them, and by supporting Marika, ensured that the golden tree became the singular faith of the borderlands. The faith of the soulless lacks genuine belief power, as they cannot even interact with the subspace. However, the act of faith itself is sufficient to alter both spirit and flesh. The Emperor gestured toward the commoner's body, where countless invisible strands of golden power swirled around him, shielding him from the outer god's corruption. So, it seems that we, who wield magic, are more susceptible to corruption? Rasval awkwardly scratched his head. You need not worry about corruption. Strictly speaking, you are among the chosen of 2 of these 4 outer gods. The Emperor patted Rasval's shoulder, stating that from the moment you arrived in this world, even I failed to notice you, but the enigmatic one did. He represents change and deceit, for an individual capable of instigating countless transformations such as yourself. He swiftly placed a hefty wager on you as his chosen. Rasval turned to gaze at the moon, asking if the goddess of the moon was a guise of the enigmatic one. The mother of the unseen is the embodiment of terror, while the goddess of corruption is a manifestation of filth. The Emperor chose to lay bare his intentions. Upon your touch of the already corrupted fated death, you became the chosen of terror. So what is your plan? Rasval inquired, now understanding that the fated ones beyond the borderlands were indeed battling the legions of these outer gods' avatars. Collect enough energy to draw you into the world of Terra. Should this multitude of soulless enter the tangible realm of Terra, a terrifying black hole would form in the subspace, with humanity's stronghold established within it. Thus, the energy you require originates from those outer gods. Rasvale gradually recognized the horror of this scheme. Your plan with that young girl from the witch's village is rather astute. Let all the great runes be tainted by the unfated, and as you unify the divine kings of the borderlands, you will also become the chosen of the four gods, ultimately serving as the compass to locate these four deities. Then, harness these avatars as a source of energy to shatter the barriers between worlds, merging them into one. The Emperor candidly divulged his grand design. Wait, but the warriors of the borderlands who fall in battle will only benefit Terra in the end? Rasvale felt perplexed. This formidable figure evidently had needs from the borderlands, yet it appeared as though he was bestowing a blessing. You possess no choice. Even if I were to refrain from appearing, this universe gradually converges with that of Terra, ultimately merging into one. By that time, the sheer number of soulless beings may necessitate the intervention of the four divine. The Emperor proclaimed. Chapter 51. What is divinity? Why, Your Majesty? Did you not disclose this information to me earlier? Whether during my conversation with Marika or while attempting to extricate myself on the snow-capped mountains, you could have simply stated it. Raysville inquired, a hint of perplexity lacing his tone. I am not perpetually available to converse with you in such a manner. As a psychic, I am continually subjected to your suppression, thus I must retain a contingency plan. The Emperor furrowed his brow. Are you aware of the fingers? The Emperor directed his gaze towards Raysville. I am aware. My sister possesses one as well. That entity was initially intended as a means to communicate with the borderlands, all originating from a being known as the Mother of Fingers, which obeyed my command. However, it appears that the connection was severed long ago. The Emperor inadvertently revealed a significant secret. So, you mean to say that those fingers, after losing contact with you, commenced a misguided command? Raysville exclaimed, realizing why each finger in the game held divergent opinions, and why this Emperor sought to encroach upon his father, Radagon. The original communication line had been cut, leaving no choice but to establish a new one. The Golden Giant seemed to anticipate Raysville's thoughts, reassuring him, rest assured, from this moment forth, Radagon shall no longer be subject to encroachment. Should I inform you, I possess a superior method. Raysville scratched his head and chuckled. Why do you not intervene personally to deal with these minor adversaries? Raysville queried, his face a mask of confusion. According to the Supreme Will, as evidenced by the Emperor's actions in the borderlands, it would be a trivial task to crush those outer gods. One need only recall the tale of the once thriving Noxtala being obliterated by an airdrop. The Emperor of Blazing Fire spoke softly, his tone imbued with resignation and sighs. The Blazing Fire and I are, in essence, polar opposites, yet we stem from the same being. The stronger I become, the more potent the Blazing Fire grows. If I were to personally eliminate those outer gods, it would likely signify the return of the Blazing Fire of destruction to Terra, consequently elevating all of humanity to divinity. Is ascension to divinity not desirable? Raysville inquired curiously. In both the borderlands and the universe preceding our traversal, opportunities for divinity are fervently sought after by many. The Emperor merely cast a glance at Raysville, and in an instant, a cacophony of voices flooded Raysville's mind. His consciousness was inundated with myriad sounds, the lamentations of the elderly, embodying a resignation to their existence within the nests and a dread for the future, the weeping of young maidens, expressing sorrow over lost love or kin, the anguished cries of youth, articulating discontent and protest against their circumstances, and the wails of infants, reflecting a sense of alienation and unease in this world. These voices intertwined, forming a lamentation that reverberated in Raysville's ears. Countless faces materialized in his mind, each etched with profound suffering and despair. Those are the faces of the oppressed, burdened by the weight of existence yet unable to break free from their shackles. Those are the eyes of the hungry, yearning for sustenance while they struggle against the pangs of starvation. Those are the groans of the ailing, enduring the torment of illness yet finding no glimmer of hope for healing. In but a fleeting second, Raysville's eyes reddened from excessive strain, tears of blood trickling from the corners, as if mourning the ceaseless suffering that surrounds him. This is the price of divinity. To become a god necessitates witnessing vibrant lives extinguish like meteors, vanishing into the abyss of darkness. It requires allowing once loyal souls to be tainted by sin and shadows, becoming grotesque and distorted. It demands turning a deaf ear to heartfelt, fervent prayers, ignoring their existence. It necessitates gazing directly at the tragic, agonizing lives, watching them struggle and sink into despair. All this requires a cold, detached observation. Now tell me, what is a god? The emperor's voice bore the weight of anguish and compassion. The most sorrowful spectator in the world. Laysville murmured, letting the blood tears trace his face. Your Excellency Malikas, the little golden tree has come into play. Melina wiped the sweat from her brow, a forced smile appearing on her pale visage. Malikas paused for a moment, setting down the massive stone in his grasp, understanding the girl's intent. Although the luminous cocoon could withstand several hundred more strikes, countless fissures had already begun to mar its surface. This girl, in her fervent efforts to release the little golden tree to purify the outer gods, was merely trying to protect the young one inside from harm. Yet, with such a degree of golden prayer, Malikas regarded Melina thoughtfully. It was evident that this girl shared a connection with his sister-in-arms. Next came the familiar shimmer, the hatching phase. As Melina soothed the agitated giant dog Malikas while peering curiously into the egg, Laysville stood there, his form framed against a radiant moon and a resplendent golden tree. However, upon his alabaster body were etched crimson marks, stark as blood, intertwining and ultimately converging into two enormous claws that rested upon his shoulders, casting a shadow over his once sacred image, adding a touch of ferocity and savagery. He shook off the haze, glimpsing the now forested little golden tree beside him, and managed a bitter smile. Indeed, this chosen one of wood had not been appointed in vain. Yes, according to the emperor, he was now the chosen of the dual gods of cunning and terror, merely mastering the use of golden power, while the true embodiment of supreme will was Melina. This elucidated why the golden power of the wood had been expanding since the holy tree's emergence. Nonetheless, Laysville held no objections, for the wooden figure perfectly met the emperor's criteria for a chosen one: devout, selfless, and filled with boundless love. It could be said that for the emperor, Malikas was a mere coincidence, while the little wood was the true beloved. Although Malikas paused his actions and refrained from allowing the newly hatched Laysville to experience the sensation of being crushed by several tons of massive stones, he did not lower his guard. Let us extol the supreme will. As for the other outer gods, they are but refuse, Malikas addressed Laysville. Initially, Laysville wore a look of confusion akin to that of an elderly subway rider with a mobile phone, followed by a face of bewilderment. It seemed that Lord Malikas was unaware of the nature of those four entities in the subspace, despite daily insults hurled at them. As long as their deeds brought them joy, they would bestow blessings regardless of being scolded. In Laysville's exasperated expression, he dutifully accompanied Malikas on a visit to the entire family of outer gods, even questioning whether these beings truly had families at all. Chapter 52. The Red Lion Senior Malikas. Is this satisfactory? Malikas gazed upon Laysville's eyes, which appeared as lifeless as a salted fish, and gently nodded. Where do you intend to go next? Laysville peered towards the direction of the Red Lion City through the ruins of the Beast Temple, replying, wherever there is conflict. I shall go. And you, Senior Malikas? The Beast Temple has been so thoroughly destroyed. Perhaps we could visit Radagon instead? Laysville was not merely promoting his territory for Malikas to enjoy a leisurely visit. Such a formidable force should not be overlooked, as failing to cultivate this relationship now would likely result in them being mere acquaintances rather than comrades in arms in the future. Oh, my old bones cannot remain rigid any longer. It seems I shall merely catch up with a few old friends, Malikas chuckled, much to Melina's exasperation nearby. Old bones. Does that refer to casually lifting stones weighing dozens of tons, or matching the likes of Laysville, who is regarded as one of the strongest demigods of our time? Laysville felt a peculiar sense of confusion. Malikas' old friends? That must be from before Marika ascended to godhood. Were there any other survivors from that era, apart from the living relic that is Malikas? Sensing Laysville's bewilderment, Malikas clarified, not a human, but a dragon. No need to ponder too much. He is not in Famyazla. To find him, I would likely have to roam the borderlands. Thus, a few days in Rennala would be agreeable. But only for a short while, Malikas stated. The doors of Rennala shall always be open to you. Perhaps you could share that name with me. Allowing this junior to contribute in some manner, Laysville suggested with a smile. You are quite the slick one. Malikas chuckled, fully aware of Laysville's intentions. His name is Bisavale. He should now appear as a youth. Laysville silently noted this, recognizing that anyone considered an old friend of Malikas must be a venerable being in their own right. Typically, such ancient entities possess invaluable treasures, be it knowledge from bygone eras or their unique insights into certain matters, all of which are priceless assets. The two individuals fell into silence, each burdened with their own responsibilities. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, they parted ways amidst the ruins of the Beast Temple. Malikas stood quietly, his gaze following the retreating figures of Laysville and Melina until they vanished into the distance. Then, he slowly turned away, his eyes filled with a profound sense of nostalgia and helplessness. The sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. The once majestic temple, imbued with an ancient and savage aura, had now been reduced to mere rubble. This venerable and sacred edifice had witnessed countless historical transformations, yet it had succumbed to the ravages of time. Now merely a relic of the past, the scene of crumbling walls and shattered remnants seemed to mock the civilizations that had once thrived. For those illustrious cultures ultimately could not escape the relentless tide of time. They were mercilessly crushed, leaving only fragmented memories and ruins in their wake. Malikas took a deep breath and turned to leave the desolation behind, for he knew there were still those who pressed onward. As evening descended, outside the city of Red Lion, a sanctuary untouched by war and blessed with a serene environment, an influx of refugees streamed into Galat. The gates of Red Lion, the largest town in the region, were besieged by a line of people stretching for miles. This influx was largely thanks to the Red Lion Legion under the command of Latine, renowned for its exceptional military discipline, where every soldier adhered strictly to the Legion's code. These regulations were akin to unbreakable laws, ensuring order was maintained. The presence of the Red Lion Legion instilled a sense of security among the populace, while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to those who might seek to disrupt the peace. In this context, although the crowd outside Red Lion was emotionally charged, they maintained a semblance of order, acutely aware that any breach of conduct would result in severe repercussions. Thus, despite their numbers, there were no instances of trampling or riots. "My king, if we are to wait in line, it may take us at least a week," Melina remarked, glancing at the sluggishly moving queue with a pout. However, Laysville remained unresponsive, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. "My king, are you truly listening to me?" Melina's cheeks flushed with indignation, her hands on her hips, her slightly chubby face resembling an adorable bun, prompting an irresistible urge to pinch her. Suddenly, Laysville, who had been silent, opened his eyes and affectionately ruffled Melina's hair. "What is it?" she protested, lightly swatting his hand away, but the next moment, she grasped the significance of the moment. A resounding explosion, akin to the return of 1,000 birds to their nests, reverberated through the air. As this sharp blast echoed, all eyes were drawn to the heavens, where a purple meteor streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving a long tail in its wake. This violet meteor, like a burning fireball, radiated an intense brilliance that was almost blinding. The booming sound was a result of the meteor colliding violently with the air, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. A nearby child broke free from the embrace of his bewildered parents, inquiring, "Mother, what is that? Is it a bird? Is it an airplane?" "No, it is the excess, the general of shattered stars," murmured his parents, before Laysville could count to one. The general of shattered stars, Latine, soared above them, descending gently. It would be a jest to think that a reckless landing in such a place would leave Laysville, Melina, and Latine unscathed. The surrounding throngs of thousands might find themselves forever entwined with the land of Galat. As though rehearsed, all present, save for Laysville and Melina, knelt in reverence to this magnificent demigod, while the two performed the unique salute reserved for the royal family of Kalia. Latine's expression shifted to one of curiosity. While it was perfectly acceptable for his fourth brother to pay his respects, what of the young girl with the chestnut curls beside him? He suddenly recalled a prior communication with Lackard, who had mentioned that his fourth brother had found his destined one. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. There is no need for such formalities. We are all family here. Ha ha ha. Latine's hearty laughter reverberated, causing Laysville's ears to throb, not to mention the commoners nearby, some of whom were left dizzy and unable to rise. Chapter 53. The maiden's blush surpasses all sweet nothings observing his fourth brother, who was grinning foolishly. And the blushing Melina, who had averted her gaze, Latine mused inwardly. This is splendid. The maiden's blush was more enchanting than any tender words. Latine, noticing the scene, remarked, "Were it not for the pressing time, I would truly wish to host a banquet to reward you both. However, given our constraints, we shall postpone the feast. Nevertheless, appropriate courtesies must not be neglected. Your long journey to Red Lion City to see your elder brother warrants a token of my generosity." With a slight lift of his head, Latine's gaze pierced the horizon. As his eyes scanned the distance, violet sparks danced in the air. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he seemed to orchestrate the very rhythm of the world. Several kilometers away, a grand castle loomed atop a cliff. This was the highest fortress of Red Lion City. Towering into the clouds, it stood as an indomitable bastion. Within its walls, Two diminutive objects began to rise, glimmering faintly, as if imbued with boundless mystery and power. Yet, this was merely the prelude. In the blink of an eye, these two small items shot forth from the castle at an astonishing velocity, traversing the void like lightning, heading straight for Latine. They left behind resplendent trails in the sky, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the heavens, captivating all who beheld them. Before long, the two items reached Latine's outstretched hands. He caught them delicately, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Laysville, witnessing this extraordinary display, felt a swell of astonishment rise within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Latine's astonishing command over gravitational magic, having reached an awe-inspiring level of mastery. Despite the vast distance that separated them, he effortlessly wielded gravity magic, summoning objects to his hand with remarkable ease. His mastery of this arcane art transcended the imagination of the ordinary. Raysvale was well aware of the intricacies and challenges of gravity magic, having previously conversed with Lonnie and Lacquered about it. Yet, Laton exhibited it with an almost flawless finesse. His magical essence seemed to meld with the surrounding space, allowing him to manipulate the gravitational state of objects, drawing them from afar. Was he not akin to a human embodiment of the White King? No, he surpassed even that. At that moment, a thunderous voice jolted Raysvale back to reality. Laton boomed. These two items were crafted by my own hands. Take them and see. Raysvale, somewhat taken aback, accepted the exquisite items Laton presented, two magnificent rings. One ring was adorned with a dazzling gem that radiated an enchanting glow. The other featured intricate engravings, exuding an air of elegance. Gazing at the rings, Raysvale couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful rings!" Meanwhile, Melina's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as if electrified by a tempestuous force. She softly expressed her gratitude to Laton, though her beaming smile betrayed her overwhelming joy. In that moment, Raysvale assumed the role of a gentleman, ladies first. Melina shot him a playful glare and gently reached for the gem-encrusted ring in Laton's hand. However, just as she was about to grasp it, Raysvale, with eager anticipation, swiftly and gently took the ring from her hand. His urgency was such that Melina barely had time to react. When she finally comprehended what had transpired, she could only gaze at the man kneeling before her, her eyes blurred with tears. The world around them fell into an extraordinary silence, as the last rays of golden sunlight lingered on the horizon, shimmering in the distant west. Concurrently, the newly risen moon hung serenely in the sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the earth. This breathtaking scene evoked an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if the entire universe was silently observing their intimate moment. No words were exchanged, only a gaze. With utmost care, Raysvale slid the ring onto Melina's delicate finger. The gem flickered with a subtle light, seemingly narrating the profound emotions woven between them. He then rose, extending his arms to envelop Melina in a tight embrace. This embrace radiated warmth and affection, enveloping her in a cocoon of care and protection. She closed her eyes, savoring the serenity and bliss of that moment. In that fleeting instant, time appeared to stand still. They were lost in each other's arms, attuned to the rhythm of one another's breath and heartbeat. In this moment, their hearts drew closer, as if the world around them had faded away. "Thank you, Melina," he whispered softly in her ear. Melina responded with a shy smile, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. At this moment, Latine gently patted Raysvale on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Little brother, you must treat Melina well from now on." Raysvale nodded earnestly, replying, "I will, brother." Then, Latine turned to Melina, saying, "If Raysvale ever bullies you, just let me know. While I still can, I will teach him a lesson." Melina, no longer in tears, smiled and thanked him. In this warm atmosphere, the laughter of the three echoed through the air. The same joyful sounds resonated within the towering palace composed of 7 rings. A realm of pleasure known as the Palace of Desires, the Ring of Greed, the Ring of Gluttony, the Ring of Lust, the Ring of Power, the Ring of Honor, the Ring of Sloth, and the Ultimate Ring. Each ring shimmered with its own unique radiance, symbolizing various desires and pursuits. The Ring of Greed sparkled with golden light, representing the yearning for wealth. The Ring of Gluttony exuded an enticing aroma, stirring an insatiable craving for delectable cuisine. The Ring of Lust was awash in captivating hues, luring individuals into the pleasures of the flesh. The Ring of Power radiated an aura of majesty, compelling one to chase the pinnacle of authority. The Ring of Honor gleamed with a brilliant light, inspiring aspirations for glory. The Ring of Sloth enveloped the atmosphere in languor, ensnaring people in a comforting trap. While the Ultimate Ring lay shrouded in mysterious fog, guiding souls to explore deeper desires. This palace resembled a colossal vortex of desire, drawing all who approached into its depths, rendering them helpless. Here, individuals could indulge their cravings to the fullest, yet simultaneously risk being consumed by those very desires, losing themselves in the process. However, for those who sought ultimate ecstasy, this place was their coveted paradise, for which they were willing to pay any price. Chapter 54. The battle commander with Latine's warm welcome, Raisvale and Melina naturally bypassed the line to enter the city. To facilitate their entrance, Latine even employed gravity magic to transport them into the city of Red Lion. From a high vantage point, Raisvale distinctly sensed the differences between this place and Real Acalia. After exchanging a few words with his elder brother, Raisvale discreetly landed with Melina, eager to explore the city. In stark contrast to the delicate elegance and sacred solemnity of Real Acalia, Red Lion City exhibited a unique architectural style that was both rugged and valiant, imparting a strong sense of power and majesty. The structures here were tall and robust, with thick walls that seemed capable of withstanding any external assault. The city layout was compact, with narrow, winding streets that were infused with a spirit of combat. The towering city walls reached for the clouds, adorned with watchtowers and arrow slits, where vigilant soldiers stood guard, ensuring the safety of the city. Most buildings within the city were constructed from massive stone blocks and timber, featuring simple yet elegant designs, exuding an indomitable spirit. Each edifice resembled a work of art, showcasing the wisdom and craftsmanship of the people of Red Lion City. In this place, one can palpably sense a profound atmosphere of war, as if an intense battle could erupt at any moment. Yet, it is precisely this taut ambience that renders the city of the Red Lion an awe-inspiring locale, evoking a deep-seated reverence. If other cities are treasures of knowledge, history, and art, then the city of the Red Lion stands as a symbol of strength and courage, showcasing the allure of this world in its unique manner. Furthermore, this city is adorned with numerous arenas of varying sizes, allowing each resident to hone their combat skills. As night descends, a gentle breeze wafts through, and every arena is teeming with enthusiastic spectators and spirited warriors. Within the city of the Red Lion, whether it be the warriors on stage, roaring and striving with fervor, or the residents in the audience, exuberantly cheering, all are enveloped in an atmosphere of unparalleled fervency, unable to extricate themselves. Raisvale, with a raised eyebrow, feels the dark crimson flames of his fated demise, blessed by the deity of terror, surging forth since his arrival in this city. Fortunately, the silvery moonlight and the golden hue of the tree seem to firmly suppress the seemingly frenzied black-red, maintaining the proportion of the unbegotten within him at 1/3. Observing this reaction, Raisvale cannot help but feel a twinge of headache. It goes without saying that if he were to return to Lilacaria now, the abnormality would likely be that ever-changing moon, coupled with the appearance of the red moon on the battlefield. It seems that all battles and bloodshed are to be offered to the deity of terror, while all knowledge and strategy belong to the treacherous. Suddenly, Raisvale ponders what could possibly affect the emperor. He turns to gaze at the towering golden tree, visible even from afar in Galat, pondering what the emperor truly represents. "My king, it is time to enter the banquet hall." Melina's gentle voice wafts from behind, her hand softly resting on Raisvale's shoulder, infused with a hint of playfulness and intimacy. Subsequently, her delicate, boneless hand gradually encircles his waist, gently urging him forward. The banquet hall is ablaze with light, illuminating every corner with its brilliance. Countless exquisite dishes grace the long table at the center of the hall, exuding an enticing aroma that makes one's mouth water. At this moment, dozens of high-ranking officials from the city of the Red Lion and the Red Lion Legion have taken their seats, engaging in hushed conversations. Among them are seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and experienced, as well as brilliant minds managing domestic affairs. Yet all are united in their allegiance to the figure at the head of the table. Radagon occupies the chief seat, his towering stature rendering him particularly conspicuous. His gaze sweeps across the entire banquet hall, finally resting upon Raisvale, who has just entered, beckoning him with a wave. The murmurs of the gathering subside, and they bow to Raisvale, paying homage to this legendary figure. The resume of Raisvale can indeed be described as legendary. From the moment of his birth, he assisted Queen Rennala in quelling the rebellion of Lilacaria. He subsequently rose to fame during the defense of the royal city, and whispers have emerged suggesting that even the sacred tree has been brought under his dominion. Within the perspective of the elite warriors of the Red Lion Legion, Raisvale is undoubtedly the most fitting subject to whom they could pledge their loyalty, second only to their own general. Raton rose from his seat, a subtle smile gracing his features. He grasped Laysville firmly and unhesitatingly guided him to a position of prominence. Laysville appeared somewhat taken aback, but took his place. Recognizing that Raton's actions were not impulsive, an additional, smaller chair beside him clearly indicated it was meant for Melina. As the two took their seats, a wave of reverence washed over the assembled officers. They became acutely aware of their general's esteem and affection for his brother, as this seat was traditionally occupied by Julian, the lord of Redline City. Now, Laysville was bestowed this significant honor, reflecting his unique standing in Raton's eyes. Julian had recently been unwell and thus absent from the evening's gathering. And as for the guests at the banquet, I need not elaborate further. You are all familiar with them. Raton's voice resonated throughout the spacious banquet hall. The symphony that had accompanied the gathering came to a halt, plunging the entire hall into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon Laysville. Laysville, my fourth brother, a true polymath, Raton declared. He shall also be your future war chief, so I encourage you to seek his counsel throughout this banquet. His words brimmed with trust and anticipation for Laysville. He understood his brother's remarkable talents and wisdom, believing him capable of assuming such a pivotal role. Raton, a general stationed at the frontier, embodied the decisiveness and fortitude instilled by his military career. His words were succinct and devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet they carried a profound sense of responsibility and purpose. He intended to convey Laysville's significance and inspire everyone to learn from him. Now, let the feast commence. With Raton's proclamation, the atmosphere within the banquet hall transformed into one of fervor. Conversations sparked as curiosity and excitement illuminated the guests' eyes. They were eager to know more about the man who would soon lead them in battle. Laysville smiled and nodded to the crowd, engaging with them and sharing his insights. Although he had entered the hall unaware of his impending role as war chief, he understood that such a position demanded not only formidable strength, but also the ability to communicate and collaborate effectively. A legion can only confront future challenges united in purpose. Chapter 55. Strategy. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Radagon instructed the soldiers of the Red Lion Legion to bring forth a meticulously crafted model of the royal city of Radagon. Fourth brother, as the commander, it is time for you to discuss with the generals how this battle should be fought. Raysville, caught between laughter and tears, mused that leading troops into battle merely entailed charging forward alongside his subordinates. What set him apart from others was his ability to fight multiple foes alone, a skill that was notably superior among demigods. Currently, Rodel's main force was trapped at the volcanic estate, rendering them immobile, thereby creating an opportunity for us, a chance for a surprise attack. Raysville proclaimed loudly, our advantage lies in our abundant forces and the formidable strength of each soldier. In a one-on-one confrontation, the soldiers of the Red Lion Legion would invariably prevail over Rodel's troops. However, Rodel's strength is rooted in their meticulously perfected city defense system. Although their military expedition has weakened their power, they remain a formidable foe. Raysville's assertion was not baseless conjecture, but rather derived from the narratives encountered in his previous life's game. The campaign in which Latarn ambushed Rodel was referred to as the Second Defense of Rodel, and the text inscribed on the sword monument radiated an air of pride and confidence, a stark contrast to the first. In the game, Latarn's Red Lion Legion struggled to breach Rodel's defenses, yet their pride and confidence were bolstered by the emergence of the ominous harbinger of the Mungert. Imagine yourself as a soldier of Rodel, gazing upon the vast expanse of the Red Lion Legion outside the city walls. Their individual prowess surpasses yours, their numbers outmatch you, and their commander is hailed as the most formidable demigod in the borderlands. Yet, a mysterious figure suddenly appears, and though the circumstances are unclear, the outcome is the repulsion of the invading Red Lion Legion. How could one not feel a sense of pride? Perhaps this enigmatic figure is the hidden strength of the Golden Dynasty? After all, even the Blessing King did not intervene in this battle, and the mightiest Red Lion Legion was driven back. Raysville declared emphatically, therefore, we must not grant the Golden Dynasty any opportunities. We must leverage our greatest advantages. Compared to the game, the current Red Lion Legion has undergone a fundamental enhancement, particularly in terms of their most potent combat capabilities. Previously, Raysville found it difficult to ascertain who held the advantage against Mungert, as he had only faced Mungert and had not engaged with his elder brother. However, with his own strength added into the equation, it became evident that should Mungert dare to emerge from the walls of Rodel, he would undoubtedly find no way back. A general who has sealed the cosmos and had chosen one of the three gods, known as the Moonshadow, though to this day, Raysville remains unaware that when he placed the ring upon Melina's finger, He had already become the chosen of lust, when united, could instill doubt in all other demigods combined. And with confidence, they could vanquish all other demigods. Hence, my strategy is for my elder brother to lead the Red Lion Legion to lure Mungard out of the city, after which my brother and I shall engage in a righteous 2-on-1, swiftly capturing Rodel to flank the Rodel forces near the volcanic estate. This declaration detonated like a bomb within the hearts of the assembly. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting surprise and confusion. The individuals present fell into deep contemplation, pondering the feasibility and risks of the proposed plan. Some furrowed their brows in concern, others lowered their heads in silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, while a few exhibited flickering eyes, evidently deliberating whether to voice their dissent. Yet, no one immediately dared to express their opinions. They understood that this young leader possessed a unique mindset and exceptional decision-making capabilities, and his leadership skills were beyond question, as exemplified by his devoted disciple. However, the uncertainty lingered. Could his plan truly succeed this time? A sense of doubt enveloped them. Should it fail, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, if it were to succeed, it would herald immense victory and glory. This strategic maneuvering, articulated in emotionally intelligent terms as operating from a third perspective, could be described less charitably as treating the Mongol as a fool. Nevertheless, it was this seemingly audacious strategy that might indeed become the linchpin of their triumph in war. After all, war itself is a realm rife with variables and uncertainties. Only those who dare to take risks and embrace innovation may attain ultimate victory. Why would the blessed commander choose to confront the enemy outside the city? Questioned the chief of staff of the Red Lion Legion's 3rd Division, his skepticism evident. Raisvale struggled to maintain his composure. This was what the moon had conveyed to him. In the borderlands, uttering such words typically signified the conclusion of discourse, leaving no room for further responses or explanations. Internally, Raisvale muttered to himself, recognizing how effortless it was to become a charlatan in these territories. The individuals around him displayed unwavering belief in various assertions, exhibiting a profound lack of critical thought. He could not help but lament the atmosphere of blind faith and absence of rational discourse. Surely the emperor would not wish to witness such a spectacle? Yet, he overlooked a crucial premise. The words were spoken by him. Had they been uttered by a mere foot soldier or another, it would have been met with skepticism. No more questions? Then let us proceed to execute the commander's orders. We shall mobilize our forces tomorrow, Latane proclaimed, rising and gesturing. The high-ranking officials of the Red Lion Legion and Red Lion City bowed respectfully before exiting the banquet hall to begin coordinating their troops. Is brother attempting to exchange time for space? Raisvale queried as he rose alongside Melina, following Latane towards the rear of the banquet hall. The mobilization of a legion is not as nimble as the two of them, and the logistics of provisions and reconnaissance are no trivial matter. Moreover, the distance from Galad to Rodel is considerable. Departing a day earlier would alleviate the pressure on the second-in-command. Before long, Latane led them to their designated quarters. This will be your room for tonight. I apologize for any inconvenience, he stated. Raisvale chuckled. Brother, Melina and I are accustomed to sleeping outdoors. We are not particular about our surroundings. Latane grinned. Very well, you two should rest early. We depart at dawn. Raisvale and Melina acknowledged his words and entered the room. Upon entering the room, Raisvale instantly comprehended the reason behind Latane's deliberate decision to bring the two of them here. In retrospect, the grin he wore before departing seemed laden with profound significance. Behind him, Melina stepped into the room, her petite face swiftly flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, vibrant and dripping with color. This blush rapidly spread across her entire visage, even tinting her ears a delicate shade of crimson. Chapter 56. The Living Saint. The entire room was dominated by shades of pink, inciting a desire for those who entered to succumb to its allure. Pink curtains adorned the walls, and the soft carpet mirrored the same hue, as if one were immersed in a sea of blossoms. At the heart of the room lay a spacious and inviting bed, draped in pink linens that harmonized beautifully with the surroundings. The mattress was so plush that one felt ensconced in a warm embrace, reluctant to rise. A faint scent of musk permeated the air, lingering subtly, evoking both delight and a sense of emptiness. What is this? Raisville's countenance betrayed a hint of discomfort. Shall we make do here for the night, my dear? Melina smiled, her expression sweet and innocent. You have never called me my dear before. In an instant, a pair of resplendent golden wings unfurled behind her, shimmering brilliantly. Simultaneously, countless golden trees sprang up like mushrooms after rain, towering skyward, reminiscent of colossal pillars supporting the entire space. The light radiating from these golden trees illuminated the surroundings. their trunks glimmering with a golden sheen, while their leaves danced like flames, as if celestial trees from heaven responded to Melina's golden wings, rendering her an angelic presence, beautiful and divine. Yet, despite the grandeur of her environment, Melina's gaze remained strikingly frigid, devoid of any mirth. Her eyes, akin to golden gemstones, sparkled with brilliance, yet revealed only sanctity, solemnity, and indifference. To employ such vile corruption against a living saint, heretic, I shall judge your transgressions. Melina's voice resonated with clarity and authority, carrying the weight of thunder. Raysville, who had initially appeared anxious, seemed to abandon his pretense, adopting a smile that anyone could perceive as disingenuous. A living saint, you say? Indeed, we have yet to grant a living saint the experience of delight in our history. But you may be the first. The endless, seductive whispers surged into Melina's ears like a tide, sweetly enticing and tantalizing, akin to droplets of an addictive elixir, ensnaring her in an inescapable allure, simultaneously fueling her longing and pursuit. Raysville's form appeared to stretch and elongate, reaching an astonishing length, as he gradually coiled his elongated body around Melina, rendering her unable to escape. Each instance of physical contact ignites like a blazing fire, amplifying Melina's sensations and excitement, plunging her into an ineffable state of bliss. The hands that once provided warmth and solace have now transformed into something fearsome. No longer soft, they have morphed into sharp claws and piercing needles, mercilessly clasping the living saint's neck. Each stab is accompanied by excruciating pain, yet strangely, amidst this endless torment, there lingers an indescribable pleasure. You see, since I was chosen as the living saint, that great being has wished for me to convey a message to you. Fortuitously, I have encountered you, so be sure to relay it to your master. A flicker of disdain and revulsion flashed in Melina's eyes, as if she regarded the situation before her with contempt. Her gaze was akin to that of someone looking at refuse, a scornful expression gracing her exquisitely beautiful visage. Compared to the thrill of the golden throne, the indulgences of lust are mere refuse. Melina's voice carried an irresistible authority. Her words pierced through the fragile defenses within the heart of the false Laysville like a sharpened sword, instilling within him an unprecedented fear. Upon hearing her proclamation, the false Laysville glared at Melina, his eyes alight with frenzied intensity, and he screamed loudly. However, his cries were swiftly drowned by an unending cascade of golden light. Melina's wings unfurled dramatically behind her, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Golden meteors surged forth from her wings, slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, bringing forth unparalleled energy and destruction. These golden meteors danced through the sky, creating a breathtakingly beautiful yet profoundly threatening spectacle. With the emergence of the golden meteors, the cloyingly sweet musk that permeated the air was instantly eradicated, replaced by a pungent, acrid scent reminiscent of the remnants of extinguished flames. This odor was nauseating and uncomfortable, as if one were ensconced in a charred wasteland, yet it felt strikingly real, indicating that Melina had indeed broken free from the illusions of lust. The door of the room, after crashing through the opposing wall, maintained its terrifying momentum, hurtling forth like a colossal shield, plunging into the chasm behind the castle. A purple gravity spell swiftly enveloped the room, augmenting the weight of all objects within by several dozen times their normal gravity. Countless precious porcelain and glass ornaments shattered instantaneously, reduced to shards pressed firmly against the floor. Yet, Melina stood proudly within the room, seemingly unaffected by the golden flames that enveloped her. She gently lifted the still unconscious Laysville, an endless stream of golden light surging into him, yet it appeared to disappear into an abyss, eliciting no response. Brother, you had better elucidate the issues concerning this room. Melina's tone turned frigid as a shimmering, flame-wreathed golden specter materialized beside her, its terrifying heat rendering the entire room akin to the peak of a sweltering summer day. Prove to me that you are human. Outside the doorframe, a colossal shadow looms, wielding two shattered star swords, cautiously guarding Melina within the room. The atmosphere has plunged to a freezing point. Moments ago, the scene was one of familial harmony. Yet who could have anticipated the emergence of a sinister being? As Ratton departed, a terrifying aura erupted from the room behind him, a sweet, metallic scent that briefly vanished yet sent a chill down his spine. His gravity magic sensed two presences inside. One stood, while the other lay prostrate. Regardless of the stance of the standing figure, utmost caution was imperative. Just as the two were on the brink of confrontation, an explosion of pink light erupted from the slumbering Laysville, coalescing into a vast cocoon of luminescence. Witnessing this, Melina casually dispersed her crafted longsword, gradually extinguishing the brilliant red flames that adorned her. Is this the one the second spoke of? Ratton also dispelled his gravity magic and stepped further into the room, scrutinizing the cocoon while dispersing the red lions encircling the castle. Chapter 57. Confrontation. The two individuals outside the cocoon finally ceased their quarrel, their previously tense atmosphere gradually easing. This potential crisis, which could have ignited conflict, was averted, bringing a sigh of relief to Julian, the lord of Red Lion City, who had been anxiously fearing a loss of control. He understood that if the individuals within the room truly engaged in battle, the first to suffer would be the innocent citizens of Red Lion City, who had already endured too much hardship and turmoil, desperately needing a peaceful and stable environment to thrive. These demigods, capable of devastating half the city with a mere gesture, were undoubtedly ticking time bombs. Meanwhile, Lazaviel within the cocoon remained oblivious to the external psychological tensions and conflicts, as the birth of the progenitors had devolved into chaos. The golden tree, representing the emperor, stood resolutely, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around it. Like an observer, it silently beheld the world's transformations, never partaking in them. However, beneath its seemingly cold exterior, the golden tree possessed profound sensitivity. Upon sensing the presence of the sinister force, it reduced its own space from 1/3 to 1/4. In contrast, the changing moon, emblematic of treachery, and the fated death, symbolic of terror, grew restless, launching simultaneous assaults while extending their tendrils toward the pink glow. A closer inspection would reveal a beautifully diamond-encrusted ring nestled deep within the pink light. Lazaviel experienced a surge of headache. Each encounter with new power unfolded in such tumultuous scenes. It was evident that the Emperor could effortlessly suppress it, yet insisted that Lazaviel or those nearby confront the challenges. Very well, let us see what sort of cruelty this sinister force will bring forth. Lazaviel shrugged and stepped forward. The anticipated interference from the forces of treachery and terror has yet to materialize. The two individuals now embody the ancient Chinese adage, 3 monks have no water to drink. They remain wary of each other, unable to spare any extra strength to obstruct Raysville, and can only watch helplessly as their chosen one prepares to embrace newfound power. Raysville can't help but chuckle. Is it possible that he has become somewhat overzealous in his pursuit? For reasons unknown, a sudden image of a blue-haired, ample-chested girl pops into his mind, crying as she accuses Raysville, who reaches out with a magical claw toward the color aberration. I was here first. Why are you so adept at this? Amidst her tearful lament, Raysville, with a wicked grin, absorbs the power of the color aberration, ultimately standing triumphantly before her. My formless progenitor has now taken on the guise of the color aberration. Raysville remains oblivious to the unfolding events around him. The thought that had materialized in his mind is too infernal to comprehend. However, at the moment this audacious notion takes shape, the surrounding environment undergoes a subtle yet astonishing transformation. The eternally silent golden tree, a timeless guardian, has borne witness to the world's changes without fail. Yet now, it begins to tremble slightly, its leaves flailing wildly as they emit a rustling sound. Simultaneously, the ever-changing moon comes to an abrupt halt for a brief second. Its once fluid radiance becomes fixed, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Thus, it hangs suspended among the formless progenitors, resembling a still image in time. The ominous chill of predetermined death momentarily diminishes, yet at that instant, a faint, maniacal laughter echoes from within. This laughter appears to emanate from the abyss, imbued with boundless madness and distortion, sending shivers down the spine. Even this great deity has never encountered such audacity in a chosen one. Perhaps even he himself could not have foreseen witnessing such a scene. Nonetheless, Raysville exhibits an unprecedented courage, his very existence evoking a sense of grandeur among the denizens of the subspace. Is this the creation of the abominable? It is indeed terrifying. Only the pink diamond ring radiates a fearsome brilliance, overwhelming the other three in an instant and awakening the imagined Raysville. What on earth is the color aberration doing? As the pink light threatens to engulf the formless progenitor, Raysville, in a moment of desperation, reaches for the ring. Despite knowing from past experiences that touching it would enhance its power, he realizes that if he endures, he will ultimately be reduced to a mere division of 4. The pink light engulfs Raysville, and in the next moment, his figure vanishes within the formless progenitor. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself within a palace. The splendor and magnificence of the scene before him defy description, surpassing all his imaginings. The walls are adorned with countless exquisite reliefs, each detail showcasing the unparalleled craftsmanship of the artists. The ceiling is painted with vibrant murals, vividly depicting scenes and heroic figures from myth. Inscriptions are etched into the walls, resembling a mysterious code, awaiting interpretation. Meanwhile, a multitude of breathtaking melodies reverberates throughout the palace, intertwining to form a symphony that stirs the soul. These musical notes seem to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with boundless power and emotion, ensnaring one in their embrace. What is even more astonishing is the plethora of intertwining emotions and unrestrained desires that permeate the palace. They surge into Laysville's mind like a torrent, delivering an unprecedented shock. Here exists profound love and hatred, alongside frenzied greed and ambition. Each emotion feels intensely real and potent, profoundly stirring Laysville's spirit. Welcome, lost lamb. You are the first human to tread here in millennia. The voice, imbued with an enchanting allure, resonates like a melodious tune, gently striking the soul and captivating the listener. It is akin to a vintage wine, aged for 1,000 years, exuding a rich aroma that compels one to savor it, or a blooming flower, vibrant and alluring, drawing the gaze of all who behold it. Each note is laden with temptation and charm, reminiscent of the warm sunlight of spring, gentle yet bright, enveloping one in unparalleled comfort and joy. Merely hearing this voice evokes an irresistible desire to linger in its presence, to relish this exquisite moment. The figure sits majestically atop the palace, embodying both male and female, neither entirely one nor the other. It spirals in the highest heavens, half human, half serpent. Neither fully human nor serpent. Chapter 58. The cold sun yet. Despite the allure of that voice, the beauty of the palace, and the seduction of that figure, Laysville's golden pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhead. Danger. Extreme peril. Every sense, every thought, every fleeting notion within Laysville screamed in frantic terror at the figure above the palace. He felt as though an invisible force had tightly bound his body, rendering him utterly immobile. Just one more glance at that figure, and Laysville was certain his head would explode like a ripe watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. He desperately tried to shut his eyes, but his body refused to obey, as if enmeshed in a spell of paralysis. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments, while his breath became rapid and erratic, his heart racing uncontrollably. Laysville struggled to regain his composure, but the bone-deep terror rendered him incapable of thought. Death. This was the closest he had ever come to death since his arrival in this realm. And the cause of it all was singular. He had gazed directly upon a deity. Once upon a time, he had encountered other deities, such as the terrifying presence upon the high seat and the brass throne he beheld during the fateful encounter with death, as well as the emperor summoned by Melina to suppress the destined demise. Although this golden giant forbade Laysville from addressing him as a god, Laysville could not dismiss the notion that a being capable of casting meteors, cultivating golden trees, and holding dominion over these four figures for millennia could indeed warrant such a title. However, the aforementioned deities manifested only as phantoms. The emperor, as the sovereign of humanity, naturally subdued his divine essence to prevent Laysville from witnessing his true form and succumbing to despair. As for the terrifying figure, it resided in a distant universe, leaving Laysville with merely a fleeting image in his mind. Yet, the individual before him, with a single bead of sweat trickling down their cheek to form a small droplet upon the immaculate palace floor, seemed undeniably real. Why not gaze upon me, dear wayward lamb? The voice, imbued with boundless allure, seeped into the very marrow of Laysville's bones. Indeed, why not behold her? Countless thoughts erupted within his mind, singing fervently. Behold this joyous master. Behold this prince of desire. Behold the greatest of deities. With the last vestige of his reason, Laysville forced his left hand to move, breaking the pinky of his right hand. The excruciating pain momentarily rekindled his will. Were he not a demigod? Were he not soulless? The mere sight of such temptation would have surely led to his flesh bursting and his spirit corrupting into a chaotic acolyte of depravity. Damn it, Emperor. If you do not come soon, I shall perish. He then snapped the ring finger, and the agony consumed his thoughts, allowing him to utter a desperate cry for help. Terrifyingly, he discovered that the pain from his severed digits gradually morphed into a peculiar pleasure. Do you not fancy me? How disheartening. The voice bore the sorrow of a little girl who had lost her toy, evoking an instinctive pang of compassion. Very well, I suppose you prefer her instead? With a wave of the hand, a small girl materialized before Laysville. Her cherubic face was adorned with the mark of 3 claws above her left eye, adding an air of mystery to her sweet exterior. Her curly hair cascaded down to her waist, and clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a little princess. Clutching a prayer book tightly to her chest, she appeared timid in the presence of this unfamiliar figure. Melina? Laysvale's voice seemed to be coated in rust, forcing a hoarse call from his throat. Just utter a word of approval, and she shall be yours. The voice floated lightly, yet it caused Laysvale's heart to skip a beat. You may do anything with her. No one shall cast judgment, for she belongs to you. Truly, anything at all. Laysvale bowed his head, his voice trembling. Indeed, dear wayward lamb, the embrace of joy shall ever remain open to you. As the voice of La Seville gradually diminished, a hint of excitement tinged its alluring timbre as it inquired, What do you desire? I wish to see you soar, came the fervent response. You truly have never encountered the shadows. La Seville bellowed, unleashing an explosion of golden energy that was so potent it tore through his very essence. Manifesting as a cascade of crimson mist, had La Seville been able to perceive the expression of the being before him, he would have realized that this deity had utterly misunderstood his intentions. Yet, for Seinu, emotions were as ubiquitous as the air, and the furious red that enveloped La Seville was palpable. A disobedient lamb, is it? I had intended to savor you in your natural state, but it seems I must dispose of you instead. The voice, languid and unconcerned, seemed unmoved by La Seville's wrath. Would one be perturbed by the ire of an ant? However, the creature conjured so effortlessly remained inert. But who are you? Seinu squinted at the girl resembling Melina. A frigid golden light swiftly unfurled behind her, forming a colossal net that ensnared her. At the heart of this golden web, a dazzling point of light began to materialize. Suddenly, two violet beams, swift as lightning, appeared before the girl, their velocity astonishing. These beams cleaved through the air, imbued with unparalleled might, colliding with the very spot where she stood. In an instant, the opulent palace trembled under the force of this powerful impact. Clouds of dust and debris swirling into a tumultuous haze. As the dust began to settle, La Seville was astounded to discover that what he had presumed to be merely a point of light was, in fact, a 13-pointed star gradually taking form. The girl did not turn around, yet her voice resonated with a calmness that belied an anger palpable to all. Seinu, you have overstepped your bounds. La Seville could distinctly sense that this emperor was a stark contrast to the individual he had previously encountered. Had it not been for the equally formidable golden energy and that familiar aura, he might have feared he was confronting an impostor. A frigid son, perhaps? La Seville silently closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 59. Good morning, my king. Upon awakening, La Seville found himself once more among the unborn. Observing the once rampant pink light now subdued like a compliant little bride, confined to its quarter, he could not help but reflect, indeed, only an emperor can contain Seinu. Long live the emperor. However, the scenes he had just witnessed unequivocally conveyed that the merging of powers was by no means an entirely secure endeavor. The essence of the uncanny was instinctual, hence imperceptible. The emperor's might inflicted upon him an agonizing expansion, yet it remained confined to mere suffering. By the time terror began to seep into his being, it had already commenced the alteration of his character and thoughts. Fortunate indeed that the emperor of this universe had manifested. As the power of lust began to manifest, Raysvale found himself drawn into an alternate universe, confronting one of the four deities of the subspace. A flicker of doubt crossed Raysvale's mind. Upon merging with the essence of lust, would he be subjected to bodily transformation by this formidable being, ultimately enacting a true narrative of NTR before the other four titans? Once again, he touched the exquisite ring encrusted with diamonds, and found himself in that familiar chamber. The familiar phenomenon reappeared, the moon and tree standing sentinel on either side, while a grotesque claw, dripping with crimson, rested upon Raysvale's shoulder. However, this time, a pink crown adorned his head. The mere mention of such a hue evokes an indescribable allure, yet when placed upon Raysvale, it exuded an uncanny beauty, enhancing the sacred and savage aura he emanated, intertwining it with a hint of seduction, as though a divine angel and a bloodthirsty demon had fused into a singular entity. Did you succeed, dear brother? Ratine inquired. Raysvale surveyed the disarray of the room and the two individuals within it, still eyeing each other warily, and instinctively covered his head. Elders, both of you, please relax and remain calm. There are no foes among us. Melina rolled her eyes. Then why did you lead us into this room? Raysvale, casting a wry smile at Ratine, mused that perhaps only the two of them were privy to this juncture, and his brother might simply wish to offer his support. As anticipated, the moment he placed the ring upon Melina's finger, a subtle radiance flickered from her being. What did this luminescence signify? It marked his ascension as the chosen of lust. That intense affection shone like a beacon in the darkness, resplendent and captivating. Yet, his selection as the chosen was not merely due to that simple gesture, but stemmed from the fervent emotions residing deep within his heart. This passion distinguished him from other mortals, rendering him the focal point of lust's attention. After some explanations, the wariness between Ratine and Melina dissipated, though the atmosphere remained awkward. After all, how could they transform from potential adversaries to allies in mere moments? Elder brother, perhaps we should change rooms? Raysvale suggested, breaking the tension in the air, prompting a collective sigh of relief from both parties. I have no shortage of rooms. Follow me. I apologize for this inconvenience. And I promise to make amends in due course, Ratine expressed, guilt etched upon his face. Although fundamentally unrelated, he felt responsible for inadvertently placing his younger siblings in jeopardy. Raysvale merely patted his waist, the only area he could reach, conveying that there was no need for further words among brothers. However, the subsequent entry into the room showcased a dramatic display of physical and magical prowess from Melina and Ratine. Just as Raysvale was about to open the door, the two interposed themselves, halting his advance. As Latine stood at the doorway, his form suddenly erupted with a dazzling violet radiance. This brilliance spread like lightning, instantly enveloping the entire room. Wherever the light traversed, everything became extraordinarily heavy, as if bound by an invisible force. This sensation of weightiness was not merely an increase in mass. It was a pressure that corresponded precisely to the objects themselves. Each item bore a weight that matched its essence. Too much more, and porcelain and ornaments would shatter. Too much less, and the creatures within could barely move. Even Laysville could not help but admire this precise control. Simultaneously, Melina transformed once more into her sanctified form. Her body radiated a searing luminescence, resembling a resplendent miniature sun. This light surged forth from her, imbued with unparalleled heat and energy, akin to flames igniting within the room. Soon, the temperature within the house began to rise dramatically. Under such conditions, Laysville suspected no virus could survive. If this became a nightly ritual before sleep, Negu would undoubtedly have much to complain about. Once everything was checked and ready, Laysville and Melina bid goodnight to Latine and entered the room. The night passed in silence. With the dawn, the light of the golden tree cascaded like fragments of gold, forming a delicate veil that gently draped over Melina. She lay quietly beside Laysville, her softly curled brown hair shimmering with golden hues under the sun's rays, as though touched by nature's brush. Laysville gazed tenderly at the slumbering maiden, his eyes brimming with profound affection and indulgence. He studied her exquisite features, captivated by every detail. Her skin was as pure as sheep-fat jade, emanating a delicate luster. Her brows arched like crescent moons, eyes closed, and long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her lips curved slightly upwards, hinting at a sweet smile. In that moment, she appeared as an angel in repose, pure and beautiful. A gentle breeze caressed the room, akin to a soft hand, quietly lifting the sheer white curtains, allowing them to dance gracefully. In rhythm with the breeze, the girl's hair seemed animated, playfully leaping in harmony with the curtains. Meanwhile, a subtle, enchanting fragrance filled the air, emanating from the girl and enveloping the entire room in a tranquil allure. Perhaps sensing Laysville's ardent gaze, Melina let out a soft murmur. As if awakening from a delightful dream, she gradually opened her gem-like, luminous eyes, which still held a hint of mist, rendering her even more adorable with traces of sleepiness and daze. As her gaze met Laysville's, her lips curled into a gentle smile, reminiscent of the first rays of morning sunlight, warm and serene. Good morning, my king. Chapter 60. A letter to all readers. The name Musi Postman has been a long contemplation for me. I sought to imbue it with both poetic resonance and commemorative significance. Ultimately, I found myself resorting to my own characters and the profession I cherished most in my childhood. I envisioned the life of a postman as splendid, traversing diverse landscapes, evading the monotony of drab buildings and tedious streets. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. This book may be drawing to a close. To put it bluntly, the author has succumbed to the inevitable. When the game first released, I was simultaneously crafting this narrative, and it would be a tremendous loss to adhere strictly to the original storyline. The characters and their fates within the tale are far too precious to squander. The world of Elden Ring is rife with unresolved emotions. Even the seemingly mad general, who suppresses the stars, yearns for survival, as the DLC later reveals. Our beloved characters, the teachers, the little tailor, the potter, the blacksmith, Little Red Riding Hood, and many others, deserve far better conclusions than what they have received. Melina, in particular, stands out as a character I have grown particularly fond of throughout my gaming journey. Although Hidetaka Miyazaki did not elaborate on her character, she has indelibly imprinted herself upon my consciousness, and I am determined to grant her a more favorable resolution. This book has evolved in a rather haphazard manner, lacking any premeditated plot or astonishing twists. My sole intention in writing it has been to ensure Melina's conclusion is more gratifying, to allow this flame-wrought girl to kindle the fires of others. Thus, after my college entrance examinations, I began to pen this tale. However, following the release of the DLC, many characterizations and narrative arcs underwent significant transformations, leading me to deviate from my initial vision. Indeed, the entirety of this novel's plot has been conjured spontaneously. In other words, I have only known what would transpire in each chapter a mere 2 hours prior to writing it. Readers may find themselves puzzled by the sudden emergence of certain elements, but I have navigated this journey with improvised efforts, making the creation of a flawless story an unattainable feat. Perhaps my excessive consumption of Elden Ring analysis videos has led me to discover unexpected connections among various aspects of the narrative. What began as a mere whim has evolved into this spontaneous creation. As I write, my outline remains unknown. The protagonist is an afterthought. The ultimate antagonist was a late addition, and the narrative unfolds based on the encounters that arise along the way. This experience has truly been a baptism by fire for a novice writer. The amalgamation with Warhammer was merely a reflection of the author's own immersion in that universe, as it seemed to resonate harmoniously with the world of Elden Ring, while also offering a plethora of free bosses and main quests. After all, don't we all relish a good reference? Upon reflection, I realized that Raysville truly resembles my ideal son, embodying an essence of my aspirations. Although this journey remains incomplete, it at least provides a semblance of closure for the wooden figure, does it not? Yet, as I pen this letter, I feel a profound sense of remorse towards my faithful readers who have diligently followed my narrative. I owe an apology to Xiao Xiao, whose encouragement has illuminated nearly every chapter. To the generous patron of Jinwu Xingyan, who has rewarded me 66 times, to Radagon, to the ever-bored Old V, to Capricorn and Lonnie, the eternal monarchs, to the anonymous benefactor of primitive stock fertilizer, to Night Owl, and to Minxie Aiming. I am especially regretful towards those who have crafted lengthy reviews. Whether it be Hu Liqui's breathtaking portrayal of the Forge Knight Edikara Yaswend, or the ever-evolving Storm Remnant Tinitals, or even the World Devourer Beta's Basavile. I genuinely considered bringing them into the narrative, and the name Basavile has already graced these pages. Ultimately, however, I could not persevere. I devoted a substantial portion of my summer, after graduating high school and transitioning to university, to this book. While others engaged in gaming, I was studying the terrain of the Borderlands. While they played, I sought the text within the game. While they laughed and joked, I pondered the next steps for Raysville. I must express my gratitude to my girlfriend, who, despite our semi-long-distance relationship, has generously allowed me time to write, even when it meant sacrificing time together. Though she occasionally voices her grievances, I know she supports me wholeheartedly. However, maintaining a daily update during the summer was already challenging. What will it be like in university? Today, I learned that the upcoming 15-day military training prohibits any electronic devices. What will become of this book? Should I seize this moment to write several chapters in advance? Honestly, if I could write more, I would have already increased my updates to 2 or 3 a day. Without an outline, my writing feels akin to rummaging through ideas in my mind, taking each thought as it comes. Moreover, as my word count increases, my audience seems to dwindle, which has been somewhat disheartening. Once again, I sincerely apologize to the loyal readers who have followed this book. It appears that Raysville's journey through the Ring of Law may soon reach its conclusion. To prevent the author's demise from being utterly tragic, I am inclined to share the ideas I have conceived for the subsequent plot. Raysville and Raton will battle their way into the royal city, confronting Monk and the original character, the Forge Knight Edikara Yaswend. Ultimately, they will harness the power of the 4 gods of subspace to vanquish them, securing the great rune of Monk and Raton through a fated death. Following this, they will rescue the volcanic manor, obtaining the great rune of Lacquard. Then, they will ascend the sacred tree to acquire the great rune of Lien Lien, concluding with the retrieval of the Traveler and Little Nan. I had genuinely intended to collect Lien Lien and Tarina. Then, I envisioned the second volume, Cosmic Battlefield, where they escape the Borderlands, gradually expelling the outer gods alongside these familiar figures. The thought of it evokes a certain difficulty in writing. Perhaps this is the essence of La Seville's journey. To be candid, as I reach the conclusion, I find myself reluctant to part with the multitude of memories from the initial days, with only a handful of readers. eagerly refreshing the backend each minute to see if any new comments had appeared, to the moment when, after over 30 chapters, a sudden surge of recommendations propelled the readership into the thousands, an experience that nearly brought me to tears with joy. Then came the decline, a phase of stability, followed by another downturn, and yet another plateau. I have often endeavored to convince myself that writing this book is a labor of love, a means to fulfill the dreams that reside in my heart, and a tribute to those loyal readers who have journeyed alongside me. Yet, in the end, I could not persevere. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every reader. Thank you all.